I've gotten to the point where I don't like the internet anymore because of social media. It's like I used to like going on X. I hate it now because people are just... Sorry? It's going to be okay. Deep breathing. I don't actually hate it. I hate what it does to people's brains.
Goo.
It turns it into goo.
Mush.
Okay?
Unboiled.
I
messed up my own line.
It's not unboiled. It turns it into unseasoned boiled chicken breast smoothie.
Yuck.
Ugh. Okay? First of every month, you enter this prompt into Google or your favorite AI, Grok, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Manus, whatever it might be. Okay? Is there an election that I can vote in zip code? That's it. Nobody has an excuse to, I didn't know there was an election in Texas this year, this month, this week. Yes, you did. You had the opportunity. Please arm yourselves with this information. Please. Okay. This vote tomorrow, right now, Virginia's redistricting map has 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans. They are trying to erase 4 Republican seats and go to a 10-1 map. You cannot allow this to happen. Now, it is a numbers game. Democrats outnumber Republicans in the state. Some of that is beyond your control. The Democrats are going to vote. We laugh at them for the singing, but at least they're together and they're organizing. That's what I'll give them. The singing is brutal, and we like to laugh at them and mock them. But they're going to vote. If you live in Virginia or you know someone who lives in Virginia, you've got to get them to vote. Specifically, if you live in Virginia, please take some time tomorrow to do some sort of voter outreach today and tomorrow. Make sure people go to the polls. I'm going to start this interview with our good friend Chase Bowes. He is a rising star here in Tennessee, and I think he's going to be a rising star nationally. This guy does data and analytics regarding politics better than anybody I've ever seen. This is the great Chase Bowes. He's been on the show once before. It's another midterm Monday, but it is a redistricting. We did an emergency. We got to do this. We got to talk about. He's from Virginia. He saw how Glenn Youngkin won in 2021. This map can be defeated if we bring the numbers to the polls. So here is it's 20 minutes with our friend Chase Bowes on Virginia and the way the midterms are shaping up. Without further ado, Chase Bowes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got him back. Our good friend Chase Bowes is going to be joining us in just a second as we go over a crucial redistricting referendum in the state of Virginia. You know, they draw the congressional maps and they gerrymander, and both parties do it, right? And it's kind of ridiculous on either side. But Texas did it, then California did it, and then Indiana said they weren't going to do it. And Ohio kind of did it, and Florida's going to do it, but after Virginia. So I guess, maybe they're waiting on seeing if the Virginia referendum passes. But without further ado, we'll bring in the great Chase Bowes. I've gotten to know him over the past couple of months here in Tennessee, a fellow Rutherford County resident, a data guru, a political analyst, just an overall, I think, a rising star in the space. So, Chase, it's good to have you back. And let's start in Virginia, where you are from. They say Virginia is for lovers, but I don't love what's going on over there right now. So why don't you take us down from 30,000 feet down to the ground level? What is coming up on the 21st of Virginia, April 21st, with this redistricting battle?
Well, thanks for having me on again, Sean. So what we're seeing here, and yes, I'm born and raised Richmond, Virginia, grew up then in Chesterfield County, then in Louisa. So been all over the state, love the state. Right now, not so much. But what we're seeing is essentially a push to combat other gerrymandering efforts, honestly, but also a really bad one, because Virginia, in my opinion, currently has one of the greatest congressional maps. It's the most fair, and it does what a congressional map should do. It represents certain sections, parts of the state properly. Southwest Virginia, Western Virginia, the Hampton Roads area, Richmond, Northern Virginia, they're all represented proportionally. And also there's some competitive seats. There's seats that can become competitive in the right environments for both parties. And then there's enough safe seats to, give the party some seats. But what we're seeing now is a push to remove that and put one Republican district in with 10 Democrat districts, even though Virginia voters in 2020 voted for an independent redistricting referendum by, I believe it was 2-1 or 66%.
It sounds like kind of what they did in California, right? You had all of these, the voters in California essentially took the government's power away when it came to redistricting. They voted for an independent redistricting committee. And then all of a sudden the state says, no, we actually know better than you. Newsom did that. When I was in New York, we had an independent redistricting commission, but what really wasn't very independent. It was pretty much run by leftists. They actually tried to take New York's 3rd congressional district and connect it over a bridge at one point, which was interesting because then candidate, now, disgraced congressional member, George Santos, was actually one of the reasons why those maps got overturned in New York and we got fairer districts right before the 2022 election. So, and then they voted him out for it. Now, I'm not defending anything he did, but they got rid of him, right? It's like, it's unbelievable. Republicans they really know how to take that gun and shoot themselves in the foot. So you're looking at Virginia, and it would take it down from it would take it to a 10-1 Democrat map from what is it now? What is it? 6-4?
It's a 5-4 Democrat.
5-4.
Sorry, 6-5 Democrat. Sorry,
6-5. Right, because there's 11 districts,
11,
so
yes.
6-5 Democrat. So pretty even, right?
Pretty even.
10-1. Holy smokes!
Right, and so they take. I mean, some of them, if you look at the map, is absolutely ridiculous. For instance, the 6th district, what they did is they took Charlottesville, they took down to Roanoke and Salem, and they just crammed in every single little blue city, because in Virginia, the counties are weird because the cities are drawn as individual, counties. So it has like 133 total counties.
Wow.
But what they did is they just crammed, like, I believe Harrisonburg, I think, and like a couple others, like left-leaning or, moderate counties plus these leftist cities into what was formerly like an R+30 seat. And it's ridiculous. You also see 5 of the districts now go through Fairfax and Prince William counties in Northern Virginia. So
you have now this vote coming up on the 21st. Republicans are notoriously bad for showing up for things like this. I think we just saw what happened in Wisconsin last year and this year. They just keep adding liberals to the Supreme Court because Republicans aren't turning out. Mm-hmm. Special elections, Marjorie Taylor Greene's district wasn't great. Yes, we held on to the seat, but by a slimmer margin than what it should have been. I know special elections are a totally different breed. Tennessee 7 kind of saw the same thing. You saw it even in right in the wake of the cabinet appointments last year with Mike Waltz. And the other Matt Gaetz when he left his seat and resigned. Republicans won those seats, but they won them by about half the margin that they wanted in a presidential election. So let's see. We're going into the 21st of April. We're looking at this redistricting referendum. What are you seeing from the numbers there? What are you seeing from the data? You interpret data incredibly accurately. So obviously we're all going to pay attention, right, to the predictions, the analysis here. What are you seeing and what is your prediction? And I know that you're going to give it to us straight, whatever the numbers say, right? So what are you seeing and what could we unfortunately maybe look forward to, good or bad, out of Virginia on the 21st?
Well, right now it's not looking too good. Just like the 2025 elections, it looks like we're going back to, probably about the same margin as the attorney general race where, we thought it might go better. It definitely did not. That's probably where I'm going to see it as about 5 to 10% in favor of the Democrat Party, where this is going to pass. And it's incredibly unfortunate because, like I said, Virginia has probably one of the most fair congressional maps. It's always been one that I've looked to, and when I study, it's like never one I have to redraw because it's there. I don't have to, when I do a gerrymandering, study, I don't have to fix it because it's mostly, pretty good.
What does this mean for, so where does this stand, right, in terms of, so Republicans redistricted in Texas and a couple of other states, Democrats kind of answered back. Assuming everything else is held, who's got the advantage right now in terms of who squeezed more seats out of redistricting? Or is it pretty much even?
Well, it'll depend. DeSantis wants to do some stuff in Florida. I think we're pretty much even right now. I will say when I ran my predictions last on your show, I did account for the Virginia gerrymandering. I don't remember if I mentioned that, but I did account for that already to assume that those that would pass, which usually I don't do. However, just given the circumstances of the gerrymandering war we've had this year, I started accounting for that. But yeah, it's pretty much about even because Democrats were able to flip a seat in Utah. They got, I believe, 4, 5 potentially in California. And, we didn't do too hot in Ohio. We gained 1 in North Carolina, but also we didn't do too great in Southern Texas either. Redrawing those, I think those might hold currently for Democrats.
Well, that would be a shame. And now you mentioned Florida. You mentioned Ron DeSantis. He postponed or held back the session until the special session for redistricting until after the Virginia referendum. What was the rumor, the map that was going to be coming out of Florida? How many would those be in terms of Republican gain? And does this mean that he may get more aggressive if Virginia passes these new maps?
Well, so there's not really been, from what I've seen, an official number floated around. However, it's anywhere from 3 to 5 seats. Democrats in Florida currently hold 8 of the 28 seats. 5 of those in Miami. Sorry, two of them in Orlando, 1 of them in Tampa, 5 in Miami. So we could easily take the Tampa seat, the Southern Orlando Kissimmee seat, and some of the more deeper red Miami seats. So I leave. When I drew it, I left, I believe, I left 1 in Orlando and 2 in Miami. And I was able to flip 5 successfully, though the map does look very ugly. Okay.
And so now could it potentially be more aggressive than that? Would DeSantis, maybe think, you don't know, not one way or the other. But in your opinion, do you think DeSantis is holding back the timing of this session to see what happens in Virginia? And maybe he does get a little bit more aggressive. Is there any more juice to be squeezed out of the lemon there in Florida?
I think if for some reason the referendum doesn't pass, I think he'll go towards kind of the 3 or 4 range, but 5 is pretty much the max. Like if you were going to take another district out, what you'd be doing is making a dummy mander, which is essentially saying in a left-leaning year, such as the one coming up, it's highly likely that those seats would be more competitive and turn into toss-up seats, potentially Democrat flips. So we don't want to risk it. Of course, when it comes to any redistricting, there is incumbent demands. So the current active people in those districts are going to get their margins knocked down. Some of them are, close to R plus 20, 25, 30 seats, might get knocked down to 15, even low as like 12 or 10, in some cases, to make up for those additional seats, especially around, like I said, the kind of Central Florida, Kissimmee area and Miami, Tampa. So really it's probably the most he's going to go is 5. And that would be potentially risky depending on how they draw the map.
Yeah, and this obviously Ron DeSantis, I feel like he's not quite done running for president yet. I don't know if he's going to do it in 28, but he may be looking at this as more of a long-term investment, right? Redraw Florida's maps. Maybe at some point when the seats warm again for him to run for president, he can do so and have a little bit more of a favorable layout in Congress. Let's move to California now, because that has been a story. There's been some stuff coming out of California, and the whole Swalwell thing, right? I look at this. I see these allegations, and they've Me Too'd him again. You're from Virginia. I'm from New York. They did this to Andrew Cuomo to get him out of the race because I firmly believe it. The pulse that I had, from the folks in New York when I was there was that if Andrew Cuomo was on the ballot in the 2022 gubernatorial election, Lee Zeldin would have won. Cuomo was a wounded candidate. He was not going to win. He may have negatively impacted some of the congressional races and state legislative races in New York. People just were done with him after COVID, after the vaccine stuff, after the mask stuff, after the lockdowns, the nursing home scandals. He was an incredibly wounded candidate. So they bait and switch, and they put up a dummy, Kathy Hochul, but she wasn't him. She was a woman after Roe versus Wade, and they did the same thing to Cuomo. that they did to Swalwell. Now, I think the favorite now to win California's gubernatorial race is Tom Steyer. The thought is, even if Democrats split the votes up amongst themselves, he'll finish in the top 2. That's all he needs to advance to the general, and that's where the Democrats have the numbers. So what are you seeing out of California in terms of the data there, the gubernatorial race, and the possible fallout from Eric Swalwell, who will still remain on the ballot, but will it be enough to keep Democrats out of the top 2 in that jungle primary?
Well, yes. So obviously the way the jungle primaries work is, the top 2 candidates, regardless of party, advance. So there's been, talks of what if both Republican candidates, Hilton and Bianco, qualify in the top 2 because there's so many Democrats running. So Swalwell being taken down is definitely a benefit to the Democrats and Steyer rising up. So, but I will say the recent Emerson poll does have Steyer and Bianco tied for second, both with 14%, while Hilton's still up by 17.
And when is that? When was that poll? Was that poll released
morning.
After Swalwell's departure?
Came out. It was conducted between the 14th and 15th. Came out this morning.
Okay, so this is a very recent poll. This is after Swalwell's departure. Is he in that poll at all? Because he's going to absorb some votes. Someone's going to vote for him, right? Not a lot of people, but his name's going to be on the ballot, which means somewhere there's going to be some sort of splitting that happens. But you're saying this Emerson poll has Hilton leading and then Bianco and Steyer essentially tied for second.
That's correct. And Swalwell is not accounted for in the poll.
Okay, could it be possible that this poll is missing potential splits down ballot or down the ranks there?
Possibly, especially in the area he represents. I believe is the 14th district out of San Francisco. So if he has name recognition there, but people aren't paying attention to the national news, and of course there is, by this time they'll see his name, they'll recognize it, and they'll vote him because they won't remember this happened.
Right.
The average voter, really doesn't remember out this far. So, which we saw going back to Virginia, we really saw that in Virginia with the Jay Jones scandal.
Right. Good point. Won
tremendously, more than we expected. But yeah, I think there's still a chance the Republicans can hold. However, I'm highly doubtful. Like you and I said, I think it would have been maybe wise of Donald Trump to endorse both candidates running the Republican, keep them both, up top. And then maybe, once we get to the actual general, he picks his favorite. But right now, Hilton's probably going to qualify as the Republican. And at the moment, it's looking like Steyer. However, like you said, Katie Porterhouse might.
Katie Porterhouse. Yeah. Where is she polling in this?
She's polling at 10.
Okay.
So she's
and Hilton. So let's go down. Hilton is where? How much? What's 17?
Hilton's at 17.
Okay.
And Steyer and Bianco at 14.
Okay. And Porterhouse is down at 10.
Porterhouse down at 10. And there's a couple of down like the lower relevant numbers.
Gotcha. So it's this simple, right?
Yeah.
If you're a Republican in California and you haven't made your mind up, go vote for Bianco at this point. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is Republicans got to get out and either vote for one of those two, Hilton or Bianco. If enough of them come out and do this, they could potentially ice Democrats out of the general election for governor in California. Now, let's say that's what happens, okay? I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I want to put on our hypothetical hats here. With the Swalwell embarrassment, all these Democrats, Gallego might be next. There's a bunch of stuff out about him that could mean, could implicate him in some of this. Maybe not as bad, but in terms of knowledge, didn't say anything, whatever, looked the other way. But what does this do? Two things, two contributing factors, right? Let's say Republicans are successful icing out the Democrats in California and they finish 1-2 in the jungle primary. So now a Democrat cannot become the next governor of California. That plus the Swalwell fallout, what do you think that might do to the generic ballot nationwide? Or is it, it's California, it's just a bunch of drama, nobody really knows about it. Is it not going to be a big issue?
Well, I would say had they have their current congressional map before the one they just enacted, I would say that might encourage a flip in California's 13th, maybe the 27th districts. However, those have been made so much more Democratic leaning to where high Republican performance probably won't do much. The 13th district is possible. However, we are risking losing the 22nd district currently with the new map as well as the 48th. So we could maybe hold on to those two depending on candidate quality. If David Valdero is running again in 22, it's very possible we can hold on to that given the circumstances there. And then a 48 with the incumbent retiring, I believe will, I can't say for certain, but I do believe right now it leans Democrat. However, we saw in 2022 that the Republicans had a really good turnout. And it's totally possible that even if a Democrat is in the race, it gets under 20%, within the margin, which could result in, more Republican votes in congressional races.
All right, interesting. And finally, we'll ask this. The last time you were on with us, it was about a month ago. There's been some comparative, numbers come out. I think I saw it with Harry Enton on CNN, the Democrats from 2018, their last big blue wave. They're lagging behind some of the polling there, specifically on the generic ballot by about 4 points. They're also lagging in favorability within their own party. Do you see that contributing to maybe a lackluster or less than stellar or less robust performance in the Democrat Party as a whole during these midterms in 2026? And where are you with your predictions now versus where you were a month ago? Unchanged, same spot, moved in one direction or the other? What do you have?
So this far out, especially with so few primaries done so far, I'm pretty much at the same position. Though I will say, let's make sure we're paying attention to certain Senate races, being Alaska, Ohio. Those have become, based on the markets and polling, closer. However, those are typically the trend. Those states tend to have more close polls this time of year versus, the fall, closer to election season. So I'd say maybe keep an eye on those. Not telling you to do it, but I mean, the Democrats are leading in Kalshi right now for Ohio and Alaska. So if you want some free money, maybe just put yes on Republican.
Noted.
But again, we'll see how those play out. But I'd say probably those are the two that I've started to keep a little bit more of an eye on. Of course, I've been really focusing on the House here, especially with the Virginia and Florida and all this stuff going on with the redistricting. But I would say those two, let's just keep an eye on because, we said a year ago, yeah, the Senate wasn't a problem, and now the Senate's potentially a problem for Republicans.
Right.
Just because we're not, the candidate quality in some races isn't great. But I will say one plus is we maybe want to pay attention to New Hampshire, where John Sununu, former Governor Chris Sununu's brother, is running, and may be able to make a close campaign. We'll have to see how it goes. However, I would say don't discredit New Hampshire. Keep an eye on it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's going to flip, but it's potential.
Okay, and there you go. Chase, let everybody know where they can find you, how they can support you. What's the best place to interact with you and to get in contact with you? If there are any candidates out there or folks who are watching who potentially are working with candidates, how they can reach out to you and obtain some of your services.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm at Bo Strategy and Analytics on Instagram and Facebook, as well as my forecasting account is political.predictions on Instagram. And then you can reach me via email. I think that's at the bottom down there. Chase.bose@bostrategyanalytics.com. So feel free to reach out. Happy to help candidates, especially as we come into election year.
All right, Chase, thanks for playing it straight with us, as always. That's one of the best things I love about having you on. If the numbers are painting a bad picture, you're going to say, hey, look, it's painting not a great picture. You've seen a Republican candidate win in a blue state in Virginia 2021 with Glenn Youngkin. You've seen it. I know this is your life's work at this point, the data, the political activism. I've seen what you do on the ground. It's amazing. So thanks for coming on, and we'll have you back again soon.
Well, thank you, Sean.
And that was the great Chase Bose. He really is. Look, there's one way to look at numbers. Numbers. There's numbers. I don't like to crunch numbers. I love it. I like to lean on polling, not as a perfect science, but to get a general feel for where things are headed. And I think Chase is great at it. He showed me his setup with like 1 billion screens. You would think he's launching rockets.
He's so smart.
You would think he's Artemis 2. But he's not Artemis 2. He's actually Artemis 3. He's a step out of NASA. No, he's great. He's a very smart guy.
We saw him the other day, and he was like, I was bored earlier, and so I ran numbers for fun. And I was like, my brain could never.
Yeah.
When I'm bored, I make a snack.
He sent me a grid of numbers about Virginia, and I was like, just tell me what this means, man, because that's making my head hurt. So, guy knows what he's doing.
I had half of the smarts that he had.
Okay, well, you're smart. You're not a numbers guy.
I have one brain cell. And
it works well.
Bounce off my head.
That brain
sometimes.
cell came up with unseasoned boiled chicken breast. So I'll tell you what.
And the cheese stands alone. Yes, I'm real proud of that one.
We were. There was one piece of cheese left, and she just goes, "The cheese stands alone."
And Sean wasn't expecting it.
Hi ho, the dairy ho!
He didn't know he married a one brain cell genius.
All right. Shredbin says no on Bianco. He wants a path to citizenship. Good. I don't want him to be the governor. I think the point here is this, okay? If you have a gubernator, the way California's governor race goes, the way it works in the primary, is everybody runs on one ballot. I'm only going to explain this one more time because we have other things to get to today, but it's fine. A jungle primary works like this, okay? The top two in the primary, everyone runs on one ballot. Republicans, Democrats, independents, space aliens, idiots, not idiots, all of them, they all run on one ballot, okay? The top two advance to the general election. In most states, you get a Republican primary and a Democrat primary, and then the winners of each of those primaries advance to the general election. And then if there are any independents, they can get on the general election ballot if they get the right amount of signatures and paperwork filed with the Board of Elections, etc. California, jungle primary, top two vote getters in the primary advance to the general election ballot. I believe the only way a Republican is going to win is if there are no Democrats on the general election ballot. The only way that can happen is if both Hilton and Bianco win or finish in the top two in the jungle primary. Okay? So I'm not telling you to vote for Bianco because I like his policies. I'm telling you to make him the number two vote getter. Because in a race between Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco, Steve Hilton's going to win in a landslide, okay? You want two Republicans to be the top vote getters in the jungle primary, the California jungle primary for governor. You want two Republicans because if you don't get that, you're likely losing to the Democrats in the general. That's what I'm saying, okay? I'm not telling you I like Chad Bianco. I'm telling you to play the game. Like a strategist. Play chess, not checkers. If Chad Bianco truly wants a path to citizenship with the Dignity Act and all this other nonsense, I don't want him to be the governor of California. But I do want him to occupy space on the ballot that a Democrat would otherwise occupy if a Democrat finishes second. Do you see what I'm saying? The point here is to do as much as you can in California to ice the Democrats out of the general election ballot. That's the point. I'm not telling people, hey, go vote for Chad Bianco because I like his policies. I'm telling you to do it, to stick it and get the Democrats, stick it to the Democrats and get them out of the race. Just so we're clear, okay? Just so we're clear. All right, that's where we are. And we will... We want Hilton. If there's a choice between the two, if it's Hilton or Bianco, you want Hilton. But right now in the primary, you'd rather have Bianco finish second than Tom Steyer. Because if Tom Steyer or Katie Porterhouse or any of the other, Javier Becerra, if they finish second, you're winding up with a Democrat as governor again. That's my point. That's my point. Okay, that's why I'm saying these things. I'm not telling you because I want Bianco to be the governor. I'm telling you I want Bianco to be the other guy on the ballot instead of a Democrat. This way Democrats can't win the general. That's the point. Okay, that's it. Now, again, I don't know if that's what Bianco is saying. Somebody said that's what he's saying. If that's what he's saying, I don't agree with him. I'm just saying you want two Republicans on the general election ballot. The only way to make that happen is if two Republicans finish 1-2 in the jungle primary. Let's move on. Virginia, folks, please, if you're in Virginia, get out and vote tomorrow. Vote no on the redistricting measure because the redistricting measure, as you heard what the great Chase Bowes just told you, is going to take 4 Republican seats out of the House of Representatives if this passes. Remember, Abigail Spanberger said that she wasn't going to do this. There's no crime for politicians lying on the campaign trail. There just is no crime. All right. It's like, how could she do that? Because she's a politician. And we told you there's no such thing as a moderate Democrat anymore. John Fetterman might be the exception to the rule. Might. He says the right things, but he votes with his party more than you would think based off of the things that he says. Well, this is not the Dunk on John Fetterman show. There is no such thing as a moderate Democrat. If you see a Democrat like Abigail Spanberger running as a moderate in Virginia, but she refused to condemn Jay Jones, who fantasized about the deaths of his political opponents, remember? He was fantasizing about killing them and the children and all that. And she refused to say a word. That's a dead giveaway that woman is not a moderate. Independents, I'm sorry. What the F is wrong with you? Well, she said that she's not going to do the redistricting. First order of business for Abigail Spanberger was redistricting. You got played. That's what the Democrats do. They play you like a fiddle. Independents, I'm not trying to anger you. I'm not trying to talk down to you. I'm trying to tell you, you voted against this madness in 2024. The Democrat Party has not changed at all. At all. If anything, they've gone even further to the left. They have not changed one bit. I don't know how independents all of a sudden forgot the last 4 years that we went through, 2021 to 2025, under Joe Biden, and the reason why they voted for Donald Trump and Republicans in the 2024 election. Did you forget who the Democrats are? Just because they're not in power anymore does not mean they're not crazy. These are nut jobs. They believe in men in the women's room, men in women's sports, wide open borders, no deportations, high taxes. They want to tax the rich. And by the way, once the rich leave and avoid those taxes, they got to tax someone. They're coming after you. Indies, they're coming after you in the middle class, paycheck to paycheck. When you have a situation like you have in New York City, where, by the way, Zohran Mamdani doxed Ken Griffin. I'm no fan of Ken Griffin. I know he's the Citadel guy, whatever. Standing outside of his penthouse, this is Ken Griffin's penthouse in New York City, saying you're going to tax him even though he doesn't live there. He doesn't use the services of New York City. He's not going to use your free buses. He's not going to use your subway. He's not going to use your childcare because he doesn't live there. And you're going to tax him anyway because he has property there. He's already paying property taxes in New York City. When the rich leave these places that are trying to take more and more and more of their money, did you know the top 1% of earners in this country, top 1% income, the rich, pay 46% of the country's taxes? This is not me defending the rich, and we're not rich by any stretch, okay? So it's not me saying this because I don't want to pay more taxes. The top 1% of this country pays 46% of the taxes in terms of raw dollars in the country. 46%. That's they should pay their fair share. They are paying their fair share. They're basically paying half the taxes in this country. I don't know what happens every 2 years. Maybe it's the internet. Maybe it's the social media contagion where we have a 90-second memory. I don't know. I have no idea. It is a phenomenon. This is a phenomenon that I will never understand. The 90-second attention span. I have a bad memory too. I get it. But this phenomenon of, okay, the party that's in power. This phenomenon of the Democrats are crazy. Let's vote against it in 2024. Because they were about keeping the border open. Because they were about transing children. Because they were about being not just soft on crime, pro-crime. Because they want to make it easier for people who shouldn't be voting in elections to cheat and vote in our elections. All of those things are reasons as to why people voted against the Democrats in 2024. High taxes that are going to go even higher. Clamping down on domestic energy production, which drives energy costs higher. Not wanting to deport illegal aliens, which drives the demand for housing in this country higher. And when you have a higher demand and a limited supply, that drives the costs higher. I don't understand how people can vote against that 2 years ago, and then you fast forward 2 years later, and it's not like that party has changed their stances on any of those issues that I just mentioned. They are still the same people. If anything, because Donald Trump is the president, they've gotten worse. And folks are like, oh, they seem like a better option. They're not a better option. They're the same option that you voted against in 2024. I'm not telling you that Republicans are perfect, because they're not. We see that in the House. We see that in the Senate. But are they a better option to keep using the Republican Party as a tool? That is what your politicians are. They are tools. They are instruments. Think of it as a jackhammer. It's repeated blows to the same piece of pavement in order to crack it and remove it and replace it with something better. Think of it as a hammer on a nail. You're not driving that nail into the wall, unless you're going right through sheetrock, with one swing. They are tools. They are instruments that you have to use repeatedly in order to get the change that you want. If you play the windshield wiper game, well, now I'm going to vote Democrat. Now I'm going to vote Republican. Now I'm going to vote Democrat. Now I'm going to vote. You're never going to get anywhere with anybody. And if anything, you're going to go the wrong direction, because the Democrats, when they have power, they use it with reckless abandon. That's how we wound up with all these illegals in this country. Do not vote Democrat in the midterms if you voted against them in 2024 for any of the reasons that I listed before. They're the same people. If anything, they've gotten worse. I'll never understand this. Well, the party in power is always the one that struggles in the midterms. Well, if they're doing a crap job, all right, I get it. But if the alternative is a group of people who want to keep illegal alien, drug lords, rapists, gang members, murderers, etc. in your community, how could you vote for that when you voted against that 2 years ago? Are you really that fickle? Sean, stop shaming voters. I'm not shaming voters. I'm pointing out that they're freaking fickle. And these folks don't understand what they're voting for. Abigail Spanberger is a perfect example. She's a moderate. She's not a moderate. She refused to denounce Jay Jones, who fantasized about killing his political opponents and their kids. She straight up lied. I'm not going to do redistricting. It's a threat to democracy. First order of business, redistricting vote. And now if this passes, as Chase Bowes forecasts it will, by about between 5 and 10, 7.5 points or so tomorrow, you lose 4 Republican seats. Something she said she would not do, she did. First order of business. And you're still going to see people come out and vote Democrat as if they're telling the truth all of a sudden. Why? Because they're not the party in power? Are you crazy? We're supposed to win hearts and minds. Sometimes you got to get a little tough with these people, though. What do you think you're voting for when you vote Democrat? We're voting for no kings. There isn't a king. The president of the United States abides by Supreme Court rulings. When they struck down his tariffs, did he say, nah, we're going to keep using that same thing that you just struck down. We're going to ignore the Supreme Court. He abides by court rulings. He abides by the Supreme Court. Do kings abide by courts? No. What are you voting for when you vote down? Affordability. Yeah, go ahead. Keep regurgitating that word. Who caused the affordability crisis? Did you forget? Did you forget? Oh, the cost of living is too high. I agree. But you've got 20, 30, 40 million people who should not be in this country. When I say should not, it means they're here illegally. They broke our laws to come here. They should not be here. But now that they are here, they are competing with you for housing. It is a fixed supply of housing right now. 30 million people increases the demand. That drives costs up. Same with food. Same with energy. Same with other resources. And if they're here illegally, chances are a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them aren't paying taxes. So your tax burden goes up to provide for things that they're using, services that they're using. Don't tell me about affordability and then tell me you're voting Democrat. They're the ones who caused the problem. Did we forget what happened under Biden? 9% inflation. Why are you voting Democrat? Gas prices. Okay, yes, the war in Iran, the drama with the Strait of Hormuz has caused gas prices to go up. I'm not telling you that I like the gas prices going up. I don't like the gas prices going up. Do you remember the Democrats when Putin and Ukraine, they went to war and they called it Putin's price hike? And you had them saying, well, just don't drive a gas-powered car. As if you could afford a brand new $40,000 electric vehicle at the time? Do you remember that? That's what you're voting for if you vote Democrat. Do you remember the topless trannies dancing on the lawn of the White House with the pride flag? That's still them. They have not changed. They haven't abandoned that position. They still want to keep the illegals. They're still pro-crime. If anything, they've gotten more radical. They're not a check on Trump's power. They're signing a blank check, if you vote for them, for their own power, which you've seen the results of and you've lived through and you didn't like it. Why would you make the same mistake twice? Don't make the same mistake twice. If you think the Democrats are somehow some sort of moderate, they came back to the center, party of the working class, they just want to check Trump's power. If you think that's who they are, I encourage you to look back at Abigail Spanberger's campaign in Virginia, where she ran as a moderate. She said explicitly that she would not redistrict and gerrymander Virginia's maps. And then quite literally, one of the first things she has done in office in Virginia is redistrict the maps. It is a bait and switch. Clear as day. That is who you're voting for. The party will behave the exact same way. That is who you're voting for if you vote Democrat in the midterms. Republicans aren't perfect. And they lie too, because that is something that politicians do. But if you vote Democrat in these midterms, if you're one of these independents who are back and forth, just remember the last time you voted Democrat, if it was in 2020, what it got you. That is what will happen again. Don't do it. Never vote Democrat. All right. Let's take a quick break and get to a word from one of our new sponsors. It's our friends over at Cove Pure, Covepure. Most people know that there's chlorine in their tap water, right? Brennan has smelled it. She's like, it smells like a swimming pool.
I can't drink it.
She can't drink it. She smells the chlorine.
Since I moved away from Florida, I haven't had a sip of tap water.
She smells the chlorine and she's like, nah, can't do it. Most people know there's chlorine in the tap water. They smell it. They shrug, and some people drink it anyway. Brennan doesn't, but most people say, whatever, it's chlorine. Because they've been told it's what keeps the water safe. What they haven't been told is what chlorine becomes after it's added into your water. And what I found is why we now filter all of our water through Cove Pure. Chlorine itself isn't even the biggest problem. Chlorine levels in your water are regulated, but what's not regulated is chemicals that form when the chlorine reacts with naturally occurring organic matter in your water, particles from rivers, soil, plant matter that make it through the treatment process. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs. The government itself calls THMs probable human carcinogens, and they've been linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Those pitcher filters you get at the store won't fix this either. They improve the taste of the chlorinated water, but THMs require something far more powerful, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. It's not just chlorine or THMs, it's fluoride, it's PFAs, pharmaceuticals. If it isn't water, Cove Pure gets it out of there. Now, look, I love this thing. It is quiet. It's got a little touchscreen, gives you some data on there. You could select how much water you want to come out. It's got the removable pitcher. Brennan loves the removable pitcher. Oh, yeah. Cove Pure is amazing. Clean water is one of the best investments that you can make for you and your family's health. And because I've partnered with Cove Pure, they're giving you a $250 discount if you use the link. Go to covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN right now. That is covepure.com/SHAWN. Do not wait. Get yourself Cove Pure and start drinking safe water today. You got that instant hot and cold, no installation. It's very simple installation. You have to call a plumber or anything like that. Cove Pure, covepure.com, covepure.com/Sean, SHAWN, covepure, covepure.com/SHAWN. All right. Folks, I'm just going to reiterate what I said one more time. If you are an independent and you're one of these voters who goes back and forth based on who's not in power, please look at a few more things before you make your decision in November. Okay? You got a little bit of time. If you voted Democrat in the past, I've never voted Democrat in the past, but if you voted Democrat in the past, look at what that got you. If you voted Democrat in 2020, it got you a wide open border, runaway inflation, 9% inflation under Joe Biden, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million illegal aliens coming across that open border, now competing with you for housing, for food, for health care. The bulk of those illegals who have come into this country are not paying taxes, but are using taxpayer-funded services, which increases your tax burden. Drives up the cost of living for you and your family. Drives up the cost of food for you and your family. You voted in 2020 for a Democrat, you're an independent, you're thinking, oh my gosh, Trump is it's chaos, COVID, this whole thing. You got the topless transgenders dancing on the White House Great Lawn with the pride flag hanging from the White House. Okay? You got all the DEI that degraded the quality of service in this country. You got the finger wagging when gas prices went up because of the war in Ukraine. Oh, just buy an electric vehicle. As if that's going to solve the problem when it won't. Clearly it won't, because what do you need if you have an electric vehicle? You need electricity. And how do we generate electricity? We burn fossil fuels. Almost 2/3 of our electricity comes from fossil fuels. So more reliance on the grid for your EV is only going to create more demand for fossil fuels to be burned. And if it's more expensive to buy fossil fuels now because of a war in Ukraine, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. They told you just buy a $40,000 new EV. As if everybody could do that. While dealing with runaway inflation and bare shelves and supply chain crisis and all that. Weaponized government against parents who went to school board meetings. The last time you voted Democrat, if you're an independent, that's what it got you. Don't make the same mistake twice. You're not voting for affordability. You're voting for the people who caused the affordability crisis. You're not voting for no kings. You're voting for the people who behaved like kings. You're not voting for free stuff. You're voting for you to be taxed more to get something that they tell you is free. But if you're paying more for something, is it actually free? Never vote Democrat. Never vote Democrat. All right, let's move on. Big redistricting vote tomorrow. Please spread the word in Virginia. Let's move on. Donald Trump made a big move over the weekend. I don't know if you guys know who Joe DeGeneva is. But if you have been following Russiagate, Spygate, etc. from the beginning, you would know that Joe DeGeneva is he was always an outspoken critic of the Russia hoax. The Justice Department is turning to former Trump attorney Joe DeGeneva to spearhead a probe into ex-CIA Director John Brennan and others over the origin of the Trump-Russia investigation as the department reshuffles leadership of the sprawling inquiry. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has tapped DeGeneva to serve as counsel overseeing the matter, according to a New York Times report, putting a former Trump attorney in a key role in the high-profile probe. A federal grand jury seated in Miami has been impaneled since late last year. The DOJ did not immediately respond to Fox News Digital's request for comments. The non-reply isn't surprising since it's an ongoing investigation by the Department of Justice. By the way, Kash Patel said the following on Maria Bartiromo's show as well, that, hey, in that Russiagate conspiracy case, and it looks like they're folding the Russiagate conspiracy case and the 2020 election cases into one investigation. Kash Patel says, folks, the evidence, they've got it, and arrests are coming. Patience. Listen.
I lived through it and the media came at me then too. That just shows you that when you're over the target, you keep pummeling the target because the media is going to try and pummel you. We are not going to take this and have not taken this laying down. We did already indict former Director Comey, and that's going through the judicial process. But we also at this FBI, even though we uncovered what we uncovered back in the House Intel days, I had to come in here and find rooms that they hid from the world. I had to come in here and find access on our computer systems in restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go because they not only have personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop on. That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch. Right. But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
Well, Kash, hold on, because when you started this interview, you said, Maria, you and I have been working together for a long time, and this is exactly what you were referring to. You were on my show repeatedly talking about the Russia collusion story, and our audience wants to know why there's never any accountability. But specifically, the question that I asked you was about election integrity and whether or not you have any information to verify what President Trump says all the time, which is the election was rigged.
All right, there it was. Kash Patel, Maria Bartiromo. Arrests are coming, according to Kash. Now, in fairness, we'll believe it when we see it, won't we? I'm not telling you to blindly trust Kash Patel. That's not what I'm telling you to do. We will believe it when we see it. But I don't think Kash Patel is going on Fox News and lying to people. I don't think so. It is objectively a good thing to hear, isn't it? Let's see what happens. All right. Quick break. Silent. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHA. I'm all confused with the extra half hour. So I'm kind of all over the place with these reads right now, but it's silent. slnt.com/Sean. Folks, you know, your phone is a tracking device between those pesky government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is what? They don't ask. They're supposed to ask, but they don't. They just take it. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special ops teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silence patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent. slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Who wants to watch our Navy F shit up in the Gulf? You want to watch that? I think it's going to be good. Yeah, it's good.
You got 2 curse words there, and you.
Well, shit's not really a curse word.
Oh, you don't think so?
It's not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
But the F word is.
F is worse.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, ask the chat. What's worse?
See, I don't like to say the SHIT word.
No, the SHIT word is fun.
The other one's fun to me.
The SHIT word is fun in limited capacity.
See, I don't
Sugar,
love
honey,
that
iced
one.
tea. But the F word causes all sorts of drama.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so we can't use that one. But, here we go. All right, folks, here it comes. The Navy. Let's do it. Firing at an Iranian ship trying to break the blockade. Take a look.
Motor Vessel Tosca. Motor Vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
So that was them firing at the this Iranian tanker. Here they are boarding that ship. This is so cool. So this ship tried to break the blockade, and the U.S. Navy said, we're going to disable your ship. They blew a hole in the engine room, and this was some very interesting. It was a very interesting story here. What was on that ship? What was on that ship? I don't know if this is the right slide here. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. I guessed properly. Talk about having a good memory. Got one thing right today. The U.S. fired on a container ship that tried to run the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz Sunday. As reported, the ship was the MV Tuska, and it was an Iranian-flagged container ship. U.S. Central Command posted video, which we just showed you, of the encounter. Why didn't the ship just comply and stop or turn around like most of the other ships? Why try to disregard the highly armed U.S. Navy for 6 hours? That makes one think that perhaps something interesting was on the ship that the Iranians wouldn't want us to know about. Turns out that ship, it was listed as sailing from Port Klang in Malaysia to the Strait. Turns out that before it was at Port Klang in Malaysia, it was in China. The Tuska, which can carry up to almost 4,800 20-foot-long containers, has been traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo. The Gowland port is located in Zhuhai, a city in China's southeastern coast. Experts previously told the Washington Post that it is a known loading port for chemicals including sodium perchlorate, a key precursor for solid rocket fuel that Iran needs for its missile program, though it is not immediately clear what materials were on the ship. What was hilarious was the IRGC. According to the semi-official Mayor News, after the United States Navy fired on the Tuska, the IRGC intervened and forced the U.S. to withdraw, apparently. Yeah, okay. Then they claim that the IRGC attacked the U.S. ship with drones. The question is, obviously, since the IRGC is lying, if the IRGC had intervened and forced the United States to withdraw, why are we in possession of the ship? The Iranians are funny with their lies and their propaganda, I have to say. They are pretty funny. All right, quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, and then I will give you a good feel-good story to send you off today on this Monday. Here you go. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy and Golden Crest, for being a part of the show. All right, I'm going to give you a little bit of first a feel-bad story, then a feel-good story. How's that sound? Does that sound okay? All right, here's the feel-bad story. Marjorie Taylor Greene is at it again. Did you see what she posted over the weekend? If you were on X, you probably saw it or heard about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene is now suggesting that the Trump assassination attempt at Butler, Pennsylvania that killed Corey Comparator was a hoax. And she reposted... I'm trying to not use the worst language to describe this person. There's a woman who I've had a run-in with on social media. Her name is Trisha Hope. She's a total bitch. I'm sorry. Okay, there are other words that I want to use to describe this woman. Karen is probably a good word because we all know what we mean when we say Karen. This woman, at Just the Tweets 17. You know, if anyone's got 17, by the way, in their X handle, they're probably... because that's Q, the 17th letter of the alphabet. This woman has been pushing this hoax for over a year that Donald Trump was not actually shot at Butler, Pennsylvania. Okay? She then used an AI image. It's clear that it's AI, where Donald Trump's ear looks fine. The only problem is, right behind Donald Trump is the SUV, which is somehow positioned where he was standing on the stage, and the car door is opening backwards. But she said, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." What are you asking questions about? You posted an AI image of Donald Trump that's not real to say that the shooting was a hoax. You could question how many shooters there are. You could question, was it an inside job? Fine. He was shot. Corey Comparator died. Okay? Now, I'm asking you to trust me. You don't have to, but I'm asking you to. A week after the assassination attempt, do you remember what we did?
The week after?
Yeah. 1 week after his assassination attempt.
Oh, we were at the Bitcoin thing.
The Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, and
you
took a picture with him.
I took a picture with him with MAGA Meme Coin.
Yeah.
And I intentionally stood on his right side. Mm-hmm. And I saw the ear. And it wasn't ugly, it wasn't unsightly, but you could tell there was work done on that ear. I saw it. I made it a point to stand on that side and go, you know what, I want to see this for myself. And I saw it. And it definitely looked like there was work done on that ear. Okay? That's all I'm going to tell you. Oh, trust me, bro. What do you expect me to do in the middle of it? Go, hey, Mr. President, can I just take a snapshot of your ear for the assholes online who are going to say this was fake? No. I'm just telling you I know what I saw. Okay? What I saw looked like someone's ear that was worked on by a plastic surgeon. It was still red. It was still a little swollen and all that. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just trying to stay relevant. I know I'm giving her oxygen. I'm not trying to. But to suggest that the Butler assassination attempt was a hoax and that everything after that at Milwaukee, at the RNC or whatever it was, and he was basically crying and his kids were, to imply that all of that is an act. Because you are too much of a loser to do anything worth a damn in the real world, whether you're Marjorie Taylor Greene or you're this bimbo, Trisha Hope, this absolute just moron of a woman. You're so useless in the real world that you have to rely on this crap to stay relevant. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Birds of a feather. Marjorie Taylor Greene and this Trisha Ditz who's online. Oh, I think it's, I'm just asking. You're not asking questions. You're trying to stay relevant. That's what you're trying to do because you suck at everything else in the real world. That's the problem. I'm going to send you off with a really, really cool story. Did you hear what happened in this? I think it was Oklahoma high school. There was a school shooting that was going to happen that didn't happen. Watch this heroic principal. Watch. You see the guy walking in the door at the top of your screen? The guy's got a gun. Principal comes in, tackles him. He's holding his hand right now with the gun. Here comes another guy. Gets in there. Guy dropped the gun, kicks the gun away. That principal, I wouldn't have picked the gun up if I was him. Now my prints are on it, but that's okay. What's that?
I mean, there's video evidence.
Yeah, right. Just, either way, they stopped the school shooting. Did you hear what happened with that principal? What the high school did for him? Watch this and watch how the kids, I've never seen high school kids love their principal as much as they love this guy because he probably saved their lives. At the prom, they gave the honor of prom king to the principal. Watch this. Look at these kids. He took a shot to the leg, that principal did. I've never seen high school kids go that crazy for their principal. He saved... there's who knows how many could have been killed by that gunman. It looked like he had a handgun. But I'd like to believe that a few of those kids who were in that room may not have been in that room alive if that principal hadn't acted the way he acted. And now I say, if a principal can come flying out of his office and tackle a gunman, imagine what armed security could do at a school. It's a great story. God bless that principal. He is a hero. And those kids celebrating him know that. Jeremy Herrell up next here at rumble.com/LFA TV. Remember to subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcasts, on Apple Podcasts and Spotify by searching for Ungoverned. Hit subscribe. Big redistricting vote tomorrow. Virginia, Tuesday, April 21st. Please get your friends and family out to vote in Virginia. Vote no. Just say no, kids. Say no. All right, vote no in Virginia. Jeremy Herrell up next with Live from America. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. And thank you for your attention to this matter. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's Monday, my favorite day of the week. Glad to have you here. You're locked and loaded, as always, right here on rumble.com/Lfa Tv. And as you can see, it says that I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show live from America. My name is Jeremy Herrell, a.k.a. the Hip-Hop Patriot. And we're broadcasting from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. Now, it's not his favorite day of the week, but maybe it's his second day of favorite day of the week, because he gets to be back with you guys, back to doing what he loves. Producer Eli, pedal to the metal, baby.
What's going on, Lfa TV family and Patriots? I'm not too happy, yes, because it's Monday, but anyway, it's time to get to work, so we need you to rumble, we need you to share, and we need to get to the news. So let's do this, baby.
Let's do it. Let me give some live shout-outs, by the way, too. We got to give a big shout-out to Scotty and Joe Bo in the building. How you doing? Good to see you. Want to give a big shout-out to Suzanne Vermontis, S. Marvell, Liddy's mom. Lisa in Pennsylvania. Good to see you. Deb Pollen is here. We've got S. Withers is here. Hopes is here. J. Deeds is here. Laterer is in the building. Barb Naylor, Sean Maga. Nick is here. How you doing, Nick? Good to see you. 12G. Heidi is here this morning. Andrea, Jennifer Webster. Concrete Girl is here. Danes X and Door East 1 is here. R.S. Naden is in the building. I'm Sullivan is here. T. Mundy and Sky is in the building. Rockin' Rev Dean is here. How you doing? Good to see you, buddy. Moose for Trump is in the building. We the Deplorables. Love that name, by the way. We've got Kathy from the Finger Lakes region. Good to see you. Eli, your artwork is awesome. Big shout out to Eli there. And let's say hello to Victoria. Good morning and welcome to Live from America. Now, you might say, Jeremy, your lower ticker isn't there. Guess what? I'm going to tell you it ain't there before you tell me it ain't there. We're going to get that ticker up for you here in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We were delayed. This morning we had to run over on Rise Up to cover for Zach, the Misfit Patriot. He's quite ill. And then Sean Farish had to run a little longer today. He had to come in a half an hour early as well so we could cover that hour this morning for Zach. So we'll get that ticker up for you. But it is Monday morning. It is April 20th. It is 2026. And you are locked and loaded here on LFA TV's Live from America. If you enjoy podcasts, meaning the audio, not just the show itself, you can get the podcast Rise Up and Live from America by going to anywhere you get your podcast, whether it be Spotify, Apple, iTunes, any of that stuff, iHeartRadio, whatever it is. You're going to find Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. That's all you got to do. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You'll find it. Share the podcast with your friends and family. Let them know it exists. Maybe when you're taking road trips or something, you're driving, you need something to listen to. That's what you guys choose. Also, the official website, lfatv.us. It will be changing here pretty soon. We are going to be getting some new items in the store for summer, so super excited about that. We're going to be updating it. Hasn't been updated in about 6 months, maybe a little bit less than that, maybe about 5 months. So we're going to be updating the website as well. But lfatv.us, that is where you can go and donate directly to us. You can also donate through the Rumble rants as well. And all of that helps us move toward the future. Next month, I will be in D.C. for the rededication of this country back to God on May 17th. The plan right now is that I will be in D.C. for 18th and 19th as well, where I'll be doing the show from the Rumble studio in D.C., but plans change. I'll keep you guys updated on that. Also, we did our first, Eli, ever LFA TV Kids pay-per-view on Saturday. Now, it was only $2.99 to watch, as it does cost us, a lot of extra hours, a lot of extra time and money to make this stuff. So I figured $2.99 would be good, but I seen a lot of people weren't prompted to buy it. So I'm going to figure that out, and I'm going to release the pilot episode, which was really our first episode, that we never we just kind of put it out there for everybody to see when we first did it. T. Carl says, our son is now hooked on your show, Jeremy, listening at work. Well, for all those who were able to watch it, awesome. For all those who weren't, I'll figure that out and I'll fix that. A lot of people I saw in the live chat, Eli, were pretty upset. They're like, I thought LFA TV was free. Well, it is. But when we do extra stuff like that, you know what I mean? We can't pull the money from a tree. And it does cost a lot to extra to make those things. So it looks really good. I thought it was great. Eli, what are you hearing?
Looked great, looked awesome. Broadcast went pretty good. I noticed on desktop, your regular computer, there's a purple button that says buy access. I think where it gets a little hinky on the mobile is if you have your chat brought up, you got to close that and then you'll see the buy access button. So
there you go. Producer Eli's got it. And you can still get it if you want it. So if you're on your mobile or if you're on your computer, close out your chat. Or if you're on your app, close out your chat. You should see it. If you're on your desktop, you should see it as well. And, hopefully that grows big. Eileen says it's worth every bit for the kids. I think so too, especially since the children are our future. And one person that is corrupting the minds of our youth, especially ones that are trying to learn about politics, because he's young, because he's captivating to a younger audience, is Nick Fuentes. But how are you supposed to tell tell children and young kids that Nick Fuentes is a conservative when all he does is regurgitates Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks? Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, here you go.
Our country is under a hostile occupation.
Israeli occupation of the United States government.
Israel controlled our system.
Ruled and controlled and manipulated by the nation state of Israel.
They are vampires. They suck our blood.
They suck the life out of this country.
We cannot be slaves to Israel.
I'm not a slave to Israel.
Iran does not have a nuclear weapon.
Iran did not have a nuclear arsenal.
The supreme leader of Iran promulgated a fatwa.
He had put out a fatwa against nuclear weapons.
We had to join Israel's war of choice.
A war of choice. That's what this is.
The real threat to America is from Israel.
Our alliance with Israel as an existential threat to the United States.
They will nuke the entire world.
Israel is the biggest threat to world peace.
Let us never forget who the real enemy is.
The enemy is Israel.
We need to decouple from this country.
We need to decouple. Decouple. Let's separate.
We need to free America from this sick, perverse, parasitic organism that has attached itself to us. Foreign nationals leeching off of public services.
The pariah state that has leached off the American people.
It's not just Netanyahu. On some level, it is the Israeli people.
The behavior of the Israeli government and, quite honestly, the vast majority of the Israeli population.
They dehumanize us. They don't see us.
They don't see Palestinians as human.
I'm an awakened goy. Jewish people think they're better than everybody.
And you think you're better than everyone else.
You know, the Jews do this.
Yes.
Go the fuck back to Israel.
Go back to Israel.
Greater Israel.
The Greater Israel Project.
The famous dancing Israelis.
The whole dancing Israelis thing.
The genocidal state.
A genocidal, disgusting state.
Why would I give a fuck about Israel?
I don't give a damn about Israel. I don't give a damn.
And I don't fucking trust them.
I don't trust the Israelis.
Your right to exist is not real.
I don't believe Israel has the right to exist.
Don't be moralized by wicked, evil people.
People as evil as this exist in this world.
God's chosen people rejected their own Messiah.
Do you think you're God's chosen people when you act like absolute demons?
Wow. Now, Eli, if I were to play that as a short clip on social media, his groyper audience would come in by the hordes. Oh, you're a loser. You're old. You're fat. You're this. He's young. He's smart. He's got millions of followers. You don't. You know who else has millions of followers, Eli? Satan. Who has more followers on earth, Satan or Jesus? Satan. So why would I follow somebody just because they have more followers? You know what that shows? That you are of the world. When you are the same as everybody else, you are of the world. When you are different and few, you are of Christ. You see the difference there? And you know what they're going to say, Eli? You took everything, you cherry-picked things, and you matched them. You know what you can never do? Here's your test. You can never cherry pick any of my shows and pull out more than one word that is the same as Anna Kasparian's. Nor could you pull out any of my shows and pull out more than one word that is the same as Nick Fuentes's, nor Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson. These people have been, are now, and will always be nothing but opportunists. That's all they are. They're Lindsey Grahams. Which way does the wind blow? I'll go with that so I can make money rather than standing on integrity. And speaking about integrity, did you see Laura Loomer expose Candace Owens this weekend? I sat back and watched that with popcorn. Eli, Candace Owens every day. Jews, Jews, Jews. Jews, Israel. Israel, Israel. Jews, Jews, Jews. Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. Bad Erica Kirk. Jews, Jews, Jews. Bad Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk. Right? Daily. Just so happens, Eli, that her 3 lawyers that she has to defend her against Emmanuel Macron and his wife-husband thing are 3 prominent Jewish Israeli lawyers who she's paying to get her out of trouble in the lawsuit. You can't make this stuff up, you know? But I thought Israel had influence all over the world.
She's almost there, Jeremy. She just about has it all figured out.
She's just right there. So the reason for this opening monologue here today is to say this. This movement, MAGA, is the greatest American movement since we decoupled from the monarchy over in England. And it is valuable. It is strong. It is fractured because of that. And real men and real women need to stand up against all of this. Enough is enough. I've been doing it since day one. It's time for all of you to call it out as well. Not that you haven't, but in case you haven't, now you will. I'd like to give a big shout out to our morning sponsor, Done With Debt at donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com, 888-322-1054. If you've had enough of high interest credit cards, if you've had enough of unsecured loan, unsecured debt that is, you're sitting there looking at all your interest payments and all your payments going out to this debt that you've racked up over, I don't know, the last 6 years of Democrat destruction that we've had to go through and then try to get out of. Your journey to financial freedom starts with Done With Debt. There are people in the chat that are currently using them. If you want to know more about that, other than what I can tell you from my personal experience, ask them. When you go to donewithdebt.com, there'll be a little questionnaire on the right-hand side. Who you are, what your phone number is, how much debt you have, how you've been paying it off, what state you live in, and how did you hear about them. Fill all that out, and they'll get back to you. Or do it the old-fashioned way and call 888-322-1054 today. They'll help you get out of bad debt so that you're only paying off good debt. And there is a difference. Ask America. We have a lot of bad debt. And Donald Trump is our Done With Debt to try to set the foundation to get us only having good debt and not bad debt. But when you're $40 trillion in debt, it's kind of hard to right the ship. So, donewithdebt.com. Thank you, Suzanne Vermontes, for putting that link in there. All the links that she puts in, ladies and gentlemen, are friendly and they are fine, and I'm going to pin it for you right there. Thank you very much, Suzanne. We appreciate that. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Let's get busy, shall we? Woo! Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Awesome. Logan, you're amazing too, brother. You're amazing too. How about that? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody is inclined today, we sent out over the last 2 weeks 4 Slurp Fund checks. Okay? So we do have to rebuild our coffers, and every day we still have people reaching out for help. We sent out 4 Slurp Fund checks over the last 10 days or so. So, again, Any and all donations welcome. Let's pick up our cup, have our first slurp, and let's go to the news, shall we? Deb Grand says Owens also has $12 million in real estate that she put in a trust fund. She did, and they're in the same town. Laura's been really hammering her. Not that Laura or any of us are innocent of anything, but for Candace, it doesn't look too good. Now, before we get started today, I want to know how many of you guys saw this. How many of you saw this Friday or Saturday? I thought that I would get the hopes up of people like Nick Fuentes' audience and Candace Owens' audience and Tucker Carlson's audience. The guy that stood strong for Trump for so long, he's even sick of Donald Trump. Or at least that's what they thought. If you've not seen the video, here we go. 10 years of my life given to this cause. 10 years of my life fighting to make America great again. See, I got the lighter. I've given my heart. I've given my soul. And what did we get? What have we gotten in return? What do we get in return for putting our family's life at risk? This may surprise a lot of you. But as I sit here today, getting ready to do what I'm about ready to do, I don't know. Some of you guys might not like it. Some of you might. I don't know. But 10 years? 10 years, and what do we get? I'll tell you what we get, baby. We get making America great again. All you woke right retards, the retard right, and all you woke left morons, you thought that Donald Trump and MAGA were dying? Are you out of your mind? We control the Venezuelan oil. We control the oil going through the Strait of Hormuz. The whole world is buying oil from us. Stocks are flying through the roof. Precious metals are flying through the roof. Digital currency flying through the roof. Oil is going down. It's trading around $80. Maybe 60 by the end of next week. Who knows? Trump, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA, make America great again. And all you defectors, all you non-loyal pieces of shit can eat shit. How about that? It's MAGA, baby. Now and forever. MAGA ain't dying. You out of your mind? I can't wait to see the threads on this one. Woo! Oh, did that fool everybody? Everybody was like, no! Some people didn't even watch to the end, Eli. Some people were in the threads. I've unfollowed you. I can't believe it after all these years, you piece of people. They didn't even watch till the end. I thought, but you know what? It was clever because it got the attention of both sides, all three sides, the woke right, the woke left, and MAGA. And boy, did that thing take off, man. About 1 million views across platforms.
You know where you messed up? Should have done it on April 1st.
No. Why would I have done that when everybody would have expected it?
Oh, I don't know. Because then you probably would have had those people not unfollow you.
It is what it is. If you don't have the attention span of a goldfish, that's not my problem. That's yours. Karen Moore says, my son came to me and said, did you see Jeremy jumped off the Trump train? LOL. Yeah, that got a lot of people, man. That got a lot of people. And I did obviously on purpose, right? And I got to admit, that was not my clever doing. Oil going right back up again. This is what I voted for. Hell yeah, Slam says. Slam, you are so short-sighted, it's not funny. You can't see past tomorrow, let alone Friday sometimes. You know what I mean? Oh, so Iran did something and said, never mind, we're closing it, so oil goes back up again. Do you think it's going to stay closed forever, Slam? Huh? You think it's going to be closed? Especially now that he's going to take out their power plants and their bridges. Do you really think that so much to where you have to post stuff like that? You're about as joyful as the joy of the Lord. You're about as positive as a popcorn fart sometimes. I got to be honest with you. I love you, but damn, man. Come on. You know damn well what's about to happen. And you still take the time. That's what I voted for. Vita Rose, thank you for the $100. God bless you. Really appreciate that. Marine says, cha-ching, $7,000. Cha-ching, $7,000. Cha-ching, $7,000. Boy, do I wish. Is any Israelis out there want to give me $7,000? I'll talk about how good you are. They're good, $7,000. They're not Islam, $7,000. They don't want to cut your head off, $7,000. I'll take it. Please, please, send it to me. I'll give you the address. I'll give you the address right to my house. That way, it doesn't take too long. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Matter of fact, I think we got something like that, don't we? Don't we have a cha-ching? There it is right there. There it is. What? $7,000. $7,000. $7,000. If that was the case, Eli, then I would say 4 good things about Jews every day. And I'd make $28K every single day. Wouldn't that be nice?
Kind of confused where this is coming from this morning. Like, did we touch on anything Israel related yet?
No, we just talked bad about Nick Fuentes, even though he basically parrots Anna Kasparian, which we proved.
But Nick Fuentes is a retard, and that's provable just by watching him.
Yeah, but he's anti-Israel, and so is Candace. So if you're anti those two, then you must love Israel more than America. That's what it equals today.
Yeah. It's getting hard to keep up with all these retards lately. Cha-ching!
Thank you, Israel. Oh, man. You know what the greatest thing is about people in the chat like that? Losers focus on winners. Winners focus on winning. And none of us are chatting on their threads. Thank you, Bisbee, for the $100 donation. Send use where needed. And also Ruger Red. Good morning, LFA. Thank you for the donation. And we will use where needed. Now, moving on. President Trump blew a hole in the side of an Iranian ship this weekend. So that's kind of nice, right? Let's go to the True Social post here. Here we go. Thank you, MDUS. God bless you, man. Thank you. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz. Total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? Eli, can we just stop right there? When Donald Trump starts talking like this, and you are an adversary to the United States of America and ultimately to the Trump administration, when he says, "Oh, you fired," that was in violation of our cease agreement. It wasn't very nice, was it? You might want to get your shit together and pack your bags and bounce. Because I have a feeling he's about ready to bring down a fire upon you that you're going to need a binding United Nations resolution to escape.
I am talking scorched earth, mother effer. I will massacre you.
Donald Trump is probably sitting in the office somewhere like Les Grossman from Tropic Thunder, right? That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They'll be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us with knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are heading to the United States, to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Compliments of the IRGC. Always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal. And I hope they take it because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast. They'll come down easy. And if they don't take the deal, it'll be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. President Donald J. Trump. Sir, I can't even believe you gave him that. You should have just bombed them to shit. And if anybody's in the way, they die too. Oh well, you had your chance. Period. What do we care? What do we care about these people having a peace in any way, shape, or form? What do we care about what the world's going to say? Well, those are war crimes. Those are war crimes. Those are war crimes. Those are war crimes. What are you going to do about it? Shut your mouth or you'll lose your funding too. Know your role. It's time for the big dogs to take charge. It's time for the parents to come home and daddy to take off his belt and whip the shit out of the brat kids who have been playing games for far too long. Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? Don't even give them the chance. Just kill them all. Kill every single one of these evil sons of bitch bastards. Kill them all. Kill every single one of them. Just like God commanded the Israelites to do to the Amalekites and many others. $7,000. In which Israel won and wiped out every Amalekite, woman, child, man, dog, cat, and everything. $7,000. Do you know how we don't have to deal with any of this anymore? We don't have to worry about any prices going up or anybody talking about what's Iran going to do today? What's the United States going to do today? As if they're all dead. It's not like he didn't give them every option in the world. It's not like Trump woke up and said, I think I'll kill some Iranians today. No, he's given them months. If they die, they killed themselves. If they die, they absolutely killed themselves. Go United States, go Israel. $7,000. Shit, Eli, I'm 21K up. 28 if you add in me slamming Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes.
Well, I want to make some money. How do you do this? Fashugana. Is it like that?
You got it. $7,000. It's amazing, isn't it? And by the way, you would think that there would be a record of this $7,000 being transferred. I highly doubt that people like, me, are flying over to Israel daily to get my money, right? And I don't think that Bibi Netanyahu would be going, I'll write a check for him today and send it to me, right? It's got to be some kind of digital record of it, right? Hey, Bibi! 7K. Here's what happened when an Iranian ship decided it was going to, just do what it wanted to do.
If the deal isn't done, the deal that we made, then I'm going to take out their bridges and their power plants. He went on to say, if they don't sign this thing, the whole country is going to get blown up. Now, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson today held a press conference saying the Iranians have not yet agreed to talks on Tuesday and that they are currently reviewing U.S. proposals. Guys?
So there's a chance, Trey, that we have a vice president going 18 hours to Pakistan to meet with an empty room.
By the way, if that happens, kill them all. I would say don't even send the vice president 18 hours. To be stood up or not, I say if you just kill them all right now, then you don't have to do anything anymore. Take over the Strait of Hormuz. That'll be the United States of America's property now. And we never have to worry about it ever again. Sean Mugga said, I would love to see all the influencers get audited. Me too. Me too. You know what it would show me? That I'm behind on my taxes. Because screw the IRS. That's why.
Yes. At this point, the Iranians say they've not yet agreed to attend these talks on Tuesday. And overnight, state media was saying the talks weren't even going to take place. The Iranians have played these games before and then ultimately showed up at the negotiating table. But this is largely considered the last chance for the Iranians. When I spoke with the president over the weekend, he was very clear. They are going to sign on the dotted line, or he's going to target their bridges and power plants. And it's a decision that Iranian officials have to make. And I'm told by regional sources today there is a divide among Iranian leadership about what to do and whether or not to call the president's bluff. But the president isn't bluffing. This is a very similar situation that we saw before Operation Epic Fury began. The United States is giving the Iranians an off-ramp here, a chance at diplomacy.
Many
and if they don't
off-ramps.
take it, the war is expected to resume.
No. The war won't resume, ladies and gentlemen. The war will end. The war won't resume. The war will end. I want to play a video here for you from what happened this weekend with Iran thinking that President Trump plays games and he's not going to do anything. Always trying to call the bluff of the United States president. Hold on. Bring it back. There it is. Here we go.
Motor Vessel Tosca. Motor Vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting
This is an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail toward an Iranian port. This was yesterday. And we blew a hole in the side of their ship. They're not used to somebody doing what they say they're going to do. So here's what I say. If President Trump, if they renege on the deal and there's no major deal in place, there's only supposed to be a 10-day ceasefire, by the way. But if they've already reneged on that deal, if they don't take the deal of a complete and utter ceasefire with a complete disarmament of nuclear weapons, missiles, all of their underground bunkers, show us where all they are, give us their enriched uranium. If they don't agree to all that, you have to do exactly what you say you're going to do. You have to blow up all their power plants. You have to blow up all their bridges. You have to do it through technology if you can first by hacking in, which we clearly can do. I reported on that for you last week, right? And then if you can't do that, no. Yeah, Slam, I never said that you said I was getting the $7,000. I said that you're just a pessimist. That's all. And here's the thing, Eli. If they put innocent women and children at those power plants, you still fire on them. Because much like God doesn't send you to hell, you choose it yourself. Iran is not, Donald Trump is not going to level Iran. Iran is going to level Iran. You've gave them the off-ramps. If they decide to sacrifice their women and children, so be it. So be it. We can't let these disgusting goat-humping Muslims no longer control what we do and say. Period.
Damn, Skippy. Hoorah. Got the right hat on now, MDUS.
See that? Trump's genius geopolitical masterstroke exposed. Venezuela and Iran aren't just oil grabs, folks. We've been reporting this for months. I'm reading to you a headline right now from a reporter, a journalist named Drew Godfrey. Venezuela and Iran aren't just oil grabs, he says. They're the key to containing China and cementing 100 years of undisputed American might. Exactly. The only country close to us, as far as GDP, strength, and global dominance, is China. It's not even Russia. It's China. If you don't stop China, they will take Taiwan. They'll become the AI and chip leader. They'll become the technology leader. They're already the manufacturing leader. And they will destroy the dollar. They will put BRICS up on a pedestal, and that will be the new world's reserve currency. And it could happen by 2030. It's always been about China. Yes, it's been about oil, obviously. Yes, it's been about getting the world to look at us, but it's also about crippling China. And that's what the mission is. While the fake news media and some of the doomsday experts, and I'm going like that when I say that, who have been wrong for decades scream about Trump chaos and imperial overreach, President Trump is quietly executing the boldest strategic plan and play in a generation. It's not just about seizing Venezuela's massive reserves or finally crushing Iran's sponsoring regime. The moves are a chess piece in a far bigger game. Total containment of communist China. And beyond. The permanent reassertion of Pax Americana for the rest of the 21st century. The globalist intellectuals are melting down because their beloved multipolar world fantasy is collapsing in real time. And they can't stand it. Everyone with eyes can see the first layer. Trump is locking down critical energy choke points and resources that Beijing desperately need. Venezuela and Iran together represent game-changing oil and gas flows. By bringing them firmly into the American sphere, through maximum pressure, smart deals, and unapologetic strength. The U.S. isn't just enriching itself, it's tightening the noose around China's neck. Because China is asshole. But here's what the talking heads still refuse to admit. And this isn't the end game. This is the beginning of something much bigger. America is not declining. America is ascending and building a new architecture of dominance that will last to 2100 and beyond. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the facts that the MSM and the leftists and the woke right desperately try to ignore. Military supremacy. The United States defense budget is racing towards $1 trillion and likely to surge another 50% under Trump's leadership. No one else has a comparable carrier fleet, global satellite networks, or the kind of power projection that makes regional challengers think twice before testing American resolve. Okay? We are our missile, Tomahawk missiles, our Tomahawk response, our ability to knock down even nukes cannot be matched. China can build ships and hype its military all it wants, but it's still light years behind in real warfighting capability despite the number of people they have on the ground. Because guess who's got the biggest largest standing army in the world? We do, because the Second Amendment. You're welcome. Energy dominance. American energy dominance is now permanent and overwhelming. The U.S. is producing a record 13.6 million barrels of oil per day, and that's not even including the 3 million that we're about to grab from Venezuela. Right now we're getting about 600,000. That's going to push up to about 3 million, which would push us to almost 17 million a day, which is pretty much everything minus 3 billion barrels that we need here in America, 3 million barrels that we need here in America. Okay? The undisputed number one producer and exporter of both oil and natural gas on the planet. Now, people all weekend long said, well, if that's the case, then why are gas prices low? And I'm like, do you really need me to explain this to you like you're 5, or why don't you just watch Lfa Tv? If Donald Trump was taking all of that oil and natural gas drilling, production, and refining, and if he was dumping that into the American market, then our gas would be very, very low. But guess what else would happen? Guess what else would happen? The rest of the world would still be getting their oil from the Middle East and South America. And they wouldn't be looking to America as the number one provider of something they need. And since we don't have manufacturing anymore, in order to get manufacturing back, you've got to be the number one producer and exporter of oil and gas. Then you can work on getting your manufacturing back. Then you can continue to fix and refine your trade deals and impose tariffs on people to crush them even more. If you dump all of that production into the American market, yeah, your gas will go down to $1 a gallon. Okay, that's great. But how long is that going to last for? You understand what I'm saying? How long is that really going to last for? Energy dominance is important, and that's what Donald Trump is working on. Strategic waterways are now firmly under American influence. The Strait of Hormuz, American naval power, doesn't just patrol it, it owns the reality on the water. Any Iranian bluster gets shot down instantly. Even more devastating for Beijing is the brand new defense pact signed April 13, 2026 with Indonesia. This gives the United States forces full operational access to the Indonesian airspace and maritime zone right at the Strait of Malacca, the critical artery carrying roughly 80% of China's oil imports. China's Malacca nightmare just became official policy in Washington. One phone call from the Oval Office and Beijing's energy lifeline can be throttled. Game over. Technological sovereignty is total. From semiconductors to artificial intelligence to supercomputing, the future is being coded in California and Texas. And guess what it needs? Silver. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that in the back of your mind. The CHIPS Act and the America's private sector innovation ecosystem have left everyone else in the dust. The European Union has spent 20 years failing at everything it touches because they suck. China cheats, copies, and threatens, but it cannot invent at American speed. Whoever controls AI writes the rules of the 21st century. That power right now belongs to the United States of America. Okay? This is what Donald Trump has been working on. And for anybody that is too short-sighted, too short-minded, or just doesn't have the attention span to understand any of that is also going to be left behind with information. You guys have information, real information. You know that story, Eli, of the high school principal who tackled that shooter in the school? Do you know that Lfa TV reported on that 2 weeks ago? And right now, it's one of the biggest stories in the country. There's nothing better about us than anybody else except for one thing: our attention to detail to find the truth and get it out. Now, it doesn't matter that LFA was first on that. It's not the point of the matter. The reason why I brought that up is because if you watch Lfa TV, you're getting this news when it happens in real time, unfiltered. And then you're getting pretty much our opinion on it, because we're fact and opinion based. I don't think you can report the news and just be a robot. I think you got to have something behind it. You know what I'm saying? Annette says, there you go. Jeremy's talking about the deal with Pete Hegseth in Indonesia. Do you know how that cripples China? I want to go to Lee Zeldin here for a little bit. This is Lee Zeldin talking about the Trump administration's plan for energy dominance. Now, this is about 6 minutes long. I doubt I'll play the whole thing. But it's definitely worth listening to. All right? So let's go to that now.
He believes strongly that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. That's no longer a binary choice, that in order to protect the environment, that you have to destroy the economy. And it is with that mindset we are reminded here today. This is a project that protects the environment and grows the economy. Today is a very proud day for us at the Trump EPA.
That was Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin speaking earlier this week at the ceremonial groundbreaking of the Northeast Supply Enhancement Pipeline project. So this project will move gas underwater from Pennsylvania to New York to help meet the high energy demands in the area.
Wow.
One of the many initiatives from the Trump EPA to help bring down the cost of energy. And Administrator Lee Zeldin joins us right now. Thank you for your time, sir.
It's great to be with you.
So tell us about this project and why projects like this are so important.
Well, thanks to President Trump's leadership, after he declared a national energy emergency and formed a National Energy Dominance Council, right after he was sworn back in for this term, he was strongly advocating for this Nessie pipeline to get built to deliver natural gas to millions of families in the lower New York area, Long Island and into New York City. President Trump stayed on top of it, and this project now had a groundbreaking this past week. And it's expected to be done by the end of 2027, and this is something that's been an urgent need. I'm a New Yorker. I was an elected official on Long Island for a very long time. There's been a desperate push for more natural gas supply, but it didn't get done until President Trump pushed for it.
So I have to ask you about this, Administrator. So you've been the leading candidate for Attorney General since early April. And if nominated and confirmed, what would be your top 3 priorities at the DOJ? And how would your EPA experience, like repealing the endangerment finding, shape your view of the executive branch regulatory power?
Now, I very much appreciate you doing your job and asking the question. I'm going to give you a brutally honest answer that might be a bit disappointing. My focus is 100% right now on my job as EPA administrator. I love serving as EPA administrator all day, every day. It's about getting wins over the finish line, to be able to implement this agenda, to make sure that our core mission of protecting human health and the environment is advanced while powering the great American comeback. That is a whole bunch of other priorities that President Trump campaigned on, and he wants me, he told me from the moment he contacted me, November 2024, he wants us to be focused on all day, every day. So I appreciate the question. Hopefully you can appreciate the answer, but that is the honest answer of where my head's at.
No, I very much appreciate it. I do want to talk about this. So last week, you gave the keynote speech at the Heartland Institute's conference on climate change in Washington, D.C. And take a look at some of these headlines that we saw after the event, calling it a conference of climate deniers. So where do the critics get this wrong?
I am so sick of the term climate denier, election denier, this denier, that denier. You know what I am? I am a corrupt politician denier, meaning I don't want any of my politicians anywhere being corrupt, but they all are. Right? I want to deny corrupt individuals the opportunity to get into power. Oh, he's an election denier. He's a climate denier. He's a COVID denier. You know what? Sign me up for the denier side all day long, Eli. I don't believe COVID was real. I don't believe climate change is real other than the world dying, which it's been doing for, I don't know, since the forbidden fruit was taken off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And what's the other one? Election. Yeah. I'm an election denier too. I don't believe that Joe Biden won the election.
I mean, he didn't. That's obvious. There's not that many retards that would have voted for a decrepit old man. COVID didn't kill the people that they said it was going to kill because we didn't take the vaccination, so that's also BS. And the climate's been changing for hundreds of thousands of years without humans, so... Yeah, it's all BS.
Denier. You're a denier. You're a homophobe. You're a transphobe. You're a denier. I'm also a winner, so I'll keep winning, and you keep losing. Speaking of losing, Eli, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Huge loser, right? Sure, we'd all agree. Marjorie Taylor Greene's a huge loser. So much of a loser, in fact, that Donald Trump gave her a new nickname. He said her new nickname was Marjorie Taylor Brown because grass turns brown under distress. That's what he said. But I want to show you something that she, right here. There we go. This is something that she posted this weekend on X. And again, I don't know why she's posting. She doesn't have anything to do with the federal government. She quit. She's a quitter. I'm not calling the Butler assassination a hoax. But there are a lot of questions that deserve public answers. I'm asking, why won't Trump release the information about Matthew Crooks? Did he actually act alone? If not, who is behind him and who's helping him? Why the cover-up? Okay. When you say but, everything that you said prior to that doesn't matter. Right, Eli? But if you preface a sentence that is a core belief of yours, which I want more answers on Thomas Matthew Crooks as well, don't get me wrong. But if you preface that by saying, I'm not calling the Butler assassination a hoax, stop right there. Because yes, you are. Or else you wouldn't have said that. Right? Or else you wouldn't even have said that. Now, you could say there are a lot of questions that deserve public answers. I agree with you there. But to say I'm not calling it a hoax, Eli, is Marjorie Taylor Brown calling the Trump-Butler assassination a hoax, meaning that he did it on purpose.
It's the exact same way of saying, I don't mean to offend you or anything. Then stop right there, because whatever's going to come out of your mouth next is going to offend me.
That's right. Yep. Look, I don't mean to play devil's advocate here, but, well, you're playing devil's advocate. That's what you're doing, right? But Eli, it's kind of hard for me to think it's a hoax when, what was his name? Corey Compratore or Compratore? I can't say his last name right, but the firefighter who shielded his daughter from getting shot to death, how can you call that a hoax or even allude to the fact that that's a hoax? When I believe I'm saying his name right, Corey Compratore is dead and others were struck. How is that a hoax?
Yeah, there's no way to fake something like that unless you've got some really great pyrotechnics or something from Hollywood working in your favor. But no, he's a hero. And I do believe it's I'm not even going to try. Back to you.
Compratore, right? That's what I think is. I think you pronounce his last name. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Didn't Alex Jones get sued for billions and billions of dollars for saying that Sandy Hook was a hoax? So you're a person of influence, large social media, millions of dollars in the bank, somehow, right? Comparator, okay, thank you. So you're a person of influence, millions of dollars in the banks, large social media accounts. Couldn't maybe the family of Corey Comparator come sue you for all the money that you stole while you were a corrupt politician? Couldn't that be a possibility? Right? Couldn't the people that got shot that day, couldn't they come and sue you? I mean, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If Alex Jones can be sued for saying something was a hoax where people died, then shouldn't Marjorie Taylor Greene should be sued by these people who are suffering because of that day? I mean, I'm just asking questions, Eli. That's all. Aren't we allowed to ask questions?
That's the theory here in America is, yeah, we're allowed to ask questions and have conversation.
Yeah, just asking questions. I mean, excuse me, asking. She's a quitter. She's a loser. She says that she went on a tirade this weekend. She said that everybody who voted MAGA is lost, that we all screwed over the country, that we all got lied to, and we continue to stand there for Trump. She goes, now I want you to look critically. First of all, she said, Green shared a post by a woman called Trisha Hope, suggesting that Trump has shown no interest in investigating what really happened, saying, now I want you to look critically at this photo, the post states. They allowed President Trump to stand, exposing multiple potential kill shots as the flag is gently lowered. Interesting that the other Secret Service agents lower their heads as the perfect timing for the iconic photo is taken. It's like, I want to read something for you. Can I read something for you guys? Let me read something for you. Let me see here. Screenshots. Where did I post this? Was it here? No, must have been over here. I want to read something for you, something that happened this weekend. So, it's mind-blowing to me how many uneducated, uninformed people there are out there. I want to read for you one of these. I voted for Trump twice. And I'm just wondering why it costs $60 to fill my gas tank if we control all the oil in the world, sir. And I said, I've explained this so much, it's irritating to know most Americans don't understand this. Instead of pumping that production into our own market and killing the reserves and our export business that will serve better long term, he is changing where the world buys oil from. He's making the world depend on the U.S. again like in 1945, rather than just stealing from our taxpayer. In the same breath, he's destroying China and Iran monetarily while this all plays out. When gas drops to record lows, I expect you to come back and apologize. This other person said to me, this is such a joke. What happened to no new wars? What happened to America first? Promises were made and conservative Americans were lied to. Wake up, idiot. I went like this. And I typed this. Stopped 8 wars, took out Maduro, and regained control of oil production in Venezuela. Got $20 trillion of investment into this country to become the chip and AI leaders of the world. Has over 200 oil tankers consistently loading up with oil in the Gulf of America and around the country. And not only the largest producer, but becoming the largest exporter. Record high stock market once again. Housing market rates about to drop. Border completely closed. 3 million illegal aliens out. 700,000 of them were deported. 2.3 million of them self-deported. Indictments in the Southern District of Florida for deep state actors. Fired 1/3 of the federal government. Closed down the USAID that funneled money to the left all in 1 year. I'd say that's pretty fucking America first. Wouldn't you? Nothing makes me more upset than an ignorant, uninformed, uneducated, worthless human being in this country. And boy, do we have a lot. And I didn't even lay it all out. I just got sick of typing. And I love what L. Brower said. This isn't a new war. It's the end of an old one. Amen. Amen. And would you like this for a win? How about this one? Federal Appeals Court overturns a block on Trump's ballroom construction the second time this week. Twice in the last week, a judge has said, you can't build that on the White House any longer. And what did I tell you? Nobody's going to be able to stop them building this ballroom at the White House. You name those two people, Adnan said. Well, I can if you'd like. I can if you'd like. First one is Matcham C. Gill. Match UMC Gill. And the other one is Steve Chavez. Let's read this story. A U.S. appeals court has allowed the Trump administration to continue construction of the $400 million White House ballroom at the site of the former East Wing for the time being, East Wing. The three-judge panel in Washington, D.C. granted a temporary stay of the lower court's order that had paused most above-ground work following a lawsuit from the National Trust of Historic Preservation. The group had challenged President Trump's authority to demolish the East Wing and proceed without congressional approval. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon had initially blocked construction in March, citing the lack of congressional authorization. He later permitted limited underground work tied to the national security, provided it not determine the final scale of the ballroom. The Trump administration argued that halting construction posed grave national security harms to the White House and staff. In the granting stay, the appeals court said the move was intended to give judges time to review the administration's emergency appeal. The court emphasized that the decision does not amount to a final ruling on the merits of the case. The next hearing is scheduled for June 5th. The latest ruling follows days of legal back and forth over the project, with the lower court initially halting most construction before allowing limited underground work to security. Just last week, Trump was cleared to continue the project before another activist judge stepped in. However, that was blocked again on Thursday. Trump has stated the ballroom project is being fully funded by private donors and major corporations and has pushed back against claims of it requiring congressional approval, saying congressional approval has never been given on anything in these circumstances, big or small, having to do with the construction of the White House. In this case, even less so, because the ballroom is being built with private donations, no federal taxpayer money. The project is part of a broader effort by Trump to reshape Washington, D.C., including plans for a large ceremonial art and renovations to the Kennedy Center. Here is what I'll say to this, okay? Here's what I'll say to this. This ballroom's being built. We have and will continue to win any conflict in the Middle East. Gas will drop lower than it was at its lowest point since Trump took office his second term. And the economy will explode this year. All of those I can tell you. And really, the economy is already exploding. Look at the job markets. Look at the consumer pricing index reporting coming in. Look at the inflation numbers coming in. Look at all of the numbers that have been coming in. Inflation is the only one that's been a little bit iffy. Now, when we come back, Ilhan Omar, Eli, says, I'm not a multimillionaire, and adjusted her financial disclosure showing she's not a multimillionaire, that she's only worth $90,000. $30 million to $90,000. We'll get Eli's word on that when we come back. But first, let me introduce to you guys Rumble Wallet, where you empower voices and enable transactions without anybody's greedy little fingers into it. Nobody gets a say so in where you and how much money you want to donate, how much money you want to move around, what you want to buy, what you want to purchase. And it's all because of Rumble Wallet. I want you to click that QR code if you're watching it on your TV screen right now. Now, you don't have to do anything with it. But for all those people out there who are into Bitcoin, Tether Gold, owning real gold on the blockchain in a digital currency form, well, then Rumble Wallet is for you. And here's a little inside scoop that many creators are talking about behind the scenes. And it's actually one of the many reasons that I'm here on Rumble, because they care about their audience, they care about their creators, and they've never bent the knee to get rid of any of us. They made a way to super chat creators so that we get paid immediately without any fees. YouTube, Twitch, and other places, they take up to 50% fees when creators are tipped. Not here on Rumble. Not when you do it by cash or through Rumble Wallet. This method takes none. The Rumble Wallet method takes none. Now, if you do regular donations during Rumble Rant, they take a small percentage, but it ain't 50. I believe it's 20. That's right. The platform takes 0 fees, and I keep 100% of what you send through digital currency. You can super chat with Bitcoin, Tether USD, or even Tether Gold stablecoins. Tip will show up directly in the Rumble chat, which I will do my best to read, as I always do. All you need to do is download the Rumble Wallet on the App Store and send the tips to your favorite creators. You can also go to wallet.rumble.com. Wallet.rumble.com. What an amazing way to get rid of the middleman and help the creator in this economy. Shout out to Rumble for making disruptive technology to the world. That is wallet.rumble.com. Big shout out to Rumble and thank you. And also, speaking of gold and silver, hope you guys caught the episode of the Crest Report this week. If you didn't, it was a good one. It lets you know a lot of good information about where things are, where things were, where things are going. Right now, gold is just over $4,816 an ounce. Silver is over $80 still, but $80.43. Hopefully that's the new low. Okay? GoldenCrestMetals.com. You'll get your free 2026 guide. Fill out the questionnaire. Let them know LFA is where you got it. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA for all your precious metal needs, folks. Diversify, invest, and watch it blow up, because it's gonna by the end of this year. Everybody knows it. And big shout out to those folks. Is Rumble Wallet like a bank? Yes, it kind of is. For digital currency, absolutely. For digital currency, it is. Okay. Ilhan Omar. Eli, I'm blaming an accounting error for my financial disclosure showing I am a multi-millionaire. I am not a multi-millionaire, okay? Some people did some things, and they got it's an error. It's an error on my financial disclosure. I am not a rich millionaire. I am not. How do you go from 30 million to 90,000? That's my question. Let's find out. Representative Ilhan Omar has dramatically revised financial disclosures that previously showed multi-million-dollar assets, now claiming the figures were a result of an accounting error. Well, it's a pretty bad accountant. Don't know as if I would want that accountant. The far-left Somalian Democrat, who regularly demands that lawmakers raise taxes on the super rich, had reported assets between $6 and $30 million in the prior filing. Yet, according to the Wall Street Journal, an amended disclosure now places total assets at between $18,000 and $95,000. Sounds like to me somebody's assets are in somebody else's name, doesn't it? Sounds like to me that somebody's assets might have been put somewhere else to shield her from any audit. I think the IRS, if they are not already, should be auditing the ever-loving crap out of this diaper head. By the way, we're almost at 4,000 live viewers. I want to say thank you all for being here. I want to say also thank you to the people over on YouTube. We got about 25 people over there, not 4,000, but 25 people watching on YouTube. We want to say thank you for watching over there as well. But if you are watching on Rumble and you're part of this 3,900 that are here, please click that thumbs up and share out the show. We'd appreciate that. Yeah, what happened to her vineyard, by the way? Remember somebody was asking her about her vineyard the other day, Eli, and she said, why, do you want to buy some wine? Yeah, bitch, kind of do. Where can I get it from? Can't seem to find any place to buy it from.
Jeremy, she doesn't sell wine to the bigots who don't support her, so it's just that easy, okay?
You have to be Somali to buy the wine because it's actually goat piss. The sharp drop follows scrutiny over the sudden jump in reported wealth. It's amazing, Eli. She didn't have to revise this until the whole world found out she was a thief and a multimillionaire. Omar's office said that the earlier figures were incorrect and attributed to the discrepancy to reliance on accountants. I'm going to tell you something about accountants, folks. I never had one until I got this business, okay? Once I got this business, I had to get an accountant because I didn't know how to do business accountants, right? So I had to get an accountant. One thing the accountant said to me was this. One thing that you're always going to have to do if you have an accountant is don't expect your accountant to know and do everything for you. Be involved, because if anything goes wrong, it's you who are to blame, not the accountant. You cannot say, it must have been the accountant's fault. Hey, Eli, remember the movie Rocky IV? You remember that one, right? You can't win, Rocky. But he did, because he's Rocky. Remember what happened with Paulie when he was over in Russia? What Paulie did?
Yeah, that son of a... I'll never forgive Paulie. Freaking lost all of it for Rock. And then they still took care of his freeloading ass.
Yeah. So Paulie, who was Adrian's brother, who was a kind of a loser, he was the power of attorney, remember, Eli? And he lost all of Rocky's money. Rocky couldn't get it back because he couldn't say, well, I didn't do anything. I didn't know. I was over in Russia fighting the Russian. I didn't know anything. No. Rocky's family couldn't get their money back. Thank you, N. Makovitz. Use where needed. Only place I get my news. $20 donation. God bless you and thank you. Couldn't get the money back because you are responsible for your finances. So how are they going to say, oh, we were relying on accountants? You know what she's going to say, Eli? That she doesn't speak that good of English. That she's not fully accustomed yet to how things are done here in America. And she thought she did her best. And you're only coming out after me because I'm Somali.
Well, I mean, I totally agree that she speaks crap English, but how long has she friggin' been here where she could have learned it by now?
Yeah.
And someone could have told her to stop making everything sound like a question?
The amended disclosure confirms what we've all said all along. The Congresswoman is not a millionaire, the spokesperson said. Businesses linked to Omar's husband, Tim Minette, including a venture capital firm and a California winery, had previously been listed in the multi-million-dollar range. In the amended filing, both are now listed as having no value once liabilities are included. It's those pesky liabilities, right? A letter from Omar's legal team claimed the error was unintentional and said no wrongdoing occurred. Well, I guess you won't mind if Scott Besson and the people over at the IRS take a look then, should you? As the busiest people, listen to this, as the busiest people, it is very common for members and their spouses to rely on learned professionals. Ilhan Omar reported a negative net worth of $45,000 when she was first elected in 2019. Her latest financial disclosure in May of 2025 shows her net worth of $30 million. That's a 66.676 increase in 6 years. The updated disclosure was filed in response to a request for information from an Office of Congressional Conduct. Despite the revised asset figures, the filing still shows 2024 income from those business ranging from $102,000 to $1 million, including $213,000 paid to Minette by the venture firm and $3,000 from the winery. So, what do you think? Do you think that she has millions and she's hiding it? Or do you think that she really had her team made an error and she's actually only worth in between 18 and 90,000? What do you think?
It makes it hard for the average immigrant business owner. It makes it hard for the average black business owner because it does create this cloud of suspicion. You know, even you'll have people go to restaurants, coffee shops, with their cameras harassing all of these business owners
And daycares,
and
right?
daycare centers.
Congressman, I think when Nick Shirley went to the daycare center, there were no kids there, just a missing letter. But what do you make of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar? She's worried that perhaps migrants might not feel as comfortable committing fraud with increased scrutiny. I can't imagine you're very sympathetic.
No, Ilhan Omar is a complete fraud. It's amazing what kind of a con artist this woman is. She goes on national TV and she tries to play the victim and she tries to sound reasonable. And in reality, she's one of the most hateful, racist anti-Semites you're going to meet. This woman was right at the center of the Somali fraudsters that resulted in anywhere from $9 billion or more in fraud in my state. And now she's trying to suggest that somehow, they are being impacted. They're being impacted by her. They're being impacted by these Democrats who have allowed the fraudsters to run wild in my state. And by the way, when we talk about Ms. Omar, I mean, she went from $65,000 net worth that she was reporting on her congressional disclosures to reporting over $30 million in net worth in just a few years. And guess what? Now she comes out and says, that was a mistake on our disclosures. I just took a quick look at it and missed it. Not only should her accountant be fired, but that girl should be fired, and she does not deserve to be in Congress. Quite frankly, if she is discovered to be involved in any of this fraud personally, that she benefited from it, even by her actions of promoting it and trying to resist investigations, she should be held accountable to the fullest extent.
How about this? How about she should be kicked out of the country because we already have the Vice President of the United States of America and other cabinet and administration members have already said, Eli, she's guilty of immigration fraud. Stephen Miller said it, all of them. So the question is here, when are they going to denaturalize her? Seriously. Because if you have that, she should be able to be denaturalized right away. Right? Remember what President Trump said about her, Eli? Remember when he called her garbage? He said she's a garbage person, and all of her friends are garbage people. Right? Let's go to that.
Our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other. And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. They came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell...
He's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. The same county that prosecuted cops in the George Floyd case in her state of Minnesota are now hunting ICE agents. And that county attorney that brought charges against that ICE agent last week bragged about it on MSN Now. I'm going to say something that might piss some of you off, but it's true. In this regard, in the fight against Minnesota, Trump is losing. Now he might be winning in the background. It might all come down to the same thing with the Southern District of Florida, James Comey and the FBI going after the deep state. We're going to talk about that here next, here on Lfa TV, so don't go anywhere. Okay, major news coming out of that. But in this fight against Minnesota, Minnesota's winning. Vance Bolter said he killed a senator because Tim Walz hired him to do so. Nobody's talking about it. He's in jail right now. When's the last time you heard Vance Bolter's name on mainstream media? When's the last time you heard anybody on TV say the name Vance Bolter? He is the guy that was hired by Tim Walz to kill a Minnesota senator. Remember? Got away with that. Tim Walz resigned because of fraud. Stopped running for governor. I shouldn't say resigned, but quit his campaign, suspended and terminated his campaign to run for governor, and he's going to ride out into the sunset, thinking he's absolutely free, and he may be, I don't know. right? You have ICE pretty much completely out of Minnesota. ICE agents afraid to do their job because they're going to get prosecuted by the state there. Tell me how the Trump administration is winning against Minnesota. Now, I will be critical of the administration when need be. You guys know that. I don't just sit here and lick Trump's boots. Right? But I'll tell you where he lost in Minnesota is when he pulled out, was it Greg Bovino? Is that his last name? Bovino? When he pulled him out and put him in California, and Tom Homan said we're gonna peel back a little bit, we're gonna scale back a little bit. Everything's here, and he started making deals with Jacob Fry, and he started making deals with Tim Walz. That's where they lost. He should have never, ever gave them an inch, because now they're taking miles, and now they're prosecuting, literally prosecuting ICE agents, charging them. This is the same county that prosecuted Derek Chauvin. Look at Savannah Hernandez the other day. She was absolutely assaulted by a family of three, more actually. But that family of three pushed her right in the back as hard as he could. Remember that? No charges. Minnesota's getting away with murder. And now Nick Shirley, who exposed the fraud in Minnesota to really get the nation's attention on Minnesota, now decided that he was going to go to California, expose the... If you think Minnesota's bad, they're saying somewhere between $9 and $20 billion of fraud in Minnesota. In California, they're estimating this fraud to be upwards of $500 billion. Gina Marie, you're absolutely right. Martial law should have been called in Minnesota, especially when you found out that they were running apps and an entire network where they had dispatchers literally dispatching people to where ICE agents were to fight them. Yes, you're absolutely freaking right. There should have been martial law called in the state of Minnesota, and they should have crushed them into oblivion. Now, they've lost that chance. So Nick Shirley left Minnesota and goes to California, where they think there's $500 billion in fraud. So much so to where the California legislature had to put out a Stop Nick Shirley Act so that they could stop people from investigating them. How crazy is that? Nick Shirley put this all together. It's going to be a little lengthy, but worth it, especially since we're going into a gubernatorial race in California.
I think you're a psycho scam artist.
They don't want to end their fraud racket. A lot of the politicians, they benefit from the political organizations, and so they want this racket to continue. They don't want the truth to get out.
Stop fraud investigations, but you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. Here in California, they are trying to pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act. The official title of this bill is AB 2624, and today we're going to be confronting the legislators that are trying to pass this bill. And if this bill were to get passed, instead of going after the fraudsters, they're trying to make it criminal to go after the people that are committing this fraud. For instance, it would become criminal to film and reveal info on taxpayer-funded immigration services like healthcare, which would include daycare, hospices. It also covers counseling services, translation services, and immigration legal services. So for instance, if the Quality Learning Center was inside of California, it would be illegal to expose them. It would make it illegal to film government-funded NGOs. And this bill essentially wants to shield the info of immigrant support services from the public. So your tax dollars, you'd have no idea where it's going because it would then become confidential, and you would not be able to see how much money that NGO is getting if it's going towards immigrant services. And what makes this bill super interesting is the lady who created this bill, her name is Mia Bonta. Her husband is the Attorney General of California named Rob Bonta. You cannot make this up. So you have the Attorney General who's supposed to prosecute and go after the fraudsters, and then you have his wife who's trying to pass bills to go after the people exposing the fraud. Like, seriously, this is absolutely crazy. And the AG, Rob Bonta, just a few days ago said they were cracking down on the fraud way before certain people came into the state.
We've been doing it successfully,
before certain people in this country decided to think about it for the first time.
However, it was only after I exposed over $100 million in fraud they actually made any arrest here inside of California. Let's say this bill gets passed. What could happen to you if you expose fraud or go and look into immigration services? Well, you could receive a $4,000 fine underneath a civil fine, a $10,000 fine if it's criminal, and a $50,000 fine if it becomes a felony. You may also face potential imprisonment and your content be forced to be taken down. This is a complete violation of the First Amendment, as they are trying to take down and suppress your own speech, make it so you can't film in public, which is taking away your freedom of press. There's a whole lot of issues with this bill, and today we're going to be confronting those that co-authored, signed, and passed this bill. And so truly, every single day here in America, you are learning more and more about the fraud that is taking place.
He
and
says
if you want to become a
leering.
member of the Anti-Fraud Club and help me as I go all about the country to expose this fraud, go join at antifraudclub.com. It is completely free, and hoodies are also available on the site. And really quick, let's go speak with an assemblyman who knows more about this bill before we go and confront them. Now let's get into the video. What's the truth about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
So you've heard a lot of people trying to call you a liar. Why don't we just read the bill? I think that's what everybody just needs to know. So in this section of AB 2624, which we call the Stop Nick Shirley Act, it says a person, business, or association shall not publicly post or publicly display, disclose, or distribute on the internet or social media the internet, the personal information or image of a designated immigration support service provider, employee, or volunteer if that individual or individual entity or organization authorized on the act of their behalf. And that's just some of the language.
And what does that mean, immigration support services provider?
You're exact. See, and that is where the devil is in the details. Designated Immigration Support Services Facility means a facility where immigration support services are provided, including but not limited to nonprofit organization offices, Department of Justice recognized entities, community legal clinics, law offices, accredited representative sites.
I want to stop real quick here and ask a question. What do you think that the left would do, and even some on the right, if Donald Trump put out an executive order saying that he was going to get together with John Thune and he was going to get together with Mike Johnson, and the executive order will be the catalyst of this bill, and that is no news outlet in the country is allowed to scrutinize or investigate the office of the President of the United States. Not allowed to do it. And if you do it, you'll go to jail. What do you think would happen if President Trump said, here's the executive order. I'm instructing my Department of Justice, if anybody out there does any kind of investigation unto me, my administration, or anybody in my administration, then I'm going to send out the DOJ and we are going to put them in prison. Right there, XX Machine said, stop the Jimmy Kimmel Act, right? Let's say we stopped the Jimmy Kimmel Act, took Jimmy Kimmel off air, put him in a gulag, and charged him astronomical amounts of fines for restitution, and said, not allowed to do that. Can't do that. Oh, and also it's going to be illegal for you to impeach me. If you try to impeach me, you go to jail. Huh. Isn't that exactly what they're doing to Nick Shirley? Isn't that exactly what they're doing to anybody? Nick Shirley, Nick Sorter, James O'Keefe, Lfa Tv, anybody, Laura Loomer, who wanted to go and investigate them? They are literally saying, if you investigate us, we're going to charge you first, fine you, then we're going to charge you again, fine you more, then we're going to charge you again, and we're going to put you in prison because you're investigating us. If Donald Trump decided to do that, Suzanne, right there, stop the View Act, stop the CNN Act, stop the MS Now Act, stop the Politico Act, stop the Western Journal Act, stop the New York Times Act, stop the Washington Post Act, stop the Jimmy Kimmel Act. Isn't that exactly what they're doing? This won't make it far. But the fact that they're doing it shows you everything you need to know about California Democrats. or Democrats in the nation at all. Let's watch a little bit more of this.
That provide immigration, legal services, and healthcare facilities. They threw that into designated immigration support service facilities, healthcare facilities.
And healthcare is at the very bottom of this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where a lot of the fraud's taking place, inside of Medi-Cal. For instance, the hospices, the daycares are with CalWorks, but they're with anything to have to do with immigrants, essentially could not and is actually punishable.
You're 100% right. And that's where, again, the devil is in the details. Their definition of harassment is repeated, unreasonable, and unwelcome conduct. What is unwelcome conduct? Simply you asking questions today, can that be considered unwelcome? What do they mean by things that you could generally fear? So if they say the words, I was harassed by Nick Shirley if you were out videotaping a hospice, you would fall under this because healthcare facilities is a designated immigration support service facility. That is part of the definition. It is written here that if you post this online and they give you a demand made under that paragraph shall be effective for 4 years where you could be punished. So what people really need to know is that the state of California is deciding to punish the journalists out there that are doing the work and exposing the fraud instead of punishing the fraudsters. In a government that diminishes transparency has something to hide.
And what are some more crazy things about this bill?
There's a section in this bill that says any records or documents pertaining to a program participant shall be held confidential. So there are workarounds in this bill that will hide information that if you wanted to find online the Quality Learning Center, all of these areas can be now moved around and shifted. They are making it harder to find the people's money when we should be making it easier. When we have already proven that in 3 cases alone in the state of California, $500 million in fraud. Thank you for that.
And so essentially an NGO or a daycare, anything that falls underneath immigration support providers, their information would then become confidential.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly right, is that they can hide it because they have changed the definitions. Designated immigration support services facility also includes healthcare facilities, also includes nonprofit organizations, and not only that, areas that the Department of Justice actually recognizes those entities. It's such a broad thing, so you can cover everything. And then when you look at those definitions, when I read you the bill, I am reading the physical bill. So when they call you a liar, how? How are you lying? How, when you have all of the information in front of you, and it's a front. When you sit down and you actually talk about it, you know it's a coordinated effort to steal from the people of California.
In that same day, an Assemblyman, Carl DeMaio, brought forth a motion to push for more transparency on this bill. However, it was then shut down by the Democrats inside of the Assembly to not give any more transparency. And as I was explaining this, one of the co-authors passed by, and it was now my time to confront these legislators who are pushing forth
This is my
this
favorite
bill.
part.
Here's
right
one
here.
of the authors of the bill.
Watch this.
How are you guys doing?
Watch how they can't
We
even
just want
talk
to
to
ask
them. They
you
just keep walking.
about the bill and why you guys would pass this bill that really is an attack on free speech.
I am not even sure what you're talking about.
Really?
You said an author. I don't think
Yes.
I'm an
Did you
author.
pass out? Did you sign to pass this bill? The AB 26?
No, I don't
24?
know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You do not.
No,
Are
you
you
guys
serious?
are just talking about something.
We're talking about something random. Okay. Sasha, how are you doing? We just want to ask you about the bill AB 2624. Why would you sign off on that? It's a direct violation of the First Amendment, and it makes it harder for people to expose fraud here.
We have Ledge Council. They check the constitutionality of all our bills as we're writing them. I work on fraud issues. You'd know that if you look at some of the work I did on the budget subcommittee.
Amazing. So Mia Bonta, her husband's Attorney General of the Attorney General of California, and it was only until I exposed fraud that they actually cracked down on the fraud and made some arrests here, especially with the hospices. And do you know that if this bill were to pass, it'd make it illegal for someone to go after fraud, especially if it's based off of immigrants, for instance, the Armenians in California?
No, I think that that's a misinterpretation of the bill, but I'm happy to talk with you more about it. And
Don't you
Fraud and
worry.
investigations into fraud are something that's been happening for a very long time. The Attorney General handles those cases. This is an ongoing
weird
issue.
that the wife of the Attorney General, Mia Bonta, is now pushing this bill that literally goes against the First Amendment?
No, I actually don't. I don't think that this bill violates the First Amendment. I mean,
Really?
that's the whole purpose. We have ledge counsel and ledge attorneys that talk with us about this. Constitutionality is really important to the work.
So your bill criminalizes publication of images recorded in public. Do you believe the government has the right to punish journalists for filming in public space?
No, I think that is a complete misinterpretation of actually the piece of legislation.
That is not. That's literally what happened. Speaker Rivas, how are you doing? What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
I don't know
AB
anything about it.
2624.
Watch.
I don't know anything about it.
And do you think there's
He's
any
the
conflict
speaker.
of interest there with Mia Bonta and her husband being the AG?
I don't know anything about it.
That just shows you everything you need to know. These people won't even answer the questions.
Nope, they're
So you
pussies.
signed off, you're a co-author of
Cowards.
the AB 2624 bill. What made you want to sign off on this bill that would literally make it so NGOs don't have to disclose their money?
Yeah, we'd have to go back and look at the materials from that committee hearing.
Okay, and what, for instance, just answer the question. Why does your bill apply to organizations receiving taxpayer money? Shouldn't publicly funded entities have more transparency, not less?
Restate the question?
Yeah, so entities that receive money from the government, shouldn't there be more transparency and not less?
I think we want to make sure that we are being accountable to public funds.
Yes, and so you signed off on a bill that would make that harder to have transparency.
Well, I don't think I see it that way. I think that we're making sure that, all of our systems are able to get the money out to community and that there's transparency and accountability incorporated.
But you're literally signed off on a bill that would make it for less transparency.
If this was 100 years ago, that person would be tripped. They'd be grabbed by the back of the hair, and they would be held there like this while the bill's held out in front of them and said, "Read the bill right now." "Sir, you can't do this to me." "Oh, I'm doing it." "Read this part of the bill. What does it say?" Hold them by the back of the hair. Tell them to read what it says. Tell them to read the violation of the First Amendment. See, this is the problem with the world today. Nobody can be held street justice accountable. The federal government and the state government has wormed its way into so much of our lives that now they are the ultimate justice. Not street justice, not you. If somebody rapes your daughter, you can't do anything about that, sir. Nope. I'd like to Dan Crenshaw him, trip him, then get down there, grab him by the back of the hair and say, "I'm not letting you up. I got my knee in your back like George Floyd. I'm not letting you up until you read this bill out loud." And then once you read it out loud, I'm going to ask you again, how does this bill make it harder to find out where the money is going? Or easier? How is this transparent? It's not. No, is that hard? And then I'd crumple it up and I'd shove it in his mouth. Now eat that bill. Eat your own words. Eat what you signed off on. I am tired of these people just being able to walk and talk. Nothing can happen to them. And they're more important than you. "Oh, I've got somewhere to go. I've got bodyguards and somewhere to go." You work for me. It's not the other way around here, guy. I mean, you know that this guy's nailing it if they've got to make a law against him.
Transparency, sir.
That's debatable, and I don't
It's
agree.
not debatable. They're going for immigration-based services. They're trying to make it harder for money to be disclosed.
Thanks.
Look, they just run off.
Oh,
How are you doing?
I just want to say hi. So, great work. Very
Thank you.
proud of what you're doing.
And how come you think that they're just signed off on a bill that would make it harder for organizations that receive taxpayer dollars to be?
I don't agree with it. I think you're on the right track. This is an attack. It should not be. It's not right. You're doing well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a co-author of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Oh, you know who I am. My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am. You signed off on the AB 2624 Act. Can you tell us about what you did on that?
I don't even know who you are.
Well, my name's Nick Shirley. But either way, can you tell me about this assembly bill you're trying to pass?
Shirley?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
But
I
could
don't
you
know who
please
are.
just answer any question about the AB 2624 bill? A lot of people are worried about that it's going to stop fraud investigations. But you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. These
can
people
talk to my team.
are crazy. They can't even answer questions about the bills that they're co-authoring. Hello, Mr. Lowenthal. How are you doing?
Okay, how are
Doing
you?
great. How do you feel about proposing a bill that would put $10,000 fines and potential jail time for publishing a video from a parking lot?
Wait, can you say that to me again?
By the way, constitutional law says, override state law, that if I'm on public property, until I have been trespassed from private property, and when I'm on public property, I can film anything I want. I can film anything that my camera can see from public property, right? And if it's a building that receives public funds to operate, police would have to come and trespass me from there from not being able to record there. I can walk into a police station and record all I want, and nobody can do anything about it because it's a public building. If it's a public building, if it's a public street or a public sidewalk, or if it's a building that receives public funding as its primary source in order to operate, I can film from there. And you can't do a damn thing about it. That's constitutional law. This Nick Shirley, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, this will get smacked down. Of course it will. But you see how far they're willing to take it.
AB 2624, if a journalist were to go and investigate fraud in an immigrant service company, essentially, from the government that receives taxpayer dollars, they could potentially risk receiving a $10,000 fine with this bill you guys are trying to pass.
And jail.
Well, I need to read the bill.
But you signed off on the bill. You passed the bill.
What do you mean I passed the bill? I don't know.
It's gone
You voted to pass the bill, asshole. Answer the question.
It's gone through 2 times, and it's been passed.
What 2 times? Where are you referring to? Are you referring to committees?
Yes.
Which committees?
I can tell you right here if you give me a second. But
speaking of committee, I'm in the privacy committee right now, but I don't think that bill has passed before my committee.
he's a co-author of it.
These sons of bitches.
He's a co-author of that bill. What's your thoughts on this AB 2624 bill? Any response? Like, what would make you guys want to pass this? Do you think it makes it harder for fraud to get discovered here in the United States? Why can't you guys just answer our questions? You guys are the ones who are signing off on these bills. So what do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624? You don't know much about it? Or?
I don't know if I know that.
Oh, well, can I tell you a little bit about it?
I'm okay.
So you should know about it though, because it's kind of your job. So the Stop Nick Shirley Act, what it does is it shields immigrant. Oh, all right, we can keep following you. The Stop Nick Shirley Act shields immigration nonprofit workers from public record disclosure. It criminalizes publishing images and videos of covered workers, even taken in public, grants covered orgs power to demand video takedowns, imposes a $4,000 civil, $10,000 criminal, $50,000 felony fines per violation, applies to taxpayer-funded organizations. Would you support a bill that allows all that to take place? It is your job. Would you support a bill? Yes or no, ma'am?
Can you take
Thank you, baby. It was so good to meet you. I hope you have a great day.
Ma'am, you're literally working for us, but you won't even answer our own questions. Like, these people get paid by our tax dollars, yet they can't even answer anything. This is super important. People have a lot of questions about the AB 2624 Act,
so this bill,
aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Tell us about it.
Well, there is no Stop Nick Shirley Act, but the author's not here today, but I hope you can find her.
Don't touch me.
You're a co-author of this.
Touch me again, I elbow you.
I'm a co-author of many, many bills that protect vulnerable communities in California.
Good, so you should know a lot about this bill. For instance, it shields immigration.
Hold on one. Hey.
No,
I hate to disrupt the phone call.
Don't let him talk.
Wait, come on. Look at that. These guys really just don't want to answer any of the questions. These people won't even answer questions about the bills they're co-authoring.
Welcome to Sacramento. You know, I appreciate you exposing waste, fraud, and abuse. It is rampant in California, just like in Minnesota. And if it wasn't for independent journalists like you, that would not be happening in our state. And I applaud you for doing it. And welcome to Sacramento.
Well, these people are literally signing off on these bills, and they're acting like they don't have any idea what it is, when it really is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
Most of them don't read the bills, but they know what it is. The people that you talk to that co-authored the bill, they know what it is.
It's criminal. And then to think that they're getting paid from the taxpayers of California, yet they can't even answer any questions about these bills that they are co-authors of.
A lot of times when the media will approach them, they deflect often, and that's just the job that they do, and they'll continue to vote. And it's ironic, like I'm the author of SB 14. It's made it a strikeable offense to make sex trafficking of a minor a strike offense in the state of California. And Mia Bonta, we had to get the governor engaged to reverse her decision on the committee to not criminalize sex traffickers, but she wants to criminalize you. That's an ironic situation, huh?
Isn't this all just amazing? And nothing scares these people because in the United States of America, every elected official is above the law. Unless you're a Republican. And then only a certain section, like a third of the Republican Party, are above the law. All Democrats are above the law. All of them. Eli, it almost makes me want to I wish I was younger so I could create a fake personality and didn't have a big history that they could Google me and find out who I was. And I would run as a Democrat. I would wear the whole blue-colored hair. I'd have the nose earrings. I'd talk about sexualizing youth. I'd talk about trans as a right to trans. I'd talk about climate change needs to be addressed and all that. And then I'd get in there and I'd take off the wig. I'd take off the nose ring, and I would destroy their entire world.
Yeah, in order to pull that off today, you'd have to find someone who the world has no idea about. They've never posted anything. They've never said anything, even in the confines of a private conversation in a hole in the ground, and back them from behind the lines.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I couldn't do that today. You want to see why I couldn't do that today? Let's test this theory, shall we? Let's see. Let's see. This is why I couldn't do that today. How many Jeremy Herrells do you think are in the world, Eli? Probably thousands in the world.
I was going to say maybe 6 or 7, but yeah, sure, thousands.
No, I mean, I'm sure that there's thousands of people out there with the same name as I have. But this is why I couldn't do it. Ready? Here's why I could never do it. Jeremy Herrell, live from America. New Hampshire, House of Representatives, Sullivan 6, general election 2022. Republican Party, hip hop. People to ask, Jeremy Herrell. Jeremy Herrell, Jeremy Herrell, Jeremy Herrell. Jeremy Herrell, iTunes, YouTube, Apple Music, Jeremy Herrell, Jeremy Herrell. Let's go next. Let's see here. Let's see. Facebook, Ballotpedia, IMBD, TuneIn, SoundCloud, YouTube, Facebook, YouTube. Let's see. Here we go. Claremont's Hip Hop Patriot candidate. There's a different Jeremy Herrell. They got an HA in there. Listen to Jeremy Herrell on podcast, Spotify, RSS. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. What about what happens if you go to the images section? Yeah, nope. I couldn't do it. Nope. As soon as you Google my name, there's no way I could do it. Look at that. Under images. Nope. Look at that. That's back in the old days right there, huh? Look at that. Let's see that picture. Oh, look at the old days, folks. The glasses. Hell, I probably look a little bit better now than I did then, huh? Oh, the old days. Look at that. The salmon-colored jacket. Remember that studio? Eli, that's when you first started working for Lfa Tv, back when we were back in that studio. So, yeah, I could never, I don't think I could ever run. I would be found out real quick. I mean, as a Democrat anyway.
Look at the dork in the salmon-colored jacket. Dork thinks he's Miami Vice.
Judy says you'd have to legally change your name. I don't even think they'd let me do that. But yeah, Nick Shirley definitely doing good things. Tom Homan says that the outgoing ICE director, Todd Lyons, remember I said last week that, Logan, I don't know if I'd say that if I was you. Logan said Jeremy looked sexy back then. I might want to pump the brakes on that one, Logan. Just back up the same-sex truck for just a second, real quick, shall we? Eli.
You're trying to say he doesn't look sexy now, Logan?
Yeah, what are you trying to say? Anyway, last week I reported for you that director Todd Lyons was stepping down and resigning. And this happened right after Mark Wayne Mullen had become the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And Tom Homan says that his family was completely doxxed. Like his children, his wife, everything. I don't know if that's the reason why he left, but...
Now, Lyons leaving ICE, this happening at the end of May. What's really behind this move?
Well, look, Todd's been he's a law enforcement officer who came up through the ranks. He spent his career doing this, and, he's a friend of mine. Me and Todd are friends, and we have talked every day in the past year about ICE operations, and he'll be missed. But you know what? He worked hard. He's been under fire, and from the left, which we all take the fire. But he's earned this. He's earned the time off with his family. He's earned to enjoy some things, and he did a great job. And he'll be missed. But we'll fill his shoes, and we'll continue with the mission. But God bless Todd and his family. His family sacrificed a lot too. The left has not only attacked him, they doxed his wife and his kids and protested his home and his family, and they deserve a break. And I'll miss him. He's a friend of mine. I'll still be friends with him. We'll talk. I know quite a bit, but it's time for him to go, and I wish him luck. And,
okay, stop right there.
We'll find a
stop right there. If Todd Lyons had left because he wants to spend time with his family and he wants to make sure his family are safe, then guess what Tom Homan wouldn't need to say? I still talk to him. We're still friends. Why would you need to say that? Of course you're still friends. Of course you still talk to him if you're friends. Why would him resigning from a job to be closer to his family and to be more with his family, why would you need to say that? See, I'm not trying to call people a liar, but what I'm saying is some stuff doesn't need to be blurted out in public. I'm going to tell you why Todd Lyons is no longer there. Okay? He's no longer there because he didn't do a good enough job as ICE director. He's no longer there because under his watch, 2 people died. Whether we say that that's warranted or not, he's not resigned because he wants to spend more time with his family. Okay? And if he did, Tom Homan wouldn't have had to say, look, I still talk to him, we're still friends, and kind of like mumble his way through that.
Attacked him, they doxed his wife and his kids and protested his home and his family, and they deserve a break. And I'll miss him. He's a friend of mine. I'll still be friends with him. We'll talk. I know quite a bit, but
no need to say that.
It's time for him to go, and I wish him luck. And we'll find a solid replacement to keep the mission going.
Yeah, and that family time is definitely important, so best of luck to him and his family. Now, Tom, in other news here, recent exits, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, some people are saying that there's a little turbulence in the Trump administration, but you've worked under multiple administrations, Democrats, Republicans. You actually work very closely with President Trump himself. So is that really the case here?
I won't call it turbulence. Look, we all serve at the pleasure of the president. And, people move, people like Todd, he's decided that he's had a long career, very successful career, record number of deportations. So he's choosing to spend time with his family and his kids or in the last years of school. He made that judgment. So, people are moved around all the time. I've been in this job since 1984, working for the federal government, and this happens consistently under every administration. So I would...
Got to stop right there, too. If there was no turbulence, he would have just said there's no turbulence. He wouldn't have said, well, I wouldn't call it turbulence. Everybody serves at the pleasure of the president, and there's ups and downs. And look, if there's no turbulence, there's no turbulence. Look, you don't have to read talking points to us, dude. Okay? We all get it. Okay? We're not all Democrats or bootlicking Republicans here. We're not the establishment Republicans, Tom. We're big boys and girls. We can handle it. If the guy wasn't doing his damn job, then say he wasn't doing his damn job. It's not a reflection of President Trump. It's a reflection of President Trump if he leaves him there not doing his damn job. But it's not a reflection of President Trump if a guy gets fired because he doesn't do his own job, his job. The reflection on President Trump is good. He got fired. You're fired. We love him. We love Trump when he says you're fired. Fire more people. Fire everyone. But don't read talking points to us, dude. We're not stupid.
Wouldn't read into it. This administration has been successful. President Trump wins every day on everything he touches, and we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep winning for the president and keep winning for the American people. I mean, we have been you got to look at the past year, this administration has been very successful. And because there's changes in personnel doesn't mean that success ends. It means people move on.
Now, I agree with that. That's all you had to say. You didn't have to say all the other stuff, dude. You made it look pretty... You made yourself look pretty not believable, right? You know, Dilly said, not a fan of Homan or anyone who consistently runs to news outlets. No, I agree with you on that one too. If I was working for the Trump administration, unless my job was press secretary, guess where I wouldn't be all the time? In the press. I'd be out kicking ass and taking names. Now, anchor baby boom. This is why this birthright citizenship coming down from the Supreme Court is so incredibly important. Are you ready? New Pew data shows that nearly 10% of all U.S. births in 2023 were illegal alien or temporary immigrant mothers. 1 in 10. How long do you think a nation can survive that? How long do you think a culture, society, and tradition can survive when 1 in 10 babies born in the United States of America are illegal aliens? Nearly 10% of all babies born in the United States in 2023 were to mothers who were either illegal aliens or holding temporary legal status, according to new data released by the Pew Research Center. The figures published late last month show that 320,000 of the roughly 3.6 million babies born across the country in 2023 had mothers who were non-citizens. Eli, did you hear what I said? 320,000 babies out of 3.6 million in 2023 were born to illegal alien mothers. 320,000. That's the size of a small freaking city in 1 year.
Actually surprised it's that few. I would have thought it was almost at least 1 million the way they're going.
So think about that. All the illegals that are here and all the illegals that are shitting out little disgusting third world children here in America. And no, I know that the children are innocent, but they're still third world disgusting children from third world disgusting individuals. Now, I know it's not a country's fault that they are. Oh, hold on. Pray for you, but you don't belong here. Who's that? Who doesn't belong here? Oh, you're talking about the illegal aliens. No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. This marks the highest total of anchor babies since 2010, when Pew recorded 325 such births, 325,000 such births, and represents an increase for the third straight year. So for the third straight year, we've seen an increase in the percentage of babies being born to illegal aliens or temporary status immigrants. Eli, what did we talk about last week? The movie Braveheart. King Longshanks, right? The problem with Scotland is it's full of Scots. If we can't get them out, we'll breed them out. In 1 year, if you produce enough illegal alien children to foster a small city? Let me tell you this, folks. I live in the Quad Cities of Iowa. That's 4 cities. 2 on the Illinois shit side and 2 on the Iowa awesome side. Right? Between all 4 cities, they only have about 200,000 people, but in the regional area, there's about 400,000. And it's a big area. There's tons and tons to do. There's nothing in the Quad Cities that you can't find to do. You can go ice skating in the summer. You can go friggin' swimming in the winter. There's nothing that you can't find to do here in the Quad Cities of the Midwest. And it has just over the population of 1 year of illegal alien births in this country. That is the great replacement. Approximately 245,000 were to mothers who were unauthorized immigrants, with fathers who were either U.S. citizens or who were neither U.S. citizens nor lawful permanent residents. They're breeding us out. And that's the plan. That's the Hope and Change plan. Now, somebody asked earlier, where are we with the SAVE Act? Well, if we were anywhere further than we were 2 weeks ago, I would love to report that for you, but I can't today. October said, did you just have a shootout in Iowa? Yes, we did. I'm going to be talking about that here a little bit later.
Talk about it. First up, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who sits on both the Senate Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committees. Good morning, Senator. Good to have you back.
Hi, Shannon. Nice to see you always.
Okay, so the president said Friday Iran's never going to shut the strait again. They have taken control again of maintaining that they will say who flows in and out of the strait. So what do you make of where we are this morning, and what do you consider the finish line a win for this administration or for America?
Well, I think Chris Wright's right. I mean, what we've got to do is make sure Iran never has a chance to have a nuclear weapon. I mean, look, this is a regime that has been killing Americans for 47 years, taking money like the Obama gave them and used it to fund proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. They've never complied with anything. The Israelis caught them lying, deceiving IAEA inspectors, falsifying reports. They chant death to America and death to Israel. So, I mean, this president finally is doing the right thing. He's going to hold them accountable. So no nuclear weapons, no ability to do ballistic missiles to continue to kill Americans. And I mean, what's so great is if something good could happen here, we can have peace and prosperity in the Middle East and opportunity for Iranians and everybody else.
Well, you know what your colleague who's coming up next, Senator Tim Kaine, is going to say. He has offered up numerous war powers resolutions. He's talking about doing that every week so that Republicans are on record voting in favor of what he calls an illegal war. He said the president has not complied with what he needs to do with respect to coming to Congress. And he is using the word war, as Democrats are. So where is he getting that wrong?
Well, this president, every president has said since Truman that they have the ability to use the military to protect Americans. That's what he doesn't have to have a formal war declaration. So this president has that right, and he's doing the right thing. I mean, think about this. The Iranian government wants to destroy our lives. They have been destroying American lives. And so these Democrats that say, no, we don't want this president to protect American lives, it's the same Democrats that wanted open borders, same Democrats that don't want illegals out of the country. I mean, this makes no sense. Same people that say, oh, stopping the cartel boats coming out of Venezuela is wrong. I mean, Trump is busting his butt to protect American lives. Why don't these Democrats get on board and say, thank God we have a president that quits appeasing these people and protects American lives?
Okay, I want to make sure that I get to a couple of things that are still pending on Capitol Hill. And one of them is the Save America Act, because we've talked about this numerous times. The House wants it done, although there are those in the House who say they want other things attached to it. The GOP in the Senate doesn't seem to have a plan for getting this passed. Our next guest also called this a pretext for voter suppression. So your response to his characterization, and what is the plan for Republicans in the Senate?
Well, first off, it's real simple. You should have to have an ID to vote. You should have to show you're American citizen to register to vote. Overwhelmingly, over 80% of Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, want this. The only reason Senate Democrats are against it is they have to want fraud. The only way this is going to happen is we have to blow up the filibuster. The filibuster was never supposed to stop a bill. It was supposed to.
I'm with you, Rick. The only reason the Democrats do not want this to pass is because they want fraud. But how can you say that without saying that about John Thune? Are you scared of John Thune, Rick Scott? Are you scared to be pulled off committees? Because you got to put the country first, brother. Why are you sitting here saying that the Democrats don't want the Save Act to go through, or Save America Act to go through because they want fraud? It's that simple. How can you say that without saying that John Thune also wants fraud? Because John Thune could pass it today. You know that, right? You guys know that John Thune could blow up the filibuster today, pass it today, put it on the president's desk, and it can be signed by the end of the week? So if you're going to sit here and you're going to say that the Democrats want fraud, that's the reason why they don't want it passed, well, then you have to say that about your majority leader in the Senate, right? And you know what? Who else has to say that? J.D. Vance. He's the president of the Senate. J.D. Vance needs to come out and say John Thune is working with the Democrats. John Thune is an establishment uniparty loser. There you go. That's even better. He's a uniparty loser. He made it so Trump could not do recess appointments by basically saying that we're in session for 30 minutes and then we're out of session. And then President Trump needs to true social out and say, John Thune needs to be primaried. John Thune needs to be removed from Senate. John Thune needs 27 senators to remove him from the majority role right now. We do not have confidence in his leadership. He's a Democrat and he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Why are we not hearing this concentrated effort from senators, from the vice president and Donald J. Trump? If you want this done, you're going to have to put real pressure. And the pressure can't all come from us. President Trump, you've said nothing but nice things about John Thune. It's about to go nuclear on his ass. That's what you have to do. One thing that I hate about President Trump is how long he waits to do something. I wish he would just do. I wish he was more like Tulsi Gabbard and a little less like Pam Bondi sometimes. Because President Trump does talk a lot about it. Then he does. I wish he would do and then talk a lot about it. Kind of like the ask for forgiveness, not permission route. 100%. And I'll tell you, right here is what happens when you have 10% of your youth born in this country illegal aliens. This is what happens when you allow Democrats to rule and run things.
Salam alaikum, everyone. I'm Rami Youssef.
Oh, it almost Elmo. Mr. Rami, what does salam alaikum mean?
Well, salam means peace, and it's a way to say hello in Arabic.
Oh, cool. Oh, salam alaikum, everybody.
Elmo and I are here to wish all of you a happy Arab American Heritage Month.
Yeah, happy Arab American Heritage Month.
I'm so proud of my Arab heritage, and I'm so happy to share this month with my fellow Arabs and Elmo. So, thanks, Habibi.
Oh, wait a minute. What's Habibi?
Oh, it's an Arabic word for a special friend.
Really? Well, happy Arab American Heritage Month, Habibi. We love you.
Salam alaikum.
Sesame Street has now been taken over by Islam. Now, I tried to play both sides here. I tried to go, okay, I remember Sesame Street as a kid, and they used to do this with Spanish stuff. Remember that? Right? Remember when you were a kid and they'd be like, they would teach you like, Sesame Street has always been about diversity, right? They always have. Remember back in the early 80s that they'd have black and Spanish people on so that there was diversity with white people. So I'm not even mad. That they do this with minorities because they've been doing it. It's not like Sesame Street just started doing this. Come on. Let's call a spade here. Sesame Street's been doing hola, ¿cómo está? They've been doing that since the early 80s. Right? And before it was that, it was black people trying to integrate them into, TV society. And they've been doing it forever. But here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Once it starts to be Islam, it never goes away. And check this out. Eli, this last weekend we took our daughter, Lily, to the Great Wolf Lodge because we had like a bunch of credits for the Great Wolf Lodge from the last time we stayed. We had like credits for meals, for games and stuff like that. So we basically got to go for very little money. All right? The only thing we had to pay for was like extra stuff that she wanted there, like gifts or anything like that. So we took her back to the Great Wolf Lodge. And the Great Wolf Lodge, if you've never been there, it's geared towards kids, right? They have kids dances and they have kids this and they have kids that. Eli, I came downstairs after we were getting ready to check out and they were having some like kids bingo or whatever. And they were doing it in 2 languages. And the primary language that they were doing it in was Spanish. And then the secondary thing that they do is they would repeat it in English. They started incorporating Spanish into shows and into Sesame Street in the mid-'80s, late 80s. Going into the 90s. Nowadays, you can't go to a place like the Great Wolf Lodge, not near the southern border, without hearing Spanish as their primary speaking to the children that were sitting in front of them. English was the secondary. I said, Son of a bitch, man. You can't get away from it no matter where you go.
Oh, and it doesn't stop there. I think I just saw an article over the weekend saying Elmo was teaching kids how to say Allahu Akbar on Sesame Street. So that's great.
No, I just played that. I just literally played that.
I'm sorry, I was gone. I had to go call Will.
Yeah, so that was the point, though. That was the point in saying that, was that started out that, and look where we are now with this. It's starting out now with Islam. Allahu Akbar. That'll be the next thing. You watch. You watch. Unbelievable. All right. Quick little break here. When we come back, Kash Patel says you ain't seen nothing with arrests yet. Let's hope so. Let's frickin' hope so. But ladies and gentlemen, first, and before we get to that, let's get to this. Fatty 15. Here's the size of the jar for Fatty 15, okay? There it is right here. Size of the jar, it's about, 3.5, 4 inches tall, right? In this jar, you get a month's worth of Fatty 15. You can get a starter kit that gives you 3 months' worth for $101.96. 70% of Fatty 15 customers report seeing benefits within 16 weeks, including overall improved health, healthier mood, improved energy, better sleep. But brain focus. You know, the people out there, your brain races a mile a minute? Fatty 15 lets you focus. It lets you focus on something without having to feel like your brain is everywhere. And just because 70% felt something within the 16 weeks doesn't mean that the 30% felt nothing ever. It just took them longer. 100,000 plus active Fatty 15 subscribers. That means active month in and month out. Must be working for somebody. It's working for me. Fatty15.com delivers as something called C15 in every single capsule. C15 is a essential fatty acid, the first one in 90 years to be able to be found and harnessed like this to help you live longer. It slows down the aging process of your body and of your cells. Okay? Every batch is independently tested. And like I said, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA, will give you a big discount. Go there today, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. And I'd like to thank Suzanne for putting that in the live chat. There it is right there. And all of our sponsors are in the lower links in the permanent comment section if you click show more. Okay? All you have to do is click show more. And that should pop right up for you. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. Okay. Thank you, Fatty15. Moving on. By the way, if you guys are wondering where Armra is lately, they're taking a little break. They're restructuring and rebranding. So you can still order Armra, but they have not paid us for sponsorship for the next 60 days. Okay? Evando2 says, will it get me laid? I don't think so. That still would rely on you. I don't think you can walk up to a woman or a man, depending on who you are, and say, hey, I take Fatty 15. Will you have sex with me? Don't think that's how that works. Probably pretty immoral, too. Anyway, a lot of people are upset with Kash Patel. A lot of people wish Kash Patel and Dan Bongino had done more, right? I've always said this. I said, Pam Bondi did a great job with X, Y, and Z, but did a horrible job with A, B, and C, right? I never discounted the work that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel did in finding FBI most wanted list people, in taking down major cartel members, in going after Tren de Aragua and MS-13 people, and in saving hundreds, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of kids from trafficking. Terry Sue said, Fatty 15 reversed my husband's kidney disease? That's awesome. If you can get me some kind of physician to back that up saying that, that would be huge. But that's great to hear. Well, here's what Kash Patel did do. He just took down an Iranian arms network in L.A., and that's being praised by a local investigative journalist, George Webb. Let's go to this now.
Everyone, George Webb here again at the center of the action in Pershing Square. The center of the action in Pershing Square. Last night, a big arrest here in the Iranian arms network here. We've talked about the Iranian arms network. We talked about the Soleimani girls. We said the Soleimani girls were getting aided and abetting to Farhani and Ardestani, two Trump assassins trying to find weapons, short guns and long guns, similar to Butler, similar to the Charlie Kirk situation here in Los Angeles. Shami Mafi was arrested last night at LAX. So we're on the top, we're on that story, we're all over that story. But the other piece to this is the nuclear triggers, the nuclear components, especially the nuclear triggers. These are the Krytrons that have been a part of international nuclear espionage for a long time. The nuclear accoutrement as far as explosive lenses and the various other things that are needed in terms of putting a bomb together.
It looks like Patrick
seem
Byrne.
to be early indications that this same network was putting this together as well for the Iran's nuclear ambitions. Maybe way closer than we thought. Again, I think we've judged Kash Patel way too early here. I think he's on the case. He not only got the Soleimani girls, but he got Sammy. He got the Sham Sham. He got Sham Sham last night doing the triggers. Also the drones. These are autonomous swarming drones, AI drones. These aren't just the regular Shahad kind of dumb drones. This is the more advanced technology that they're leaking somehow. We're looking at the death of these 10 aviation folks, or 11 or 12 aviation folks. One was out in Pasadena. We're checking in on that and seeing if they're just basically rifling through all the remnants of the dead person's digital presence for secrets. Is that what's going on with these 10 dead scientists or 11 dead scientists? We don't know all those answers, but we're here to find out. That's why we're here. Look at these shoes. Oh my goodness. Shoes don't have much shoe leather in them.
Man, that guy looks like Patrick Byrne. Not even going to lie, man. I couldn't even believe that. But a lot of people are saying that now that Pam Bondi's gone, Kash is off the leash. Well, FBI Director Kash Patel went on Maria Bartiromo's show and said a lot of arrests are coming soon for the deep state plotters who tried to rig elections against President Trump. Comey is not nearly the only one. So let's get to this. Let's hear what he has to say, because I'll hear him out. And from what I understand, I talked to two people this weekend familiar with the matter. As you guys know, I have 3 people that work in the White House that I can text regularly. You would think it would get me in there for press credentials as like in the press room, but it doesn't. Those people don't make those full-on decisions. But I digress, regardless. And I have a couple people that work not in D.C., but work with the administration. And they've all and 2 of those people told me that Kash is about ready to go like nuclear. And I'm like, well, I'll believe it when I see it, right? I'm not a pessimist, but I'm not really going to be optimistic because we haven't really seen much except for some botched indictments on Comey and Letitia James. And what their answer was, it was all Pam Bondi's fault. Okay? So let's hear what Kash Patel has to say after he took down this Iranian network of guns and in L.A.
Let me ask you about the mission, because every time I see President Trump, he says this repeatedly, that the election was rigged in 2020. I mean, he says it all the time. We all know that. And it's almost getting lost because he says it so much. You've been at the FBI now 14 months. Have you done anything about that? And do you have anything to tell us about that?
Absolutely, Maria. Look, I've been with the president nearly since day one on this. As I told you earlier, I was the one that led the effort with folks like Trey Gowdy, Johnny Ratcliffe, and Devin Nunes to expose the corruption that tried to thwart President Trump's first presidential election run. And we saw the FISA abuses there. And I lived through it, and the media came at me then, too. That just shows you that when you're over the target, you keep pummeling the target because the media is going to try and pummel you. We are not going to take this and have not taken this laying down. We did already indict former Director Comey, and that's going through the judicial process. But we also, at this FBI, even though we uncovered what we uncovered back in the House Intel days, I had to come in here and find rooms that they hid from the world. I had to come in here and find access on our computer systems in restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go, because they not only have personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop on that is not something I'm going to allow on my watch.
Right.
But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
So Kash Patel says we are going to be making these big profile arrests. I can promise you it's coming, and it's coming soon. Weird how it all started happening once Pam Bondi was fired. Now, I'm not saying that Todd Blanche is the greatest things in sliced bread. I don't like Todd Blanche. I wish Todd Blanche wasn't in there. I hope he makes Lee Zeldin the Attorney General. I really do. And the fact that Lee Zeldin has already been confirmed should be pretty easy. But man, I'm sitting here like this. Here's what I think, Eli. He says it's coming, and it's coming very quick. I think they're arresting all these people right before the midterms. I think they're going to start arresting these people before the midterms, so that all the talk is nothing. I mean, it'll be negative on Donald Trump, right? He's going after his political opponents. He wants to win elections. He's going after his political opponents. But guess what? If that's where Donald Trump wants the talk to be, that's where the talk will be. And I think that would be great to do right before the midterm. Start arresting these people. Start locking them up. And I want to see freaking mug shots and perp walks. I don't want to just hear, they were arrested and they're turning themselves in behind closed doors. Screw all that. But let's see what happens, right, Eli?
It's like I said, man, we need something explosive to happen before the midterm so that it reinvigorates people's patriotic feelings. But I have a question, and this is just because, I don't understand politics like everybody else does. But why did one thing have something to do with the other? Like, Kash couldn't go do things because it was Pam saying no? Did she have the power to tell him not to do things? What was that whole...
The FBI is under the DOJ. The FBI director works under the Department of Justice's Attorney General. The Attorney General is the boss, basically, of the FBI director. So the FBI is an agency that does all the detective work and all the investigative work, and then refers those criminal charges to the DOJ, who decides whether they want to prosecute or not.
So now, was she basically saying, no, don't do anything right now, or something like that? And if that's the case, could Kash have taken that opportunity and gone to President Trump being like, let me do my freaking job, yo?
That's probably what did happen. It's probably a bunch of stuff that led to Trump firing Pam Bondi, because I bet a lot of people like Tulsi Gabbard, how many referrals has she made to the Department of Justice? How many criminal referrals has she made? How many criminal referrals has Jim Jordan made to the Department of Justice? How many criminal referrals has James Comer made to the Department of Justice? How many criminal referrals has Kash Patel and Dan Bongino made to the Department of Justice? And how many criminals were charged from the Department of Justice? That's the question. That's the question. Now check this out. Here's some great news. Ready for this? Joe DiGenova is now going to oversee the Spygate probe after the DOJ removes a career Miami prosecutor for slow-walking the charges against John Brennan, James Comey, and Clapper. I'd like to hear about you're fired. You're not doing your damn job? Get out. Joe I hope I say his right, Joe DiGenova, a former U.S. attorney under Ronald Reagan, will oversee the Spygate probe in Florida after the DOJ has removed the deep state prosecutor who was stonewalking and slow-walking the charges in Florida. The Justice Department on Friday removed Maria Medides, a career federal prosecutor who was slow-walking charges against Brennan. Former CIA Director John Brennan is the target of a grand jury Russiagate probe in South Florida. Guess who else is in that? Oh, I don't know. James Comey, John Brennan, soon-to-be Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama. Last week, Tulsi Gabbard said Barack Obama is the head of all this. He's the one who signed off on it. We already all know that. She gave all the official proof to the DOJ. Okay? She gave all the official proof to the DOJ. Now they have it. CIA, that's another one. CIA Director John Ratcliffe. He also referred Brennan and Comey for prosecution over the summer. U.S. Attorney Jason Redding Quinones in the Southern District of Florida is in charge of the investigation. On Friday, CNN reported that the DOJ abruptly removed Maria Medidas for stonewalling and slow walking the charges against Brennan, which is going to domino effect all the way to Obama, right? Maria Medidas Long on Friday notified attorneys representing people involved in the case that she was no longer handling the investigation. The people familiar with the matter said she has led the politically sensitive probe for months amid demands from the Trump team to prosecute Brennan and other critics. CNN reported that career prosecutors in South Florida office are pushing back and claiming there isn't a strong enough case to bring charges against Brennan. Are you out of your damn mind? There's not enough evidence. You have it in writing. You have Lisa Page and Peter Strzok with the whole, we have insurance, Trump is not going to go in. You have the lying to the FISA court, which the FISA court admitted that they were lied to. What are you talking about? You have Christopher Steele, who's not even an American, who put together the Steele dossier paid for by Hillary Clinton and the DNC that they used to lie to the FISA court to get this stuff on Donald Trump for Crossfire Hurricane. What do you mean? And that's why your dumb ass is fired. DeGeneva was also targeted by Biden, said Dunlap at McGrowan as well. Hope he crucifies them all. Yes, he was. He absolutely was. Kind of like Rudy Giuliani was. Right? The career prosecutors and investigators handling the case for months pushed back against demands to quickly bring charges against Brennan, CNN reported, and have signaled to the Justice Department officials that they do not believe the case is strong enough to go forward. Of course, CNN would say that, and of course, deep state stonewallers would say that. Joseph DeGenova, a conservative attorney who previously represented President Trump's campaign when it challenged the results of the 2020 election, is being tapped by the U.S. Justice Department to lead the ongoing criminal investigation into CIA Director John Brennan. Ooh, it gives me goosebumps just to even say it. DeGenova will oversee the probe from the Southern District of Florida, and he's joining the team just days after Maria is gone. He will serve as counselor to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Now, by the way, if people get arrested under Todd Blanche, Eli, do you know what I will say? I'm sorry to Todd Blanche, I was wrong. If people get arrested under this guy who I don't believe is a good guy, then I'll say I was wrong. Because I will say this, he did represent President Trump twice and defended him twice very well. So I actually hope I do hope I can come on and say I was wrong. I will look forward to that day. I'll eat crow all day if that's the case. And I'm sure everybody in the audience will too. Sure on that one. What's up?
Oh, I was getting ready for the crow feast.
Yeah, I hope so. Here's some reporting on that. Let's get to this now.
Breaking tonight, a Fox News exclusive. We have new information that appears to directly contradict the Biden administration's insistence it had nothing to do with the Justice Department investigations into then former President Trump's alleged retention of classified material and the subsequent raid on his Mar-a-Lago home. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening to you. These emails obtained by Fox News paint a different picture of the relationship between the Biden White House and the Biden Justice Department. These two offices made it clear at the time, at least publicly, they were not connected and stayed away from any political interference. However, new emails obtained by Fox News from May 2022, 3 months before Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI, illustrates coordination between the White House counsel's office and the DOJ regarding an interview of Walt Nauta. Now, remember, Walt Nauta is a current White House aide to President Trump who was then former President Trump's aide in Florida. Nauta was later charged alongside Trump by special counsel Jack Smith. The May 10th, 2022 email reads in part, coordination with DOJ and White House counsel are in work to start the process to confirm and interview current administration employee Walt Nauta. This event is dependent upon the timeline of President Biden's brief decision and coordination between White House counsel and DOJ, and in turn, Evan Corcoran's position on the override of privilege assertion and whether or not he seeks an injunction to prevent access. Justice. That was written by an FBI agent, and Evan Corcoran, of course, one of Trump's lawyers at the time. This coming August, Brett, will mark 4 years since FBI agents raided Mar-a-Lago. A few days after that, then Attorney General Merrick Garland said this.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly.
And we're getting new reaction to these emails. Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan in the House says in part, it's always worse than we thought. These newly released documents confirm that the Biden DOJ's raid on Mar-a-Lago was politically motivated. We're also hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi. AG Bondi says the more we learn about the DOJ weaponization under the prior administration, the worse the story gets. And Brett, she says this right here. It's a key part. She says we will continue disclosing key evidence to our congressional partners to deliver the truth and bring those who committed crimes to justice.
Well, Pam Bondi isn't there any longer. So let's talk about the Mar-a-Lago raid. So we have 3 different things here. We have Russia, Russia, Russia. We have the Mar-a-Lago raid, and we have Crossfire Hurricane. Those 3 things. Russia, 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 Crossfire Hurricane, and the Mar-a-Lago raid, and they should pay for every single one of them. They should also pay for what they did to Trump in Atlanta, Georgia. They should pay for what they did to Trump in Manhattan. They should pay for what they did to Trump in D.C. And Donald Trump and the Trump Organization is suing the IRS for $10 billion. And Kash Patel just sued, who was it, the Washington Examiner? Who was it that Kash Patel just sued? I think somebody said it in the live chat here. I can't remember who exactly it was. Oh, The Atlantic. That's who it was. Kash Patel just sued The Atlantic for defamation of character. So President Trump and his Trump Organization, his sons, are suing the IRS for $10 billion. Oh, and they'll get it. And The Atlantic, they'll lose too. And that's how you crush these people. You take away their cash. That's what they did to us. That's what they did to all the creators who they took all of their potential cash flow. Now, I didn't have any cash flow when they took all my social media. I wasn't making $1 off social media then. I don't make $1 off social media now. None of my pages are monetized except for Rumble. And I don't make much from Rumble. All of the money that I get comes from you guys donating or you guys buying stuff from sponsors. That's it. That's where our money comes from. If you guys aren't doing that, we don't get paid. We have to close up shop. These guys, they get paid, the Atlantic and these people that go after Trump, they get paid by rich billionaires with an agenda. And the money never dries up until they start getting sued out of existence. Dover said, isn't The Atlantic owned by Steve Jobs' widow? That I don't know. Eli, can you look up who owns The Atlantic that the FBI is suing? Vanessa says, Thune hasn't turned over docs requested on Brennan. Yeah, lets you know even more about that loser, doesn't it? Now, Harmeet Dillon, also, ladies and gentlemen, has sued multiple states over their voting rolls. Eli, who owns The Atlantic?
As long as I got the right thing here, Laureen Powell Jobs.
So, Steve Jobs' former wife. Wow. Wow. She owns The Atlantic. I didn't know that. Harmeet Dillon on DOJ suing multiple states and D.C. over access to their voter rolls says we found at least 350,000 dead people currently on voter rolls. That's just dead people. Now, I apologize. You have to hear Maria Bartiromo's voice again. How she gets everybody on her show, I don't know. She's not a very... I'm not going to say nothing bad about her. It is what it is. It's her show. Here we go.
Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon. And Harmeet, it's wonderful to have you this morning. We appreciate your time. I want to get your take on who really was behind that impeachment process for President Trump. But even more important, give us your sense of what you just heard me talk with Kash Patel about, and that is the failure of any accountability. Our audience knows exactly what happened with the Russia collusion story. No one has been held accountable. Why not?
Well, Maria, thanks for having me this morning. And I heard Kash's remarks. I agree with them. And, you know, your folks need to understand that when we start these investigations, it takes time. We have to interview a lot of witnesses. We don't want to do what the other side did, which is just jump to conclusions. And so we're building strong cases. And I think your viewers are probably familiar with the fact that some of the judges out there, particularly judges appointed more recently, have been, doing their own form of lawfare by simply denying the Trump administration's valid cases in court on numerous different cases. And so we've experienced that at the Department of Justice. And so we're trying different tacks. We're putting teams together. I'm personally involved in some of the issues that we've talked about. Like cash, I can't talk about things prematurely before they come to a grand jury or before we're able to announce them. But I can assure you that the whole Department of Justice is very committed to this. And Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is continuing the work started under the Attorney General Pam Bondi. And we will have news in the very near future on these issues. And there's so many issues, Maria, like you just mentioned, the Atkinson situation. I mean, we just saw the news come out in the last couple of days about the CIA's weaponization of the government and intelligence officials to concoct a fake narrative regarding the Hunter Biden laptop and sign on and lie to the American people. And they did that, many of them, on the government dime. And so there are some serious violations that may come out of that as well.
But do you feel that there, is pressure to get all of this done, for example, before the midterm elections? I mean, if the Republicans lose seats in the House, will these investigations get derailed?
Of course they will.
I don't think so, Maria. So first of all, I mean, the election is important, of course, to all Americans, but we're going to continue our work regardless. I mean, the president has a 4-year mandate. The elections are not going to affect the dedication of the lawyers at the Department of Justice to see this through. We have a duty to do that. And frankly, if we don't do it, the American people...
Do you want to make a bet? Harmeet, I love what you're saying. I do, but you're wrong. Because if the House of Representatives was able, if both were given over to if the Senate and the House of Representatives were Democrat, Trump would be gone. What do you mean? What are you talking about? And even if the Senate doesn't go to the Democrats, but the House does, then they're going to impeach him. And guess what? Then that's going to go to the Senate. And that's going to have a trial. Guess what Trump's going to need? Resources in the DOJ. They're doing that. Yes, it will affect it. What are you talking about? Again, you're not talking to idiots here. We're not 5 and we're not Democrats. Losing the House or the Senate would be horrible for anything that any progress you have going forward. So please don't say that. Say it like it is.
People are going to lose confidence in our elections, and that's very important to me as a civil rights lawyer who's in charge of the Voting Rights Act and all the voting issues in our country. If we don't have free and fair elections, including elections that are free from this kind of manipulation, weaponization, lying, cheating, and stealing that we have seen evidence of, I think it's very bad for our country. And I personally am here to make sure that we don't have that outcome. And all our colleagues who are political appointees at the DOJ at the high level are committed to it as well. Now, there are many cases where we've had lawyers burrowed in at the DOJ and in other agencies as well who are not with the team and, in fact, who participated in some of the bad acts in prior administrations. So part of what we've been doing this past year is house cleaning, and we've been doing that in a number of different ways. And, I'm happy to share with you some of the things we found in house cleaning, at the DOJ. People have been burrowed in there for decades.
How about stop house cleaning and how about blow up the house? I'm speaking figuratively to any law enforcement that's watching. I'm not saying blow up something for real, but figuratively here, and speaking from an analogy point of view here, right? Stop cleaning the damn house and blow the damn house up. Hire Miley Cyrus and come in like a wrecking ball or something. Destroy that shit. And rebuild it. Give everybody a lie detector test. If they don't want to take it, fire them. You know how easy all this stuff would be, Eli? To be honest with you, look, I'm not saying that the presidency is easy by any means, okay? Never been president. Never at all. But I know how business works. I know how hiring, firing works. And I know how elections work. And I know elections don't work for us anymore. So in order for them to work for us, and in order to get rid of these corrupt people, you don't have to be a politician. You don't have to be a president to know. You go in and you clean house. Like what's his name on, what was that show? Ari, where he came in and with that super soaker and he like fired everybody. What was that called? That show?
Entourage. Get the out.
Yep. Eli, send me that clip. Find that clip for me and send it to me. That's what Donald Trump needed to do. That's what everybody that Donald Trump hired needed to do. You're all fired and rebuild it back up. Hire people. You know how many people who come work for Trump? My daughter's joining the military just because she wants to join the military under Trump. Right? Eli, when you find that clip, let me know. You got it? Good. Good. Every time I see this clip, I'm like, man, I wish Trump would do that. Every single time. Give a big shout out to some of the people in here while we're waiting for this clip to come over. Give a big shout out to Debbie Rising. Thank you for being here. Gina Marie, God bless you. Thank you for being here. Gray Wolf, thank you for being here. R Star, thank you for being here. Really appreciate your guys' sharing today. We've held a pretty good audience all day, Eli. Despite the fact that it's, that time of year where everybody's like laying low, people are getting sick. There it is right there. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Pull this clip up here for you guys. This right here is what Donald Trump needs to do in every form of government, in every agency, across the board. Ready? Here we go. Sorry.
He's not in there. Why would he be in his office at 3 o'clock? Where is he? Conference room.
Okay, I believe that is an L.
It is, in fact, an L.
You believe 6 hours ago I couldn't even read a stop sign? All right, test me again. I want to go smaller.
Smaller. All right. Great work, Rob. Great work. See if you can read this. You're fired. And in case your ears are fucked, get the fuck out! And the next person I see juggling, tap dancing, or baton twirling, or doing any other circus-like tricks will join him, all right? One strike policy applies. Now get back to work. God damn, that felt good.
What happened to you?
Shock therapy, Babs. Skip it, Jenny.
Skip it, Jenny. That's what he needs to do, Eli. Hey, Eli, did you know the guy who plays Ari Fleischer? Is that his name or something? Or I can't remember his last name on that. But Jeremy Piven, you know, he follows me on Instagram and talks. He's a conservative. He always likes my stuff. He's always commenting on my stuff, and I'm always like messaging him. I'm like, dude, I think you're a great actor, but now that I know you're a conservative, I love you even more.
Damn, Skippy. The character's name was Ari Gold from the acclaimed series Entourage, and the piece of food that he should have taken out of her hand if it was Trump would be a Big Mac.
Yeah. Excuse me, skip it. You don't need it. You're fired, okay? In case your ears are fucked, get the that's all you have to do. Is it really that hard? Now that I know that Jeremy Piven is a conservative, though, I love him. Absolutely love him. All right, here's some states facing some voter rolls lawsuits from Harmeet Dillon.
Department suing 29 states and Washington, D.C., saying they're refusing to turn over voter roll data to federal investigators.
We're doing that to make sure that states are in compliance. And guess what? We found at least 350,000 dead people currently on the voter rolls in those jurisdictions. And we've referred approximately 25,000 people with no citizenship records to the to Homeland Security to look at, dig into that further and see the extent to which people voted.
Meanwhile, as usual, voters appear to be on board for voter ID. Justice Department suing 29 states and Washington, D.C., saying...
I think it's a little too late for all this, to be honest with you. I think this stuff should have been figured out by now. Put it that way. Eli, folks, we got some news here. And I figured I'd read this to you just so, Eli, you know how the rumor mill starts around here, right? The rumor mill around LFA TV is it's pretty extensive, right? When somebody comes or somebody goes, right?
Oh, last time Mike covered for you, I heard you quit the whole job and we're going to be a farmer or something.
Yeah, last time Mike Crispy covered for me, apparently I had quit LFA TV and I was going to become a potato farmer or something like that, which my response to that is just unbelievable. Okay, so I do have some news here, and I might as well read it to you now. Mr. Jeremy, she always says that, doesn't she? Mr. Eli, Mr. Jeremy. Mr. Jeremy, thank you for all you do and for the opportunity to be part of LFA TV. The past year and a half has strengthened and grown me in many ways, and I am deeply grateful. Just got this less than an hour ago. After much prayer, I feel the Lord is leading me to focus more on my family in this season. Because of that, I need to submit my 2-week notice, with Friday, May 1st being my last day. This was not an easy decision, and I'm very thankful for the trust and opportunities that you've given me. If you ever need someone to fill in from time to time, please feel free to reach out. In Christ, regards, Hannah Faulkner. In which I said, you are a wonderful human being, and I am so grateful that you have been here. Thank you for so much for everything, and I'm glad you are moving on to help your family and to do wonderful things for this country. Hannah Faulkner will be finishing out here for the next 2 weeks. Her last day will be May 1st, or maybe it'll be the day before May 1st. I'll have to ask her, but I've not talked to her other than just that. That came in while I was on the show. And that makes me sad, but LFA TV is a place for people to come and have their views expressed and report the news and report for what they're doing and then move on. We're not Fox News. You don't stay here for 20 years. The only person that's got a life expectancy here is me, right? And I love her. I love everybody that has come and given, hard work to LFA TV and to the audience. And even if I don't like them now, like Ryan Matta, I don't have any, I still respect what he did while he was here. I would still respect the fact that he, went down and exposed the children that were being trafficked on the border. You know what I mean? And, I don't know if you guys know this, but Hannah has a family member who needs round-the-clock care. Her sister was in a horrible accident years ago, and she's paralyzed. And her family is very tight and very close, and her father's great. Great man. I've had many, many conversations with her father. And so we're going to be praying for Hannah. And maybe you guys can come on her show, throughout the week, over this week and next week, and just tell her how much you loved her and how much she'll be missed, And she's always, like anybody, they're always welcome to come back on LFA TV anytime they want. Okay? I thought that I would put that out now, Eli, in case, come the day she leave and everybody's like, Jeremy must have fired her because she was too close to the sun or something. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Aside from her charisma, her dedication, her knowledge, her intelligence, the way she presents herself, I think the biggest thing I'm going to miss Hannah is Mr. Eli. I was always like, well, it's Mr. Ellis, but it's all right.
Mr. Eli, Mr. Jeremy, I hate to bother you, but no bother ever. You're great. I want to go to Representative Anna Paulina Luna because the news never stops, no matter how much we want it to sometimes. I want to go to Anna Paulina Luna, who says, since we're talking about, indictments and deep state going down and Kash Patel and all that, Anna Paulina Luna says the purge on Capitol Hill has just begun. More people will be not only kicked out of Congress, but will resign in the coming months, based on news that's coming out.
Do other House members have skeletons in their closets?
What a stupid question.
Yes. How many?
I'd say right now there's probably about two House members, likely one senator. But I think that this right now is freaking a lot of people out. And also, too, I think this is kind of something that we've been pushing forward, but we wanted to release the Congressional Slush Fund.
Is this the beginning of a major purge on Capitol Hill?
I think so.
How many members are we talking about?
Well, as of right now, there's probably 3 between the House and the Senate.
3, but there could be more.
There could be more, yeah. There's always rumors, but rumors aren't always true. It's what's in evidence.
Yeah. Ask Madison Cawthorn how many members of Congress have skeletons in their closet. She says there's going to be a great purge coming. And I'm glad. I want to see people get arrested. I want to see people resign. I want to see people lose their careers for the rest of their lives. As of right now, Jasmine Crockett is begging for a law firm to hire her, and no one will. Come on, y'all. What, y'all don't want to hire me because I'm black? Go ahead and say it. Go ahead. Say it. Say it's because I'm black. I dare you. I dare you to say it is because I'm black. Because, honey, I'm just getting started, and I'm finna take over your whole law firm. Nobody's hiring you because you're retarded. Not because you black. Eli, they not hiring me, these law firms out here, they not hiring me because of discrimination and racism. That's why.
Of course. What else could it be?
Yeah. Has nothing to do with the fact that you're just an utter retard. Now, Virginia. Virginia. Get your butts up tomorrow or today and go vote. Wait, tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow's early voting, or maybe early voting's already started. I don't know exactly when early voting started or starts in Virginia, but ladies and gentlemen, redistricting vote. Get your butts up. You already have buyer's remorse over the governor. Do not allow this state to do this. What am I talking about? Gerrymandering, of course.
2016, when Eric Holder, right when he got out of the Obama administration, started the Democrat Redistricting Commission. And then in 2022 and again in 2024, they pressed to pick up seats in New York. But with all that said, it's about Virginia. And Virginia in 2020 held a constitutional referendum, amended our Constitution to have nonpartisan, independent redistricting. 2/3 of Virginians said we want politics out, politicians out. And now we have Abigail Spanberger saying she's going to ignore the voice of Virginians, override them, and try to adopt the most gerrymandered map in America. Today we have what is assessed as the fairest map in America. I don't love it. It's 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans, but it's fair. And she wants to override it and turn it into the most gerrymandered map in America. It's wrong. Virginians should stand up and vote no tomorrow.
Do you think that Republicans, or even, I understand that there are some Democrats who don't like this either. Is there a chance that this might not happen?
There is a chance, and that's because it is viewed as being such a gerrymandered grab of power, and they've lied to us. I mean, even the Washington Post came out and said that this is the most brazenly dishonest campaign from the yes vote, and they effectively endorsed the no vote, the Washington Post. And Virginians understand this. And so what we're seeing is not only Republicans coming together, but independents and a lot of Democrats. So this is going to be close. Listen, it's an uphill battle because they have poured $70 million into this. That's more than they spent on the governor's race in a very short period of time to try to fool, deceive, and trick Virginians. But the reality is a no vote is for the fairest maps in America.
As I understand it, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, has put in about $20 million of his own campaign cash to help here. And just a quick glance this morning.
So, early voting has already ended, as the people in the live chat have said. Noel says, Glenn, you were a shitty governor. I really don't know how much he was better than his predecessor. I'll say that. But he wasn't very much a MAGA guy prior to getting that endorsement. I do know that. Unfortunately, I don't know much about how Virginians viewed the job that Youngkin did. But I'll tell you, he must not have done too good of a job if he couldn't continue to keep the government in the right party. So I'll say that. Meemaw Becky says, Jeremy and Eli, have a great rest of your day. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. By the way, is that Noel from National File? If it is, haven't seen you in a long time, buddy. Hope things are well. If that's Noel from National File. What do we got here? About 8 minutes. Let's get to, this is what happens when you continue to elect Democrats in your city. Apple is now leaving a Democrat-run city, just like all of those billion-dollar Fortune 500 companies are leaving California, because Democrats can't run anything except for into the ground.
Is the latest in the series of stores leaving the Towson Town Center, citing declining conditions. But the Towson Chamber of Commerce says it has a reason to question that statement. The Towson Town Center is a staple in the city.
This is a nice mall, you know, it's quality mall.
But is the mall on a downward spiral?
I kept hearing from people that, like, the mall is going to shut down soon, even from some of the workers.
One of the most popular stores, the Apple Store, announced it's leaving, citing departure of several retailers and declining conditions. Executive Director of the Towson Chamber of Commerce, Nancy Hafford, says that can't be the reason.
That store does so well. It's crowded all the time, and I know they do a great business there.
The Towson Apple Store was the first in the country to unionize in 2024. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers released a statement saying in part that this raises serious concerns, that this closure is a cynical attempt to bust the union.
I'm not sure if being a union store had anything to do with why they're closing, but I know that it couldn't be sales. And from the police reports that I've heard, they haven't had issues over there.
The news coming as a shock to customers.
That's crazy. They've been here for a while. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot of money lost from Towson.
Hafford says preventing stores from leaving starts with customers.
I'm asking them if they'd please just start looking at your local businesses first before you go online to buy something.
Here's an idea. Elect Republicans to run your city so that your city doesn't become a shitty. How about that? When you elect Republicans, a city stays a city. When you elect Democrats, a city becomes a shitty, like Chicago. Democrats are retarded people. Not mentally handicapped. They're far smarter than Democrats. And I'm not even saying that to be facetious. I'm being for real. Democrats are retarded people. Where it means they don't really have a mental handicap, and they still can't learn what's right and what's wrong because they got to put their agenda first because they're money-hungry, demonic, power-grabbing scumbags. Everything run by a Democrat turns to shit. And everyone knows it. Did you guys see that horrible thing coming out of Ireland? By the way, where the Ireland priest was praying for the Lord to take Donald Trump during Catholic Mass. Did you guys see that?
War is taking place, which is absolutely outrageous. There's no need for it. We pray for peace in the world. Pray for Donald Trump, the Lord will take him.
Hear it again.
Which is absolutely outrageous. There's no need for it. We pray for peace in the world. Pray for Donald Trump, the Lord will take him.
We pray for peace for the world. And we pray for Donald Trump and that the Lord will take him, Eli. Boy, that's a great thing for a priest to say in the middle of Mass, you piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. It's actually pretty disgusting that the entire frickin' congregation laughed with it.
Yep.
I was expecting disgusted sounds.
Yep. We pray for peace. While he prays for Donald Trump to die. He says, hold on. He says, we pray for peace while he prays for Donald Trump to die. Yeah, that's nice. You know, Eli, I go to church. I'd never heard a pastor even jokingly pray for Biden to die. Never once.
I've never heard a pastor playfully or jokingly pray for anybody to die. That kind of seems like it's against, God's will, business.
I bet those kids that the Catholic Church raped for 100 years probably wish they were dead too. Or the priest who did it to them.
Yep, exactly. That scumbag evil standing up at that pulpit, spewing crap and all those people.
We pray for peace and that Donald Trump will go to the Lord. When Bill Maher has to come out and tell leftists that they're hypocrites about the whole Pope stuff, you know you've gone too far.
Hypocritical America, I really do. See, the liberals suddenly love the Pope. The Pope, who 2 weeks ago was all in the headlines. You know why? Exorcisms. Yeah, this big thing about we got to the demons are all around, the devil. That's who the fucking Pope is, okay? A guy who does exorcism, doesn't believe in gay marriage, no women priests. But now, because he's feuding with Trump, MSNBC loves this guy. He got a big speech on the floor from Chuck Schumer. Eric Swalwell sent him a dick pic. I love hypocritical America, I really do. See, the liberals suddenly love the Pope.
Yeah. All of a sudden, how dare President Trump be blasphemous against the Pope? Here's some more good news for you. Tucker Carlson's son, Buckley, has been fired from the administration, right? He's been a registered Democrat since 2015. Why was he ever hired by the administration? Was it a favor to Tucker? He's been a Democrat, at least a registered Democrat this whole time, right? That's Tucker Carlson's son, Buckley, right there, folks. Following in Daddy's footsteps in politics. Except he's a registered Democrat. Now, I'm not saying that a child who's a registered Democrat is that way because his dad is or anything like that. They have their own mind. They have their own brain. But what happened to vetting? Why was this guy allowed to work in the White House? Elin says, I bet he was the leaker. Could be. I don't know. No longer works with the administration anymore, though. Not after shit that was going on in from Tucker Carlson. And then I'll just say that this will be how I end the show today, ladies and gentlemen. I already showed you what happens to a city when a Democrat runs it. Here's what happens to the world when you become Democrat. Get a bunch of this.
Any orange steaks I had. I used to have 5. Now I only have 3. I wonder where they went. They went.
See, and I get comments all the time on my videos of libs saying,
those people are batshit crazy. And there's no other way to say it. Batshit crazy. Eli, we're getting ready to get out of here. Will Johnson is coming in next. I almost call him Will Smith sometimes. Will Smith Johnson is coming in next. Anything you'd like to say to people on the way out on this Monday? You got 4 more days to go, my friend, till Friday.
Again, it's a reminder that it's Monday. But anyway, join us throughout the rest of the week and check out all the other shows. Give them a like, give them a share. Check out our hosts. They're great guys. They spread the truth just like we do. We will see you tomorrow, and stick around for Culture Wars with Will coming up.
Culture Wars with Will Johnson coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. I will say this. There are right ways and there's wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall. Keep your shoulders back. Keep your chest out. Keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned for Will Johnson. And remember this. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. And whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. I love you guys. Have a great day. Peace out.
First in America, black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. As long as I'm living and breathing, I'll keep stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. as I'm living and breathing.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. How crazy is that? How crazy is that, everybody? The Pope says Islam and the Catholic Church basically submerge as one. That's the reason why I want to play that for you. Happy Monday, everybody. It is 420. It is 420. You know, it's actually a particular evil person's birthday today. I didn't learn this, and I learned this a long time ago. I think it was Columbine, if I'm not mistaken. Columbine, years ago, even before I got into politics and talking about religion and all of this. But anyways, thank you so much for joining, everybody. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up and share the video. We're going to talk about this: Christianity versus Catholics. Let me be clear about something. I don't dislike Catholics. I don't. I think they're misguided. I think they're following a faith that is not of the Bible. This is my personal opinion. I have family members that are Catholic, as I mentioned multiple times. But when you have the Pope coming out talking about Islam, saying Islam and Christianity basically should merge together, how do you do that? That's like saying oil and water should come together. How do you do that? How do you make that happen? It's not going to happen. These people are straight up evil. They want to eliminate everybody on the planet who does not comply to their edict. They want to eliminate everybody. It is pure evil. 100% evil. Now, the reason why I titled this Christians versus Catholic, because from where I stand, there is a difference. Christians don't do the same things Catholics do. Catholics don't do the same things Christians do. Like, for example, and again, I'm not here to bash Catholics, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in here that are Catholic. I get that. A lot of people probably don't like me even talking about this, and I get that. But looking at the Catholic Church and what they've been doing for the past 20 years that I'm aware of has been completely evil. They've even created these movies showing how evil okay, it's a movie. It's a movie, right? It's just a movie. But how much of it been true? when they create these movies and they create these talking points and they create these scenes where it shows and depict the Catholic Church being evil. And the Catholic Church, because of the Pope, they say that the Pope, as I mentioned last week, is this close to God, closer to God than anybody else. Closer to God than anybody else. They even call the Pope, how does it say it? The vicar of Christ. Do you know what that means? Does anybody know what that means? The vicar of Christ. What does that mean? I've actually been asking that question out on social media, and I can't tell you how many people. There's been quite a few. Quite a few people that's been like, Will Johnson, I completely agree with you. But there's been quite a few that are upset with me and disagree with me because they don't understand. This is people that's in the Catholic Church don't understand what it means to be the vicar of Christ. According to the definition that I found out, and this is recently new to me. So those of you who have been Catholic, you probably heard this a long time ago. But according to the definition, the vicar of Christ is the earthly representation of Christ. That's what it means. The earthly representation of Christ. Because when I first heard someone mention that, the vicar of Christ, I'm like, what is that? What is that? And if you go out there and you just type in the vicar of Christ, go type it in Google. It'll straight up tell you the representation of Christ, the earthly representation of Christ. The vicar of Christ. Go look at it. Go look it up. And a lot of people got upset with me because I brought that point up. And I didn't know it. I didn't even know that's what they said. Now, I know a lot of people that are Catholic because when you talk about the Catholic Church, you know what they say? You're attacking my faith. Kind of like threw me off when the first time I heard that. And I've heard this for years ago. You're attacking my faith. Because I'm talking about the things that the Catholic Church has been doing, the evil, wicked things that the Catholic Church has been doing. And they say that I'm attacking their faith. No, I'm not. I'm not attacking anything. I'm saying what's happening. But you know what I realized? That a lot of these people in the United States of America, I can't say this about everywhere else, and it's probably true for everywhere else. But here in the United States of America, the people that call themselves Christian to the rest of the world are actually Catholic. And these people that are actually Catholic, for the most part, and probably wasn't always like this, they're liberal. Or they say that they used to support President Trump and they no longer support President Trump. They're saying that. Let me ask you a question. Is there a difference between being a Catholic and a Christian? Is there a difference? What do you say? Y'all let me know in the chat. Is there a difference between Catholics and Christian? Again, I say that it is. There is a difference. And some of them will demonstrate the difference to you. Well, of course, the Communist News Network, I guess when they hated the Pope when the Pope was against abortion, and I'm still assuming that this current Pope says he's against abortion, but I mean, saying one thing and actually being against it is two different things. It's like people saying that they're against abortion, but yet they go vote for the same Democrats that's advocating for abortion. Same thing with this Pope. This Pope, to my understanding, is a total liberal, leftist-leaning liberal. He's an American citizen, is he not? So since he's in the Vatican, does this mean that he gets a mail-in ballot? So if he gets a mail-in ballot, I guarantee he didn't vote for President Trump. He voted for Kamala Harris, which is for abortion. Any single person, Joe Biden said that he was Catholic. Any person that say that they are Catholic and they vote for the Democrat, you just voted for abortion. And the Catholic Church has been one of the biggest advocates against abortion. One of the biggest. So they say. So they say. So the Communist News Network has to go out into the streets of America and actually have a conversation with people that are Catholic. You know, they want to talk to the ones that are Catholic, saying that they used to be for President Trump and now they're no longer for President Trump because President Trump had to say something back to the Pope when the Pope opened his mouth up first. You can't make it up.
I don't think it helps the president at all. I think it's colossally stupid, and I say that as a Catholic and as a person who voted for Trump, but I think that it's just not the battle to pick. I think it's just an uncomfortable moment, and I think there's better ways to address dialogue, and I would rather see him try to come to some accord with the Holy Father and with the church's position. I do think that things needed to be done in Iran.
Okay, one of the biggest pet peeves, again, that I have with the Catholic Church, and this is one of the reasons why I say there is a difference between Catholics and Christians, is because I don't call anybody Holy Father. I don't call anybody Holy Father. I don't care if it's just a phrase that you call somebody. I call my dad, Dad. He is my father on earth. But I don't call my dad Holy Father either. I don't call anybody Holy Father.
With the Holy Father.
Really? Now, do you know of Christians, I'm not talking about Catholics, do you know of any other Christians that refer to their pastor, their priest, not the priest, that'd be a Catholic church, their deacon, their bishop? Do you see any Christian referring to another man as Holy Father? Do y'all see any of that? Do you? I mean, really, it's a legit question. I've never heard anybody. The only people I ever hear that from is from those that are Catholic, referring to another man as Holy Father. He's not the Holy Father. And again, I'm not on here trying to bash people that are Catholic that because you want to call him the Holy Father. Look, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it, but I'm not on here bashing you. This past weekend, I took an image of the Pope and I put it on social media, and I was asking people, do they believe that he is the earthly representation of Christ? And I kind of hesitated on posting it because I knew for a fact that there's going to be a lot of people that are Catholic, because I respect people that are Catholic. I'm just telling you right now, I do respect them, not liberals, but for the most part, because I didn't want to really upset people. But you know what I thought? I said, if I don't say this, a lot of people won't see it that way. A lot of people won't understand where it's coming from. A lot of people will think that, well, this is just the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church, we all know that he's just a man. I've had so many people say that. So I put that out there, and a lot of people will say, no, he's not the representation of Christ on earth. He's not. Overwhelmingly. I can't believe it actually went viral on X of all places. Everybody else, everywhere else is just kind of, tapered down because they don't, a lot of people didn't want to respond to it, but on X they did. And overwhelmingly people say, no, he's not the representation of Christ on earth. He's just another man of an organization called the Catholic Church. And again, I have family members, and I have one particular family member, kind of a distant family member, that I'm wondering if she saw what I posted, because the last time conversation came up about the Catholic Church, she mentioned, and this is a woman, of course, she mentioned that I was attacking her faith. I didn't know that Catholics had faith in an organization, had faith in a man, or had faith in the Catholic Church. Why is that? How was what? I don't understand. My faith is in Jesus Christ. That's what my faith is. And they attack Jesus Christ all day long, but I don't have to go out and be retaliated against somebody and say, oh, you're attacking my faith. I don't even have to say that, because I know for a fact that my God, he's the one that can take care of all of this. This is like a prime example. When you talk about Muhammad, when you talk about Muhammad, guess what happens with the Muslims, the Islamists? They get angry. They want to get physically violent with you because they feel like their faith is being attacked. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the reason why they want to physically get violent with people. You're attacking my faith. What? But when they attack us and they attack Christianity and they attack and they say all the terrible things about Christ, what do we do as Christians? What do we do as Christians? We do the same thing Christ did. Do you understand that? We do the same thing Christ did. We don't go out and bash them, want to beat them down. Not that they don't deserve it, but we don't do it. Because Christ set the example on how we should be. And there is this whole thing right now. And I've talked about this so much. I've talked about this so much. You know what, Lord Jesus, thank you so much for today. Thank you for this Monday, Lord. Thank you for everyone that is here. Lord Jesus, you get all the glory. Now, no man on this earth, Lord Jesus, not a single man on this earth, Lord Jesus, get the glory, but you. You get all the glory. Jesus gets all the glory. I've told y'all how many times, like a broken daggone record, how these Democrats are trying to change what it is to be a Christian. How many times have y'all heard me say this? How many times have you heard me say it? How many times? It's like, oh, Will Johnson said that. He's already said that before. I keep telling y'all. Well, let me share something with you. Let me share something with you that actually shows what I've been talking about. This is pure evil. They've constantly been trying to change what the Bible says, and they're trying to change what it is to be a Christian. You can't make it up.
A very dangerous thing that I'm about to say now, but since I'm a bit dangerous, I'm of the opinion that we need a third testament.
See, now we have the Old Testament, the New Testament. This evil person is talking about a third testament. Please listen, people. Protect your children. This thing is about to get really wild on this planet. Listen, I'm not going to try not to stop it again.
A very dangerous thing that I'm about to say now, but since I'm a bit dangerous.
And you can hear someone say in the background, say it, Bishop. Listen.
I'm of the opinion that we need a third testament because the Bible has become problematic. Slaves, obey your masters as you do the Lord. It's a text. Let the women keep silent in the churches, and if they have any questions, let them ask their husbands at home. Now, I'm a believer. My whole heart, I trust God with my whole heart. I wake up in the morning talking to God and God talking to me.
I know I said we weren't going to stop it, but what God is she talking to? What God is she talking to? It's like the Klan. The KKK, they believe in God. What God are they talking to? Muslims. What God are they talking to? Right? What are they talking to? Listen to this. This is exactly what I've been stressing to people. And this is the first time I've seen this woman. I don't know who this woman is. Don't even care to know her name. It's the fact that she's doing it. I know they say she's a bishop, but it's the fact of what she's saying, proving everything that I've been telling everybody. They're trying to change what it is to be a Christian. People, we're in the last days. We're in the last days.
But I am completely frustrated with the ways in which the text speaks to the kind of vitriolic God that makes those kinds of things. And people will say, well, it's in the book. And I said, then we need to pour that page out.
You hear this?
They say, well, you can't do it. It's the word of God. I said, no, it's words about God. Come on now. But is it the word of God? No, it is not the word of God.
How many times do I have to say it? How many times do I have to mention it? It's like every single day, every single week, there is another episode. There is something else showing how evil these Democrats are, how evil these people are. And I've said it so many times, and so many people never even seen it, where I've told them that they're trying to change what it is to be a Christian. They want to change the Bible. I just showed it to you. Talking about rip the page out of the Bible. Here's my Bible here. This is my sword. Talking about ripping the page out of the Bible? Are you kidding me? people were living in the last days. And she's talking about ripping the pages out and replacing them and putting something else in there that fit their evil needs. If you can't tell me Satan's not on his job. You can't tell me that Satan's not really active right now. Satan is doing what he can to deceive so many people and basically getting away with it, because you can hear the people in the background going, oh yeah, okay, I see your point. Yeah, we need to get rid of this Bible because it's talking about slaves. Honor and respect your masters as the masters do our Heavenly Father. I mean, they take that and they twist it, not even understanding what it means. Jesus is the King of Kings. And Jesus was watching the feet. He was washing the feet of people, of sinners. They completely lost the whole message of Jesus Christ. Completely lost the whole message of it. Completely lost the whole meaning. I guarantee that woman that I showed you, she would side with everything that the Pope is saying against President Trump right now. Everything. Because the Catholic Church never wanted for us to be Christians the way we are. They wanted to have the one religion. And that's part of the reason why the Pope is working side by side with his Islamist terrorists right now, because they want one religion. The URI. I've told y'all about this multiple times. They want one religion under the United Nations, and the URI has been under the United Nations for many years. And these Catholic priests, they're all upset with President Trump because President Trump was not silent when what they call the Holy Father, which is just blows my mind that they do it.
But the Pope is staying centered in the gospel message, and the just war theory. The consistency of the papacy on this issue is firm. Of course, you're going to have politicians that want to support, the actions, the erratic actions of an administration that, again, chose to go to war without, any real plan in mind for, how to, even what the goal of the war was.
Let me stop it really quick. First, he said erratic administration. And how does he know what President Trump's goals are? Straight up liberalism. How does he know what President Trump's plans were? How do you know President Trump didn't think about the Strait of Hormuz? How do you know he didn't do that? How do you know President Trump didn't have a plan? President Trump doesn't do anything unless he has a strategy. We've learned this. I can say that 100%. Every single time President Trump has done something, he's done it for a purpose. We've seen it time and time again. And the Democrats and the liberals, they all want to stop Trump no matter what he's doing, no matter the positive thing he's doing. And the reason why I believe the Catholic Church is upset with President Trump, because President Trump is doing something that they believe the false prophet and the Antichrist should be doing. They don't want President Trump doing this. They don't want President Trump getting a recognition of this. They want the false prophet and the Antichrist, which that is going to come.
But in the midst of it all, again, the critique from political leaders, again, it aligns with where this administration is at, sadly, and the whole spirit of white Christian nationalism.
Right there. Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? Let me ask y'all again. Is there a difference between Christianity and Catholics? Now, I know that they say, well, Christianity, a Catholic is, being a Catholic is being a Christian. I've heard that so many times. Is there a difference? Is there a difference between Protestant, between Catholics, between Baptists, between Christianity? Is there a difference? Because I don't do the things. I don't do the repetitions that the Catholic Church, the people in the Catholic Church do. I mean, there are repetitions. I think everyone who is Catholic that goes to a Catholic church, you know very well when you go to Mass that you have to do certain things. You got to get down and kneel up and stand up and sit, kneel down, sit down, kneel up, sit down, kneel up. It's like this. I've been to Catholic Mass before. It's like this, right? And you got to do certain things at a certain time. You can't get out of order. I'm not Catholic. Again, I have family members that are Catholic. So I've been to a Catholic church. But he said white Christian nationalists. If you're white and you put Christ first, that means you're a white Christian nationalist. Hello, you just happen to, you're a Christian nationalist that happens to be white. I'm a Christian nationalist that happens to be black. What's wrong with putting Christ first? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? They put the Pope first.
That, again.
Let me play that part for you again, so y'all, because some of y'all missed it. Listen.
It aligns with where this administration is at, sadly, and in the whole spirit of, white Christian nationalism that, again, continues to, try to, raise the nation above, and the values of the nation above Christianity itself. Again, totally contrary to any, true sense of being a disciple of Jesus. Is to keep that focus.
Now, I noticed a couple of times where they were saying that the Pope is talking and preaching the gospel. Really? Really? Did you know once a year that the Pope will close these doors somewhere in the Vatican? I don't know where they are, but there's these doors, are these really big doors. I mean, they're really big and gaudy. And the Pope will close the doors once a year. And when he closed the doors, the Pope, that's is supposed to be symbolic of the Pope saying that all of your sins that you have committed throughout the year have been forgiven. Have y'all heard of this before? Have you heard of that? I mean, I'm not making it up. First time I heard that, I'm like, what are you talking about? He closed the doors. It's like he's closing the doors to hell, to what I've been told about it and what I read up on it. He closed the doors to hell, and then he says all sins have been forgiven. And when I first heard that, I'm like, whoa, what is this about? What is this about? He can't forgive any sins. It's not up to the Pope to forgive any sins. No man. Now, you can forgive other people for things that they've done to you. You can forgive people. We should forgive people. By all means. Please forgive me if I'm hurting your feelings. But I'm telling you the truth. I had no idea that they did this. It's not that I'm lying to you. Prove me wrong. I can show it to you. Maybe I should have pulled it up. It just dawned on me that I remember he was doing that. But they're talking about the Pope is preaching the gospel. At what point did he preach the gospel? My family members that are Catholic have told me that the priests and the priests and the I guess the bishops and what have you, they tell the people, do not read the Bible because you won't understand it. You know what they put, what they give the people in its place? And everybody Catholic know exactly where I'm going. They give you this, what they call the catechism. They don't give you a Bible, they give you a catechism. They tell you to learn and study the catechism and not the Bible. What's his name? Martin Luther. He fled from the Catholic Church because they were trying to eliminate him. They're going to kill him because he was questioning what they were teaching. He was questioning it. And that's how we got all these other denominations, because he fled from the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church didn't want people to know the truth. Don't read the Bible. We'll give you a catechism to read. We'll tell you how you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to do. Nowhere in the Bible have I ever read where it says that you should learn the catechism. Nowhere does it say that in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible after Christ have paid the ultimate price, where it says that we need to go and confess our sins to a priest. The veil has been ripped. We can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. We can have a personal relationship. Here's another guy that has taken it upon himself to bash President Trump. And again, I'm telling you right now, the way I see it, and not everybody sees it this way, there is a difference between being a Catholic and a Christian.
I don't know any Catholic in the United States, from progressive to traditional, who doesn't have strong feelings about the comments made by President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance about Pope Leo XIV. They include not only President Trump's initial very disrespectful Truth Social post about the Holy Father, but also
There it is again. There it is again, calling this man the Holy Father. Does anybody else have a problem with that? I mean, I can't stop him from saying it, but I mean, it's just, you would never get me calling somebody a Holy Father. You'll never get me doing that. Never get me doing that.
Vice President Vance's likewise disrespectful comments about Pope Leo having to be careful when he speaks about theology. So let me share some of my own feelings. First of all, I find it shocking that a president and a vice president would treat such a good, holy, and learned man.
Good, holy, learned man. Good, holy. Are you kidding me? We're talking about the Catholic Church here.
Like Pope Leo, with such disdain and contempt.
So what about the Pope opening his mouth? Why are you not addressing him saying something? The Pope should tend to his flock, not attend to President Trump. I did a video, a little short video, to put on social media, asking people, saying, why does the Pope think that he should be like the president? And again, a lot of people are not putting two and two together on this. A lot of people think, well, this is just a, dispute that they're having going back and forth. Why in the world would the Pope want to interject himself? Why would he do this? What it is, but they're not saying out loud, is because the Pope, the false prophet, the Antichrist, whoever that may be, they don't want President Trump bringing peace. They need total chaos on the planet, so when the false prophet and the Antichrist come on the scene, they can be the ones to bring peace to everything. They do not need peace to happen. They need chaos on the planet. It's the same MO for the Democrats in the United States of America. They need chaos on the planet. They want the chaos. So then they can have someone come in like a savior. The Democrats have this savior complex, especially the white feminist liberal. They have this savior complex. They create the chaos, create the problem, then they come in and act like they're here to save the day. We're from the government and we're here to rescue you. We're here to help, right? After they cause the problem. Same thing with these evil people. Create the problem, then they want to bring in the false prophet and the Antichrist to act like they're there to save the day. Act like they're there to save the day.
Imagine telling a man with the Holy Father's learning and experience and authority that he doesn't understand theology sufficiently. This is a guy who has his master's in divinity and a doctorate in canon law from a pontifical university. And imagine attacking him as ridiculously weak on crime, as if he's some mayor or governor.
The Pope is weak on crime. Their Pope wants open borders to allow the illegal aliens to come into our country. And again, this is all about having a one world global system. Part of the reason why the Pope wanted illegals to come into the country is because they want to remove all borders. They need this global conflict. And if you have a sovereign nation like the United States of America, where all of its people are being protected, safe and secure, they cannot get the chaos that they're looking for. They can't get it. So they need the entire world engulfed in it. So the Antichrist can come on the scene and say, oh, look at me. Look what I did for you. Let me tell you this too. Something I've really been thinking about. When the Antichrist comes on the scene and he starts doing miraculous things and starts making people extremely happy, people who say something against him guess what's going to happen? The same thing that's happening right now for those of us that's saying something against the Pope. How dare you? You even have the radical leftist lunatic liberals siding with the Pope against President Trump, against the MAGA extremists, against those of us that believe and love Christ. Listen to them. How dare you speak out against the Holy Father? It's going to be the exact same thing with the Antichrist, except for it's going to be a little bit worse, probably a lot worse. They're going to say, oh, we got one here. He's denying whoever the Antichrist is. He's denying him, saying bad things about him. Get him, get him, get him. Because, see, they see us as Christians as the problem on the planet. And they want to eliminate us. They want to eliminate us. We'll have more when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
You know, I don't blame Trump. I blame these evangelicals, these religious leaders that have enabled the president's behavior. That is, you asked.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Let me take it back to the beginning of this, because this is a really good clip. But did you hear what she said? She go, I don't blame Trump. She's blaming the Christians, the evangelical Christians that are in leadership positions that have emboldened President Trump. President Trump, and see, this is a problem that they have. They had a problem with President Trump allowing these Christians, pastors, bishops, deacons to come in and lay hands on the president, people, in the Oval Office and pray over him in the name of Jesus. They pray over him in the name of Jesus. That's what they have the problem with. If they were saying, oh, in the name of the Pope, then they would be like, oh, yeah, this is so wonderful, so great. Oh, yes, yes. But because President Trump allowed these people to come in there and pray over him and our nation, in the name of Jesus, that's where the problem comes in. And she's saying it. She's saying it out loud. Listen.
You know, I don't blame Trump. I blame these evangelicals, these religious leaders that have enabled the president's behavior. That is, you asked, you know, why is this Christian or why is this moral? I mean, there is a CBS, there is a CBS news poll out. Catholics who go to church every week give the president a 58% approval rating right now. So the Catholic Church
was that taken before or after he got in a fight with the Pope?
It's April 8th through the 10th, so it's happening during the war, which is what the fight is about. So,
but it was before his argument with the Pope.
Okay, well, look, my point is this. The Catholic Church and Christianity at large.
You hear that? The Catholic Church and Christianity at large
is a broad spectrum of people. I mean, you had your boss, Joe Biden, in the White House. I mean, he believed in abortion, believed in gay marriage, not doctrine Catholic teachings either. So there's a broad spectrum of political views among people who are practicing Christians and practicing Catholics.
See, that's where I'm asking the question, too. Because Scott Jennings didn't come out and say that there was a difference between Catholics and Christians. But did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? This is the second important part of this clip that I want to listen. I'm going to play it again. Listen.
Catholic teachings either. So there's a broad spectrum of political views among people who are practicing Christians and practicing Catholics.
Who are practicing Christians and who are practicing Catholics. Meaning Scott Jennings may not be saying it, but openly there is a separation. Are you practicing Catholic? Are you practicing Christian? Is there a difference? I say there is. 100%. 100%.
There's nothing unusual about that. But ultimately, you look to the President of the United States to act in the best interest of the nation. And sometimes they pray to God for support and help with military battles.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're in agreement with religious leaders, and sometimes they aren't. But we have a secular government for a reason. We're not a theocracy.
We're not a theocracy. We're not. If we were a theocracy, then the Pope would be in control. The Pope would be taking charge. President Trump would have to go to Pope in order to do anything if we were a theocracy. But we're not a theocracy. We're a constitutional republic. Thank God for that. Thank God. But of course, as long as you have the Catholic Church, the Democrats, and the Pope that is anti-Trump and essentially anti-American, anti-sovereignty, the Democrats, the left, the progressive, all of them will support that entity as long as they're against you and I, the American people. Completely fine with it. Completely fine with it. And then, of course, when I was telling you a second ago how the Pope is saying that he is talking about the gospel of Christ, exactly what is that? What gospel is he referring to? Because the Bible that I read, God has used his people to eliminate evilness on the planet. The Pope is saying we need to embrace the evilness. Islam. Embrace it. Bring it together as one. As I mentioned last week, the Catholic Church at the Vatican, there's a library at the Vatican where they've opened it up, and now they're having prayers for Muslims in this library at the Vatican. This never happened before in the history of the Roman Catholic Church. Never has happened before. And again, not to stress people out, not to get people scared, we're living in the last days, not the day of the hour. I never said that. Stop thinking it. I know someone's thinking it. I never said that. But we are like what the Bible says. We're seeing the season, the times and the season right now. We're seeing it. Wars and rumors of wars. Come on now. Famine, pestilence, earthquakes in diverse places that the news media don't even talk about. It's happening right now. Matthew 24. I encourage every single person watching right now today, go read Matthew 24. And it's like we're reading the newspaper for today. 100%.
The message of the gospel is very clear. Blessed are the peacemakers. I will not shy away from announcing the message of the gospel, of inviting all people to look for ways of building bridges for peace and reconciliation, of looking for ways to avoid war anytime that's possible. To put my message on the same plane as what the president has attempted to do here, I think is not understanding what the message of the gospel is. And
so he says he has the understanding of the message of the gospel. He has the understanding of it. I want to say, you know, the Vatican has walls. Did y'all know that? Did you know you just can't walk anywhere into the Vatican? The Vatican has their own police force. They have to my understanding, they have their own small military, and they're armed. Hello? But when it comes to the rest of us, we're just SOL. It's just like the liberals here in America. He's liberal after all. They want to disarm everybody here in the United States of America while everybody else in their side of the wall is safe. But the rest of us, SOL. We're just SOL. All right, I want to share one more thing with you. All right, a couple more things with you. I got a little time here, but we're going to take a quick break. You're not going to want to miss it. Watch this.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Wow.
Do we have any Ryan Meta flat earther people online right now?
Dude.
So this is the Earth set, like the sun set, but the Earth set being viewed from the other side of the moon. Now, some people say it's not real. Some people say it's fake. You know, be honest with you, I think we can achieve things. We can achieve things. There's nothing to say that we cannot achieve this. I look up in the sky. I see the stars. I see our sun. I see our moon. I see the planets. It's not the flat earthers, they say it's just a projection, right? The moon is not real. It's like a projection of something, or some of them say it's just like a gas ball. I mean, I've heard some of the most wild stories. The earth is flat. I mean, it's just pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre. But I thought that was really awesome, and I want to share it with everybody who haven't seen it. I want to share it with everybody. Yeah, and I guess when we get to when we all get on the moon, then we can say the moon is flat and the earth is round. Right? That's when we can do that. We can say, oh, the moon is flat. The moon is flat. And we'll say the earth is round, because right now, or we'll say that the earth is a projection. It's pretty wild, pretty wild. And I don't know why they would spend so much money just to try to convince people that the earth is flat. Why go through all that trouble? I mean, I could think of other things that we could do if you want to try to get people just to believe something, convince them of something. Lutheran minister and House candidate under fire after recounting her part in satanic couple's wedding. So here it is. We have a Democrat that is calling herself a minister. And I want to play the clip where she is talking about the satanic. This is why Democrats can't be Christians. They call themselves Christians, but they're not. Listen to how she's talking about her experience with this couple, and it's probably two gay dudes, probably two gay dudes or two, women. But listen to how she's talking about when she was participating in their wedding. I'm telling you right now, again, this is them trying to change what it is to be a Christian.
They had a lot of baggage between the two of them. Still, there was no denying how they were looking at each other right now. It does not rejoice in wrongdoing, but rejoices in the truth.
She's talking about two satanic people. Okay, remember that. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about two people who believe in Satan.
And I thought about how the people at the courthouse had lied to them, and how they would have been treated if they had walked into any other church in town. I could see that none of the things that we were doing here really mattered to them. But there was no denying that there was something special about this moment.
If your church does a wedding and you find out that the wedding couple, gay or not even gay, but they're Satanists, do you go and say, well, the church is open to everybody. We're open to everything. It's perfectly fine. Or do you expect your pastor to say, look, we believe in Jesus Christ. Satan is the enemy. Now, if you want to come to the church and repent of your sins and not try to convince people that Satan is the way, then welcome. But that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here. They're wanting to get people to say, they're wanting people to say that Satan is just all about love. Satan wouldn't prevent you from doing anything. Satan doesn't want you to be sad. Satan doesn't want you to have wealth. Satan doesn't want you to not love who you want to love. Love who you want to love. Be what you want to be. Satan will embrace it all, no matter what it is. That's what she's saying. How could you reject that? Wouldn't surprise me if she didn't team up with James Tallarico. You understand? James Tallarico. I can see her getting connected with James Tallarico, pushing an agenda. I can see her doing that. Just completely, pure evil. Talking about evil, I want to play this clip with this young lady. She was on Fox News. Oh, I'm about to run out of time. Well, she was on Fox News. Apparently, Iran is getting ready to assassinate another young female. And because the female is a virgin, in their custom, their belief, this is the same Islamist terrorists that the Pope is saying that they need to come together with Christianity, the same one, they're going to rape this woman, not the one you see on the screen, but they're going to rape this young girl multiple times because they believe that if you die and you're not a virgin as a woman, you go straight to hell. You go to hell. So they're going to rape her to make sure that she goes to hell. Did you know in the Islamist Muslim belief that they believe that the hell is going to consist of majority of women? Did you know that? Majority of the women that are on earth are going to end up in hell, according to the Islamist belief. I just learned that.
This regime, these Islamists, they believe that if a woman is killed and she's a virgin, she goes to heaven. So what they do is they will gang rape her before they execute her.
Did y'all hear it? I know.
And it's just. Did
y'all hear it? I know it's kind of low. Let me. I'm turn it up. Make sure you listen to this very beginning. Okay, listen to this.
This regime, these Islamists, they believe that if a woman is killed and she's a virgin, she goes to heaven. So what they do is they will gang rape her before they execute her. And it's just mind-boggling to me, this Elizabeth Banks sitting comfy in a little cushy couch on a podcast with her hair slicked back, talking about how could anyone vote for Donald Trump. Well, Kamala Harris posted on X yesterday that this is a war of choice, and Donald Trump is the only one helping these people in Iran. So Elizabeth Banks, this woman, Bita, is about to be gang raped and publicly executed, and so are 3 more women. And they have been doing this to many young people every single day, 1 or 2 public executions. So you're sitting there on your cushy couch talking about Kamala Harris. You claim to be a feminist. You claim to be a humanitarian. Where are you when the women need you? You're a fake. You are a hypocrite. You are of no help to anyone. So if you claim to be a feminist, you claim to be a humanitarian, you claim to be a good person, America, Iran isn't just a military war or peace in the Middle East or oil stabilization. This is a humanitarian issue. They are killing young people every single day. And the only president, the only one that has helped.
The only one that's ever helped, the only one that's ever done anything after all of these years is President Donald J. Trump. Only one. All these kitty cat hat wearing women marching out there, Women's March, They should be siding with President Trump. Oh my goodness, President Trump is actually helping women across the planet, wanting women to have freedom. But where are they at right now? Where are they at right now? They hate Trump more. We don't care. We don't care. We hate Trump. We hate Trump. So I will be back in 1 hour. I'm filling in for Hannah again today. So I'll be back in 1 hour. We're going to have more stuff for you. I'm going to have some other stuff to share with you. But y'all let me know in the chat. Y'all let me know in the chat. I'll chat some more once we get off of here. I'll be in the chat. I'm live. I'm typing I am here. Okay, I just typed it in the chat. I am here. So I'm going to be back 1 hour from now, right after Kevin. I'm filling in for Hannah. And I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in Iran. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the whack job. I'm going to talk about Candace Looney Bin. Okay, the Candace Looney Bin. I'm going to talk about that 1 hour when I come back. So make sure y'all stay right here. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting the thumbs up. Anybody watching haven't hit the thumbs up yet? Why not? Why not? No one. We can't see you. We don't know who you are. Hit that thumbs up. It will help. It will help the algorithm. Actually, if everybody who has not hit the thumbs up right now, if you all hit it at the same time, it'll go through the roof. Same thing. And thank you so much for leaving the comments. I've been looking at the comments here, but thank you so much for leaving comments. And also, when y'all do leave comments, when I'm watching right here, when y'all do leave comments, guess what happens when you leave comments? That actually helps out on the algorithms as well, because they're saying that, oh, there's a lot of activity going on over here. What's happening? What's happening? So the more you put comments, just say, just put little, like, yes, I agree. Or you can say, I don't agree. Just put the comments, whatever it is, the emojis, all of it. When you do that, the algorithm look at it and say, oh, this feed is really busy. Oh, we want more people to come tune in. That's how it works. Along with you sharing it on social media. So please share it, like it, comment on it. And for those of you that are angry with Will Johnson, hit the thumbs down twice. Hit it twice. Make sure you hit it twice. I'm going to show Will Johnson. I'm going to hit it twice. Okay? Y'all hit the thumbs down twice. All right. That's it from me for this round. I will be back, like I said, in 1 hour. Kevin Smith's coming up right now here on LFA TV. See you in 1 hour. God bless.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Monday, 420. So everybody's happy 420 to everybody moving a lot slower today. 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Yes. I love it. I love it so, so much. As you see, well, if you're watching on any of the other platforms, you see Rhino Mike Lawler gets absolutely dog-walked on Fox News Sunday. And it really is great. It really is great because there's nothing I enjoy more than when people want to be a star in their own right, but do not possess star-like qualities. They get exposed pretty quickly. And Joey Jones and Tommy Lahren absolutely dog-walk him, which is great because I got to tell you, I don't like him at all. But we're going to talk about this because there's a new era of politics coming now. And a lot of the mainstream Republicans choose not to see it. I don't know if they're doing it on purpose. I don't know if they're just naive. They think that they're more important than the rest of us. I'm not really sure what it is. But on the heels of that, Scott Presler makes a gigantic announcement that if John Thune doesn't shape up, he's going to go out of his way to primary all of his friends. Which is good, because that needs to happen. Pressure needs to be applied to these people to either get in line or get the hell out of our way. Also, Nick Shirley continues to do phenomenal work confronting the Speaker of the California Senate on a bill aimed at putting him in prison. Or bankrupting him at the very least. Also, an update on the LA fraud investigations. You're never going to believe it. You're never going to believe it, guys. It took 9 years. 9 years, but finally someone's investigating something we all knew to be the case all along. Also, for all the people out there who said that, who believe that disagreement means disloyalty, Joe Rogan hanging out in the White House. Biggest show in the world. Maybe the most influential person in America outside of the president, passes a gigantic piece of legislation to help many of our veterans. And another huge leak comes out of the Supreme Court. But before we get into all that, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here today. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE. Pick up the spring collection today, guys. The weather is getting nice out here. I know the weather's getting nice because I can't breathe. So it must be springtime. It must be springtime. So, say hello. Let me know where you're watching from. Giddy up. Let's go. What's up, Tired? What's up, M. Norton? What's going on? How are you? Carol, good stuff. TPH, how are you? Guys, let me know where you're watching. Let me know where you're checking things out. Peaches, what's happening? Very good stuff. Let's dive right on in. Because there is a mantra in politics that bothers me in a very serious way. And I have spent the last, we're at like 5.5 years now since I stumbled across Sean Farish in a parking lot at a beach. And, then all of this was born. We're about at that half the year mark. Pretty wild, if you ask me. And we decided that we were going to do things a little bit differently. We were going to challenge the status quo. And you're starting to see it happen almost everywhere, where people out there who are elected to do the work that we sent them to Congress, to the State House, to many of the other places to do, are being challenged left, right, and center. And you're also seeing people who think they're living in 1995. What do I mean by that? Well, there was a time in this country where if you were a Republican or you were a Democrat, you figured out a way to get all the voters in your particular area. And then you fought over the handful of independents that trickled through the middle. But those days are long gone now. And I tried to explain this to basically anybody who would listen, and many of them chose not to, probably out of arrogance. What does he know? He's a podcaster. He doesn't have the pulse of the party and all this crap. Well, darling of the establishment Rhino Republican Party is Mike Lawler. And there was a time where establishment Rhino Republicans could go on Fox News and basically just walk through a propaganda interview where they, each attempted to have their lips as close to each other's asses as humanly possible, just to promote the message. But those days are long gone now. Those days are long gone, and we're going to have some fun at the expense of Mike Lawler. A, because I don't like the way he votes, but B, because I don't like him, like as a person. He's kind of a dick. Also, he looks like an 80s porn star. So I don't like him. I don't like him on a plane, and I don't like him on a train. So after he and 7 other Republicans decided to sell out their voters with this temporary protected status, 300,000 Haitians have to stay here because Haiti sucks. Spoiler alert, Haiti has always sucked. That's why when you go to Haiti, I don't know anybody who does, but if you were going to go to Haiti, you would stay at some resort and you wouldn't just be casually walking around the market in Port-au-Prince because there's a good chance of you being cut up into several pieces. Well, because Haiti sucks, we decided to take in about 3% of their entire population. And Donald Trump has attempted to end that temporary protective status. Well, as we saw last week, Rhino Republicans decided to vote against the president's not only directives, but the reason why we sent them there in the first place. And Mike Lawler has taken a lot of the brunt of it. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for that. He's not the biggest rhino that voted for this. That would go to Brian Fitzpatrick and Don Bacon for sure. Because nothing says establishment rhino Republican like being from Nebraska. But, I digress. The reason why Mike Lawler has taken the brunt of this is because he wants to be famous more than he wants to do right for the people who sent him to Congress in the first place. So he went on Fox News last night, or was it Saturday? Saturday, and attempted to defend keeping 350,000 Haitians in America for really no discernible reason. And he gets dog-walked by Joey Jones. Absolutely dog-walked. And I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it. Here it was.
Congressman, I hope you see the irony that so many of the talking points you just used are used by Democrats every single day to attack the Trump immigration agenda. And I say irony because I think you're very genuine in what you're saying. But how do you start this with supporting the president in his immigration agenda and then tell me that because your district has a specific group of people from a specific country that you rely on, that you want carve-outs? And let me ask, 315,000 Haitians here on this program, you say a third, so 100,000 of them are in the healthcare system. That's not to say if they're committing crimes or not. So are the other 200,000 worth keeping in the country so you keep the 100,000 in the healthcare system? Or have you been to Juarez? Have you seen the Mexican people that are strung up by the cartels there and the war that is Mexico? You could use this exact same argument if the Biden administration had applied this to Mexican migrants for the millions of people from Mexico that are here, because they're working in industries that are incredibly important. We can't live if we don't eat, and they work on farms that produce food. So the righteousness of your argument doesn't necessarily address the fact that the Trump mandate for immigration is that if you came here illegally, or if you came here illegally and the Biden administration used their very bad policy to allow you to be here illegally, you still got to go back and try to come back in. Why does that work for Mexicans, Venezuelans, Colombians? There are a few countries that still have some exempt status. Why does it work for Chinese? I mean, you know the brutality of that government. Why would it work? Why does it work for Haitians only? Why is it only Haiti that it seems you and 6 or 7 of your colleagues take objection to? And the reason why I ask is you voted for the bill. So even though I understand the explanation you gave about if this, then that, at the end of the day, it was all or nothing, and you voted for all.
Now, listen to this Kamala Harris lobbyist word salad that does not address any of the points. Joey Jones basically asks, why is Haitian immigrants different than every other immigrant from every other repressive regime or every other illegal immigrant from every other country that also sucks?
So the bottom line is two things can be true at the same time. The Biden administration's policies were an absolute disaster. And our immigration system is fundamentally broken. I have always said I am against illegal immigration. I have always said I want secure borders. I want people to come here legally and lawfully. TPS is intended to be temporary, primarily related to humanitarian relief.
Yet you just gave 350,000 of them amnesty, despite the fact you're willing to say on television that it ought to be temporary.
And in the case of Haiti, it has been significant. They've had multiple earthquakes and hurricanes. They've
not my problem.
Had political unrest.
Not my problem.
You have gangs in charge of the entire country.
Also not my problem.
President Trump rightfully has made focusing on the Western Hemisphere a priority, and in particular going after the drug cartels. He has designated them as terrorist organizations. That is something I've advocated for.
There are no drug cartels in Haiti.
For years, because we're not able to import everybody. We're not able to have everybody come here. We are a generous people, but we have to take care of the American people first. At the same token, if you have a situation on the ground in these countries in our hemisphere and we are doing nothing about it with our allies or cracking down on the drug cartels who are engaged in human trafficking and drug trafficking, then we saw the result, a disaster at our southern border,
Congressman,
and Joe Biden allowing them all into our country.
Now we have to do stuff with our allies. Wait a minute. Okay, so it sounds like, hold this thought for a second. It sounds like Mike Lawler is suggesting that we can then send people back to Haiti once we have fixed Haiti. Okay. All right. We have to work with our allies in the hemisphere to make the country of Haiti better. Therefore, we can send the 350,000 back. It sounds like he said that.
Saw the result, a disaster at our southern border,
Congressman,
and Joe Biden allowing them all into our country.
Congressman, I totally understand what you were saying. I understand, Congressman, what you're saying here, but correct me if I'm wrong. It sort of sounds like you're saying that we must keep the world's people protected in this country until the world's problems are solved or until we go and solve the problems of other countries.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said. That's literally what you said. Those were your exact words. Let's go back, shall we? Let's see. Where was it in the clip?
Congressman, I hope you see the irony that
generous people, but we have to take care of the American people first. At the same token, if you have a situation on the ground in these countries in our hemisphere and we are doing nothing about it with our allies or cracking down on the drug cartels who are engaged in human trafficking and drug trafficking, then we saw the result, a disaster at our southern border.
Congressman, I just want to...
Wait a minute, I thought he didn't say that. I thought he didn't say that. Us with our allies in the hemisphere need to do something. He didn't say that, though. Let me make this very clear. And look, I am doing absolutely everything I possibly can to not be one of these black pill people that thinks the end is nigh and thinks that the sky is falling. However, count them on one hand, most effective Republican activists in New York. I'm not saying I'm the biggest. Count them on two hands, whatever. Why would I go help that man? Why would I do that? Why would I put any effort? Well, we've got to keep the seat. No, we don't. There is a part of me that I'm incredibly frustrated with, but a part of me that says, you know what? Let him lose, let the Democrat win, and then let's get somebody new in there in 2 years. Sacrifice the organ to save the body. Tommy Lahren continues.
saw the result, a disaster at our southern border,
Congressman,
and Joe Biden allowing them all into our country.
Congressman,
We want
I
to
totally
stop
understand
that.
what
We
you
want to stop
I understand, Congressman, what you're saying here, but correct me if I'm wrong. It sort of sounds like you're saying that we must keep the world's people protected in this country until the world's problems are solved or until we go and solve the problems of other countries.
That's not what I said.
You said that we need to manage the hemisphere. We need to fix Haiti before the Haitians go back?
No. President Trump is saying we need to address the problems in our own hemisphere. And the administration is rightfully taking action, cracking down on the cartels.
There's no cartels in Haiti.
In Mexico and beyond.
In Mexico, correct. We're not talking about Mexicans. We're talking about Haitians.
Going after Maduro in Venezuela.
Once again, okay, different country.
They have isolated Cuba.
Third, wrong country.
The fact is, Haiti has been a long-term ally, and we want stability on the ground in Haiti. The State Department itself is saying it is unsafe on the ground in Haiti.
I don't care.
You have over 100,000 people working in our healthcare system to support Americans. This is not like they're just sitting here doing nothing. They are working in our healthcare system. I am saying deal with this realistically, deal with it based on the merits of the situation. Every one of these cases should be heard. If somebody does not qualify and should not be in this country, the administration should move to deport them. If they are on TPS, revoke their TPS status.
Oh, okay, so every one of them should get a hearing. Okay. I hear you. I hear you, Mike. Let's break that down. There's 350,000 of them here. So you want every one of them to get a hearing before they're deported. Do you know how long that's going to take? Now, look. Do I think that Mike Lawler is doing this out of the goodness of his heart? No, I don't. I really don't. Do I think that he wants to keep 350,000 Haitians in America because 100,000 of them may or may not work in the healthcare field? No, I don't. He's doing it because his donors and the rich people who support his campaign and the Albany lobbyists and the people who make sure he stays in power don't want to lose their housekeepers. And they don't want to lose their maids. And they don't want to lose the people who bring their children back and forth to school and to Little League games because they're too busy at Soul Cycle or cheating on their wives. Like, that's why he wants to keep these people here. It has nothing to do with the healthcare system. Moreover, New York City nurses this winter just went on strike for 2 months, demanding better pay and better conditions in which they are working in. Perhaps they would be able to renegotiate some of these union contracts in New York City if their work and their wages weren't being undercut by these supposed 100,000 people who are here from Haiti. What a thought! Holy shit! I have discovered the concept of supply and demand. Whoa! Somebody called Milton Friedman because Kevin Smith is on his way. I don't know. Or is it that many of these Republicans in purple districts think that there is going to be a bloodbath in the midterms? And because of that, what they are doing is trying to save their own asses with moderates who don't like the fact that their neighbor's cousin's brother just got deported because he's in the country illegally. So instead of doing what they said they would do when they got into office, they're selling you out to save their own asses. Now, I want to be clear. I think there is going to be that bloodbath in the midterms. But the reason there's going to be that bloodbath in the midterms is because of people like Mike Lawler, who sell out the base so people end up staying home. Because The bottom line is when it comes to elections, whatever you think one way or the other, all elections are about is how many people you, as a candidate, can get off the couch and to the polling location. That's what it's about. It's not about policy. It's not about principle. It's not about how many lawn signs you put out. It's not about how many crappy commercials you put on television. It is about removing ass from couch and putting said ass in the polling location. Now, why would anyone do that for him and the majority of the rest of the neocon Republicans if they are selling out the base? Why would they do that? Trump's not on the ballot. So it's not like a lot of these guys can grab a hold of President Trump's coattails to drag them over the finish line like they did a year and a half ago. Because that's what happened. Many of the Republicans in the House of Representatives right now are only there because Trump was at the top of the ballot. And people like you and people like me said, I want to make sure that President Trump gets reelected, so I'm going to go to the polls, and we just voted straight across the line Republican. Or straight down the line, however the hell your ballot looks. That is not going to be a driving force in the midterms. So many of these people are going to have to stand on their own merits. The problem is, many of them have no merits. None. None whatsoever. And they're going to find out the hard way. And if the Republican establishment, whether it's nationwide or at a local level, does not grasp the fact that there are not 77, 78, 79, 80 million Republican voters, there are 80 million Trump voters. If they don't understand that, many of them will be working for McKinsey next year. Now, maybe that's their goal. Maybe their goal is to, work for a consulting company that helped poison my entire generation and led to the rise of people like Pete Buttigieg, perhaps. Look, I'm sure they pay very well. I'm sure they'll do very well for themselves. But if their goal is to get reelected and to stay in Congress, they need to stop this shit now. Because every day this goes on, it's going to get... Look, the divide in the MAGA base is apparent. It's obvious to anyone watching. And that divide is only going to get worse if a third faction is created by people like this. It's not an opinion. It's not a how I feel. It's what's happening on the ground. Look, do I think that the New York Mets have a good baseball team? Yes, I think they do. Have they lost 11 straight games and something needs to change? That's the reality on the ground. It's not about feeling. It's about what's happening. You have this new wave of the America First crowd coming up. You have them clashing with the MAGA base. And then you have the neocons out there who are trying to carve out their own little world so that they can secure their future when they eventually lose. It's like... It's frustrating because there are so many people out there. I include myself in the crowd, who catch so much shit on a daily basis for standing up for what's right. People who get threatened, people who get assaulted, people who die standing up for what they believe in, only then to have people like Mike Lawler go, that doesn't really mean anything. I'm going to vote how I want to vote. And I don't mean to attack Mike Lawler. I mean, I do, because I don't like him. But look, there's 10 other ones. There's Maliotakis, and there's Fitzpatrick, and there's Bacon, and there's Mario Ballart. There's Maria Salazar. But Mike Lawler wants to be a star. Like they say, Remember the Titans. You want to be a star? You better give a star effort. You want to be famous? You want to go on television? Then come with better answers than that. Because that man just said, we need to keep Haitians here because Cuba, Venezuela, and Mexico are dangerous countries. I don't know. Maybe Mike Lawler thinks that everyone from Latin America is the same. Maybe he does. I didn't know you could say that. And I am not the only one who feels this way. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Because Scott Pressler, my buddy Scott Pressler, he's ready to go to the mattresses against John Thune. But because John Thune is not up for re-election this year, he's deciding he's going to pick off a few of his friends instead. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for their mega sale, guys. Head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. I didn't get to mention this because I must have just slipped my mind. But we also can't forget the argument that we need to keep 100,000 Haitians here to support the healthcare system or whatever the hell crappy argument he used. It's important to know that that is the same argument that plantation owners used when we got rid of the slaves. Well, we have to keep importing this cheap labor because if we don't, it's going to upend the cotton industry. It's the same argument. The exact same argument. But they don't seem to understand that. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. Maybe they know what they're doing and they don't care. I don't know. But people are starting to get pissed off at this. Just as you and I are getting pissed off at people like John Thune, who apparently can't do anything. Anything at all. Like head up ass. Can't do anything. Can't control his caucus. Can't get rid of the filibuster. Can't pass any of the legislation. Well, Scott Pressler has decided, you know what? This was on Saturday. So Scott Pressler said it straight out, gives him 13 days. He gave him 13 days 2 days ago. Now we are at 11 days until the end of April to remove the filibuster and pass the Save America Act, or Scott Pressler's going after all of his friends.
From the Supreme Court.
Oh, sorry, wrong clip.
Now I'm giving a very peaceful warning to Senate Majority Leader Thune. He has 13 days until the end of April to pass the Save America Act into law. And respectfully, if the Senate Majority Leader is incapable of passing said legislation by the end of April, I will be going to Louisiana to help defeat Senator Cassidy in the May 16th Saturday primary. And I will be heading to Texas to defeat John Cornyn in the May 26th Senate runoff. And, you know, I've been nice. I've been really respectful. But the American people are fed up of electing people into power that don't wield that power when we have given them this massive opportunity to work on our behalf.
Wow, 13 days. I'm writing that down, and we will watch that clock.
Write it down, Kaylee. Hell, I'll go to Texas, and I don't know if I'm going to Louisiana. A little too hot there. A little too hot down on the bayou, if you ask me. But, hey, look, I would love to go help Ken Paxton. I would love to go help Scott Pressler and Ken Paxton. Because it's time for these people to go. I'm sorry, I'm not just voting for you because there's an R next to your name. If you're not going to do anything. And when you have Fox News, like the epicenter of the last remaining vestige of the neocon warmongering establishment, when you have them going after Lawler, when you have them going after the ideas of the Chamber of Commerce, when you have Kayleigh McEnany even allowing Scott Presler on television to challenge the Senate Majority Leader, that's a big deal. Bill Cassidy, of course, one of the architects and one of the deciding votes in the Obamacare kerfuffle, he's been able to linger around for more than a decade because they're up every 6 years, so they can spend the first 2 years selling us out, and then the next 4 years trying to rebuild their reputation, which is what they do in the Senate, which is why it's almost impossible to get rid of some of these people. It's also impossible to get rid of some of these people because, as much as I love President Trump, sometimes his endorsements are shit. Like when he endorsed Lindsey Graham. Not good. Lindsey Graham stands in direct opposition to every single thing we voted for over the course of the last decade. I'm sure he had his reasons, but I disagree with it. And disagreement doesn't mean disloyalty. I can disagree with the president and still work to get his agenda passed, still work to get his agenda moving forward, still work for the policies that we were promised. For example, here's another person who has had disagreements with the president in the past, but still remains loyal to the movement that they stood behind at the very beginning. And that, of course, would be Joe Rogan, who disagreed with the president on the war, has disagreed on a few different things in the past. Yesterday, stood behind him in the Oval Office. Which is why I sit and I see the tiff that's happening out there, whether it's Tucker, Megyn Kelly. I put everybody always seems to lump together, like Alex Jones, Tucker, Megyn Kelly, and Candace. I don't think any of them are remotely the same. It's like LGBTQ. Like, none of those letters have anything to do with each other, but for some reason, everybody lumped them all in together. Candace, I don't like. Tucker, I'm liking even less. Megyn Kelly, I think, is in a totally different group. And Alex is going to be Alex. Let's be real here. But if I'm getting 9, 8, 10, if I'm getting 8 to 9 of the things that I want, and one thing that I don't want, I'm still going to support the president and the president's agenda. And Joe Rogan did the exact same thing over the weekend when we saw a huge executive order signed directing the FDA to really, and this is huge. This was one of those things that like really happened under the radar. It had the news cycle for like 15 minutes, but I think it's going to really have long-lasting implications far beyond when Trump leaves office, just like the Trump accounts will. Well, he signed an executive order directing the FDA to review psychedelic drugs designated as breakthrough therapies. This is huge. And look, this is something that Rogan has been a fan of for a long time. He's talked about things like DMT and ecstasy or MDMA, I should say, being used as therapy for things like PTSD, anxiety disorders. Well, President Trump signed an executive order on Saturday now reclassifying many of these drugs so that they can be used in clinical trials for many of our service members coming home. Here he was signing the order in the Oval Office.
I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. And it was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful, They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. We're free of that now, thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
And look, that is something that's going to have real-world impacts for a lot of people. And Joe's exactly right. Many of the scheduling of the drugs, I mean, look, you can be as anti-drug as you want. I'm pretty libertarian on it, just on a personal level. But, you know, there's no way you're going to tell me that marijuana and heroin should be scheduled in the same classification. That just doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Meanwhile, you got opiates out there, which are basically heroin in a pill, being prescribed to every person who had a bad knee once in their life, while pharmaceutical companies made billions and billions and billions of dollars to poison my entire generation. Now we actually have something happening on the front that could make those people's lives better. And look, it might not work, but we couldn't even test the stuff. This Ibogaine, I've never even heard of it. But many of the people standing back there have. So remember, just because you may disagree doesn't mean disloyalty. Because if Joe Rogan was disloyal to the president, he wouldn't have made himself into that room. And if he hadn't gotten himself into that room, if he hadn't sent out that text message, perhaps we would be seeing things very, very differently. In terms of many of these psychedelic medications that can now be tested. I'm sure if you're suffering from opioid addiction or PTSD, or somebody just texted me that this Ibogaine can help people quit smoking. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who would love to be part of these medical trials to try to make their lives better. So disagreement doesn't necessarily mean disloyalty. So many people have called me, you're turning on Trump. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Disagreement doesn't mean you're turning your back. So I'm happy that the president did that. I'm happy Rogan was there for it. And anybody who's watched Joe Rogan for years knows this is like one of his pet projects, we'll call it. He's spoken about it for a long. He's a huge advocate for psychedelics. I'm not a fan. You know, why do I need to be in a different reality when I love the reality I'm living in? But you know, if this can help some people, then thank God, and hopefully we get more of it. In just a second, the Nick Shirley Act. This continues to be. The fact that Democrats can do this with a straight face actually really worries me for what comes if they ever regain power ever again. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. Wrong read there. Head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. Giddy up, let's go. So let's talk about the Nick Shirley Act because obviously that's been in the news a lot over the last couple of weeks, with California Democrats basically attempting to pass a law to stop any sort of independent journalist from doing their job for any reason. Well, Nick Shirley decided to catch up with the Speaker of the California House and walk her outside, which I thought was pretty funny. Here that was.
The bill AB 2624, why would you sign off on that? It's a direct violation of the First Amendment, and it makes it harder for people to expose fraud here.
We have Ledge Counsel. They check the constitutionality of all our bills as we're writing them. I work on fraud issues. You'd know that if you look at some of the work I did on the budget subcommittee.
Amazing. So Mia Bonta, her husband's the Attorney General of the Attorney General of California, and it was only until I exposed fraud that they actually cracked down on the fraud and made some arrests here, especially with the hospices. And do you know that if this bill were to pass, it'd make it illegal for someone to go after fraud, especially if it's based off of immigrants, for instance, the Armenians in California?
No, I think that that's a misinterpretation of the bill, but I'm happy to talk with you more about it. And fraud and investigations into fraud are something that's been happening for a very long time. The Attorney General handles those cases. This is an ongoing issue.
It's a little weird that the wife of the Attorney General, Mia Bonta, is now pushing this bill that literally goes against the First Amendment.
No, I actually don't. I don't think that this bill violates the First Amendment. I mean,
really?
that's the whole purpose. We have Ledge Counsel and Ledge attorneys that talk with us about this. Constitutionality is really important to the work.
So your bill criminalizes publication of images recorded in public. Do you believe the government has the right to punish journalists for filming in public space?
No, I think that is a complete misinterpretation of actually the piece of legislation.
That is not. That's literally what happened. Speaker Rivas, how are you doing? What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624?
I don't know anything about it.
And do you think there's any conflict of interest there with Mia Bonta and her husband being the AG? That just shows you everything you need to know. These people won't even answer the questions.
Of course they won't answer the questions because they're cowards. And the whole point of their legislation is to stop Nick from being able to do exactly what he's doing right there on the ground. That's why I keep telling you guys how important it is to support independent journalism, because without guys like Nick, without a lot of the people out there doing this sort of thing, we would be in serious trouble. Speaking of more fraud going on in the state of California, do you guys remember last week when we showed you the James O'Keefe video? We showed you the James O'Keefe video of him out on Skid Row getting images and getting video of people trading cigarettes and money for illegal signatures on ballot initiatives. Well, I don't know if you know this or not. But the year that we're currently in is 2026. 2026. Well, it turns out the California Attorney General is looking into this very deeply. Very deeply. They're looking into it so deeply that they have just announced investigations into this exact action happening in 2016.
9 people now face charges accused of bribing homeless people on Skid Row in order to get fake signatures for a large-scale voter fraud scheme. Homeless people were offered cash and cigarettes in exchange for hundreds of forged or fake signatures on state ballot petitions and voter registration forms. All of this according to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. This occurred during the 2016 presidential and 2018 midterm elections. Now, they did not say which specific ballot measure were involved. I'm Ken Molestina for CBS LA.
Oh, in 2016 and 2020. Oh, So this has been happening for a decade. More than a decade. Do you think that maybe there was a little bit of pressure put on by the O'Keefe videos? Probably why California is going out of their way. Probably why California is going out of their way to criminalize exactly what they are doing. I don't know. I'm just going to roll the dice. Say, just how long has this been going on for? Because what is the point of a ballot initiative if Democrats in blue states can just rig the ballot system to get whatever they want on the ballot in the first place? What's the point? And they're going to keep doing these things. Meanwhile, I have a difficult time getting a call back from people running for office. I don't know. But these things always seem to go one way. They never seem to go in the other direction. There never seems to be widespread voter fraud in blue city, in red cities. There never seems to be a story like this one of hundreds of unopened ballots found near a dumpster in the state of Washington. You never hear about that in Arkansas or Florida. You never seem to that doesn't seem to happen. Here we go from the Post Millennial. A box containing hundreds of unopened state ballots in Washington was reportedly discovered next to a dumpster behind a strip mall in Renton, raising serious concerns about ballot handling and election security. Washington State Republican Party Chairman Jim Walsh said a concerned citizen brought the ballots to the Bellevue GOP headquarters after finding them discarded earlier today. So, just to be clear, and this is an odd story in and of itself, you're walking behind a strip mall and you see a box near a dumpster and you just, let's see what's in there. And suddenly there's hundreds of ballots there. How often is this happening? How often is it happening that the people who put the ballots next to the dumpster didn't even consider putting them in the dumpster? How often is it? You just don't hear that. It seems like everything shady that happens seems to break in one direction. For example, another instance of this. This broke about an hour ago. It turns out we've got another major leak coming out of the Supreme Court. Now, this is 3 in 4 years. This has never happened before. But all 3 times it happened, it seemed to break when the decision was going to be going in the conservative direction.
From the Supreme Court, the New York Times reporting it has obtained secret memos, which it says, quote, illuminate the origins of the court's now routine shadow docket rulings on presidential power. Joining us now in those not-so-secret memos, Fox News legal editor Carrie Urban. I was thinking the last big leak out of the Supreme Court was Dobbs. And that was 4 years ago now. How time flies. And now this. Where's the stuff coming from?
And there was another one between Dobbs and this one, and that one was on presidential immunity. That was in 2024, I believe, and it was a memo that detailed how the chief was going to handle the decision. And within that same report, and that was also from the New York Times, was one about, there was some information about how he had reassigned an opinion from Justice Alito to himself because of the so-called flag controversy that was happening at his home at the time, if you remember that one. And so we're looking at 3 major leaks over the last 4 years, which is really unheard of for the U.S. Supreme Court.
Okay, so why?
It's a great question, Sandra. And look, I think these leaks tend to go in one direction. And it is to undercut what the conservative wing of the Supreme Court is doing or is in the process of doing. Certainly that was the case with Dobbs, and we saw what happened there when that decision was leaked. The justices faced violence at their homes. Attorney General Garland, unfortunately, didn't enforce the law at the time that would have stopped the protesters from doing some of the things they were doing around their homes. We remember that time. It was really troubling. It was the same time where that man attempted to murder Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It had some real world possible harms that could have occurred. And so why is it happening? Look, I think there are some disgruntled people that elections have consequences, and a Republican president has made some pretty conservative picks for the Supreme Court, and there are people who are unhappy with that, so they're willing to undercut and bypass the traditions and protocols of the Supreme Court and endanger its future, really, by leaking out things from that building to the general public who don't have the context and are certainly undercutting the public's trust just in the integrity of the institution by doing so.
You got to.
Isn't it weird how that just keeps happening every time the conservative justices are getting ready for a win? It's almost like somebody who works at the court who doesn't agree with what the court is doing is leaking these, usually to the New York Times, in order to put pressure on the court to do what they want. We saw it after the Dobbs decision, which overturned abortion. Well, didn't overturn abortion, just made it a states' rights issue, which it should have been the entire time. Not my opinion. That's Ruth Bader Ginsburg's opinion. Might want to look into that one. It never seems to, and look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe sometimes it does happen the other way. I mean, I'd say I'm a pretty solid follower of news content. I don't see a lot of it. I really don't. Maybe I'm missing something. Perhaps I am. Maybe you guys can correct me. Maybe you can. But there is some good news coming out. There is some good news out there on the home front. Also, some of it coming out of the Department of Education, which I'm really excited about. Before we get to that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. This is user-generated content, and we cannot do it without your support. So, guys, we really do appreciate that. Once again, lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. So, big news, the Department of Education will no longer be funding worthless degrees, which is amazing. I've long said, and some people have disagreed with me on this, and that's okay, that if you are poor and you are very, very smart, I don't think the American people would have an issue either subsidizing or funding your ability to go to school for something that could better us, not only as a culture, but as a country, something in STEM. If you're smart and we need more doctors, that is something that we could at least talk about. But if you want to go to college and study English literature or theater or political science, like the degree I have, you should have to pay for that yourself. Well, the student loan debt in the United States is now nearly at $1.7 trillion. And the Biden administration tried to enact plans to forgive much of that student loan debt, but the Trump administration is taking a very different approach, one that is likely to ensure it does not continue to balloon. This is big stuff. The Department of Education, taking its cue from the Working Families Tax Cut, is restricting loans for university programs in which graduates of those programs do not earn as much as high school graduates. Yeah, that would make total sense. The Department of Education writes, if the typical graduate of an undergraduate program does not earn as much as a high school graduate, the program will no longer be eligible for federal student loans. Graduate programs must similarly lead to earnings above those of the average bachelor degree holder. Programs that routinely fail to provide students with a reliable return on investment would lose access to federal student loan funding and, in certain cases, Pell Grants. Yes. Look. If you want to go to school for sociology, go ahead. That's great. But you should have to pay for that yourself. If you want to go to school for theater, go ahead. That's great. I mean this. My poli-sci degree is sitting on the floor over there It's not worth the frame that I put it in, and I think I got the frame at Michael's. We shouldn't be subsidizing degrees that will get you employed at Starbucks when you could just work at Starbucks. And believe me, I could do an entire show on the way we fix college in this country. An entire show on it. Because there are structural problems with this setup. We forced everybody to go to college. We didn't tell them what they should major in. And then they came out of school with a degree in European studies. And they thought they were going to make $100,000 a year because nobody told them that there are no jobs in European studies. There's a class at Wagner University here in New York. It's called Lesbian Dance Theory. You can watch their final exam on YouTube in Washington Square Park. That class costs $9,000. If you want to take it, go right ahead. I'm sure you're having a blast. I don't know what the hell lesbian dance theory is, but, you know, if you want to take that class, all power to you. But you should have to foot the bill for something useless. You should. When I was in college, I took a gym class. Do you know why? Because I didn't want to pay to go to the gym. So I took the class. That way, I figured, hell, I gotta pay the gym membership anyway. Might as well get 3 credits out of the damn thing. We don't need that. We don't need that. One thing we do need is voter ID, and luckily we could be getting some more of it.
Justice Department suing 29 states and Washington, D.C., saying they're refusing to turn over voter roll data to federal investigators.
We're doing that to make sure that states are in compliance. And guess what? We found at least 350,000 dead people currently on the voter rolls in those jurisdictions. And we've referred approximately 25,000 people with no citizenship records to the to Homeland Security to look at, dig into that further and see the extent to which people voted.
Meanwhile, as usual, voters appear to be on board for voter ID.
Which is probably why John Thune isn't passing it. But guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. I think Will is filling in for Hannah coming up next. Right? Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure. 90% sure it's Will. I will catch you guys. Wagner College is trash, but they had hot girls. All right, tired. Take it easy over there. Take it easy. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars.
Hey, guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus. Hey, guys, we're back with another amazing...
That's weird. I'm not sure why I did that.
Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee.
That's weird. Oh, what happened to my intro? It's like almost gone. Nah. All right, what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, if you haven't already, I was saying this the last time I was on, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up, share the video, get it out there, get it out there. Now, Candace Owens. I've known Candace Owens for some years now. and I know her personally. And I haven't said anything publicly about Candace Owens other than a couple of things about her, you know, with her whole thing with Israel. But I haven't really gotten into like a really deep dive and talked about Candace Owens. But I'm going to do it just a little bit today. Don't have enough time to go into a complete deep dive. But she has lost all of her marbles. And our great producer Eli created this awesome thumbnail. Candace's loony bin. Candace's loony bin. Something's wrong. She had such an amazing political future ahead of her. And she just fell off. She could have been unstoppable. But she fell off. Something happened. I don't know what the deal is or why she did what she did, but she just completely fell off. And it's really bizarre how it happened or why it's happening. I was actually having a conversation with Shannon, and she said that she doesn't understand how someone like Candace Owens or even Tucker Carlson or even, you know, Megyn Kelly, or, well, I guess we can kind of see Megyn Kelly because she was, you know, all hating Trump. She wanted Hillary Clinton, but then she woke up and now she's right back to being whatever that is. But Candace Owens had a bright future. I mean, Candace Owens, I think a lot of people are looking at Candace Owens saying that she could be the first female president. Is there anybody watching that said that before? I'm going to be honest with you. I've said it. Candace Owens was on fire. And there was nothing stopping her. There was nothing stopping her from being president in the future. I was saying it. I said, she's so spot on. She's so strong. She can do this. I mean, there was nothing. I mean, she was so many common sense, everything. But now, can y'all explain it to me? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. She's lost all of her marbles. And now she's upset with President Trump. And supposedly, now, I don't know if y'all seen this, but her and Laura Loomer has been going back and forth. And then when Laura Loomer dropped a humongous bomb, I don't know if it's true. That's the reason why I'm not going to show any images of it or any video on it. But I will tell you what the rumor is all about. The rumor is that Candace Owens' husband, it's the rumor, I don't know if it's true, but the rumor is that Candace Owens' husband has sexual relationships with Milo. How do you say his name? Milo Monopolis? Is that how you say his name? Milo, he's openly gay dude. He talks a lot of common sense though, mind you. Now, he talks a lot of common sense, but he's openly gay. I don't support him, you know, but nonetheless, he'll say stuff that makes a whole bunch of sense. And there's a whole bunch of stuff he does that I don't agree with. But he came out because he was going back and forth with Candace Owens as well. And he kind of put it out there that Candace Owens' husband was full on gay. Candace Owens' husband, according to Milo, was taking a punch. If you know what I'm talking about, this is what they're saying. I don't know. I'm not going to share. Look, I'm just telling you the rumor. It's all over X. I mean, it's all over X. Just go look up Laura Loomer and you can see it flying everywhere. Well, apparently, Laura Loomer posted a picture with Candace Owens' husband and Milo real close to each other, like a little more close than anybody. Like, for example, I've known Jeremy for years. I would never get this close to Jeremy. I don't care if we're taking a picture, like we bro hug, whatever, you know, like this, something like that. But like the picture that she put out there, nah. Like my buddy Ben Burkholm. I've known Ben for about 10 years now, and I wouldn't get this close to him. I don't care. We'll do a bro hug, but that's it. Of course, Candace Owens came out and said that it was all AI generated images of her husband and Milo. Milo's not denying it. I'm just saying. Milo's not denying it. I don't know if Milo's telling the truth. Again, I don't support Milo, but he put it out there. Laura Loomer putting it out there. Do you think that they're just going after Candace Owens because they don't like Candace Owens now? Do you think they're going after Candace Owens because of her hatred for Israel now? You be the decision. You be the decider on that. You be the decider. I don't know, but I'll tell you this much. She's gone off the deep end completely. Again, I used to think that she had the potential of being the first female president. I thought that highly of her, but then she just fell off. And for what? Personally, on a personal note, I think Candace Owens got upset with President Trump because he did not offer her a position in his cabinet. Think about that. She's an advocate for President Trump. She pushed President Trump. She was part of the reason why I was able to go to the White House, not once, but twice. Not once, but twice. I was able to go to the White House with President Trump. She was that much of an advocate, working with Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, at the White House. I was there. But then she just went off the deep end. And again, I think it's because President Trump didn't invite her to be part of his cabinet. And she took it personal. And then she started an attack President Trump. And I'm like, dude. Like, for example, I guess it's not an example. About 6 months ago, I was asking people if they went to my website and they could download this letter and send it to President Trump. And actually, the letter did reach President. I don't know if it personally reached President Trump's desk. I don't think that it did. But multiple people sent letters. And the reason why I know multiple people sent letters because they put in the letter, my address was in there, and the White House has sent me letters talking about, we understand your story, blah, blah, blah. It was kind of vague, didn't really address the issue that I was writing about. But nonetheless, I'm not on here bashing President Trump. President Trump has so much to deal with. Am I supposed to be upset now that President Trump didn't take time out of his busy schedule, make a phone call Will Johnson, send me a personal letter, make whatever it is that Will Johnson's asking for, make that happen? Am I upset with President Trump? Absolutely not. That would be petty of me. But she's petty. She's upset because President Trump did not make her a part of his cabinet. What do you think? Do you think I'm onto something there? Now, of course, it's all speculation on my part, and I'm being fully transparent about it. But look, on the outside looking in, what else would it be? Because President Trump didn't come out saying anything about her. She's a highly intelligent woman. And now she's manipulating people so much. She has millions of people tuning in, listening to the nonsense that she's been saying. And you know what her biggest thing was? It's getting ready to come out. We're this close to getting all the information. This close, this close, this close. This is how Candace Owens has been getting a lot of people to get worked up and constantly tuning in because she tell people, stay tuned because we're this close. We're going to have all the information. We're going to have all of it here. And you're going to be able to get it all right here. We're this close. We're this close. Just imagine I keep telling y'all that I have this really important information that President Trump sent to me, and I'm this close on sharing it with you. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. What if I told you that for the past 6 months? You get tired of like, Will Johnson, you told us that 6 months ago. But for some reason, people continue to listen in on her as she continues to tell them, we're this close. We're this close on getting all the information. This close. Who actually assassinated Charlie Kirk? We're this close. This close. We're this close to find out the secret passageway that the Israelis had down up underneath the ground, right there where Charlie Kirk was. They all planned out for years. We're this close. And a lot of times she'll come out, she'll tell people, look, I don't have any proof of this at all. I don't have any proof. But then she pushes it as if it is proof, as if it's factual, as if it's truthful. And the people, almost like brain dead liberals, listening to this, take it and run with it. I don't get it. I know somebody personally that they listened to Candace Owens, and we were having a conversation when this is back end of last year, like in November or so. And they were like listening to Candace Owens and said, but Candace Owens, she's like right on top of it. She's giving all the information. And I'm just like looking at this person that's telling me this. And I'm like, man, I'm like, dude, how are you being deceived? See, because Candace Owens put herself in such a position where so many people look at it and they were like, because she was hitting it so hard with common sense and she was hitting it with facts. She was all against the whole transgender thing. She was against the whole BLM thing. She was all against the woke leftist thing. And then she flipped. What happened? What happened? What happened? Right? What in the world happened?
As Trump is just, he's lost his mind.
Trump has lost his mind, everybody. You hear this? Who do you think has lost their mind? Do you think President Trump has lost his mind? Or would you say Candace Owens has lost her mind? Who do you say, everybody? Help me out here. Help me out. Help me out. Who lost their mind? President Trump or her? Who? Who would you say?
And he hasn't found it over the weekend. I'll tell you, there has now, I guess not since 1981, have there been shots fired at a pope over politics, but Donald Trump is under demonic influence, so he's decided to aim a few, figuratively, at His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV, and it's not going well for him. It is not going well for Trump.
Oh, my goodness. If y'all were watching me earlier when I was doing Culture Wars, what did I say? These radical lunatic liberals are siding with the Catholic Church. And she's a lunatic liberal. She used to be a straight up Democrat. Straight up. And now she reverted back. I hate to say this, and I get reservation by saying it every time. I used to consider myself a Democrat. I'll never go back. I'll die first. Kill me. I would never, ever support the Democrat Party. I don't care. I don't care. But Will Johnson, they're still American. No, they're not. No, they're not. But listen to this clip one more time. It's really short. It's really short.
As Trump is just, he's lost his mind. And he hasn't found it over the weekend. I'll tell you, there has now, I guess not since 1981, have there been shots fired at a pope over politics, but Donald Trump is under demonic influence, so he's decided to aim a few, figuratively, at His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV, and it's not going well for him. It is not going well for Trump.
Wow. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? What happened? See, I still think it's what I said earlier. I think she's upset because she did not get a position in President Trump's cabinet. So she's bitter. She's a scorned woman. She's angry. She's probably thinking, look at everything that I did for President Trump. Look how I got people supporting President Trump. And this is how he thanks me. He doesn't even offer me a position in his cabinet. At least offer me something and let me deny it. But he didn't even offer me anything. I'm telling you, what else would it be? I mean, seriously, what else would it be? Because President Trump has never done anything to this idiot, this loony bin. What would it be? Think about it. What could it possibly be? Could it possibly be? Maybe it has nothing to do with President Trump not inviting her to be part of the cabinet. Maybe it has everything to do with her newfound hatred for Israel. Maybe that's what it is. Like Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Megyn Kelly, apparently the Hodge twins. That's another one that's just going, what in the world happened? All of these people that were so strong. Let's get Trump. Let's get him in office. because we can't do this with Kamala Harris and the rest of the idiots. Now all of these people, and I think, be honest with you, out of all of them, I think Alex Jones is only doing it for the shock factor. I could be wrong, but I think Alex Jones is only doing it for the shock factor. That's just my personal opinion about it. Because Alex Jones, out of all of them, he's been looking at all the conspiracy stuff for the longest. Again, I think he's just doing it for the shock factor. That's just my personal opinion on it. I'm not giving Alex Jones any excuses or anything, but that's just my personal opinion. Personal opinion. Here's another one from the loony bin.
All across, and you can see that in the numbers. People are leaving a lot of these Deep South Baptist churches because. Now, let me say this to give a little context in here, is that after she married her allegedly gay husband, her husband is Catholic. So now she's become Catholic, to my understanding. That's the rumor, allegedly. Right? But listen, she's saying people are leaving everything else. All across, and you can see that in the numbers. People are leaving a lot of these Deep South Baptist churches because they realize they're not worshiping anything but the modern state of Israel, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Israel of the Bible.
Oh, wow. Really? So when did that change? When did the Bible change from talking about Israel? When? Jerusalem is still in the same location. Bethlehem is still in the same location. Hello? Israel is still in the same spot on the map when Christ was here. What Israel is she talking about? It's still the same Israel. Still the same Israel that they're trying to destroy. The Bible has not changed. She might as well team up with the other lady that I showed earlier, where she's talking about we need a third testimony, New Testament. She said we need a third testament. Did y'all see that video? If you didn't see it and y'all want me to play it again, I most definitely will play it for you. But that's kind of the same thing here. She's twisting it, trying to say the Bible is not talking about the Israel that exists today, when it actually is. That hasn't changed. God's word hasn't changed.
Biggie Kells writes, Erica canceled her fake and gay appearance because the true threat was Drewski showing up and outperforming her. It's actually funny because Barron clocked that on his show last night. He was like, I think she canceled the appearance because of Drewski. Because now everyone is like, this is what the world thinks of you. And she couldn't show her face. And she should have just said that, or she should have said nothing. You are allowed to say nothing. You are allowed to say, Erica's something came up. There'll be more information in the coming days. Erica's not going to be here tonight. That's it. But instead, Andrew came out there with the energy of it's your fault. And he should apologize, but he won't, because he has exercised no humility in anything since September 10th. It's probably who he always was, if we're being frank. James the Least writes.
And she's like all over the place. I mean, from Israel from Trump to Erica Kirk. And of course, she's bitter with Erica Kirk because Charlie Kirk picked her and not Candace Owens. Maybe, just maybe, she was in love with Charlie Kirk and she wanted to have Charlie Kirk's baby. I don't know. But she was very fond of Charlie Kirk. She was very fond of him. But he didn't select her because he realized that she was crazy. But you heard here that there was an event that's going on and somebody showed up and Erica Kirk didn't want to go onto the stage at all because she was outshone, according to Candace Owens. Here's the moment Candace Owens is saying that Erica Kirk did not come out on.
Please welcome Turning Point USA CEO and Chair, Erica Kirk.
Oh. Well, who's that? Who's that? I thought Candace Owens said she wasn't going to come out. I thought Candace Owens said Erica Kirk was going to hide because she didn't want to come in the shadow of somebody else. I don't even know who the other person she's talking about. But nonetheless, she came out. Why lie about that? Who cares? Obviously, she came out. Why lie? You know what? If y'all notice, like, this is the first time I really talked about Candace Owens and such level, right? Other than that, I can really care less about what she's doing. I don't see any of her videos other than the clips. I don't see when she goes live. I don't even know where to go watch her. I guess I could type her name in and go find it, but I'm not going to even take the time to go search to see what she's talking about. They say she has a huge YouTube channel. I don't ever see her on YouTube. And I don't go looking for her on YouTube. She's not somebody that I'm interested in hearing. But the only reason why I'm playing it and talking about it with her lunacy here is because of the deception, the great deception that we're all seeing. There's a great deception. When the Bible tells us in the last days that so many will be deceived, even the very elect. Hello. Can I get a show of hands of people who, she's loony bin, but she's an intelligent woman. And maybe she's just doing it because she figured out how to get stupid people to believe everything that she's saying and to continue to fund her. Maybe that's what it is. You have to have some kind of level of intelligence to be able to get people to just believe all the nonsense that you're putting out there. I'll go on a whim here and say Hitler was an intelligent man. He's evil, all get out. But you have to have some level of intelligence to be able to deceive and convince so many people and following your nonsense. Hello. Am I wrong? And I bet you, any radical leftist lunatics, oh my goodness, Will Johnson said Hitler was intelligent. I can't believe he said such a thing. And completely take everything I said and, kind of twist it and not even understand what I'm saying. You know how they do. Really? Hitler would be the last person that I would support. He's like the ultimate figure for liberalism. Ultimately. Disarming everybody, taking everything away from everybody.
I have no proof of this. I'm going to speculate here.
Oh, she has no proof, everybody. Again, she has no proof. She's going to speculate. It's like this with everything. I have no proof. I'm going to speculate. And we're going to get the information here real shortly. In a matter of matter of days, possibly. Real quick.
I have no proof of this. I'm going to speculate here. But I do know that when Erica did not want people to show up to the Catholics for Catholics event because I was speaking there, I wasn't speaking about her, we're not speaking about politics, it was a prayer. She made personal phone calls and she cried on the phone. Okay.
Wait a minute. How do you know she did this? You just said you have no proof. You're speculating. But listen, how she's twisting it. She's telling everybody like it was factual. Did y'all catch that? Did you catch it? I have no proof, no evidence. I'm speculating, but Erica Kirk called people and was crying on the phone. What?
JD Vance's energy is giving that Erica cried on the phone. I think that when JD Vance's plane was circling, of course, Erica would have called him directly. She would not have done that via a third party person, out of respect. I think she was on the phone with him. She cried, right? His energy is like the male, I need to protect a woman in distress. Like she's a female, she's in distress, but she's like, I'm just scared. And like, I'm looking online and people are saying they're just saying that like they want me to die. And I'm just so overwhelmed right now, Mr. Vice President. I'm just so overwhelmed. Dab, 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 no tears. I'm so overwhelmed. And he was probably like, oh my God. And my kids, I just don't want my kids to be an orphan, Mr. Vice President. I'm so sorry. That's what I think went down.
No proof, no evidence. But telling everybody yep, that's what happened. Why is she so bitter about Erica Kirk? Move on. Don't you got your own husband? Isn't Candace Owens got kids now? Move on. Leave the woman alone. She actually lost her husband. And if it's true about your husband, where's your husband at while you on here? Is he getting smashed? Why is she so concerned about Erica? It's like she's jealous of Erica Kirk. It's like she's jealous. She was jealous when Erica Kirk was with Charlie Kirk, and she's jealous after the fact. Dude. It's like drama 101.
Okay. That is the energy that he is giving is like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I need to like protect this injured bird. So unfair that she's scared. She's worried about her kids, just an event. And the reality was that Erica just saw the crowd. She didn't want to speak. She dealt with JD, and then she directed Andrew to make up a sinister lie. We're not going to call it, it's a sinister lie, right? I think JD on the phone probably tried to assure her the Secret Service already swept everything, going to be fine. And then she did something along the, I'm sorry, my family. And he was completely understanding, because why wouldn't he be? She's dropping like, I don't want my kids to be an orphan, which is what he implies on stage. That the Secret Service had things under control, but that he understood that she needed to do what was right for her family. That's my best read on the situation.
You know, I mean, I remember talking to this guy, and this was when Trump was in office the first time. And this was at the Capitol here in Texas. And I'm having this conversation with this black guy. And somehow Candace Owens' name came up, and he was just like, man, do not trust her. She's a lying witch, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there listening to him, and I'm not arguing with him, because he was like, man, and I don't even remember everything he was saying. But the thing is I kind of like, I never forgot about it, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. Because I didn't want to sit there and call him a liar when I don't know what's going on. When he said maybe he knows something that I don't, but there's been times, because I've been to the White House with President Trump twice at that point, and Candace Owens was there. I was in Arizona with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, so there's been times when I've been with her in different locations, and he was saying all the stuff about Candace Owens. Then come to find out, it's 100% true what he was saying about her. Candace Owens has the spirit of the Antichrist in her. I mean, why do you go out there, because you have so many people listening to you, and just blatantly lie to everyone who buys it? Candace Owens was a rising star, and she failed just like Lucifer. Failed hard. And now her whole objective is to try to get everyone, you and I, not to support President Trump, by saying that President Trump has lost his mind. Y'all heard her in the first one. Right? Y'all remember what she said?
As Trump is just, he's lost his mind. And he hasn't found it over the weekend. I'll tell you, there has now.
Y'all heard her. So now she's saying this. She's an angry, bitter woman. She's an angry, bitter woman. And the thing is, what's going to change? I think she's just going to get angrier and angrier. And she's going to look just like the thumbnail on this picture. I want to change it up. I want to show you what J.D. Vance was telling the press about Iran. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, On sale for $17.98. Wait on it. Mega sale only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
What did you advise the president initially as he considered his actions in Iran, and what are you urging him to do now, especially with Americans seeing higher prices at the pump and some of the fallout from that across the economy? Do you express any concerns like those you've expressed in the past on the possibility of these extended wars?
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there, or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with Pete Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House team, and the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media.
And that's exactly what it is. The media wants the information so then that way they can leak it. They want to leak it to Iran. The very reason why President Trump did not inform these idiots in Congress, because they would have leaked it to Iran. Think about Maduro, Venezuela. You know how angry they were when President Trump did this with Venezuela? Got Maduro? Like, they were all saying, he didn't inform us that he was going to do this. And no one has asked the question. If President Trump had informed you, what would you have done with that information? They would have told Maduro, hey, Trump is getting ready to come get you. Just like tomorrow, Tuesday, the ceasefire, I guess it's going to be tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Is that correct? Tomorrow, 8 p.m. The ceasefire tomorrow is supposed to expire. And President Trump has made it clear that if they're not going to come to the table and they're not going to do right, Trump has made it clear that you're going to get hit hard. And President Trump, you know what? This personally, I think President Trump should allow the time to get here for the ceasefire, allow the ceasefire time to expire, and have all of the radical leftist lunatic liberals get on social media and say, taco. Let them say it. Let them say it. Let them get on social media. Let them go on the talk shows, MSDNC, Communist News Network, The Witches of the View, et cetera, ABC, NBC, all of them. Let them go in there and say, taco, taco, Taco Tuesday. Let them say it. Let them all say Taco Tuesday. And while they're all screaming Taco Tuesday, President Trump, without informing the leakers, without informing these traitors to the United States of America, President Trump should just go handle it. And while they're screaming taco, and they say, oh, well, you're going to stop saying taco. President Trump is actually, he's doing the do here. He's actually stopping the terrorist regime from getting nukes or anything like that and terrorizing the people in that region of the world. What? We can't call him taco? I had a conversation with a church member just yesterday at church about this. And it's a total liberal. And I'm always telling him, I'm telling him, I said, well, you know, your side. And he goes, it's not my side. Let me ask y'all a question in the chat. And I apologize, I'm not putting the chat up on the screen. I'm having some issues with my chat. But anyway, let me just ask you, because I still have the chat right here. Let me ask you a question. If I side with everything that the radical leftist lunatics are doing, and then you say my side, and I tell you that it's not my side, am I lying to you? Of course I'll be lying to you. The guy I'm talking about, he can't stand President Trump. He likes the Pope. He attends church where I attend, but he hates Trump but he likes the Pope. And I keep referring to him as his side. It's just like his side supports abortion, but he'll say he is against abortion, but yet he votes for abortion. You understand what I'm saying? It's the most bizarre thing ever. These are people that call themselves Christians and then straight up turn around and reject everything of God because they hate Trump. And I was telling him, I said, he was upset. He saw President Trump as taco, always chickens out. I'm like, really? So you're upset because President Trump didn't inform your side about the activities that he's about to do. And then you're upset because he's in negotiations with him, trying to give them the opportunity to do the right thing. That's the only reason why Trump hasn't just obliterated the whole regime. You know that, right? President Trump keeps trying to give them opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. President Trump has made it clear multiple times, look, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to do this. But they're giving him no choice. And then President Trump puts out a statement saying that the Strait of Hormuz is wide open now. All the ships go, 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 go. It's all open. It's all open now. And then you have couple idiots get on one of those speedboats and they go in there and they shoot, bang, 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 bang. Up, strait's closed. And all of the Democrats love it. Oh, look, President Trump said it was open. And actually, Iran just closed it. And President Trump made that part clear as well. All it takes is one idiot with the gun, and then you're going to be screaming, oh, look, all of Iran shut down the strait. They're terrorists, a terrorist organization. And you notice none of the radical lunatics have shown any of these speedboats getting blown out the water. You remember how they were showing all of the boats getting blown out the water when it comes to Venezuela? Remember they were putting the drugs on the Venezuela boats, and President Trump has already made it clear that if you come over here and you try to do this, we're going to blow you out the water. You know the reason why I believe they haven't done that? Because those boats have not been trying to do it. They got one to try it over the weekend, apparently. They got one to do it. What happened to that boat? If the U.S. military was in the vicinity, the boat is gone. The boat is at the bottom of the sea there, at the bottom. And the Democrats would be upset. Oh my goodness, you can't do this. We're supposed to be protecting them. The Democrats are so twisted. They actually believe that what Obama was doing by allowing Iran to build a nuke, that's the only reason why Obama gave him the money. I've said this so many times. Of course, I wasn't in the room, but it's obvious. I'm saying obvious things here. Obama gave him money. Joe Biden gave him money. Why? When they knew that they were still trying to build these nukes. Oh, no, they were just taking care of the people. Taking care of the people. They've been lying all this time. All this time. And with that said, listen to this. Listen to this. This is on Fox Business, where they're talking about Obama as if Obama had a better solution to all of this. This dude, total idiot. You can't make it up.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a... Hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph.
Really? So Obama was funding this terrorist state, openly funding them. You don't have a problem with that. I told y'all that they wanted Iran to get a nuke and set it off. I told y'all constantly. And now they're upset because that's not going to happen. I told y'all that they want chaos on the planet. And listen, he's not even addressing it. That the fact that Obama was giving them, knowing good and well that they want to terrorize that region of the world. They wanted a nuke to say, hey, you give us what we want, just like they're doing the Strait of Hormuz. You give us what we want or else. This is what you call a bully. And President Trump is putting the bully down. And who's for the bullies? The Democrats. The Democrats are for Iran and not America.
The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Total idiot. And you know one thing that they don't bring up? They never bring it up. When Joe Biden was in office, why were the gas prices high? Do y'all know that? Do you know the answer to that? That was another question that I was having with this church member that I was talking to. Why were the gas prices high under Joe Biden? Because it had nothing to do with the Strait of Hormuz. It had nothing to do with oil production. Why was the gas prices high under Joe Biden? And I think, and he didn't want to admit it at first, the gas prices were higher when Joe Biden was in office than they are now. There is a reason why now, and we are talking about the reason why the gas prices are high. Do I like the gas prices high? Absolutely not. Do you? Oh yeah, we love high gas prices. No one's saying that. But we understand why they're high. We don't like that they're high, but we understand the reason why they're high. Why were they high under Joe Biden? Why? What caused them to go high under the Joe Biden? It wasn't because of he did shut down the pipeline. Yeah, he did shut down the Keystone Pipeline, but it wasn't because of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, because they had nothing to do with it. They did take out the Nordstrom pipeline there over there, but they had nothing to do with the world oil. That was just Russia and part of Europe. Had nothing to do with the world getting oil. Had nothing to do with it. They were trying to shut down oil production, especially here in the United States of America, when Joe Biden was in office, to force all of us to try to get into electric vehicle. That was their objective then, to try to force us to get into electric vehicle. He didn't want to admit that. The reason why it's happening now, because President Trump is trying to end a 47-year-old war, a war that all of them should have been addressing and should have put an end to a long time ago, but none of them would. You know, somebody who I have said bad things about. I've said bad things about John Fetterman, and I'm taking them all back. As of right now, it could change later. But John Fetterman is like completely I don't know what happened. Candace Owens went crazy. Tucker Carlson went crazy. And John Fetterman went with common sense. Are we living in the Twilight Zone? What happened? John Fetterman, he sided with President Trump. He said, he's basically saying, I sided with President Trump from the get-go when it comes to Operation Fury. He sided with President Trump from the very beginning. And guess what? The Democrats are all upset. They're going to get rid of this dude as soon as possible because he's not supposed to be saying common sense stuff.
I've been the only Democrat that has supported Epic Fury. And now we're 48 days into it, and none of this has been illegal. Every single president in those 47 years have effectively dealt with the Iranian nuclear problem.
All of them dealt with it. None of them want to actually do anything about it. President Trump comes along, actually does something, and then, oh my goodness, now it's terrible. He shouldn't be doing this. And John Fetterman just said it. It's not against the law. What President Trump is doing is not against the law. The Democrats right now are trying to get it. Oh, wait. I got to bring this up really quick. I got to bring this up. What's his name? James Carville. He curses all the time. Bald-headed guy, look like a turtle. You know what I'm talking about? Total demonic demon crack. You know what I'm talking about? Eyeglasses. And he was on there, and there's a new audio clip of him on there cursing, saying that the Democrats need to go ahead, and when they get in there, enough is enough. Let's go ahead and take the House, take the Senate, get rid of Trump, stack the courts, Puerto Rico, DC, get senators, so then that way we'll be able to pass everything that we want to pass. The Republicans will never, ever be able to stop us again. The country's done if that happens. Done. They're going to get rid of the Constitution, just like these idiots want to get rid of the Bible. We're done. I hate to see what's going to happen in our country. I mean, I hate to see it. It's going to be the most demonic tyranny ever. I mean, it'll be full-on socialism. But he's on there saying that we need to get rid of all of it. And you got some of these Democrats, and y'all seen this multiple times, I'm sure, where they're saying that when they win the House and the Senate, they're going to put it in there that they no longer have to go to the vice president to invoke the 25th Amendment. They're going to bypass it the way it's been for the beginning of the country. Whenever they put it in, to bypass the 25th Amendment, to say that they can decide if the person is valid or not to be in the White House. Joe Biden was there for how many years? 4 years. Couldn't even remember where the bathroom was. They had to put down yellow tape to direct Joe Biden where the bathroom was. And not a single one of them was concerned about the 25th Amendment for Joe Biden. Joe Biden was talking to dead people. Joe Biden was shaking hands with ghosts. Joe Biden was falling off the stage. Joe Biden's falling up the steps. Joe Biden falling off the bikes. Joe Biden didn't even know where he was half the time. He was wandering off when they were doing a press conference. They had to direct him to walk. Not a single one of them wanted to talk about the 25th Amendment when it came to Joe Biden. But here, President Trump doing what needs to be done, doing common sense stuff. And the Democrats are so demonic, so evil, they can't stand to see someone doing something right. So in their minds, they believe that they got to invoke the 25th Amendment because President Trump is doing something that they don't understand. Doing something right. I'm like, oh my goodness, President Trump is not trying to be part of this world. President Trump is not trying to be part of the corruption and the evilness that they've been implementing, and they don't understand how he comes along, and all of us voted for him to do what he's doing. So they want to invoke the 25th Amendment and said, the American people, you didn't know what you were voting for. That's why a lot of them come out right now and say that, well, I didn't know, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for this. You know, like Megyn Kelly. Sure, I didn't vote for this. Did you even vote for President Trump in the first place? I think secretly Megyn Kelly probably voted for Kamala Harris because she's probably still butthurt over Hillary Clinton. That's my personal opinion. I'm guaranteed that she probably voted for Joe Biden in 2020. Talking about Megyn Kelly. What do you think? What do you think? And they do all these videos. So, yeah, I used to be a Trump supporter, but I didn't vote for this. I don't believe them. I don't believe a single one of them. These are all liberals putting videos out there just to get people to believe. Oh, my goodness, I can't believe it. You know, here's a prime example. Jeremy did this video and he put it on X just the other day, last week. And he had a MAGA hat in one hand and had a lighter in the other hand. And he was just saying, you know what? After all these years, I'm done. I just can't believe it. I'm done. What's taking place right now, I'm done. Like he's getting ready to burn the MAGA hat. I mean, I know Jeremy. Everybody knows Jeremy. Those of us who have been watching Jeremy, we know Jeremy what he's doing. But the people that's never seen Jeremy, don't know who he is, and he's holding a MAGA hat with a flame, they're like, oh, yes, I love it. He was a Trump supporter. Now he's not going to be a Trump supporter. Yes, 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 yes. That's the reason why the radical leftist lunatics go out there and lie and say that, oh, yeah, I was MAGA, but I'm no longer MAGA because I didn't vote for this. Really? You were never MAGA in the first place. Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Straight up lying. She was never MAGA in the first place. She's just like Candace Owens. Just like Tucker Carlson. I know one thing. And it's not that I'm tooting my own horn or anything here. Or there's no woe is will. But I have been threatened. I've been hit. I've been pushed. I've been blocked. I've been banned. They've deleted my content. They've taken my monetization away. They've done so much to me. You know, when I fill out let me put it this way. When I fill out a job application and they look up who I am, what do you think happens? When they find out that I am a Trump supporter, even people that call themselves Republican or even Christian, when they find out what I've been doing for the past 10 years, you know what they do? I'm sorry, but we filled the position already. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We filled out the position. Or someone don't even, when they find out what I've been doing. Because they know that I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to be a believer in Christ. I'm going to be a MAGA Republican. Make America great again. That's all that it means. I'm going to stick to our country. I'm going to put Christ first. And they don't like that. And this is it's the most frustrating thing ever. And now it's like I look back at it and I understand why some people don't tell anybody that they support President Trump. They don't tell anybody that they believe in Christ. They don't tell nobody. Because they don't want to end up in the position that I'm in. I'm very thankful that I'm on Lfa TV. I'm very thankful. It is a blessing to be able to come on here every day and share the news with all of you. They have done so much to me. And I'm not the only one. I'm not saying, oh, Will Johnson's, he's just Will Johnson. Look what they did to him. No, they've done it to Jeremy. They've done it to multiple people that are willing to continue to support President Donald J. Trump, no matter what the world tells us. You've got to stop supporting President Trump. Oh, my goodness. He put out a meme saying that he was Christ, that he was Jesus. No, he didn't. But we're not supposed to support him any longer because he did it. You being a Christian, you're not supposed to support him. Just like him speaking out about what the Pope was saying. Oh, my goodness. President Trump said something about the Pope. You're not supposed to support him any longer, Catholics. President Trump said something, or President Trump put a meme out there with the Obamas looking like apes, as if these people don't believe in evolution. You're not supposed to support him any longer, black people. He said Obama's like an ape because Obama's black. Anytime they show monkeys or anything like that, or somebody says something about monkeys, you know what the Democrats do? They automatically associate it with black people. President Trump did not even create that meme, but it was in the video. And they go, oh, my goodness, President Trump is racist. So black people, we can't support him. They even tried to do it with Jewish people. You can't support President Trump. Every single nationality, they've tried to get them not to support President Trump based on X, Y, Z, whatever that may be. You've all seen it. Women. Oh, my goodness, he grabbed him by the cookie. You can't support him any longer. Right? You're not going to support him, right? All the kitty cat hat wearing women came out. All the kitty cat hat wearing came out. Oh, my goodness, President Trump. It's just like clockwork. And people forget. I mean, some people have completely forgot that they tried to assassinate President Trump. They tried to put the man in the ground, pushing up daisies. They tried to kill the man. And then they were upset because the killers failed. I don't think most people really understand what we're dealing with here. It is pure evilness in this world. Complete and pure evilness. And these people, they love nothing but socialism. They love socialism. Let me give you an example of someone who loves socialism and more likely never going to change.
Do you still believe in democratic socialism? Do you still think it can be effective?
I believe in it even more than I did the day before.
Oh, he believes in it more than he did any before today. And every single Democrat loves him. You know, I've heard a rumor that he's trying to do a white tax in New York too. Did you know that? He's wanting to charge white people for being white, charge them a white tax. That's complete violation of the U.S. Constitution. But nonetheless, the Democrats are trying to push it through. Now I'm like, this is wonderful, wonderful. This is a way that we can pay reparations for what our party did to black people. But of course, they don't say that part out loud. They don't say that out loud. Of course they won't. People, buckle up. Buckle up. Things are about to get extremely wild. Christianity's under attack. The Bible told us in the last days that we'll be persecuted for his name's sake. We'll be persecuted if we believe in Christ. People are going to deny Christ. People say, oh, I'll never do it. I'll never do it. And people are already doing it. People already wanting to change what God's word says. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's going to be such crazy times from here until November. And if the Democrats get what they want, they're going to impeach Trump. And he won't have a choice but to leave. The only way it's going to be able to make a difference in President Trump not have to go anywhere is if Thune and the Republicans get off their backsides and do what they're supposed to do. We shall see. We shall see. God bless everybody. I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Happy Monday. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. We got a great show for you lined up. We're going to talk about the dangers of AI. We can have this conversation in many different ways, but we're going to start out by having it over the topic of universal basic income and whether or not we can stop that from happening. Of course, if the robots take all of our jobs, how are we going to argue against it? And it may be completely futile to even attempt to do such a thing. But I've noticed on X, there's this trend, and really just widely all across the digital landscape, more and more people are talking about it. Specifically, is Elon Musk talking about how universal basic income, in fact, high universal basic income is coming, and it's unavoidable, and the robots are all going to take our jobs. What does that mean in terms of the human condition? All of us, I mean, for generations, you have to work if you're going to eat. You have to do something with your life. What will this look like? I don't know, but we're going to talk about it. Also, is the Strait of Hormuz open, or is it closed, or is it open, or is it closed? I don't know. This journalist, actually, I'm sick and tired of writing headlines about how, yay, the war is over. Maybe we'll actually get to that point here close. I mean, President Trump mentioned earlier on Truth Social that there's going to be a deal, but it's exhausting. And in the meantime, in the background, people are making bukus of money. Buying low, selling high, shorting oil, and I'm pretty much exhausted with it all. We're going to talk about that, much, much more. Rob Spencer is with me today, my co-host. The show starts now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, we're broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas here on Lfa TV. Wherever you're watching, we ask you to like, share, and subscribe. Do all of the things. And Rob is with me. Rob, how you doing, sir?
Paul, it is an honor to be with you in studio, as always, when I can get here. Excited to be here. It's a busy Monday for me. As you can imagine, it's springtime in real estate, so it gets a little cray-cray on Monday. Yeah, I mean, we want to know, is the war over? Is it not over? I mean, will they, won't they? You know, kind of thing. And it's just, it's exhausting at this point. It's not funny, but it's just exhausting at this point. And, you know, so many idiots on the left believe that Donald Trump is specifically doing this for market manipulation. And I just think that he cares too. I think his ego is too great to and knows that this is not good. It doesn't look good. You know, how am I trying to say it? Like his reputation as a deal maker is taking a hit right now. And so I think that, you know, I believe that he would much rather there be a resolution and he gets to ride that victory rather than this back and forth craziness.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there.
Yeah,
for sure.
AI is scary. I'm looking forward to talking about that stuff too.
Yeah, so we're going to get into it. We'll get into the conversation about Iran as well here in just a minute. But I wanted to start with this AI situation. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I'm, you know, obviously as a journalist, I'm a news hound, so I'm constantly looking at stories and comments, and you can kind of tell where there's trends or, you know, things are being pushed in a certain direction. But recently, universal basic income has come up. I'm seeing it everywhere, whether it's old podcasts being posted or whether it's recent comments. I'm seeing it everywhere. And so I have often said, as a matter of fact, I warned some of my friends in a think tank here in Arkansas about a year ago. I sat down with them and we were talking about universal basic income, and you know, they're, you know, traditional on the right, free market type of guys, and I'm like, well, you know, how do you argue against it? How in the world do you make the argument against universal basic income if AI does in fact take all of your jobs, and not just your, you know, your surgeons with robotic arms or your lawyers or your doctors, but, you know, what if it eventually comes because the robots, I mean, what if it eventually comes for plumbers? What if it eventually comes for electricians and that sort of thing, which I think it will. Even though they may be the last to go, what are you actually going to do? And so I noticed this. Let me throw this up here on the screen. Here is Elon Musk talking about universal basic income. And this is super odd. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my set. So we had a camera that malfunctioned We had a camera that malfunctioned
right
before the show. And real quick here, I'm going to do my best to figure out there he is. There's Rob. Okay, I'm still not sure exactly what happened, but we do have Rob. We had camera 3. You're in Eric's seat today, and Eric is supposed to be back tomorrow, so we're excited to have him.
Got to work on those cameras tomorrow, there. Paul.
That's right. That's right. So here is Elon Musk. This was April 17th.
What to do about mass unemployment? This is going to be a massive social challenge. And I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. I don't think we're going to have a choice.
Universal basic income.
Universal basic income. I think it's going to be necessary.
So it means that unemployed people will be paid across the globe.
Yeah.
Because there is no job. Machine, robot is taking over.
There will be fewer and fewer jobs that a robot cannot do better.
Okay.
That's simply and I want to be clear that these are not things that I think that I wish would happen. These are simply things that I think probably will happen. And if my assessment is correct and they probably will happen, then we need to say, what are we going to do about it? And I think some kind of a universal basic income is going to be necessary. Now, the output of goods and services will be extremely high. So with automation, there will come abundance. There will be almost everything will get very cheap. I think the biggest. I think we'll just end up doing a universal basic income. It's going to be necessary. The harder challenge, much harder challenge, is how do people then have meaning? Like a lot of people, they derive their meaning from their employment.
Yeah, I mean, he's
if
telling the truth.
You don't have, if you're not needed, if there's not a need for your labor, what's the meaning? Do you have meaning? Do you feel useless? That's a much harder problem to deal with.
So he's exactly right there, and that kind of gets the crux. I think this is actually an older clip because he's much younger there, obviously. But yeah, that's the kicker here. That kind of gets into the philosophical side of things. I mean, for all of human history, you get up and you go do something with your life. You go do something to put food on the table, and if now you don't have that, what is that? I mean, I think about COVID. Depression went through the roof when people are locked down. There was a lot of government money coming. Addiction went through the roof. I mean, who's to say that? I mean, we talk about the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum has these plans like, what do we do? The transhuman are going to come, and what do we do with all these people we don't need anymore? Well, we'll give them drugs and video games. They've literally said that.
Yeah. I think that some of the stuff is a lot farther out than what maybe some people are predicting. There are some people that just within the next 2 years, that there's going to be no need for this or that or this or that. And I just think that I believe that it'll take quite a bit longer. But we're already seeing how, like a graphic designer, like why would you pay for a graphic designer if you need new artwork for a brochure, right? Why would you pay for a graphic designer? You could plug all what you're thinking into AI and have it produce it, and it's free. Or if you have the paid version of AI, it's going to be peanuts compared to what you would pay for an actual graphic design. Editors, for your book or your novel, what are they called?
Autobiography? What do you?
No. The people that review it for grammatical errors.
Yeah. Your editors.
Oh, your editors.
Yeah,
okay. I guess when I'm thinking of editor, I'm thinking of like editor of a newspaper.
Yeah.
Which is not really the editor. He's just he or she is just the person in charge. Essentially. Anyway, so I think those jobs are gone. Right, and going to be far, far diminished. And the people that survive in those industries are the ones that utilize AI. And that's what a lot of individuals are talking about, especially in the real estate world, is they just like, hey, you can't fight against this AI being, beast that is here. how can you utilize it? And sorry, the LFA producer there in the comments, LFA producer
Eli,
hey,
okay,
yeah, hey guys, I'm a graphic designer. Shh.
sorry, brother.
Sorry, man. But it's funny, guys. We do watch the chat, so we love the back and forth with you guys, and so we don't know everything. We don't.
No, we don't.
We don't know everything. We're just talking about the news of the day, and we've got a lot of news to get to. But AI is something we just keep beating that drum.
The dangers of it all, I mean, are real. But then you're going to get, you're going to have the convenience of it all. But again, how do you argue against something like a universal basic income if it happens? And then, I think we're all looking at how AI is revolutionizing like desk jobs, like basically, time spent at the computer, and it is doing that. But I don't think we talk enough about the robots. And I mean, I was talking to a guy who's in logistics, and he was saying that he was part of a project where they built a factory, and the entire factory is automated. Literally, and if something breaks down, they send a robot in to fix the other robots.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking this morning. I was like, because I've obviously seen all of the science fiction that you have out there. I mean, we've all seen The Matrix. We've all seen Terminator. There needs to be a law passed today to regulate the materials that can be used in the production of robots. And all of them, whatever the material is, if it cannot be taken out with a 9mm or a shotgun blast, it should be completely illegal to build. You can't even build a robot that can't be neutralized with a shotgun or a 9mm.
Because we've seen Terminator 2. We've seen iRobot.
Exactly. I don't think that's crazy at all. I mean, maybe you guys disagree, but
no, I don't think it's crazy because my grandmother, when she was alive, so this would have been quite a few years ago, she had a surgery with the Da Vinci. I believe that's what it's called, and it's it's a robot that cuts you open. It cuts you open and performs the surgery. And one of the most remarkable things about it, Paul, was in addition to its incredible accuracy, which they wouldn't be using it if it wasn't, incredibly accurate. The healing time is a third what it is if a human cuts you open, because the cuts are so precise and they're only cutting what they need. And so to me, that is going to be one of those things where now there's going to be people that just don't trust, these operations to occur via a robot, right? And I would have a lot of apprehension myself about that. But we're both in our 40s, and so by the time that we're Social Security age, Social Security number one will not be around. We're not going to get Social Security, Paul. I hope. Spoiler alert.
Well, we're going to get that UBI apparently.
What's that?
The Universal Basic Income.
Oh, the UBI. Yeah. So the universe. So that's what we're hoping for. Because all this money I've paid into Social Security is going to be gone. But yeah, I think that I'd be nervous about these robots, but it's like anything. We're always nervous about things at the very beginning. Who would have ever thought that we would allow electric cars to drive you around with no driver? And I see news clips right now where there was this 92-year-old woman who got a Tesla, and she was excited because it would drive her to church, and she didn't have to rely on her family for a ride to church. And she was so excited about that. And so those are the positive things. But who would have ever thought? We're allowing people to drive down the motorways with electric vehicles that are self-driving. Okay? That wouldn't have happened 10 years ago, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because there's safety, and what about this, and the ability to make a decision there. It's automate all this stuff, and how you react to somebody. I don't know.
Well, it was only a few years ago. It was crazy to think about. There was the viral videos of people driving on the interstate, and some guy in a Tesla passed out asleep.
Yeah.
That is already. Right. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but that is already kind of not a big deal now, because
Right.
the technologies come
that's
even
true.
further.
Yeah. Well,
So-
Susan brought up a good point there in the comments. Da Vinci is run by human hands, so the robot does not do any surgery on its own. It's controlled.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I knew that.
And so that's a great point there that I didn't clarify. But yeah, it's controlled by human hands. But that was Da Vinci was being used. Correct me if I'm wrong. 15 years ago. I mean, it was. I think it was as old as that. And so what we're going to see here is there are going to be robots doing those surgeries that are not operated by hand.
Yeah.
And maybe there's one human on standby, and now we've got 4 robots in this operating room, each serving a different purpose. Well, then who does that get rid of?
Right.
That gets rid of our surgical techs. That gets rid of these RNs that are in here. What about, are anesthesiologists going to be put out of a job because you can have a robot put you under? I sure as hell won't let a robot put me under.
Yep. And to think about the dangers there, too. I mean, we all saw the top-down communism that was flipped during COVID, where we actually had people with flesh and blood following orders mindlessly.
Oh, yeah.
Could it get worse? Yeah, because you had doctors that dissented.
Yeah.
There is no dissent with that kind of system at all. Now, this is the video that's really gone viral. 500,000 views. So, it's being pushed right now, and it's a guy by the name of Eric Weinstein. It's actually from a podcast, The Diary of a CEO, back on July 14th of last year. So it's almost a year old. And it's this viral clip. And it's kind of this tweet here, this post is summarized a little differently than the whole context of the podcast. But this does kind of get the gist of it. Take a listen.
To the average person, I would say get your board in the water and prepare to paddle like all get out. The tsunami of a lifetime is coming, and nothing your elders have seen is going to prepare. There's no good advice to give that's specific. Let's put it this way. One of the things when people tell me about their moving from one city to another, I have a phrase that nobody likes, which is every place is over. Oh, I'm moving to Austin. Yeah, it's over. Miami, it's over. Nashville, over. All these places are over. And every occupation that is named is over. I'm going to be a dentist, radiologist, accountant, teacher. These are all over. Whatever's coming, get flexible, get good. Get good on a bunch of different stuff. Learn how to think across disciplines. I have no idea what's going to be left for us. But somebody's going to come out on top. And I hate to tell people that you should try to come out on top. I don't think it's healthy to have everyone trying to be world class. I think you should be able to just have a life. I have a golden retriever. I don't know that it's the greatest golden retriever in the world.
Yeah, so again, now this tweet by a guy by the name of Dustin, he kind of editorializes this a little bit outside of the full context of what he was saying, but it is an interesting tweet because this is also going. So Eric Weinstein just described the end of mapped life. For 10,000 years, humans had to earn the right to exist. Pick a noun, become the noun, die as the noun. Accountant, teacher, radiologist. The box had a name. You climbed inside. You stayed until retirement or death. Weinstein, everybody's occupation, or every occupation that is named is over. No automated, not replaced. Or I'm sorry, not automated, not replaced. Named. You picked a noun. It told you who you were. Then it told you who. You were. If your future has a title, your parents recognize that future is already dissolving beneath you. Weinstein, a tsunami of lifetime is coming. People hear this and assume it's about unemployment. He says it's not. It's about identity. The machines aren't absorbing tasks. They're dissolving the categories we built ourselves around. You spent your whole life becoming a noun. The noun is about to stop existing. When the label disappears, what's left for you? Stop being a noun, start being a verb, they say. But the most important thing Weinstein said has nothing to do with strategy. It touches on something much older, something much closer to the bone. In a world where AI is world-class at everything, what is the point of a human being? For 10,000s of years, humans' worth was measured by output, how much you could lift, how fast you could think, how much value you could squeeze from a single day. We trained ourselves to think like machines because machines didn't exist yet. Now they do, and they will be better than us at every measurable thing. Most people hear that and feel terror. They should feel something closer to relief, he says. When a machine can do it better, the metric dies. When the metric dies, the cage opens. You were never supposed to be a spreadsheet. You were never supposed to justify your breath with a job. Your golden retriever doesn't optimize. It doesn't produce quarterly earnings. It doesn't prove its worth to anyone. It just lives, and you love it anyway. That was always the offer. We just couldn't afford it. Now we can. We spent tens, thousands of years trying to prove we were machines. The machines just arrived to tell us we never had to be. So I don't agree with all of that. That's one way to look at it, but it is an interesting take.
It's apocalyptic in a certain sense that he's saying that if you don't adjust, if you're not malleable here a little bit, that you are going to, you're going to get left behind. I don't know how much is dentistry going to be put out of business because of AI and because essentially it's a robot replacing a human,
right?
Because AI can all of these digital jobs where people,
yes,
heck, we're even seeing it with customer service where AI is, all of this stuff.
Insurance claims, all that could just be bloop, your job is gone.
Totally understand that
within 10 years, maybe.
Right, but these jobs that require, how is AI and a robot going to replace a carpenter? How are they going to replace a plumber? How are they going to replace an electrician? Right now, you could say a robot could wire up a house.
I mean, I get that's what I'm saying. I guess Elon, from Elon Musk's point of view, does that mean literally at some point in the near future, within our lifetime, let's say we're 40, let's say you and I conservatively have another 40 years. Maybe that's not conservative, but let's say we're going to live to be 80.
Okay.
We call a plumber. I'm 65, 70 years old. I call a plumber. Is a robot walking through the door in that time? It seems to be that seems to be what Elon Musk and these other guys are saying, that yes, that is exactly what's going to happen. Okay, well that's tough for me to wrap my mind around. I'm going to go to the dentist, or a robot's going to come to my house and do my root canal, or whatever. Doesn't really seem like that's realistic. I mean, as a 40-year-old. I mean, I'm even having trouble imagining that being a realistic scenario. It seems like that's what they're saying, though. That seems like that's what they're claiming is going to happen.
I will say this, Paul, to put a more positive spin on this, so that this is not so drab.
Yeah, no, right. I'm gonna put a positive. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will say it from a perspective of there's nothing as resilient as a human being.
Yes.
Okay, there is nothing as resilient as a godly human being. Okay. And I believe that if, let's just say that you're of faith and you believe in the one true God, whether you're a Christian or not, if you believe in the one true God, you would say, we are the apple of his eye, human beings. We were created and given the ability to reason. We were given all of these things that the animals and the what does it call it in the Bible? The creepy crawlers of the, all of these things.
Creeping things.
Thank you. We were given things that they were not, right? And so human beings, and I don't know that, I hope that my dogs, the ones I've lost, are in heaven, but I don't know. I don't know if animals are going to be in heaven. But I do know that human spirits are, that the people who have lived a godly life are going to be there. And so I don't believe in a God that would allow humans to completely fail unless that was his plan from the very beginning. So I will say that I'm not going to worry about it. I am going to use AI in real estate, and I'm going to adapt to it and make sure that I'm not getting left behind. But at the same time, I don't have this, oh God, I've seen the end. I've seen how Terminator ends.
No, I think that's good too. Obviously, all of this is happening within God's redemptive plan for humanity, for mankind. So I'm not afraid of it in that sense at all. I'm just saying okay, look, this whole free market economic, which we don't have free markets right now anyway. I think we've covered that on the show. That's all an illusion and a lie. But you're going to have these people, universal basic income is terrible. And I would on paper agree with you, but I'm just trying to say, practically speaking, we're almost to the point where, this is going to make the Industrial Revolution look like,
child's play.
Yeah, it's Mickey Mouse. And so I don't see how you argue against UBI if the jobs are actually gone And if the input or the output is going to be what they claim it is, where there's going to be so many goods, and you've got robots and you got robots fixing robots, that'd be pretty ironic if the only job left was some human that has to go fix the robots. Like that's the only. That's actually a really funny story.
Oh, I wonder if that would be a good apocalyptic movie.
I think it would be
The Last Human.
But you did touch on something about Christianity that I think is interesting here. So if you look at this part here where it says, but the most important thing is it touches something much older, something closer at home in a world of AI. Oh, so for 10,000 years, look at this. For 10,000 years, human worth was measured by output. And so this is true. Maybe it's more like 6,000, but okay, give or take. This is true, and this is why the Christian message was so different from so many other things in the world. All of the other things in the world. It's like, that is true, and that is a product of the fall of man from the Garden of Eden. And actually, like what you were saying, Rob, the Lord God actually does love the people he created, right? He died for a people. He died to redeem a people. So this is actually, if this were to happen the way we think, where everything's got like the big. This is a huge opportunity for the church, actually, because just like we've listened to Dr. Francis Schaeffer on this program before on a Friday, talking about how did the church survive? Why did the church survive the fall of Rome? Why did the church survive the persecution of Rome? Then Constantine, 300 AD says, okay, Christianity's legal. Matter of fact, everybody's a Christian now. How did they survive that period? Well, they survived it, according to Francis Schaeffer, because their foundation was built on something more solid that could withstand the pressures of life. There was an eternal perspective, but also what does that mean on a practical level, that this is not our home, and the church survived that. They survived much persecution. How do they survive the Middle Ages, right, which is actually wrongfully called the Dark Ages, in my opinion, the Middle Ages, and it's all because the Christian church's foundation is built on something eternal and the solid rock, if you will. And so when it comes to something that's going to be this massive upheaval of what we know, there's great opportunity for the theological truths, the eternal truths about who we are as people to really actually take hold in a new way, in a dare I say, a revival, if you will. Go. What
I was just going to say, Eric texted us, and he's like, "You guys know that I worked for Da Vinci Surgery for 8 years, right?"
Oh no,
no, Eric, we didn't know that. Eric's listening in,
brother. We probably. I wonder how much you got wrong,
dude. I was totally butchering it. Eric was probably rolling his eyes, like this dummy.
Fake news. Your fake news.
Just stick to real estate, Rob.
But
you know what? I want to ask you this question, because
I
I was arguing with somebody in the comments of a video today. And
did you change their mind?
I do that from time to time.
Yeah.
No, I don't change. I usually just insult them. I'm sorry. I just insult them because you're so stupid. I can't handle stupid people. I am not. I will say this: LFA TV, YouTube, X, wherever you're streaming this show and you're watching this, I'm going to tell everybody through the computer screen, phone screen, and all that. I am not very smart, Paul. I'm not very smart. I'm not dumb. I'm not. But there are far superior, people to me in terms of intelligence. Okay. But I don't think I'm lacking in common sense. I think I can discern something and be able to separate the fluff from where reality is, and I think it's because I'm 700 transactions in my real estate career, which means I've shown this many homes and talked to this many people, and it's just, because it's exponential what you have to do just to get one transaction.
I was about to say 700 transactions. What does that translate into how many homes you've shown somebody?
Sure.
It's got to be what?
Yeah,
thousands, 10,000 or something.
Well, you have less than a 2% conversion rate on average from all lead sources. Now, there are other lead sources that have a higher conversion rate, but that means that for every 100 people I talk to, I hope to close 2 of them in terms of whether it's a sale of a home or something like that. I'm mostly residential. I do commercial and stuff, but I'm mostly residential. Anyway, I will say that I am pretty darn sharp in real estate these days, okay? But with that real estate experience I have to talk to all kinds of different people. And I remember some Saturdays where I would show 10, 15 homes, and it would be to 4 different clients, and each one of them were different personalities. Each one of them were at different stages of life. Each one of them were different socioeconomic status and all of this stuff. And so I feel like I'm pretty good at knowing people, right? There are some highly intelligent people that can't hold a normal conversation with somebody because they can't relate to them, okay? None of this is my point other than to say I'm not very smart, Paul, in terms of book smart and all of that stuff, okay? But my goodness, man, I'm telling you, I will never be able to understand the Democratic mindset of double standards are about. We don't care what our side does whatsoever. If the right does it, I'm against it. That is their stance. How much infighting have we had on the right because we don't agree with everything?
We're a coalition party.
Yeah, we're a coalition party. We have a little of this, little of that, little of this, little of that. We've got people in our party that are absolutely against homosexuality, and then we've got a highly influential voter, whatever you want to call him, whip, is in Scott Pressler.
Caitlin Collins.
Yeah. I don't know. Is she gay? I don't think she's gay.
No. I think people think that the two of them look alike.
Oh.
It's a roast.
Yeah, they don't look anything alike.
It's a low blow.
Okay.
You know the CNN lady, the CNN news anchor?
Yes. Yeah. But Scott Pressler, great dude. You know, he's gay, right? And so we've got that's how varied our party is. And I will argue, going back to what I originally was trying to say, I was arguing with somebody, and they were this was Wells Fargo CEO, and he was on C-SPAN. He was being interviewed, and he talked about how much more approachable this administration is than the previous administration. He said, we get calls all of the time from Trump and his people asking about, what are your thoughts if we do this? What are your thoughts on that? And somebody would say, well, that means you're letting them influence your policy. You're letting them run our financial policy from the government, and we don't need business and banks and all of that's doing it. And I say, that right there just shows your lack of intelligence. Do not wave that diploma in front of me, because I'm going to sit here and tell you, any person who is stupid enough to shut down all of these experts and not absorb what they're saying about this financial policy or this one. Donald Trump is a phenomenal, polar of many different opinions. Donald Trump has, going back to his books that he wrote in The Art of the Deal in 1987, he's like, I will ask this person, I'll ask this person, I'll ask this person until I start to form a good idea about what I should do. Well, that means he's doing some data research here. Now, I know I'm going off on some side tangents here, but I just wanted to say that the Democrats go with what they're told. COVID was a demonstration in crowd control, mind control, and if Democrats ever had the balls to sit here with a straight face and say, I wouldn't have got on that train. I'm like, what? Were you the one calling the hotline for the people during COVID? Your neighbors?
I wouldn't have supervised and put people on the train.
Did you follow Did you follow the damn arrows at the grocery store that told you to go this way or this way?
Yes.
Right? Don't sit here and tell me that we're a cult.
Yeah, it's insane.
We're not, right? And sorry, I mean, I've just gone off on all these side tangents, but damn it, man, I cannot stand the hypocrisy of the left, because the people in the comments on that video were like, you mean you couldn't manipulate the last administration? Because he said you couldn't contact anybody there.
Right.
And I'm like, if you're the CEO of all these banks, these big, huge Chase, Wells Fargo, these big players here that have such a huge thing to do with what we do. Sorry, I'll wrap this up. But, their financial loaning money and all of this stuff just makes the engine turn. If they don't have some kind of say in what you're doing, that to me just goes with that liberal mindset of, I'm shutting them off. We're going to do what we want to do. Look at what's happening in Virginia. My God, there's some Virginians right now that are regretting their vote.
Yeah.
That woman has gone, she ran as a centrist. She is the farthest thing from a centrist right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's the CIA plant. I mean, fundamentally.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
literally there.
So anyway, that happened today, and I got in all these arguments.
No, I know, I get it, man. And that's the thing. You never change anything. Unfortunately, with these comments, Facebook or Twitter or wherever,
Sure.
I mean, you just rarely ever convince anybody. It's so pointless. I wanted to give the other side of the UBI argument, though. Like, everybody's saying, "Oh, it's going to be great. We just got to let it happen." It actually could have disastrous results. If we're just talking about giving people something for nothing, and you're not honestly, if you're not a Bible believing Christian, it really could be disastrous. So this guy named Max says UBI advocacy stems from the naivete and sloppy salopiism that because I am a deeply creative latent producer who is oppressed by my wage job and would actualize my creative potential if only I could have my basic needs met, this must be true for everyone. It's not. First of all, it's not even true for these creatives. If you aren't creation maxing while you're waging, you won't do it under luxury communism either. Creative work is extremely taxing, and your wage job isn't actually that hard. The problem is your neuroticism and lack of discipline, not your job. All your necessities being provided for will only make you weaker and gayer, such that you'll make up some new BS to get overwhelmed by and then cope by playing video games all day. But worse, because you won't even have "at least I did something productive today," which will magnify your depression.
Yeah.
Second, luxury communism already exists for the bottom 20% of the population. All their food, housing, etc. is completely covered by the state. Entire generations of people who haven't worked a job in their lives, a day in their lives. Do they go on to produce beautiful art and build companies, or do they go on to get high and kill each other? The truth is that we are close enough to UBI today that most of the people who will ever become great artists and inventors are already going to do it. And as we get closer, all that will happen is the people incapable of anything more than wage slavery, most people, will simply become dysfunctional parasites. Now, this is a completely it's a completely different take, but I immediately thought of COVID and
think about
what happened in COVID.
And think about the emasculation of men.
I know, man.
Like we have very defined roles. My wife is our office manager at our real estate, but she just does that to pass the time. Like, she doesn't. I'm fortunate that my wife doesn't have to work, there is a certain level of a role. Rob is the husband. Rob goes and earns the money. Rob is the one that protects our financial. Rob makes sure that our kids have food and all of this stuff. Like that, there are so many nuclear families that are built around that. Now, there are some stay-at-home dads because the wives have just much higher paying jobs and something of that nature, but those are rare.
Yeah,
most of the time is the husband working at the steel mill. It's the husband working this corporate job or this one or whatever, and the woman is head of the household in terms of like raising the children and all of this stuff. And that is a role that most people, I would just say that most married couples have, at least conservative men. Anyway, my point of it is, if the husband loses that, where is the husband going to find his value as the head of the family?
in the role. Now he's supposed to be the spiritual leader of the family. He's supposed to be the head of the household. Biblically, we take our wives' opinion into consideration, but biblically speaking, I don't want to offend any women in our comments here, but biblically speaking, the husband is the final say, and we adhere to that, and I believe that most conservative Christian marriages are that same way. Now, I will tell you this: I very rarely make decisions on that stuff. I'm in charge of my teenage son's parenting because he will not respect his mother at all. Pisses me off to no end. So I'm in charge of that boy's parenting, and that's totally fine. But my wife is the one that pays all of our bills. I just make sure there's money in there to do it, right? And there's comfort in that. There's peace in that, and that's where we are. If I was not the breadwinner, I don't know how I could find my worth in my family. I don't. And I know that may be as a flaw for me. Well, because I've got something I've got to work on, but I just want to say I'm not the only one who feels this way.
Well, here's the deal. This is the kind of the crux of it, honestly. The reason this could be a disaster is, it's a command from God. The Garden of Eden happened, and what was Adam told to do? He was kicked out of the garden. By the way, this is a great analogy. If you ever got one of these woke Christians that wants to tell you a border is racist, then you should ask them, well, is God a racist, or is God selective when he enforced the border of the Garden of Eden and kicked people out? Anyway, that's just a tertiary thing. So Adam is told by the Lord, hey, from now on, you're going to have to sweat, you're going to have to work, you're going to have to toil the earth. This is what you're going to do. This is now you. And so all technology that we have is a tool. The tools can be used for good. The tools can be used for evil. And a lot of times they are used for evil because we are so wicked. But fundamentally, you have to start thinking of technology as a way to make the toil easier. That's why we have technology. It's because of the curse. It's because of the fall of man, right?
Yeah.
But it still doesn't negate what you're talking about, is that we're supposed to work. And if we get to a situation now where, and this is what Jeff Dorknick is saying here on his show, Elon Musk is saying, well, let's just listen to it. Elon Musk is promising essentially heaven on earth. That's what's so scary about this. The rhetoric that's coming out from some of these people, it sounds like they actually believe that they can deliver some sort of utopia here. And when you get to that, you're getting to Titanic levels of delusion. The unsinkable ship. It's like right when you go down that road, catastrophe follows.
That actually gives other people outside of your body control over what's happening inside of your body. So, and Yuval Noah Harari has already said that with this kind of technology that we no longer have free will, because it used to be that they could control us through propaganda. Now they can actually control us from within, which is absolutely terrifying. So there is that. Then you've got Elon Musk, like I said earlier, both Elon and Bill Gates have talked about the next 10 years, the workforces will be completely replaced by AI and robots. But there was this really interesting conversation that not a lot of people that I've talked to have actually seen between Elon Musk and Benjamin Netanyahu. And Netanyahu was actually interviewing Elon Musk about the future of artificial intelligence. And he asked him, what's the end game? Where is all this going with AI? And Elon explained, well, AI is going to take us in one of two places. Either it's going to be Terminator and they take over the planet and we become enslaved and we're in a constant war and battle for humanity against these robots that go rogue, or it's going to be heaven on earth. And Netanyahu then asked him, well, what does heaven on earth look like when you implement with artificial intelligence? And he said, basically, none of us will have to work because AI and robots will be able to do everything. We'll have universal basic income, because you don't have to work, so you're going to have to be able to buy things. So we'll have to have universal basic income. And then you basically just think it and you get it. And, in my paraphrase is basically we become all-consuming blobs of flesh. Very similar. I don't know if you saw the Pixar movie WALL-E many years ago.
Yeah, have you ever seen WALL-E when they're just on the ships and they're lazy, fat slobs?
Right.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll just tell you this. Think about what what we saw in COVID, and one specific. Now, this happened in multiple places, but one specific place happened, and it was in it was a grocery store, and there was a news story in Michigan. Okay, because Gretchen Whitmer, and that's a 50-50 state, right? Michigan is a swing state. So you would expect it to not be so crazy as states like Oregon, or Vermont or something like that. In Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer ordered only essential things could be purchased from the grocery store. They blocked off parts of the grocery store. One of the parts that I saw in this news story was packages of seeds for cucumbers and squash and anything like the tomatoes, things that you would grow in your garden. And I was like, they're controlling us through these directives that they're giving out here, and they're restricting what we can even do.
Yep.
I can't buy these seeds and grow them because for some reason, me reaching over here and grabbing this package is going to somehow increase the spreading of COVID or something like that. Kiss my ass. The next time the Democrats truly get in power and there are no checks and balances on them, hell hath no fury.
Oh, it's really going to be bad.
Hell hath no fury like what they are going to do. And I side note, if they don't get this filibuster nuked and pass this crap before the November elections, folks, I'm telling you, with everything in my power, as soon as the Democrats get back into power of the Senate, that filibuster is gone.
No, you're exactly right. I'm really glad that you brought this. Is a great segue to kind of get out of this UBI segment, and that is
depressing.
What the Democrats will do when they win, or if, looks like when they get back into power. Aside from impeach Trump, now I think the U.S. Senate is potentially in play.
Yeah, the Senate, and it would be really challenging to keep the House at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of news cycles between now and then.
Yeah,
every single headline is Iran over and over and over, and it doesn't stop, and it's got to end. And this doesn't help either. And I'm kind of upset about this, but it's not like, what can I do about it? But I'm just saying, how many times have we reported on this show? Oh, well, I think we're there. I think we got a deal. And obviously I'm excited to report it because I want this thing to be over because I didn't support it in the first place. But it is absolutely everything. And every time President Trump goes out, that's all the questions he gets. We don't get to talk about the domestic policies. The press is only talking about Iran because they know it's something that has divided the coalition, and it just has. You may not like it, but it has. And so I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
To not want this war in Iran is not going against Trump. It's not a rebuke of Trump. It's just like, no, we just don't want it. We don't.
Well, and it's like again, I say this. There's a reason Nikki Haley wasn't the nominee. If we had this debate over new wars, and I understand. People are going to say, oh, well, that must mean you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. No, that doesn't. No. That is not what that means, actually. And
if they were legitimately about to get it, Paul, if they were legitimately about to get it, as the intelligence allegedly said,
right?
I understand why Trump felt like action was taken.
Yeah,
because
I get that too. I get that too. The issue is, with the whole, Diddy or were they about to, were they not? We know what happened during, we know what happened at Fordo. We remember. Yeah. Right? It was last summer. We did the strikes, and we were told, and I was so happy. I was happy because what did the administration tell us? The administration said we destroyed their nuclear program. I was like, great. That means no ground war.
Yep.
And then less than a year later,
they were about to get a nuke.
They were about to get a nuke. So, and a matter of fact, whether you believe it or not, the New York Times had the New York Times had the story a couple weeks ago saying that all the advisors, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, not all the advisors, but several of them were like, I don't buy what Bibi Netanyahu is selling. I actually think that it's going to be much harder. His goals are much more difficult to accomplish. Yeah, we can take out the Ayatollah, but after that, it's kind of like we're not really sure. In that conversation, you'll have to. I've totally blanked. What was it? What was it I was just talking about? Rob, help me out.
We were just talking about not wanting.
Oh yeah.
Ground
That's what they
troops.
said. No. The Fordo in that conversation, according to the New York Times report, which again take with a giant grain of salt, they said one of the concerns was, well, if we go forward with this, it's going to be tough to explain why we said the nuclear weapons or the capability was downgraded less than a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was actually allegedly brought up in one of these meetings. So anyway, is it open? Is it closed? Let's hope that there's some deal made. Let's kind of go through the headlines here. Headline: Iran peace talks off. No, they're on, and they will kill U.S. soldiers. This was the Independent Sentinel. Derek Evans, President Trump's issues last chance warning as Iran has not agreed to attend Tuesday's peace talks. Quote, if the deal isn't done, the deal that we made, then I'm going to take out their bridges and their power plants. If they don't sign this thing, the whole country is going to get blown up. This is what Trump told Fox News. Then in the meantime, we had this story, or we had President Trump posting this. So on Truth Social, he's posted a bunch over the weekend on Truth Social.
Mm-hmm.
Says, whether people like Israel or not, they have proven to be a great ally of the United States, he writes. They are courageous, bold, loyal, and smart, and unlike others that have shown their true colors in a moment of conflict and stress, Israel fights hard and knows how to win. President Donald J. Trump. Now, this was interesting to me because I was like, okay, so he has gotten the message that some people are not a fan of Israel's influence when it comes to our foreign policy, or he wouldn't have said whether people like Israel or not. I thought that was interesting. And now he is saying this as well. He followed up with this today. He said, Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Did. That's kind of what you were saying, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
I watch and read the fake news pundits and polls in total disbelief. 90% of what they are saying are lies and made-up stories, and the polls are rigged, much as the 2020 election was rigged, just like the results in Venezuela, which the media doesn't like to talk about. The results in Iran will be amazing, and if Iran's new leaders, regime change, are smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. So I think this post by President Trump is probably in response to this story in the Wall Street Journal. Headline: President Trump's public bravado on the war. He grapples with his own fears. The president's impulsive style has never before been tested during a sustained military conflict. And then they compare him to Jimmy Carter. So President Trump is not a fan of this Wall Street Journal article. One of the summaries of it claims that in this article, they detail that Trump used to call the Middle East blood and sand and wanted nothing to do with it. Netanyahu then, according to the article, gave him a persuasive February briefing in the Situation Room, backed up by repeated calls from Lindsey Graham, and Trump changed his mind. He thought it would be like Venezuela. And then it says that his own team has showed him midterm polling that proved the war was dragging down Republican candidates. He quickly began ruminating on how the military action could turn into a catastrophe. On the Strait of Hormuz, Trump told his team before the war that Iran would likely capitulate before closing the strait. Anyway, this is the Wall Street Journal that President Trump is calling fake news. But overall, the report paints a picture of a president who was talked into a war by Netanyahu and people like Lindsey Graham. Now, again, I'm not necessarily one to trust the New York Times or Wall Street Journal at all. However, I will say we had when the war first started and we struck first. You had Marco Rubio.
Mm-hmm.
He came out and he said, "Hey, look, we had to protect our soldiers. Israel was going to strike, so we had to strike first." Mike Johnson said the same thing. President Trump has even said something similar.
Mm-hmm.
We struck first because Israel was going to. I think even Mike Johnson said it. I think even Secretary of Defense Hegseth has said it. And, of course, then the press ran with, Israel basically drug us into that. But then you have other people now claim that if you say that, then that's anti-Semitic to say that Israel, pulled us into it. The whole thing is a mess, and that's why it has to end sooner rather than later. I'm going to give you time to talk here in just a minute. So also over the weekend, President Trump posting Frank Sinatra.
And now,
okay,
the end is near.
So I do it my way. That's the song. So he posts "My Way."
Mm-hmm.
The end is near, and now the end is near. I did it my way. People are trying to decode what exactly does that mean. Is it the end of the war? Is it the end of Iran as a civilization? And then about 12:35, President Trump says that there is a deal, or he seems to think that we are making the deal. He says, quote, "The deal that we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama." Then he goes on to talk about how terrible that deal was and how the deal that we're going to get is going to be much better. So, Rob, what are your thoughts on all of this? You can tell I'm frustrated.
He posted that 4 hours ago?
Yes, and I can check his Truth Social to see what he's posted since. He says 3 hours ago, he said the Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships towards the United States, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much. So he's trying to say that now we're going to, they can get the stuff from us.
I've got a couple of things I would say. I am not in the Situation Room.
Correct.
I am not receiving this highly classified intelligence briefing material. I'm not hearing any of this stuff. This is us just from the outside or whatever. I think it is incredibly stupid and naive. Maybe those are strong words, but I strongly disagree with someone trying to convince me that Benjamin Netanyahu is puppeteering Donald Trump. They are allies. I believe that there is a mutual respect there, and I think Benjamin Netanyahu is a flawed man who has made many, many mistakes. But I also think he's generally in trying to do what's in the best interest of his country. Now, that's my opinion. It's my opinion. I also know something, that if Iran were to put down their weapons and say, "Listen, we're tired of fighting. We're done with this," that Israel would do nothing to them. They would not attack them. They would not blow them up.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Oh my gosh, Paul! Then you're going to have to give me one instance of Israel unprompted or not in any kind of reaction to something that Hamas or these terrorist organizations that are funded by Iran. You're going to have to give me something that Israel, one instance where they were the aggressors and just went out and started attacking somebody.
Well, first of all, what I'll say is I don't have that. All I'm saying is I think if what I'm saying is I don't think if Iran just said, "Hey, we're done. We're laying down our arms." I think Israel still believes that they're a threat.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't have any instances off the top of my head because, I mean, what came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, that region has been at war tit for tat for forever. But it is clear that, Israel sees Iran as a mortal danger to their country.
Yeah.
And if they laid down their arms and surrendered, I think that's what you're talking about.
Well,
surrender.
I would just say,
so I don't think they would have a country anymore. If
I think what you're saying is operating under the belief that Israel would not believe them if they put them. Am I putting words into your mouth?
Oh,
like
no,
if
I hadn't even considered that. But no, I hadn't even considered that. But Iran, at this point now, I mean, it's like the rhetoric is so high. That's a great point. Practically speaking, it would never happen.
Okay,
because
but let's just say that two believable declarations were made at different times, and Iran's believable Iran is an oxymoron. I get that, but Iran's declaration is we are putting down our arms.
Now, we don't want to be obliterated as a country, but we want to just live our lives now and open up commerce and try to do, run a country. I don't believe that Israel is going to wipe them off the map because they've not done it. I mean, it would be, in my opinion, that there's no instance of that where there's then an unprompted attack of Israel against someone, against their neighbors. Now, that's from what I remember, from what I've heard and what I've seen. However, if Israel was to say, we are putting down our arms, we do not want to fight anymore, what is Iran going to do? Through its proxies, but what is it going to do? Blood in the water. We're going to have October 7th times 1 million, in my opinion. And imagine what October 7th would have been if Iran had a nuclear weapon. You can disagree with Israel. You can disagree with the control that maybe some Jews have in our everyday lives and this, and they're not the sweet innocent people. My God, the Jews killed Jesus. I mean, you and I are both Christians. We believe in the risen Son. So they're not infallible. But I believe in everything that I have seen from Israel is always a reaction to something that Iran has done. Iran, if they were in fact close to a nuclear weapon, their nuclear weapons were blown up last year, or their nuclear ambitions, their facilities, and all of that.
But so here's the thing on that, right? Okay. When I interviewed Annie Cyrus, right? As we had this discussion. Annie Cyrus, of course, grew up in Iran until she was 15. Is now Christian. Got out of the country. Her grandmother smuggled her out via Turkey, and she came to the U.S. and then eventually came to faith in Christ. And I can't remember the exact question that I asked her, but one of the things I asked her was about this, the idea of them using the nukes. Mm-hmm. I know what it was. It was me asking her about self-preservation. My question was, how, because we are told in America that Iran is this, theocracy that is like end of the world nuts, and they don't care. The idea of mutually assured destruction doesn't apply to them, is what we're told. Meaning, if they were to use a nuke on anybody else, the idea that then they would get nuked in return, we're told that no longer matters. That's why they can't have a nuke, because if they have a nuke, they'll use the nuke. And so I asked her, my question I think was, does the theocracy, the people at the top that are in charge of this theocracy, do they actually believe that, or is it just something to keep people under the thumb? Do the people at the top who are living in the lap of luxury, with their power, with their wealth, does self-preservation ever come into where it's all kind of fake,
Yeah.
And she talked about this fatwa that was actually put in place. I didn't even know anything about it, but apparently there's a fatwa against having a nuclear weapon. That there's like some religious connotations against them actually creating it.
Well, they're not following that.
Well, no, but she seemed to indicate that they were. So that kind of brings up the whole thing of like, what, we don't trust the mainstream media about what they tell us here domestically. But we are going to trust everything that we hear.
Yeah, that's the thing that pisses me off too. About like you're believing these reports coming out of Iran about, oh, you blew up a hospital, you blew up, this is where the children were and stuff, and maybe that did happen. But my God, we're just believing it. They are known liars. They don't care. They want. I think that they want to bring about the end of the world because.
Well, like what I'm saying is like, but I asked somebody that lived in Iran about that very thing.
Yeah.
Because, the answer I got back is much different. I mean, somebody that lived there for 15 years.
It's hard for me to disagre with her, because she's there.
I'm not saying that
she was there.
And I may be putting words in her mouth, but I'm not saying that, she thinks they're benign. She doesn't. But at the same time, she does not want American ground troops. I thought for sure when I asked her, you lived in Iran, you lived under the oppressive regime, you saw how it was, but do you want ground? She said, absolutely not. She said, she should let Israel take care of it. Is what her ultimate response was.
So if they're trying to enrich uranium,
through those processes, and I guess they want nuclear power.
That would have to be their cover. I mean,
of course. And we know that that's not true because
traditional narrative in the narrative we're being sold.
Right, because I believe Marco Rubio when he said this was offered to them for free. Not only can you have this, we're going to provide it for you, and it'll be free. Okay,
but they don't trust us.
They don't trust us, but that's not what their goal is, Paul. They want a nuke. They are tired of being the doorstep
100%
in their mind.
100%. I do think they want one.
Yeah.
And I think every country in the Middle East that doesn't have one is going to want one now. Is what I think.
Well,
because apparently once you actually have a nuke, you can't be bombed.
Right. Well, I would say that maybe. So you're saying that some of the craziest people on the face of the planet, in terms of their hatred.
I mean, they very well. I mean, look, I'm not saying that if Iran had a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't use it. I'm not saying that I know that. I don't know that. But you look at some of these other countries. Is it Turkey? Turkey's not a nuclear country, but Turkey, is it Turkey now that's saying, like, hey, if we want a nuclear bomb, we'll just get Pakistan to give us one? Is that I think, is that what we're potentially
I don't know. I don't know. We need to go through that. We need to go through that on the show one day, like what all Middle Eastern countries have nuclear weapons.
Or is it Saudi Arabia? I don't know.
I don't know, but I can say that there are a few people.
Yeah, so Turkey does not have nuclear weapons. So I think I am thinking of that correctly.
Yeah. So I think anybody, including our friend who former Iranian, or I guess I don't know she's an American citizen now.
Yep.
But
Christian, praise the Lord.
Born and raised there in Iran. Would she believe
we need to get her back on
that, number one, Iran wants a nuclear weapon? Would she say yes or no to that? And then the second question I would say is, if the answer is yes, do they want a nuclear weapon as a deterrent? As all of these world powers have it, right? It's been almost 100 years since the last nuke was dropped.
Just think about it. I mean, if you're Iran and you're looking at North Korea, crazy country, whatever. Nobody's tackled North Korea because they have nuclear weapons, right? So it's like, once you get this, apparently this is now your key. You're going to have to the world now has to put up with you and your borders.
Yeah.
Until there's no more nuclear weapons, until we kill each other.
I don't know. But to my knowledge,
and I'm not
Kim
saying
Jong-un
I want that
not,
for Iran. I'm just trying to.
To my knowledge, Kim Jong-un is not sending money to Hezbollah or Hamas.
I get it.
Right. And saying, hey, go kill as many Jews as you can. Right. I just don't know. I mean, I don't think that Kim Jong-un is doing that. I don't believe that, Russia, Vladimir Putin has more nuclear weapons than anybody, right? Russia has more than us.
Right.
So they could blow Ukraine off of the map and just rebuild them, but they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sitting here just trying to give him a bunch of credit.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, but Iran doesn't have the nuke.
Yeah.
So
it's just I have not heard of North Korea committing an October 7th style attack. And I think that Iran has proven through its proxies over and over and over again that they are untrustworthy, they are murderous, they are crazy people who want to bring about the end of the world. And a nuke in their hands, whether it be for deterrent or any other purposes, could bring the start of the nuclear war to end this planet.
Right.
And
I'm going to just make a note here. All right, because I respect your opinion, obviously.
Oh, we disagree a lot on Israel, I know.
But we've now spent, I don't know what we spent, 10 minutes, 20 minutes or whatever on this, right? And so this is the issue. And I'm just speaking from a purely a purely selfish motivation here. as somebody who voted for President Trump 3 times, and as somebody who wants American families to do well and wants specifically Christians to be in a safe, protected country.
Mm-hmm.
The division that you're seeing, that, I mean, if it were up to me, I wish I could just heal it, you know.
Yeah.
But the war is only hurting, and it's really now, it's getting to the point where it's going to be beyond whatever the division on the right is with what was apparently a very fragile coalition.
Yeah.
It's really now kind of getting beyond that, to the point where if the Democrats take control of the House, if the Democrats take control of the Senate, I'm just selfishly thinking about you and me, your family, my family, people who are in Trump's orbit that are the weaponization of government going to be turned right back on. Basically, this path of going back after grandmas because you're mad Roe v. Wade got overturned, so you got to go put them in jail.
Yeah.
Closer to putting Christians in boxcars, and so we're now totally focused on the Middle East. People our age and younger that voted for Trump this is the same foreign policy. It's starting to feel like the same foreign policy that we've experienced our whole lives.
Yeah.
So maybe people older don't quite understand that. I don't know what it makes it very difficult to cover the situation so far. We're only 30 days in, but it's a difficult thing to cover when, again, okay, war's over. Finally, the war's over. And then it's like, did the Iranian foreign relations guy or whoever it was that said, hey, yeah, the strait's open, and then we get these radio messages from people in the Iranian National Guard or the Iranian Republican Guard that are like, actually, no, that guy has no authority. Who even has authority over there?
I have no idea.
And so it's anyway. I will. I know you got to go here.
Yeah, and I would just say that if President Donald Trump was sitting across us in the other chair, number one, what an honor. That would be incredible.
Yeah, you tell me.
I don't think he's ever been to Jonesboro, Arkansas, but anyway,
probably not.
But I believe that he would tell us, yeah, I want this to be over. I think the roller coaster of all of this is pissing him off, and you've seen it. He wants this thing to be over. I truly believe that, because there are things domestically that we need to be focusing on, especially leading into these midterms. There's got to be a focus.
So that's got to be over.
On not letting.
Lindsey Graham was saying the other day that this will all be over by the end of the year.
Lindsey Graham is,
but you
crazy.
You understand
Paul.
if this, and I know it's crazy because it's like, well, we can't end a war because of political considerations. Well, hey, if you like the traditional American family and you want to preserve the traditional American family, you better hope it ends for political reasons.
Yeah.
Because if the Democrats get back in power, you are talking about. They are going to, and especially if they get back in power and none of the intel oligarchs have gone to prison, they have zero incentive not to go full-blown communist revolution on anyone who believes in the Bible. And it really will be that specific.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the Bible? Okay, well, you're now no longer a person in our society.
Paul,
that's where this is going.
They were monitoring people's Chase accounts to see who was buying from Bible stores. This has already happened. They've told us who they are.
Yes.
And we are squabbling amongst ourselves over here on the right, and that's fine. Like there needs to be contention about stuff because we're not a monolith.
It's the only place you can have a debate. It's
Correct.
within the Republican Party right now. It's the only place there's an actual debate.
But we have got to stop. What's the word? Excommunicating somebody, and just getting rid of this person. Now, if they go off the deep end, like I believe Candace Owens has gone off the deep end, then you're like, hey, we can't have anything to do with this. But I believe that there is room for the Megyn Kellys of the world who disagree with this Iranian war, and the Ben Shapiros of the world and they both are friends. They've gone at each other on social media. But I believe that both of those we want them both in the conservative movement. Now, I don't know what's crawled up Tucker's ass recently. Like,
well, on that,
I agree with a lot of that stuff Tucker says, but he's like,
I agree with you. I disagreed with Tucker the other day. So he's been railing. He's been talking about dispensationalism and how it's not biblical. And I'm not a dispensationalist, so I would tend to agree with that. But then he did a show on the Antichrist and kind of intuited that that Trump could be the Antichrist. Well, that's crazy, man. We're getting confused categories because if you know that dispensationalism is wrong, then you know this idea of like a one singular Antichrist is also wrong,
right?
Unless there's a new eschatological view that I'm not aware of between your pre-mill or your historic pre-mill, your dispensational pre-mill, your amillennial or your post-millennial. So I do take issue with some of the things Tucker says. At the same time, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And his audience isn't going anywhere, and they're still in this. Even if you try to divorce them, there's still people are not. Look, there is a Venn diagram.
Yeah, people are still listening to Candace Owens.
And people are still listening to Tucker. And people are still, like, they want to know differing opinions.
Yeah.
And people have the ability to chew up the meat and spit out the bones.
Yeah.
Like, we have the ability to do that and disagree with the things we disagree with and agree with the things that we do agree with.
Well, and respectfully to our support for Donald Trump, 3-time voter here as well, like, our support for Donald Trump, we have to admit the elephant in the room. He is the worst at people. If you disagree with him in any, like, he tries to, you're totally gone from me. And I'm like, where is that deal maker? Pick up the phone and call Tucker Carlson, because I disagree so much with what Tucker has said. Now, I agree with a lot of what he said, but guys, we remember leading up to 2020 and certainly after, Tucker was our only voice.
Yep.
It felt like in the mainstream media, Tucker was us, man.
He exposed J6, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't.
It was like, and he was the one going after January 6th. He was one that was going after the Dominion voting systems, which we know had flaws there, or were at least suspect.
He had the balls to say that the United States blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, that Russia didn't blow up their own pipeline.
Tucker, there was a directive given at Fox News to keep Trump at arm's length. Okay? Tucker said no. And Tucker would absolutely be our voice with the conservatives, especially early on in Biden's administration there, where you couldn't support Donald Trump after January 6th. And I'm just like, I don't really think January 6th is that bad, you know? I mean, call me stupid here, but I don't think it was really that bad, you know, because I saw the Summer of Love in Seattle, and I saw the billions of dollars of destruction that these idiots did after the whole, criminal known as George Floyd with his 3 freaking funerals and his golden casket, kiss my ass. That I don't have anything to do with that mentality. And Tucker was our voice, it seemed like. And so I do disagree with a lot of what Tucker is saying recently, but I also don't believe that the conservatives are better served by getting rid of these strong, powerful voices on the conservative side.
I tend to agree with you, but the elephant in the room is the new war, or military conflict. Some people don't even want to call it a war, which I guess maybe technically,
well, gosh,
I don't know.
Tucker's
it's
siding with the Middle East on some stuff.
Well,
though,
no,
I
I get it. Like some of
the
stuff he said. What did he say on the Muslims the other day that I disagreed with? I can't remember. I just remembered the whole dispensational thing and the Antichrist thing, which I was like, okay, well that we're confusing categories here. So I get it. Yeah. I totally get it. But I think at some point, it's like these people are not going away. They're going to be forces in this movement or another movement, in my opinion. And I know you got to go, brother. But anyway, thank you for the conversation.
Great to be on, as always.
It's fun to agree. It's fun to disagree too. So we'll hopefully see Rob tomorrow. We're going to reset here, take a quick commercial break. This is the Paul Herrell Program. We can't do the program without you, so we appreciate you patronizing the sponsors of the show. We'll be back here in just a minute.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy, a life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
Woo! All right, hey, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. It's the Paul Herrell Program. Want to thank my co-host, Rob Spencer. He had to get, on Mondays, he's got to get about 5:15, so he even stayed over for us. He's got appointments, got things to do, got places to be. So yeah, it was an interesting conversation about the conflict in the Middle East, something that is totally still in the news after Friday when we came on the program and we were celebrating that the strait was open, and then of course that immediately came into question, and then you guys like, well, did Israel continue to bomb Lebanon, or did that come first, or was it Iran? Bombing ships or threatening ships, Indian ships in the strait, or, which came first. And it is just, a total tar baby. That's one thing that I can tell you. The war is a tar baby, and just like the old bedtime stories between Brer Rabbit and the fox and all of that. I mean that's what this is, and that's why I'm just going to continue whenever it comes up to say we've got to find an off ramp. We got to find a way to end this. Regardless of who you may make mad that didn't get everything that they wanted in this, I do think that the aversion to a ground war and putting thousands of troops in harm's way in order to take something like Cargill, and knock on wood, please don't let this happen, or actually do a full ground invasion on a country the size of Western Europe, is not going to happen. So at this point, this is just, well, how at this point, it's like, well, how do we keep the strait open without a regime change? And who knows, maybe even the definition of what a regime change is gets changed. I don't know, but I know that people back home just paid taxes, and they're very, very, some are upset. Refunds are better this year for some, not so much for others. There's just a lot of work to do. We need the tariff checks. We need to get rid of the IRS. We need all of this. And I know, I tell you what, the other day I was talking to some, people in their 70s. Well, I heard through the grapevine. I didn't talk to them directly, but I was talking to somebody who said, hey, yeah, our friends in their 70s, they're not a fan of this conflict in the Middle East or this war in the Middle East. And their exact words were, and these are Fox News viewers. Man, it just seems like what came back was, man, it just seems like Benjamin Netanyahu twisted Trump's arm and got him involved in this, and now it's just not working out the way it needs to. Now, of course, this was a couple weeks ago, or this was as the strait was closed and gas prices were high and that sort of thing. But I thought that was, as somebody who doesn't watch Fox News, I thought that was an interesting data point. Could just be random, but when you've got boomers that are starting to say, "Hey, this is not ideal. This is not good," it is interesting, to say the least. And I'm just telling you that there is a chance that the midterms could go good. There's a chance. But every week that the news cycle is dominated by this, and it's dominated by, hey, we've got a deal. No, we don't have a deal. We have a deal. No, we don't have a deal. It just gets harder and harder because, again, voters don't have a great memory, but they've got a good enough memory to remember why Nikki Haley was not chosen as the nominee. Now, don't get me wrong. If Nikki Haley was the president right now, we would have ground troops. So that is not lost on me, okay? 100%. We would have ground troops by now. But I appreciate the healthy conversation with Rob. This is a tar baby, and something has got to give. Because, and I'm, again, speaking from a totally selfish point of view. If the coalition is not healed in some way, in some meaningful way, and again, you can make an argument that this really all started back when Elon Musk was kicked out of the White House in May. And then the Epstein files, and then, it leads to this point. If the coalition is not, if it's not somehow mended in a meaningful way, your average American family is going to be targeted by the Democrats, by the progressives. The woke sex religion will come back in a huge way. The corporations will dust off all of their, Target is going to dust off their rainbow-colored tuck-it swimsuits, and that'll be the least of your worries. Target having trans swimsuits for little kids will be the least of our worries, and that's what's so frustrating about this is I'm looking ahead at how bad it could be, and it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to live this way. It's it's time for a foreign policy that understands how important it is for average Americans to succeed. And right now, everything is Middle East. Again, for the 15th millionth time in my life. And I understand people who disagree with that, but people I talk, maybe I'm in a bubble. I talk to a lot of people that are my age because, hey, I'm 41 years old. And people they're not pleased with this. Now, on a totally different topic, I will tell you that I've had this, and maybe we'll talk about this with Eric tomorrow, but I've had this kind of gamed out system when it comes to the SAVE Act. How is the SAVE Act going to play out exactly? And I have a few steps that I've gone over with Eric ad nauseum about how this might work out. And it would be that John Thune is obviously not going to do anything with the SAVE Act. We are still waiting on Tulsi Gabbard to release her elections report that she gave to the president last summer. And so in my theory is that Trump can do this a couple of ways. He can wait on this Tulsi Gabbard, drop it. Hey, look, our elections are not secure. We've got foreign involvement. We've got election machines that are not secure. You can do all this. And then Trump can go back to the Senate and say, see, I told you it's that bad. And then John Thune says, okay, we'll get it through. Or Trump can go the executive order route. Trump can go to the executive order route, pass it, ban the machines, ban mail-in ballots. It goes to the courts. Then Trump can use all of the Tulsi Gabbard data on how our election was hacked in 2020, and he can use that as to why his executive order is necessary. We have him dead to rights. This is national security. We have to do this. So that's one way that this could go. Another way it could go, well, I guess let me just take that. That's one way this could go. So I actually was surprised that one of my crazy theories actually kind of it makes sense, I guess. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. It apparently kind of makes sense to John Solomon of Just the News, who, by the way, is once again reporting that we're going to have accountability when it comes to these deep state intel oligarchs. And Roger Stone and John Solomon went back and forth on X over the weekend. And Roger's just like, man, John, I hope this happens, but everything you reported that was going to happen in Trump's first term, having to do with accountability or arrests, didn't happen. And in theory, I love John Solomon's reporting. If I want all of this hopium, right? But in reality, to keep reading it and waiting for it to happen, it kind of is like, okay, am I really just a masochist? Do I really just love the pain of the hopium and then it never comes? But John Solomon's got sources within the FBI and within the government. So anyway, John Solomon says this. Dan Bongino. So Dan Bongino had John Solomon on his show the other day. Solomon made a prediction, which really mirrors my prediction. So, sorry. It was legitimately my prediction. I didn't, I came up with it on my own. The prediction is that Trump will soon unveil evidence that foreign powers meddled in the 2020 election, which will result in John Thune ultimately caving on the filibuster and the SAVE Act will get passed. Quote, I think Donald Trump is going to change the narrative in America. I think he's going to change some senators' minds. This is in line with what I have said, although Eric probably knows my prediction better than I know myself. And so tomorrow on the program, he can kind of let me know if this is kind of in line. It's kind of in line with what I was thinking. But that brings us to the fact that our elections are not secure, and people like Lindsey Graham don't support the SAVE Act. Let's hope. Businessman Republican Mark Lynch says this. Lindsey Graham doesn't support the SAVE Act. I support the SAVE Act, he says. Okay, well, so on that, I think we can safely say that it is time for Graham Watch, ladies and gentlemen.
Senator Lindsey Graham, loves new wars. This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G. You Lady G. Yeah, Lady G.
All right, so for this edition of Graham Watch, we're going with Mark Lynch, his opponent in the South Carolina primary vote June 9th, by the way. Lindsey Graham doesn't support the SAVE Act. He says, I support the SAVE Act. Lindsey doesn't. Graham is Senate Budget Chair. Did you know this, that Graham is the Senate Budget Chair? That he could put the SAVE Act into reconciliation tomorrow and ram it through the Senate, yet he won't. Why? Because he opposes Trump's agenda. He opposes President Trump's agenda on the SAVE Act. And yet, of course, he gets his endorsement, which is, par for the course. Trump just doesn't make good endorsements most of the time. But if you want to know about our elections and how, ridiculous they are, Libs of TikTok highlights a guy named Stephanie Fritsch. He's now the minority inspector of elections in Pennsylvania, in Wacomico Township, Pennsylvania. This is a real video.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Fritsch, and I'm gonna be 100% blatantly honest about what's going on with me. The main thing is, I realize people say I look like a man, and also they realize that, they're saying that, I don't take care of myself and don't look like a girl.
Okay, that's all that we need. We don't need any more of that. So yeah, the minority inspector of elections in Pennsylvania Township, Wisconsin. No thanks. So yeah, federalize the elections, man. Actually, no. Can we just put in there that, can we do something to permanently make sure there's no voting machines and no mail-in ballots, and you got to have voter ID? Like, can we permanently do it to where nobody else can mess with these policies anymore? Again, in case the Democrats get back into control. Oh, by the way, if the Democrats do get back into control, you're never getting any of this stuff, and our elections are rigged for good. More on the Lindsey Graham, though. We're not done with Graham Watch. One thing that could sink Lindsey Graham by Kathleen Parker. Headline, pushing the Iran war might be the only election risk for the South Carolina senator. The same thing, this is the same thing that goes for Republicans in general, by the way. Almost since becoming a U.S. Senator more than 2 decades ago, Lindsey Graham has suffered predictions of his imminent political demise. The timing usually coincides with each re-election bid, which thus far hasn't led to defeat. This year, as the Republican seeks his 5th term to represent South Carolina, the chorus of naysayers has been louder than usual, and dire prognostications have seemed more convincing. Graham had some opposition in the Republican primary, slated June 9th, that appeared promising to those who would prefer a new face. And anyway, it goes on to talk about Paul Dans. And then of course, they're going to slight, they slight Mark Lynch because they're most afraid of him. But it says there is nevertheless some basis for the early declaration of Graham's possible exit. President Donald Trump's endorsement isn't what it once was, thanks to so many things. For one, there's the Iran war, which, given Graham's campaign to get Trump on board, may as well be called Graham's war. Then there are rising gas prices and Trump's posting and an AI-generated image of himself, as Jesus. The thing is here, I think Graham's war sticks. And again, this is Kathleen Parker. So, right, I know who we're talking about here, but Graham's war, and I also don't understand. I also understand what's going on here, just in terms of people want to criticize Trump, they want to pile on Trump because they want Trump to fail. I want Lindsey Graham to fail because if Lindsey Graham fails, President Trump has a greater chance of succeeding. Let me say that again. If Lindsey Graham fails, President Trump has a greater chance to actually succeed. The people of South Carolina need to send President Trump a message, but send the deep state a message, send the military-industrial complex a message, send the warmonger. They need to get a message that South Carolina is no longer a vassal state. And the people have had enough of Lindsey Graham, otherwise known as Lady G, for reasons that are apparently the worst kept secret in all of Washington, D.C., and it makes no sense that a guy like flimsy Lindsey Graham is representing one of the most conservative states in the Union, South Carolina, where the Civil War started. So, I'm over it, man. I'm absolutely over it, and that concludes this edition of Graham Watch. Actually, we'll go with this one because we're short on time.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves new wars. This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G.
We see you, Lady G. We see you, brother. I mean, I'm sorry. Sister. Hey, you guys remember when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez made fun of Marco Rubio's speech in Europe, and she thought she knew something about cowboys? Remember this?
You are starting to see the ascent of the right, even in places like Munich. Marco Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word.
So she was obviously mocked because that is where cowboys came from, because that's where Mexico culture came from, Spain. It's basic history. But somebody's been keeping track. A guy by the name of Cowboy Gospeler over on X thought there was something weird that was going on. Or he suspected the left was going to try to prop up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Because, and I'll just say this, the reason they've done this is because she is, of course, going to run for president. Cowboy Gospeler says, after folks laughed at AOC for not knowing Vaquero history, I knew Wikipedia would alter their meaning to fit hers. So I took a screenshot, and they finally did rewrite it. Wikipedia removed Vaquero from the origins of the Vaquero tradition come from Spain. They took this out. The origins of the Vaquero tradition come from Spain. So we have this here. Arrival in the Americas during the 16th century, the conquistadors and other Spanish settlers brought their cattle-raising traditions, as well as both horses and domesticated cattle to the Americas, starting with their arrival in what is today Florida. The traditions of Spain were transformed by geographic. So you read that there, and then you go over here, and now it says, during the 16th century, the conquistadors and other Spanish settlers brought their cattle-raising traditions as well as those other horses and domesticated cattle to the Americas, starting with their arrival in what is today Florida. Among the earliest Spanish vaqueros to the Americas were the Spanish to Florida, who arrived with Ponce de Leon. Again, going back, the traditions of Spain were transformed by the geographic, environmental, and cultural circumstances of New Spain, which later became Mexico and later the southwestern United States. They also developed the culture of Western Latin America, developing the Gancho cowboys in Argentina, Chile, Guatemala, and Peru, in turn the land. Anyway, they are messing with the definition. They're messing with these definitions because they're trying to protect, and pun intended, circle the wagons, to protect Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Anyway, you can see that there. The kudos for Cowboy Gospeler for keeping track and understanding what the left is going to do. Now, if you don't want a President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, then we have to admit that we have a lot of work to do between now and 2028. And it has to start with taking away the power of the Democrat Party and taking away the power of the communists within our own government and winnowing them to such a degree that they are incapable of using their power if they ever get back into office the way they have currently used it over the last 10 years. And this specifically has to do with the Intel oligarchy and putting people like that in jail. But the forces are alive and well, my friends. The corporate government, the blurred line between corporations and government are alive and well. You see, there's this book called Camp of the Saints. It's titled Camp of the Saints. It is a book by Jean Raspail. Jean Raspail was a guy that became famous. He basically became part of the French-Canadian version of the Boy Scouts. And he went to Canada as a young man, and he hiked from Canada all the way to Louisiana, all the way to the Gulf of America. He hiked there, became famous. Can you imagine hiking as a boy from Canada to Louisiana? It's a very, very long trek. So he became famous, moderately famous, and he became an author, and he wrote. He became fascinated with the rise and fall of cultures and peoples. And he thought to himself, man, it's crazy that these Indians used to have this thriving North American civilization, but then they went away and they diminished. And according to people that have written about Raspail and his feelings, he thought stuff like that was tragic. But that didn't mean that he didn't love his own culture or his own Western culture. As a matter of fact, he cherished French culture. But he started asking himself the question, if French culture or European culture ever went away the way so many Indian cultures and civilizations went away, how exactly would it happen? Obviously, looking around and seeing the superiority of the French culture and Western culture as basically the dominant force in the world. We'll just put Western civilization as the dominant force as the world. No one is going to conquer it by force. How would it happen? So he envisioned a world, taking this Camp of the Saints phrase out of the book of Revelation, and he envisioned a world where toxic empathy and virtue signaling essentially would require the government of France and the people of France to become so woke that they just let themselves become overrun by Indian foreigners who are on these frigates off of the coast of France that the entire world saw coming through news reports for months and months and months. What are we going to do with all these people? This entire civilization of people on these rickety old cruise ships and frigates and everything else. And it's the story of how the government is so woke that they cannot deal and defend their own borders, and they let themselves be they basically let themselves be conquered. And essentially, they cannibalize themselves by just surrendering, which is a very French thing to do, by the way. So he wrote a book called The Camp of the Saints, and I've read it. And it's considered so offensive and counterband. Matter of fact, when I read it, I'm actually mad at. I'm very happy with Vauban books. They're the ones that have published this reprinting because it has to be translated, and it reads like it's been translated from French to English. I'm actually kind of mad with them because they put like probably 20 or 30 pages in the front of this book explaining why the book is relevant from a literary point of view, and there's major spoilers in there. But they're literally in the book Camp of the Saints, they're saying like, hey, we know this is controversial, and let me tell you what people say about it. They say it's racist, or they say it's a gateway to white supremacy and all this other nonsense, okay? And in explaining that, before you even get to the actual book, there's some spoilers in there. And so I wish I hadn't read any of the apologize. I mean, it kind of is. I'm sorry, it's kind of apology, but I get it. Maybe you had to put that in there in order to get Amazon to go ahead. Well, Amazon's done. Amazon's done with this. R.N. McIntyre writing, Amazon is committed to the burning of your fine oak doors. If you've read the book Camp of the Saints, you know exactly what he's talking about. So Vauban Books puts out a statement. Amazon removes the Camp of the Saints, citing offensive content. On Friday, April 17th, the Amazon U.S. removed the paperback listing of our edition of Jean Rapsapel's The Camp of the Saints. At this writing, the book remains available for purchase in Kindle and audiobook formats. We have since been informed by Amazon that the book is in violation of the company's offensive content policy. Amazon has supplied no information as to which portions of the book are offensive, nor to whom. Our edition of the book was first listed for sale on Amazon in July of 2025. In the 8 months since, Amazon has sold roughly 20,000 paperback copies of it. I'm one of the people. I'm one of the 20,000. Its customers appear to have appreciated the novel, giving it an average rating of 4.8 stars at the time of this listing's deletion. The book has also been extensively reviewed in the American and international press. Its reviewers have been unanimous in their assessment of its abiding importance and relevance to contemporary debates. While we cannot say for certain Amazon has taken this extraordinary step, it may be no coincidence that this listing was removed one day after New York Magazine published a critical article on Vice President Vance that referenced the book. So J.D. Vance referenced the book, Camp of the Saints, and Amazon removes the book. We are this close to going right back to the mass censorship we saw in COVID. The corporations are ready to go. They have licked their wounds. They are ready to come for all of us. And every day we talk more about what's going on in the Middle East instead of what's going on here, the invasion, the very invasion that the book Camp of the Saints talks about. Every day that we go more down this road, we are signing our own destruction. We're signing our own death warrants, because when the left gets back in power, they are not pulling their punches. If you thought they weren't pulling their punches before, trust me, they were. There were still limits. They knew there were things they couldn't go, like the trans thing. Oh, they actually went too far with that. But there were things that they didn't go full mask off. They knew there were still slight limitations. I mean, they were crazy, but it wasn't like it's going to be total assault on us. And I know some of these young guys out there that don't have kids. Some of you want it to happen because you just want to punish the Republicans for not doing what they said in the way that it needs to be done. But I have a wife, I have kids, and and by the way, that's just ridiculous. Like, we don't want bloodshed. We don't want violence. But I'm just telling you that every day that this goes on, I don't want the left to be in charge of this country. I don't. And we've got to get our act together. That's my message. Now, you can disagree, and again, let me be a bulimic. Let me be a black pill bulimic. I know the Lord is in control. I know God is in control. And I know ultimately everything is going to be okay for those who are found in Christ Jesus. But just so you know, touching my screen right here, that's what I'm doing here. This stuff is coming roaring back. The censorship, all of it. Thoughts, ideas, the modern day blasphemy laws, it's all coming back. It's not a question of whether or not you have blasphemy laws. It's which blasphemy laws you do. And apparently, to buy a book on Amazon called The Camp of the Saints that talks about how France is overrun and their feckless woke leaders will not actually defend themselves from third worlders, Tells you everything you need to know about what's waiting for us if this nonsense continues. Speaking of that, over in Great Britain, which is essentially a conquered country, it's been conquered by Muslims. There is a political party over there called Restore Britain. They say, join us. It's a political party. Restore Britain is a political party for those who believe that our nation has been hollowed out by weak leadership, broken institutions, and a political class that no longer serves the people. So this is a perfect segue from Camp of the Saints to here, because it's a real-life example about how Europe's feckless wokeism has allowed their country to be totally taken over, to where the supposed head of the Church of England recognizes Ramadan but doesn't come out and make a declaration about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. By the way, this is genius marketing. I'm not the one that has come up with that, but this is Restore Britain's marketing. It just says Restore Britain, and it's a picture. It's just a picture of an old stone wall in the middle of an English field, reminiscent of Morgan Freeman and Kevin Costner and in my country, we talk to our women. We do not drug them with plants. Which is kind of ironic considering he was Moorish. Something to think about. What do we got here? What else do we have? Okay, yes. So last thing I'll leave you on is this. This is really funny. There is a pagan movie coming out, a hedonistic movie. Whatever. It's like The Purge, only with sex, and it's called One Night Only, and it's a 2026 film. It's an upcoming American romantic comedy. The film says that two strangers try to find love on the one night a year when premarital sex is legal. So it's some sort of weird dystopian, the Christian nationalists are going to take over, and now only one day a year can we have premarital sex. It's basically a leftist horror movie for them, to kind of build on my previous point. Somebody named Bendel Weary discussing the film. They write, the first teaser for One Night Only was shown at CinemaCon. The film follows two people trying to find love in a world where premarital sex is only legal for one day. On the right, our horror movies have to do with civilization collapsing, zombie apocalypse, your family, your people, your nation, all destroyed by mass zombie invasion. Left-wing horror movies, you can't be a sexual degenerate most of the time. That's their version. Folks, that's all the time that I have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. I will see you back here tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a full deck here. And shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger, along with Jay Gatling, and another secretary has bit the dust. Jay, we have Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. I'm never good with last names. How do you pronounce that name?
I think it's the Remer or the Remer.
It's got a hard R apparently.
It doesn't matter, Jack. Not going to be working here anymore.
No. She apparently resigned today. Her tenure has been plagued by multiple scandals. There was an investigation into allegations that she was engaged in an extramarital affair with a member of her security team, and accusations of inappropriate behavior like drinking on the job. So apparently she has had a lot of problems. And I gotta say, I mean, Trump's picks have always been bad. He's always been bad at picking people, and I don't know why. I mean, maybe he's just it's one of two things. Either he's listening to the wrong people, or he is a terrible judge of character. Because I can tell you this, there's also allegations going around, and don't get me wrong, there was a lawsuit filed against this, but there's also allegations going around that Kash Patel's been drinking on the job, missing days. But there is a lawsuit. He has filed a lawsuit against The Atlantic for that. But I'd like to see the discovery on that and see how they found that out, because The Atlantic put out a statement, said they stand behind their journalism team and they're going to fight this lawsuit. So I'd like to see what they have that makes them believe this was going on.
Yeah, well, let's go first to the labor secretary. She was more of a Democrat. She was a Democrat. And I think she was more of a pick to appease the unions that backed President Trump during the campaign. Remember the Teamsters Union, their president, I forget his name, but he spoke at the Republican convention, didn't speak at the Democrat convention. And I think this was a bone throw to them as a labor secretary, because she was more pro-union.
You know who we need as labor secretary? Jimmy Hoffa. We need to go dig his ass up, bring him back, get him as labor secretary.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's under Giant Stadium, but actually, no, they could have looked, because they destroyed Giant Stadium. They never found them.
You'll get shit done, though.
But as far as, why can't these people just keep it in their pants while they're doing these jobs? It's only a couple of years. Can you maybe just act like to the highest standard you're supposed to for a couple of years while you're doing these jobs? And if they're not, they should be removed, because they're supposed to be held to the highest standard possible. You can't just act normal. You can't not drink on the job. You can't have extramarital affairs, especially people in your staff on your staff.
Jay, were you aware that this is his third ousted secretary of his cabinet? Were you aware that all three of them were female? All three of them are women that are having the problems, not the men.
Well, I don't know what that says. I'm not going to say it out loud. Anyway, what I'll say is, it's not unusual for there to be turnover in an administration. It's not.
In large positions, it is like high up. These are high up positions,
Yeah, no, I mean, cabinet members, you'll see here's what you don't want to happen. And Trump's been bad on the DOJ. We know that.
Yeah.
I think Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security. She was
good at her job.
I didn't think she was a bad pick. I thought she did a decent at her job, and I thought ICE was doing what we voted for, to be honest with you. While she, a lot of people, of course, don't like it because it looks ugly. Well, it's not going to be pleasant when you're trying to remove 10 million people from the country. You're gonna, and they're not all going to go quietly. And on top of that, you're throwing the lunatics that the Democrats threw at every single ICE officer while they were trying to do a job. I didn't think Kristi Noem was doing a bad job. Now, her other indiscretions, that's what I'm talking about. Can you just keep it together?
It's more of her. I mean, I can understand the extramarital affair. That was part, but it was really more her husband than anything else. Don't get me wrong. She had problems. Hers were all, what do you call it? Allegations, not allegations, but rumors. Hers were rumors. But the shit that he did, that's what got her kicked out. I mean, that's what really got her, I mean, she had already been transferred, but I think it's because they knew about this.
I would think so, because again, I thought her last Senate hearing, was it great? No, but I didn't think it was, grounds for her dismissal. And I think what you're saying is true. I think they knew about all this other stuff. Like, you know what? We kind of have an excuse right now. People aren't quote unquote happy with her because of what's going on with ICE. Let's make a move. Okay, fine. Yeah. With this one, the labor secretary, again, you're just involved in, it seems like, too much stuff. It's just too much.
It doesn't make any sense.
And an inspector general, I think it's Desposito, he said he did an investigation and they're finding stuff that's legitimately, it's not just rumors. It looks like it's true. So goodbye. You got to go.
But she was also good at her job too.
What's that?
She was good at her job, believe it or not.
It seems like she was I never heard complaints about her. I never heard anybody saying she was doing a bad job. Now, Pam Bondi, different story. I don't think anybody is going to be, oh my God, I can't believe that President Trump fired. No, a lot of people have been calling for her dismissal for months now.
Well, she's the only one that was fired because of job performance.
That's what we think. Obviously, yes, we think that's true because there was nothing that's come out since she's been gone and said Pam Bondi was doing anything that was below the level or that would embarrass the administration. So it seems to be job related as it goes for Pam Bondi. So I don't know, Jack. We'll see. Listen, we know since it's President Trump's cabinet that there are going to be people coming for them 24/7, 365 because all the Democrats want are scalps. That's all they want.
But you got to know that when you're being confirmed. So don't do stupid shit like this.
Oh, I 100% agree. And but I think that the president is also very loyal to a fault sometimes. I thought he was loyal to a fault with Pam Bondi. We think he was loyal to a fault.
Yeah, I don't think he was loyal enough to Kristi Noem, though.
I could see what you're saying when it comes to Kristi Noem. I could see that. I think that, again, with Kristi Noem, they were looking for an excuse because they didn't like it's almost like the media pressure and the whole spin on the whole thing was just becoming too much for her to bear, and the president didn't want it anymore. And it does kind of fall on her to kind of be able to withstand that.
But she was doing, I mean, the ICE were doing exactly what we wanted them to do. And what I don't understand is why a president who's not worried about re-election bows to media pressures. Fuck the media.
I think it's midterm related. I think, Jack, after the midterms, and if the Republicans hold on to things,
you can kiss the midterms goodbye.
Well, I'm not saying that yet, and I'm not going to put that out there yet because I don't want people to stay home. I'm going to be
no. I want everybody needs to vote. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not going to say that yet.
They've got to do something, Jay.
Things can change.
They can't stand status quo. They cannot stand pat and win the midterms.
Well, hello, John Thune, and I think he's on our book. He's on our bookmark on our thumbnail today. John Thune, he's on our thumbnail.
You want to know why?
Thune, let's go. Bring it
up.
I
want to tell you why he's on the thumbnail today, actually, because give me 1 second. I want to pull this up because this, Jay, believe it or not. Okay, here it is right here. Believe it or not, Senate Majority Leader John Thune has reportedly refused to commit to getting back on the Save America Act after the budget and FISA are handled later this week. Thune says we may have, quote, other pressing stuff that's more important than election integrity per Punchbowl. If we don't have other pressing stuff in front of us that has to get done, then we'll see about getting that going.
He's going to face enormous pressure. It's going to ramp up once again. The thing in the conflict, war in Iran, I'll call it a war just so everybody's happy.
It is a war. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, I'll call it a war so everybody's happy. It's covered. I don't want to. It's nonsense. I could care less what you call it. It is what it is. That has kind of blown. It kind of put the Save America Act on the back burner, and John
giving him a little cover. That's it.
Exactly. But we have to multitask here and get right back to maximum pressure on John Thune in the Senate. Scott Presler has come out and said that he's giving him 10 more days, and if not, he's going to go down to Texas.
Don't get me started on Scott Presler, please.
Well, listen, he is the one, Jack, who really kind of got this ball rolling on the Save America Act. That's a fact.
But
That's
you and I both know him personally.
Yeah, I don't know him personally. I met him once.
Well, we know him.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is, as far as Scott Presler is concerned, he did get the Save America Act on the map. He absolutely did. He's been on it from minute one. He's been hitting John Thune every day for over 100 days.
I'll give him props. He does do stuff like that, but behind closed doors, man, people. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it behind closed doors. I don't want to speculate. I'm just talking about what he does in the open, and he does a lot of good things. And in this one, if this can get over, Scott Presler is going to get credit for it, and he deserves it because he has been hitting this for for over 100 days. And we have to keep following suit because this can't just go away. If this goes away, then what? 85% approval amongst voters, and we can't get our Senate, Democrat and Republican, to put this through. 85% of the population wants it. It's ridiculous. And John Thune, if he doesn't do it, John Thune's got to be removed. 5 senators have to come out and they need to remove him.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. That's why they're not going to do it, because that's why they're able to, use the Iran war as an excuse. They're able to use the FISA, the budget as an excuse. They're running out time. That's what they're doing. They're running out the clock until the midterms. That's all they're doing. I think they want the Democrats to win, if you want the truth, because if the Democrats win, they don't have to pass the SAVE Act anymore.
Correct. They don't have to do anything, Jack, except complain and act like the tough. They want to. It's a lot of Republicans. They are more comfortable being a controlled opposition where they can talk and bash the Democrats and know that it's not going to matter, but they could talk tough. They're never really going to have to pass anything. They're not going to be held responsible for anything that they do pass, but they can go out and they can fundraise and talk real tough and give us the whole Trey Gowdy and, who else has we've seen always talk tough. I'll even say I'll throw Jim Jordan in there somehow. I like Jim Jordan most of the time.
No, he talks tough. Jordan, he doesn't do shit.
Right, a lot of talk, and it's like the only one that I actually see talk and kind of do something and try to move the ball forward is Comer. I'll give him credit. I think Comer actually tries to move it forward. He gets stuff out of his committee. He refers stuff to the DOJ. He does. Now it's on the DOJ. So I'll give Comer credit there. He's not just seems to be all talk. They do the investigation and they actually refer things to the DOJ to investigate. That's what you're supposed to do. But Jim Jordan, why are no judges being impeached? You're the head of you're on judiciary. Why is that not happening? Judges are basically running the country right now. They're basically running President Trump's agenda into the ground. Everything the man does gets challenged, and there's a judge somewhere where Democrats judge shop or a court where Democrats judge shop, and it gets stopped. It's got to end. But what's Jim Jordan doing about it? I don't know.
It's nothing. I mean, let's just be real. I mean, I want it to get passed. Do I want it to get passed? Of course I do. Do I think they'll do it? No, they won't. They're running out the clock. That's the whole point of all of this. That's why they keep pushing it down the road, kicking the can, because they know, oh, you know what? All right, we'll give them another couple of weeks. Oh, you know what? We'll do this. 10 more days. It doesn't matter. What are you going to do? You're going to bark at them. You're going to bark at them on X. You might even go get up in their face, when you see them for 50 seconds outside of Congress Hall. But it's not going to do anything. They have to want to do it. And the pressure has to be immense because behind closed doors, that pressure is far more than we can put on them right now.
Well, the pressure that we've put on them has gotten the Save America Act to where it is, because without the pressure, it was nowhere. It was dead. When the pressure got Mike Lee is probably the biggest hero so far in the Senate on this, because he's talking about it the most. The guy does X spaces at 10, 11 o'clock at night. He's done a bunch of them, and I think he's going to start to do them again now. So there are actually senators that are, Mike Lee, who's trying his hardest to get this through, to make sure that, hey, get to the talking filibuster. We got to get this done one way or another. This is not an option. Failure is not an option. But the immense pressure that people did put on by making phone calls, by writing emails, by going to see them at their offices or in their districts when they're home, has put the Save America Act front and center. So without that pressure, this was dead. Would have been dying on the vine, Jack. It never would have done anything. So it does work. It does work.
Technically, it is still dying on the vine, but at least it's where we might be able to force it over the line.
Correct.
I will say real quick though, the U.S. Senate has just confirmed a Trump judicial nominee, Andrew Davis, as federal U.S. District Judge for the Western District of Texas. He was confirmed 47-46, but at least he was confirmed. So that's another confirmation that can help cancel out the activist judges that we're talking about now. So at least they're doing something. I mean, for a while they had done nothing at all.
They were on Easter break for the past 2 weeks until a few days ago. I mean, it's crazy.
It's been absolutely ridiculous.
And meanwhile, Jack, there's still technically a government shutdown on, TSA. And
how ridiculous is that?
I mean, it's ridiculous. President Trump wrote an executive order to get the TSA paid, and he sent ICE to help the airports. And so far, what I'm hearing, airports are running pretty well. It's not like crazy anymore, which is good. But the Democrats, really they're holding up everything. They are everything.
I will say, though, President Trump just signed an executive order also to invoke the Defense Production Act, which because of the increasing energy prices, the order surges federal resources to the production of petroleum, liquefied natural gas, coal, and the power grid infrastructure. So hopefully that'll help, bring down some of the gas prices due to the Iran war. We'll see how that goes, but hopefully it does. I'm actually more excited about the executive order that he signed for psychedelics to be used for PTSD and addiction research. Because I can tell you right now, psychedelics, believe it or not, some of the more heavy psychedelics like DMT and stuff like that can actually be used to cure your addiction, not just mentally, but also physical withdrawal addiction. It can actually cure it. And I think it did to like 90% of people that have tried it so far in studies and clinical research have been cured by their addiction. It depends, obviously, on the addiction. but it depends on which addiction it is. But he signed that for the addiction and for PTSD to help veterans also, help with that. But psychedelics are drugs, such as shrooms, LSD, acid, DMT, things like that, mescaline, anything that can help, that honestly, believe it or not, it helps with things. It's almost as if there's this one video I saw, Jay, where people were taking psychedelics, right? And they use this laser, those leveling lasers that you use in construction that just shoots like a straight green laser?
Yep.
If you take DMT and then you use this laser, and you got to do it at a certain, you have to take like a certain amount or whatever. But you can actually, it's almost as if you're in a simulation. Like you actually see code. I gotta show you this. I want to go ahead, Jay. Talk for a second. I want to show you this thing that I saw about psychedelics.
So you're talking about ibogaine. That's like the main drug. I think the one that President Trump signed.
Yeah, that's the one that they're researching with. But I think DMT is better.
Well, I can give you a little rundown on what it does. I got this from Dr. Kat Lindley, and she put in a message. It causes an intense, long-lasting, often terrifying, quote, waking dream or hallucinogenic trip that typically lasts 4 to 8 hours, followed by a long introspective phase. It is known for inducing vivid, dreamlike visualizations, often eyes closed, autobiographical memory replays, and extreme emotional experiences, frequently described as a life review.
Well,
and it's very interesting. And she did say, let me just find it here.
Well, I got the video I want to show you in a second. It is incredible.
What did she say? She said she's in support. She says I support of psychedelics and research going forward because it shows
who doesn't?
promise.
I mean,
yeah. It shows
everybody
promise.
supports. But Jay, I want you to see this, okay? Because I think of DMT as the ultimate psychedelic, and I'm going to show you why. You ever heard people say that it feels like we're in a simulation? Like, you ever get deja vu and things like that, where it's almost as if you had seen this play out before?
Yep.
I want you to see this. This is somebody on Sean Ryan, and it is very, very interesting because this is 100%. People have actually done this. He did this himself, and he thought everybody was going to be crazy. So I want you to see this. I want everybody to check this out. I'm going to pull this up. We're going to play this, and it's about 3 minutes 42 seconds long. So it's only 4 minutes long. Just listen; it'll blow your freaking mind. At first, you might think he's lying or might think it's a joke or some kind of no. I want you to check this out. But first, before I show this video, I want to tell everybody: make sure that you guys go to maxassociates.etsy.com. I'm going to put up right now. I'm putting up the QR code in the top right. They are the absolute best when it comes to USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I kid you not. Jay, you shop there too. We've told people this many times. They really are the best shop that you can get for USA Pride gifts. I mean, if you want something different, you don't want the same old crap that you see all the time. I mean, the I love USA or I love New York shirts or, USA Pride, you can get those anywhere. At Max Associates, though, you get the different stuff. Jay, tell them a little bit about it.
You'll get stuff that everybody will know where you stand. You won't, everybody, right? Not just you love the country. We love the country, but this will tell you why you love the country. Oh, this stuff is really specific. It's great stuff. The price is fantastic. Anything over $20 is 20% off. Free shipping, anything over $20. It doesn't get better than that. Trust me.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys scan the QR code in the top right now to take you right to the website, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Okay, guys, I am going to show you this video now. Jay, it's going to blow your freaking mind. I promise you, man, because this is not a joke right here. What you're going to see is not something that where he's lying or playing any kind of prank on people. I want you guys to take a listen to this. It is absolutely insane. Let's get it going. If I can pull it up here. Here we go.
Or psychedelics, almost any psychedelic, I think. When you look at that, you can see, number one, you can see through the wall.
You can see through the wall.
You can see through the wall.
Where the laser is, or just through the wall?
Right where the laser is, you can see through the wall. You can even put it on your arm, and the code changes on your arm. If your arm gets in front of where the wall is, the code is completely different.
Are you what?
I didn't believe this. So this was viral on TikTok. Someone stole the TikTok video and reposted it on their X account. I saw this guy. His name is Danny Goller. And he's one of my good friends if you want to have him on.
I'm listening.
I'll put you guys in touch. So I see this video, and I'm watching the behavior of the people observing everything to see if they're lying. Because I'm a behavioral expert. I'm looking for deception and lies and all this stuff all the time. They were all truthful. So I called my assistant. I said, get this guy wherever he is, fly him to my house or fly him where we can meet up somewhere. I want to try this out. So we flew to a place. We wound up flying to a place where DMT is not illegal, and shine this thing on the wall. And I've never done DMT before until this day. And oh my God, that's a whole nother 3-hour podcast. But while you are in the DMT state, you get close to the wall and you can see code that looks kind of like alien writing, like you'd see, and then some that look like kanji, Japanese characters. But the thing is, when you're hallucinating something, like sometimes hallucinations change and warp and modify a little bit. This is permanent, solid. So like, and if you move your head, the code stays in the same place. And if you move the laser on the wall, like you take the laser level and scoot it up, different code reveals itself as the laser is moving.
Wow.
And then you get 2 or 3 people lined up and they all see the same thing. And I have looked into this quite a bit because I thought there's no way this could be true. But
I want to stop it there just for a second. What he's saying, this is how you know that it's not some kind of weird trip thing, okay? Because you take the DMT and it puts you on another level mentally to where you're able to see things you wouldn't normally be able to see. Now, if you're shining this laser, this DeWalt level laser at the wall, and you can see code on the wall, and if you put your hand in front of the laser that's in front, it's different code that you see on your hand. Now, if everybody that is tripping at the same time can see that, that tells you something, because when everybody's tripping, they have their own trips. They don't see everything that you're seeing. But if they can see the same code and everything when you're all taking the DMT, that should tell you something very interesting.
first time I saw it, I wept. There's a video of me watching it on YouTube. And it's just, you're seeing something, but you're left with no answers. Like the only thing you have coming out of that is like, what the hell did I just see? You know, it doesn't give you any more knowledge about anything. But the big thing is, why are we seeing code, and where is it coming from, and what is it made of? And why does everyone see the same exact characters if they're all looking at the same place?
Man, that is crazy.
That is absolutely insane. But it's also not a lie. This actually happened. It's happened multiple times. It's been documented, and you can see it. You can see it. There are videos of it on YouTube. His actual videos before he did, Jay, the stuff that goes on. I mean, there are books out there that talk about us being in a simulation, talk about things that, you know, I mean, maybe the Matrix isn't that far-fetched.
Maybe not. I always talk about Hollywood. You know that? Yeah. And how Hollywood puts things in movies so that when you say somebody says it might be real, you say, no, it's just a movie.
Exactly. No, it's insane. Like the aliens. They did that with the aliens for a long time. Oh, you see aliens? You must be crazy. You were abducted? You're insane. But now with the Matrix thing, oh, no, man, that's a movie, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm looking at this now, Jack, some of the stuff. It says a sense of encountering otherworldly intelligences or alternate dimensions, which many describe as more immersive than longer acting psychedelics with DMT. Jack, you think, was this the stuff they were using during like these Artichoke or MK Ultra or stuff like
No, they used LSD.
They just used LSD.
Yep, they used LSD during those particular experiments.
Okay, so this one that says compared to LSD, does it last longer or shorter? I'm looking right here.
It's not it's stronger than LSD.
Okay, it's noted for its brevity compared to LSD, which is 8 to 12 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, it's I'm something, man.
It, but I'm not doing it.
You try that. You take DMT, you get you a DeWalt laser, and you tell me if you shoot it at the wall and you see the code that he's talking about, then you put your hand in front of the laser, see if it's different code.
Yeah.
I mean, that shit's nuts, man. See, people can't imagine that right now. They think, no, that's insanity. But when you're on DMT, you are on a different mental state. I'm not talking about, you know, like an insane kind of state. I'm talking about a state where you have heightened awareness, heightened everything, where you can see things that you wouldn't normally be able to see.
Is that why, like, when people took, I guess, certain drugs, and maybe before, you know, the 1800s and the Wild West, was that what, like, bark at the moon? What would they see?
No, those people were probably just nuts. Those people probably took, like, shrooms, you know, peyote. You know, they probably didn't know what it was.
Like opium or something?
Yeah. Well, opium makes you feel good. But shrooms, stuff like that makes you see shit that's not there. Okay. Those are hallucinations. This is on a different level.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. As I said, I'm not trying it, but it's definitely interesting. Well, Jack, we'll tell you what, try it and put it at, that'll be a hell of a post on X.
Well, finding DMT is the hard part. That's the hard part.
Where could you possibly get it?
I know. I mean, it's easy to go downtown and buy crack, but where the hell are you going to find DMT? You know? Shit. Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
Now, too bad. See, it's too bad that this isn't induced by crack, because I could probably go right outside and buy some from the passing crackhead.
Yeah, too bad. Too bad.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious.
No.
Yeah. So it's very interesting. It's and I would love to actually see it myself. I would love to be able to see it myself. Now, the thing is, it's hard to describe once you see it, because again, it's not something that anybody has ever seen visually. So that's why he says alien writing. He doesn't actually mean like aliens, writing. He just means like writing that is unfamiliar to anything that we know of.
Well, I got a neutral summary, Jack, real quick. It said it stands out among DMT, among psychedelics for its potency, speed, and brevity. It can induce deeply meaningful or transformative subjective states for some users while being psychologically challenging and neutral for others. Mm-hmm. It has a low apparent addiction potential and limited evidence of lasting physical harm in healthy adults under controlled conditions. But
that's why he should have been. That's what he should have been using, Jay, right there. Forget Ibogaine. That sounds like it sounds like Rogaine for hair loss. He should have been using the DMT for research. You want to research DMT?
Well, a big Ogaine, is that what it is? A big Ogaine? Ibogaine?
Sounds like Rogaine.
Is it Ibogaine?
Yeah, it's Ibogaine.
Ibogaine.
Yep.
That's the one that the president. Why? Do we know why he specifically chose Ibogaine?
I've never even heard of that freaking thing before.
No, me either. Listen, this is all new to me. This
what the hell is Ibogaine?
You're not my lane. I don't know. I don't know.
It's ridiculous. DMT. Who the hell is Trump listening to? These people that are in his freaking ear, man. I tell you.
I'm thinking in this one, it's like RFK
no,
Jr.
Rogan was the one that said, "Hey, Rogan. My name's Rogan. It sounds like Rogaine, so you got to use Ibogaine." I think that's where they got to Ibogaine, because they should have been DMT.
Rogan was at the White House. Yeah, when he signed the order, Rogan was at the White House. That's right.
Yeah, and he said, Rogan. My name sounds a lot like Rogaine, which rhymes with Ibogaine. Let's use Ibogaine. Should have used DMT.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe DMT will be next. I don't know.
Should have been first. First, Jay.
We'll see. Listen, again, not my lane. I've never done a drug in my life, Jack.
Really?
No.
And you call yourself a cop?
What? Hello? That's why. What are you talking about? Randomly tested. I can't tell you how many.
That's the problem right there. You could have never been a narcotics detective, because if you want to be a narcotics detective, you have narcotics. Narcotics has to be in your blood. You got to love it. You got to smell that shit. You got to taste it. You got to have narcotics in your blood if you want to be a narcotics detective. Otherwise, you can get the fuck out my car, go back to chasing bad checks.
No. I'm going to spell it out for Ibogaine, I believe, like that.
It's Ibogaine. It's Ibogaine.
Yeah, I just put it down there. No, I never did anything. But as far as being never.
Well, then you're just missing out. I'm not saying you want to be a drug addict, but I mean, trying something. You've never had an altered mind state before?
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow, man. No, I would love to see you trip on DMT. You've never been on any drug, tried DMT?
Yeah.
Man, that would be something to witness.
Yeah, let me just jump right into that. Like, you talk about diving into the deep end of the pool. Yeah, let me just go right there to a psychedelic that makes you see like aliens and stuff.
Man, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
but man,
awesome.
Honestly, I mean, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe you've never had. Have you ever been drunk?
Yeah, alcohol, sure.
Well, it's not the same thing, because drunk is, I hate alcohol, man. I don't know why. I mean, it just makes me feel like shit. I don't know why anybody drinks alcohol.
No, but, see, I never did it, Jack. It was when I was younger. In high school, I just never appealed to me to do anything. And then, of course, once I got out of high school, I knew what my career was going to be.
Yeah.
So I couldn't do anything.
Well, I got to say, it's a smart choice not to try it, because some people have addictive personalities, and the drugs, some of them are really strong. I mean, they're so good that it's hard to stop. And then before you know it, you're physically addicted. And that's the hard part, is the physical addiction.
Yeah, exactly. So I just never did. And now at this point, of course I could do whatever I want, but I just choose not to. I don't see why at my age to start messing around with that stuff,
Yeah, no, I'm going to be honest though. My life's goal was to try every drug one time.
And how is that going?
I am not going to mention how it's going on here, but that was my life's. I mean, when you have a life, when you have one life, right? Yeah. I want to try things. So one of my bucket lists was to try every drug once.
Even the most addictive?
Every drug one time. Now, I will say there are some drugs that I have not tried, have not been able to find, and I don't do it. I haven't done it in a long time. You know what I mean? It's been a long time since I've done even one drug. It's probably been years and years.
Yeah,
but,
let's stay on that path.
Well, I mean, drugs really don't appeal to me anymore. Yeah. But I mean, when I'm, older, once I'm in my 50s or 60s or whatever, I would still like to finish my bucket list. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, let's wait till the podcast, really takes off.
Yeah,
and then you won't want to. You'll say, I can't do it now. I can't ruin my show.
I'll do it on the weekends. No, I'll be a weekend warrior. That's what they used to call the cokeheads, the business cokeheads during the 1980s Miami drug wars. They called them weekend warriors. They wouldn't do shit during the week because they worked, but on the weekend, boy, they would snort an 8-ball in 5 minutes.
Don't worry, everybody. I'll keep Jack on the straight and narrow. Don't worry about it.
Hell no. You don't want to do drugs other than DMT.
Yeah.
If, under the supervision of a doctor, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a rubber room under the supervision of a doctor.
Yeah. Only with Sean Ryan, right?
Oh God, no! Don't do that.
Oh God.
Oh, Jack, right. Real quick. I don't know what you got. Real quick, Jack. Did you hear that Zohran Mamdani has no ambition to run for president?
You say he has no ambition to run?
No ambition. He doesn't want to be president. Did you hear that?
No, but he can't be anyway. So
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. I mean, what the hell is this guy talking about?
I think that's why he said that, because he knows Well, wait a minute. Were either of his parents born in America? Either one?
I don't think so.
I'll tell you right now that the ruling that the Supreme Court has to do for birthright citizenship, and I'm going to tell you why. Everybody thinks that Obama, if he was born in Kenya, would not allow to be president. Under the interpretation of the Constitution, so far, that is wrong. You are a birthright citizen if one of your parents was born in America. Even if you were born in Kenya, you can still be president under the birthright citizenship laws based on the interpretation of the Supreme Court.
Well, okay. So, I mean, it says in the Constitution, natural born citizen, right? So, I mean,
you are a natural born citizen if your one of your parents was, read it out loud.
Well, hold on. I'm just going to, let's clear up Mamdani real quick.
You find his parents, I'll find the Constitution thing.
Yeah. Okay. Go look at the Constitution. It says neither of Zohran Mamdani's parents were born in America. It says the father, he was born in Bombay, now Mumbai, India. And the mother, 1957, she was born in Odisha, India. So, no, neither of his parents. So, Zohran Mamdani has absolutely zero chance, we think, of ever being eligible to be president of the United States. But I don't think Kristen Welker, he was on with her, and I don't think she pushed back and said, well, it really doesn't matter if you want to be. You can't be.
So take a listen to this. No. But I want you to listen to this, okay? So here we go. So here is the text of the natural born citizen clause in the United States Constitution, okay? No person except a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to office of the president. Neither shall any person be eligible to office, yada, yada, yada. So basically, you have to be a natural born citizen, like you said. Here's what natural born citizen means. The Constitution does not explicitly define the phrase. The prevailing legal and scholarly consensus is that it means a person who is a U.S. citizen from the moment of birth, meaning no naturalization process is needed. That means two main categories. One, born in the United States. Two, born outside the United States to a U.S. citizen parent under certain conditions set by Congress, the parent meeting residency requirements in the U.S. before the birth. So that means you can be president if you were born outside the United States, as long as one of your parents is a U.S. citizen and had lived in the U.S. for a certain amount of time before you were born. Yes, you can be a president born outside the United States.
Now, is that how Ted Cruz was eligible?
Yes, that is how Ted Cruz, and that is also how Barack Obama, even had he been born in Kenya, would have been eligible.
Okay.
If one of his parents, actually, I think one of his parents was.
Check Obama so we could be right on that. Just
let me be 100% sure.
Because I don't think people would have went as far as they did, saying he's not eligible if they thought that he was eligible, like Ted Cruz.
Well, let me look and see.
Because nobody ever argues about Ted
Nope.
Cruz.
Okay, so his father, Barack Obama Sr., was born in 1934 in the British colony of Kenya. It was British colony back then in the Nyanza province. Mother, Stanley, believe it or not, her name is Stanley, but they usually called her Ann by her middle name. Stanley Ann Dunham, born 1942 in Wichita, Kansas. Wichita, Kansas. So Barack Obama would have been eligible for presidency regardless.
So why did that become such a big deal?
Because because there was never any, because the Supreme Court never actually defined that legal phrase. So had his birth certificate said he was born in Kenya, there would have had to been a huge Supreme Court battle on that, and they would have had to have defined the phrase natural born citizen. These are the two frameworks. Right now, you can be a natural born citizen born outside the U.S. as long as one of your parents was born in the U.S., but the Supreme Court has not defined that. That's just the original framework. Now, if the Supreme Court, say his birth certificate said he was born in Kenya, say somebody could prove he was born in Kenya, then the birthright natural born citizenship fight would have happened back then.
Okay. All right, because Paul is saying, yes, the mother has to be American. And in this case, Barack Obama's mother is American.
Yeah, so he would have been eligible regardless.
Wonderful.
Yep. Oh, by the way,
Jack,
Jay.
Wait, Jack, real quick, I promise.
Well, is this about Obama?
Yes, he was
go ahead.
just in New York, and Mamdani. He was just with Mamdani in New York City singing, indoctrinating kids in like preschool or elementary school, singing "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round."
Oh yeah,
and
I
round.
saw that crap.
Now, Jack, it's not the free and fair, the fast and free busing. It's the wheels on the bus are falling off.
No, yeah, up there in New York, yeah, definitely. I do want to say, Jay, that I'm actually writing a book. Now, it's not about Obama, okay? Because he's Barack Obama. My guy is Baram Obaka, okay? So it's not Barack Obama, okay? But my book is called By Design, the First Black President. And it's not about Barack Obama. It's about Baram Obaka, okay? So just so everybody knows, and I really am writing that book. I've actually written 8 chapters already.
No, he is really.
And it's about what people think. It's an actual novel, not like some kind of set of facts or whatever, right? It's an actual novel that plays out like a movie, and it shows Baram Obaka being born in Kenya. It shows his grandfather, Stanley Vail, not Stanley Dunham, Stanley Vail. It shows his grandfather, who's in the CIA, forging his birth certificate. It shows him grooming him as a child. And it has nothing to do with Barack Obama at all. It's about Baram Obaka.
I love that name. Now, what's his middle name?
I think his middle name, let's see.
Think of one.
I gotta think of one. I haven't thought of a middle name, I haven't thought of a middle name yet. I'll have to think about that. It's Hussein. That's what it is. It's going to be Baram Hussein or Obaka. Not Barack Hussein Obama, Baram Hussein Obaka.
Wait, what about insane?
That would be nice. But this is an actual novel, though. It's going to be awesome, man. It's not Barack Obama. It's Baram Obaka. And it is, I'm telling you, it's going to be what people thought the first black, how people thought the first black president really became president. That's what this book is about.
The name, I can't get over the name, man.
You're going to love it.
What is it? Baram Obaka.
Yeah, well, it's not, instead of Barack Obama, it's not Barack Obama. It's Baram Obaka.
Obaka. All right. I hear that, I think of Chewbacca.
Yeah. Well, I can't legally use Barack Obama's name. So I had to switch instead of, I had to switch the letters. It's not Barack Obama. It's Baram Obaka.
Baram Obaka. I love the name. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But I really actually am, for everybody out there, it's not a joke. I actually am writing that book. And the reason I have to change the names and stuff is because you can't use people's names without their permission unless it's 100% fiction, which this is fiction. But it's closely, I just don't want to get in trouble because this book is going to be really awesome, Jay. I promise.
I can't wait. And you're flying through it. How many more chapters you have?
Well, let's say I went through chapter 8. I wanted to be done by the end of April. So I'm going to be done by the end of this month regardless. And then I've already been shopping for a publisher and stuff. It's going to be really good, man. It's going to be an awesome book. And just so everybody knows, after this book, though, Jay, I'm going to be writing books. I'm going to be writing other books about other things that the way people think they happened. Not the way we can prove they happened, the way we think they happened, but it's going to be fiction, quote fiction.
All right. So, I mean, your next book has to be the moon landing.
No, my next book is going to be called, my next book is going to be called January 7th.
Okay. All so right? You're going to do it about January. Okay.
It's going to be about January 7th.
That's good.
Not January 6th. It's going to be about January 7th.
No, that's a good one. That's definitely a good one to tackle for sure.
Yes. Thank you. All right. And it's not the, it's not the FBI, it's the GBI. That's who's going to be planting people.
What does that stand for?
Government Bureau of Investigations.
Okay, I thought it was it was going to be the gay GHAY.
No, I honestly don't know what the next one is going to be about, but it might be about the not the moon landings. It'll be the spoon landings. That's what it'll be. So because it's got to be fiction, Jay. I can't.
Cheese. It's a cheese landing.
There you go. Because it's got every name that I have has to either rhyme or have a different last name. So it's going to be instead of the moon landings, it'll be the spoon landings. But seriously though, the book is called By Design: The First Black President, and it's called By Design because we think the first black president was by design.
Absolutely. And I've seen the cover. The cover's awesome.
Thank you.
It's going to be really good when it comes out. Can't wait. And I hope it sells millions of copies.
I appreciate it, because if it does sell millions of copies, we're going to get us a production studio, man. We're going to get, you and I are going to get like an actual, we're going to have a lot of cool new equipment. I can promise you that.
There you go. I'm in. I'm ready. Let's go.
And we're going to have money for ads where our face is going to be on the sides of buses and shit, in Washington, D.C.
No, as long as it's on the side of fast and free buses.
Oh, yes. But it's also going to be on, what I'm going to do, though, is it's going to be on bus benches, but on the seat. With your picture's going to be with your mouth open. So that way people can sit on your face.
Perfect.
They can sit right on your face on the bench.
And have my tongue sticking out.
Yeah, see, definitely. That way they won't forget you, Jay. They'll say, hey, wasn't I tongued by that guy? They won't forget you,
No, never forget me that way.
See?
I mean, we have to do that. Absolutely.
That's what we're doing. As soon as we get enough money for ads, we're going to put your face on the seat of benches, with your tongue sticking out, so people can
as long as it gets people to watch, Jack. As long as it gets people to watch the show, it's fine. As long as it gets people to watch,
Oh, it will. It will get people to watch. Oh man, no. In all seriousness, though, people, there really is a book called By Design: The First Black President. It's going to be a lot of fun, and if it does sell good, which I hope it does, Jay and I really are going to get new equipment for both of us. Some of the good shit that you see on all the other podcasts. Somehow they got like rich parents or something. I don't know what it is. Oh goodness gracious!
Oh man.
We'll see what happens.
What do you have? What else? It's kind of, listen, it's not like a huge breaking news day. Like what else is going on? We know what's going on in Iran. We're waiting to see what happens. But what else is do you have?
Well, there's something good going on actually.
Let's hear it.
Apparently, Ken Paxton has filed a massive lawsuit against Act Blue for defrauding donors. For lying to donors, telling them they're donating for one thing and they're donating for another, or for having Smurfs and allowing them for long periods of time. But also, Act Blue was also deposed by the U.S. House in a different investigation, and the Act Blue employees pled the fifth, which is to stop in self-incrimination. They pled the fifth 146 times during these congressional depositions.
Interesting.
146.
Hey, see, we always said it's your constitutional right to do so. It was only when Donald Trump was getting questioned and Republicans got questioned that, hey, what do you got to do that for? If you're not hiding anything, you don't do that. Well, then I guess I can play the same game. If you're not hiding anything, why are you doing that?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But at the same time, if you are hiding something, it's a smart thing to do.
Oh, of course.
Plus, absolutely. I might do it just to fuck with people. Maybe I don't know anything. Maybe I'm not part of it, but I plead the fifth just to fuck with you.
Listen,
I would do that.
The Fifth Amendment is there. You're entitled to use it. But
You
again,
are.
they changed the rules, and they said if you're using the Fifth Amendment, it's because you're hiding something. I didn't make those rules up. They did.
But
So
technically, that is kind of why you would use it. That's really the only reason you would use it.
or you don't want to put anything out there that could be twisted or anything like that. That's true too. You know, you don't want to. You don't.
But it's really literally only to protect yourself from self-incrimination.
Listen, the burden is on the state. That's how it works here. The burden is on the state. You know, that's the way it works.
You know, it is what it is.
Listen, Ken Paxton is running against John Cornyn. Okay, something just came out about John Cornyn, Jack. I just actually put it up, and let me just tell you, John Cornyn has been basically, it seems, kind of corrupt since the beginning. I mean, John Cornyn.
We know he's go ahead.
I mean, perjury from when he was a judge. He had $1 million in public pension.
John Cornyn was a judge?
Yeah, apparently in the early 90s, John Cornyn was a judge.
How old is this man?
He's been around forever. They're talking probably that's 35, 36 years ago. So he's been around for a long time. You know how these people, Jack, it's a life for these people. It's not just public service for a couple of years. And then
the man was a judge 35 years ago. Imagine how old he must be now.
I'm going to tell you exactly how old John Cornyn is right now.
But Jay, while you're looking that up, I want to tell everybody this was a brilliant move by Ken Paxton. You are going to be fighting Act Blue, who is the donors for the Democrats. So if you're running against a Democrat and you've got a lawsuit on Act Blue, so they're not going to do anything stupid during your election because you got a lawsuit against them. It's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Brilliant
100%.
move.
A brilliant move. That's why we love Ken Paxton.
He's fucking smart, man.
He certainly is. John Cornyn, Jack, is currently 74.
Damn.
He was born in Texas, in Houston. He served as a judge in two roles in Texas. Bexar County District Judge in 1984 at age 32, and served from 1985 to 1991. He is Associate Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. He was elected there in 1990, took office from 1991, served until 1997, re-elected in 96, resigned to run for a Texas Attorney General. He served as
1984. He was a judge when he was 32. Imagine that. I wasn't even alive in 1984. I'm almost 40 years old.
1984. I was still. I was 11 years old, Jack, in 1984.
How incredible is that, man?
Incredible. That's the problem. I mean, it's
but
these
Jay,
people. It's their life.
But you got to admit, the move by Ken Paxton is brilliant. You do the lawsuit now, and that means that they cannot make any of those shady moves during the election against you. They can't do it because you got a lawsuit out on them. They're being looked at from every angle. Now he just gave himself a fair election. It's brilliant.
We hope so. Absolutely. We hope that he has, because we need Ken Paxton.
Oh God, yes.
You know, it's interesting. We haven't heard anything about who President Trump is going to endorse in that race, have we? That's kind of gone away.
No, we haven't. But why hasn't Ken Paxton been a judge?
I don't know.
That man needs to be a judge.
Was he? Let me see.
Well, let me tell you, if he doesn't win this race, say for some reason they make some kind of deal where Cornyn wins the race and, whatever, I think he should make, why don't he make Ken Paxton the freaking attorney general?
Hard to get him confirmed.
Not a Ken Paxton. He can get in there. He can get in there.
He's
got the dirt. No, he's got the dirt on these people, man.
I'm sure, yes.
Have you ever seen House of Cards?
Yes.
He's got the dirt on these mothers.
I know. It's still hard for him to get confirmed, Jack. You know how deep this sewer runs and how
it's horrible,
dirty these people are. So Ken Paxton, he's been a lawyer. He served in the Texas House. He served in the Texas Senate, and he's been Texas Attorney General since 2015. So no, he has never been a judge, according to what I found here.
Man.
Never been a judge in Texas, but he's been in politics since he was first a lawyer, practicing for 14 years in his law firm. Then he went to politics in 2003.
If anybody should be a judge, it's Ken Paxton.
Oh, well, this is the route he has chosen. Let's hope he becomes a senator. That would be a huge win.
Actually, you know what would be the biggest win in the world? If he becomes attorney general. That would be the biggest. It would be much bigger than senator, because as attorney general, he could dismantle the swamp himself.
I do think he'd be effective, but it's just I think that's the reason why I just don't think he ever gets near it, Jack. It's just the way it is. It sucks.
Want to hear something interesting?
Yeah, of course.
Now, this doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, though. So if you
we could move on. Go ahead.
Okay, because I'm sorry to move on, but this is beyond interesting. It's interesting. Okay, so the Daily Mail is reporting that apparently, you know how people say that the Noah's Ark is actually resting on top of a mountain in Turkey? Okay, they said that they found Noah's Ark. And by the way, thank you, Rainey, for reminding me of this. President Trump, if you are listening, the people want Ken Paxton as Attorney General, okay? Ken Paxton, you have the dirt. Ken Paxton has the dirt. You guys could get him confirmed if you really, really want to. You've got the political clout right now. Use it. Ken Paxton can do everything you said you would do. He can clear out the swamp as the top law enforcement agent in the country. Okay, Jay, let me move on. Jay, guess what? Remember I told you about the how the people say, and actually it's almost been confirmed at this point, that the Noah's Ark matches the whole Bible thing, and it rests on the mountain in Turkey, right? They found the Noah's Ark apparently. Well, get this. The Daily Mail is reporting that the Noah's Ark mystery has deepened as the underground tunnels that were found in the Turkey mountain match the Bible's blueprint. You're not going to believe this. This is incredible. Let me put this on. Let me pull this up on here, okay? I want to pull this up so everybody can see it. This is actually pretty incredible right here. So, okay. So let's see. Let's pull up this tab instead. Can we see this tab? Okay, good. So this is the Daily Mail right here. And apparently, man, look at all these ads, dude. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's so hard to get through some of the stuff with the ads. I know.
It's ridiculous. Anyways, so apparently Andrew Jones, an independent researcher, and I'm pulling this up so you guys can see the picture. See where the ark is? After thousands of years, it's buried under trees and soil and all that. But you can see the shape of it right here.
Yeah.
There's underground tunnels. So get this, Jones. Actually, let me go back up to the top because I want to read this. You got Andrew Jones, an independent researcher with Noah's Ark scans, used ground-penetrating radar to uncover a network of corridors that converge on a hollow central chamber that he dubbed the atrium. Jones linked the discovery to the Bible's description of the Ark, which states the boat contained 3 internal levels built to shelter Noah, his family, and pairs of animals. God told Noah to bring the animals in, and so these animals would have stayed there, plus Noah and his family. Jones told GB News, what's interesting is that these voids are lining up below the ground, and they're not just random. These tunnels also follow a pattern. GPR is just the way, the GPR, which is the ground penetrating radar, is see, now I don't. Oh, it's a way to look below the soil using radar. He said he added further studies using infrared thermography, a heat sensing technology that can uncover hidden structures underground, have also suggested the presence of a ship-shaped hull buried deep in the soil. The amazing part is located just 18 miles south of Mount Ararat, Turkey's highest peak. I'm not going to try to pronounce the word formation, has only been known to the modern world for less than 100 years. According to local reports, heavy rains and earthquakes in May of 1948 washed away the surrounding mud, revealing this mysterious formation. And the Bible states that Noah's Ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat after a 150-day flood that drowned the earth and every living creature not sheltered inside the wooden vessel. What's intriguing is that the formation sits near a mountain with a peak that some believe matches the ark's shape and dimensions. According to biblical measurements, the ark was 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, roughly 515 feet long, 86 feet wide, 52 feet tall. The idea that the yada, 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 let me just go past. I want to show you the pictures. So check this out. Here are the pictures. See how it looks like an ark right here, but then it's got the underground corridor. See 10 feet long right there, 9 feet long, and 14 feet long. I don't know if you can see that, but it's almost at the front of the ship or the back of the ship. Like the hull is right here, and the back of the ship has these corridors for them. I mean, it's actually pretty amazing. Take a look at this. Let's see this real quick. See if it'll play it without 10,000 ads.
All right, we're going to shop now.
No, wonderful. Notice how it says BMW of Asheville? That's because, yes, I do live in Asheville.
All right, well, this is maxassociates.etsy.com. Forget about this ad.
I know. During this ad, go to maxassociates.etsy.com You'll like it a hell of a lot more than the BMW of Asheville. I can promise you that.
Exactly.
They charge insane prices.
I'm seeing it. Is it 2024? All right, BMW of Asheville. Get lost. Let's go.
No, ridiculous 2024.
Here we
Check
go.
this shit out. Look at this. This is a scan, like a 3D model of the ship, of the mountain where the ship formation is. Take a look at that. That is so cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. And that's it right there. You know, it's kind of like an oblong type shape. But man, that is cool. And it looks like look right here. Pause it. Does that not look like a ship?
It does. It absolutely does.
Yeah, here's the front. Then you got the bottom right here, and then it goes around just like a ship. That looks like a ship to me.
It does, yeah.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Well, they said they're going to send robots. I'm just doing a little research while you were talking about it. They're going to send robots down there to try to go into these tunnels.
I would love to see it. Now, I'll tell you where I'm going to flip out, Jay. You know where I'm going to flip out?
Beautiful ladies, loving it. Beautiful family, jealous. Bride is the best day of your life.
Animal remains in those hulls. Hulls. If they find did any animals die on the ship? Probably not. They probably won't find any animal remains then.
No, it's been way too long. Everything would
Well,
be
I don't think they died on the ship anyway. I think they were saved by the ship. So I don't think they would have died in there. But I will tell you, if they find any animal excrement in there, and that does petrify, like wood, if they can find any animal excrement in those corridors, that would be...
Well, yeah. I mean, if they can, I mean, of course, there are skeptics to this, and there's, they don't think it's just a natural formation. They say a natural geological feature, likely a slip or a fold in sedimentary rock common in the area rather than petrified wood from a ship. That's the.
It looks like a ship to me.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it looks like the shape of a ship. Absolutely. I mean, could it be that a natural thing's formed as a shape of a ship? Could. Of course it could. But it's pretty interesting. I'd like to see if they can get some robots down there to maybe check out these tunnels they think they found. That would be pretty cool.
Absolutely. I would love that. All right, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, not TikTok, unless you're following Jay at Opinions Vary. Opinions Vary with an A. But X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. It's all Secret America TV. We're live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, that's 6 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Pacific. Make sure you watch us. You will not regret it. Also, make sure you go to maxassociates.etsy.com. I am putting up the QR code right there at the top right. Scan that QR code. Go check it out. They have the best USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel out there. You will not be disappointed. I mean, you're talking 20% off any order of $20 or more. So anything you see there, it's $20 or more, automatically take 20% off of that. So whatever price you see, that's not the price. It's actually less than that and free shipping anywhere in the United States, Jay.
Yeah, you can't beat that. I ran a t-shirt company. You cannot beat that with 20% off and free shipping. Trust me, you're not going to get any better than that, especially for such cool apparel and on top of like mugs and so many other things you can get on there with so many cool things. Like I said, that'll speak to who you are. That's the whole thing. It'll speak. You'll find something on there that says, this is who I am and this is what I believe. And nobody can doubt it once they see you with it.
Absolutely. And it's fun representing things about yourself. Like I said, I bought the flag that's actually right out front of my house right now. It's the flag that says, support the country you live in or live in the country you support. And I love that flag. It's right in my front yard right now. And there's just so many things, one of the things I like is Americans over illegals or veterans over illegals. I love that stuff. I mean, there's just so much good stuff at that shop. Just make sure you check it out. maxassociates.etsy.com or just scan the QR code in the top right. Jay, before we go, do you have anything else you want to say? I mean, I think we had a pretty decent show today. It was weird because usually we have a lot more to talk about. I mean, it was still fun. We still had a lot to talk about, but usually there's a lot more. I mean, there's always a bunch of stuff going on, but today it's not like that. It's weird.
Which is fine. I'm not going to complain because like you said, every day it seems like it's one thing after another. Today seemed to go. So listen, day's not over yet, Jack, but it seemed to go pretty kind of routine today for whatever reason, other than, we had one cabinet member resigning, but nothing crazy. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have to be able to talk about it, whether or not there were any talks in Iran. So now we're hearing that it might actually
right. Yep, we will see. So we have solved all the problems we can for one day.
Welcome to Fly.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture.
Flyover family, you're in this journey with us where we're trying to save America by saving Americans. One of the best ways you can save Americans is Americans do better. It's hard to do better if you don't know better. And a big part of making wise decisions, have a better conversations at the water cooler is having good information. Nobody follows the money and traces what's going on in the world. They're like, well, that's what's upstream from that. What's upstream from that? What's upstream from that? Then today's guest, we're super blessed to have him here in the studio. He's a friend of ours and friend of the show, been on before, an investigative author, longtime researcher, the associate director of research at the Government Accountability Institute, and contributed to over 10 New York Times best-selling books. Most recently, Control Oligarchs. We've featured it here on the show, and if you have it, then you're probably one of the smartest people in the circles that
you've read it.
That you run in. Well, even if you just have it, you're probably a little better because it sits on your shelf and you at least read the cover, which puts you ahead of about 99% of the Americans you walk by in the mall and in your hallways wherever you work. So today we're all going to get a little bit smarter and deep dive with Mr. Seamus Bruner. Welcome.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to be here. It's a beautiful studio. It's great to see you guys in person.
We got to give you a little bit of Kansas City barbecue.
I know, it's ribs.
Have a good opportunity to do that, know what we're about. You know, other places say they have better barbecue. You go to North Carolina, they make a big thing. Texas makes a big thing. But I've been to those places, and I've seen some skinny people. And we don't have a lot of those in Kansas City. So apparently the proof is in the pudding. I think, we don't have beaches, we don't have mountains, but we have good barbecue here in Kansas City.
You got Crown Royal. I've never had the Crown Royal cut, but it's basically a pot roast on a bone.
It's pretty special, isn't it?
It's extremely delicious.
Yeah.
What's funny, even like in neighborhoods where we live, or you go around places, about every fifth house will have something behind it that didn't come from a store. It's nothing God ever intended. It didn't come about naturally. Some dude had his cousin help weld it, and it looks like a file cabinet, maybe on wheels with some pipes coming out. It's like some weird
sort of smoker
contraption. Most churches have something like that, behind it. But we've exhausted the possibilities of something man's been doing since they came across fire, which is, what can we do with meat, to make it?
What do you have out here? 3 grills?
I have 3 grills. We have 2 freezers. If you come to Missouri, you can basically, if you had like a thing at the fair and you want to guess people's ages, you just ask them like, how many grills do you have in how many freezers?
That's true.
Because by the time, if you're over 50, you should have at least 2 grills and at least an extra upright freezer or something.
Yeah, well, I feel good because I got the freezer. We put a lot of meats in there down in Tallahassee, and I've got 2 grills. So
there you
no
go.
smokers though.
That's pretty cool.
Well, you get much respect expect?
What's
here?
Tallahassee famous for? Do they have like food that they're famous for, anything like that?
They are not real. Well, it's close to the coast. We've got barbecue, not as good as the barbecue I just had, but
Good
we've
answer.
got we've got the trailers, and the best places don't have brick walls. They're just right out in a parking lot somewhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we did get you Jack Stack today, and I apologize because our best barbecue does come from trailers
food truck.
here in Kansas
Yeah.
City and food trucks. But it kind of gets you by, gets you a taste. When you ask people, if you've been to Oklahoma Joe's or you've been to Jack Stack or you've been to Q39, you'd be like, I had the Crown Royal at Jack Stack. So it kind of give you a little street cred when you talk to somebody.
Crown Royal Jack Stack. It's the best.
It's good.
We got fish there though, so that's good. We've got the coast.
Fish,
We got snapper. We got grouper. So that's you can switch it up between the barbecue and the Gulf fish.
A little healthier.
Mm-hmm,
Got skinnier people in Tallahassee.
Yeah,
higher percentage.
Yeah, and then Florida State. That's where I went to college. I mean, that's the sort of the claim to fame. It's the capital. So Governor DeSantis is there.
Yeah,
and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, he really has done a great job.
We're going to dive into your work because you do some of the greatest work as far as research and the things you do. We're going to get into that. Some of your co-workers, which I think are some of the this rare combination of brilliant and humble cast of characters that you work with. But I want to stick with Florida State just a little bit. What was it about Florida State? You chose it over, we spent a lot of time with Tim Tebow. He's a big fan of, what's that college?
With the Gators?
Yeah.
Boo.
We're not even going to go there.
I love Tim Tebow, though.
Yeah,
Don't tell the Florida State
What's
fans
funny
I said that.
is every Florida State grad I've ever talked to, they're like, I do like Tebow.
Yeah.
Now that he's not playing anymore. He's a hard guy not to. If you're cheering against Tim Tebow, it's almost like you're like cheering against Santa or some other kind of like, almost mythical figure.
Well, I went to the national championship that Florida State won. The last one they won with Jameis Winston out in Pasadena. And Jameis Winston gives Tebow a run for his money for just soul and, humor and just a really...
humor.
He's actually a great guy. I don't know what his reputation is outside of Tallahassee, but
it's pretty good, especially like as he's kind of bounced around as a backup, in the NFL, and his humility to play that role, having been a star. He seems to be a great team guy, but he also he's just funny. I mean, I think if it's a humor thing, he's going to crush Tebow. There's not even a competition, but they're both just great guys from everything you learn about them.
Yeah, and I have it on good authority. He didn't actually steal the crab legs; they were gifted to him. But he wasn't, mentally present enough to say that they were a gift. So he kind of just walked out with the crab legs.
Kind of like a lot of political stories. That all kind of came out on like page 6 later.
Yes,
and I think some of that stuff is done. We're headed in the NFL draft here shortly. You see. I think it's Jeremy Tunstall. He was a tackle that was going to go to, high in the draft. And they were like the day of the draft or the night of, there's a picture of him with like smoking weed with like a gas mask on or something. And like his stock fell.
That couldn't be good.
I'm quite positive, the NFL, a lot of those things happen to hurt somebody's draft stock, to make them available at number 20, and they wouldn't have been. And because you see these things, it's like politics, it's like, why'd that come out?
Right then.
The day before the draft, the day before the election, these October surprises, and they have kind of April surprises when it comes to the draft. What was your experience like at Florida State?
That was great. I love Florida State. I mean, I had applied to, I got into Tulane, I got into some New England schools, thought I wanted to go to, one of the maybe Ivies. Decided that Brown was not the place I wanted to go. First of all, it'd be $50,000 a year, and Florida State had I got a full ride there, so. That's pretty much the reason I stayed in Florida.
As a football player?
No, just high enough grades, high enough SAT scores.
For your brain.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And so went to FSU, loved every minute of it. Thought I wanted to go to Washington, D.C., but Peter Schweitzer, of all people, was in Tallahassee, Florida. I got a job working for him right out of college.
Did you know him before?
Yeah, he shared office space with my dad.
Oh, what?
So my dad would tell me, there's this guy, he's a political author, he writes books. I was a political junkie since high school. And so I met Peter. I volunteered even before I graduated FSU for the book Throw Them All Out. That was the first book I worked on of Peter's. That came out in 2011. And thought I wanted to go into politics, maybe go to law school, become a politician. And 6 months of working for Peter Schweitzer put all of those notions out of my head, and just, as you said, humble guy, great guy to work for.
Man, you're not kidding.
And I love the work, so here I am.
He's the best. I mean, we kind of get into him and the weight he's put on the political scale, but there's hardly anybody that's been talking. I don't care if you talk about, Charlie Kirk, that wasn't working off of the cliff notes of what they gained from Peter.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Alex Jones to Charlie Kirk to ourselves. I mean, anybody that's had great conversations at college campuses or at the water cooler, they're working off and standing on the shoulders of what Peter's done.
Yeah, well, and it's amazing because that book, Throw Them All Out, the first one I worked on, that exposed for the first time really the insider trading in Congress, congressional insider trading. They get all the best sweet stock information you can get. Nancy Pelosi famously, we exposed in that one. The Visa IPO, she had all this inside information, decided not to bring certain legislation to the floor, surged the stock price, and they made a killing just off of one deal. We're still talking about insider trading today. I mean, Congresswoman Luna from Florida, she's been trying to get something through. Josh Hawley had the Pelosi Act that I don't think that's gotten very far.
I don't think either side wants to vote for it.
Exactly. Congressman Tim Burchett, I love him from Tennessee. He said, look, this thing's not going to pass. I know that everybody on both sides, my side and their side, they want to keep trading stocks. So that's just one of dozens of stories that we broke over a decade ago that are still problems, which is frustrating for us with the name Government Accountability Institute. You're kind of like, where's the accountability?
But you kind of put it out there, and it's like, do people want to move on it or not? And when both sides are kind of in on it at the top, then it's kind of,
So what ended up happening with the Stock Act?
Well, they did pass one, 2015, the Stock Act. It was stop trading on congressional knowledge.
Yeah.
They're really good at naming, coming up with clever names. At the last minute, they gutted all sort of penalties. So they put in a reporting requirement that made it sooner, 45 days, within 45 days of a trade, they've got to put a notice out that they made. But that means that you and I can't go trade the same stocks if they're making the money within 45 days or more.
Have you seen the Pelosi tracker, the X account?
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's 45 days out of date. So if any gains that they make on that trade, you're just catching, you're catching it all late. So so they gutted the main provisions of the Stock Act by a voice vote. So we couldn't even figure out who was, all in favor of making us, not responsible. And they all voted to get rid of the teeth.
Wow.
Well, let's jump back into Florida State, because I got a couple trivia questions here I pulled up, because I knew you're a Tallahassee guy.
You love grilling me, David.
You're a Florida State guy, and it's fun for me to kind of dive into it. We'll kind of stick with a few things. It's an interesting college, because I guess technically it's the oldest standing institution in the state of Florida.
That's right.
Although it's had multiple name changes. And I ask you, true or false? Did you know there was was it not once an all women's college?
That is true. Okay, good. That was an easy one. You're warming me up. Good. It was Florida College for Women. It was
you graduated from a women's college.
That was a long time ago. And there are a lot of women there still.
Yeah.
So
like what year? Do you know? Like when did it?
I want to say. Well, great.
That's not part of the trivia, by the way.
I do got the answer.
1920s, 30s.
1947.
1947.
It came back.
Co-ed.
Yep.
Wow. That's interesting.
It was the Florida State College for Women from 1905 until 1947.
Wow, that's a long time.
It goes back into
42 years.
Back in the 1800s. The ROTC division in the Civil War played a big role. See how much, whether it might have covered this Initiation Day or, something like that. Apparently, there's a statue there. Florida State University cadets help won and to protect Tallahassee in a unique honor. It was basically the one of only three ROTs. Let's see, what's the stat? The Battle of the Natural Bridge in 1865. It was one of the only Southern capitals that never got taken over.
Yeah, well, unconquered. We've got a great statue tribute to that, and that's kind of one of our catchphrases or mottos is Florida State is unconquered. So,
ooh, I like that.
Yeah, they've got a great statue right outside the stadium with there it is with that spear is flaming. So a lot of people take their grad pictures there.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, the unconquered statue is famous.
There's only 2 universities in America that have their own circus team.
It's amazing. The circus is the most. I mean, it puts Ringling Brothers to shame. Really,
Are you serious? It really does. Have a circus
I mean,
team?
yeah, it's a big 3-top, gigantic circus with acrobats, and a lot of students are in the circus program, which is kind of funny.
It's called the Flying High Circus. Apparently,
yeah.
So they would actually get a degree in circus.
Yes. Which is, you don't think, maybe that is actually a job that is safe from AI.
Nobody wants to see a robot swinging from a trapeze. If they fall, there's no problem. They just put them back together.
They really do have a circus program.
Yeah, and it's great. It's only like $10, to go to the circus. So we bring the kids, and
that's
it's a lot
pretty
of fun.
cool.
It's a thing. The community loves it.
Biggest thing that I know about the school is their sports program, specifically Florida. The Florida,
you're doing great, by the way.
Yeah, you're doing phenomenal. You're not going to get any hate from fellow grads down there. The football stadium, it feels a lot like Kansas City on game day. You guys have the chop thing going on, I think probably before Kansas City did.
Yes, the war chant is ours. The Atlanta Braves have tried to take it as well as the Chiefs.
And
the Chiefs have taken it pretty successfully, though. That is
with
an
Mahomes
inspiring thing you can
they're
hear.
on prime time every home game every night, so it does get a lot of visibility.
Even our grandkids, they're like, before they could even talk, they're like, oh.
Yep. Oh yeah, they can all do it.
I got chills.
Before talking, we're gonna play a clip here of the opening ceremony. I've never been to a game at Florida State. I would love to. What's the name of the stadium?
It's Doak Campbell Stadium.
Doak Campbell.
Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium.
Man, I got chills thinking about being there. It's one of those things like Allen Fieldhouse for basketball almost. It's one of the older brick, kind of facilities.
I think it's like the largest brick building in Florida, or maybe the country. I'm not sure.
It's quite big. We're gonna play a clip of their opening ceremony here, and I want to get your take. I want to know the name of this character. It's your mascot, and the Appaloosa that he's riding. So let's check this out.
Brings back great memories. Yeah, that's Chief Osceola, and the horse is Renegade.
Wow. And is that supposed to be the whole thing of the Unconquered?
Yeah. The Seminole Indians are big. We're never going to lose the name. It's not like the Redskins. Or anything
where they're
going
to come in and try to take it away.
We're big. Big collaboration between the Seminole Indian tribe.
It's funny in Kansas City they try to work on that, get rid of the Chiefs, which I'm thinking nobody has a mascot for somebody you're trying to make fun of.
Right.
It's a celebration of those are the charcharacteristics I want. You don't you have eagles, not pigeons or something.
Right.
It's like, why an eagle? Because the eagle's got these characteristics, and when you have something like the Chiefs, what's interesting is for Kansas City, the mayor of Kansas City that helped recruit Lamar Hunt and them when the Chiefs were the Texans, they're sharing with Dallas, they're with the Cowboys, helped recruit him here. His nickname and he was mayor forever in Kansas City. It was Chief.
Yeah.
And so they kind of tied that in there together, and it was a major Native communities and stuff celebrated that and come in and they'll do the drum beforehand and they'll do a protest sometimes, and it's like, I don't know, 5 middle-aged white women out front of the stadium. They're like, this is a travesty, want this down.
It's not the Native Americans that are doing it.
And they'll interview people are like, are you upset about this? And they're like, this is amazing. It's kind of a funny thing.
Yeah, we love the Seminole Indians, so it's a good relationship we have.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not
what a great college.
Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. And you met your wife there too, right?
That's right. Yeah, we met my wife there, and I got a lot of friends and several colleagues. We recruit from FSU. It's a good school.
Oh, that's really cool.
They come out less crazy than other colleges.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
today?
It's the conservatives in FSU are, there's a lot of them.
So you're not going to be in the minority.
No,
being a conservative there.
No, and there's all kinds. There's Turning Point USA chapters, Florida, college Republicans, and every one of them is full.
And you speak there from time to time, and involved
That's cool,
there.
being able to go back to your alma mater.
Yeah,
and speak.
yeah.
Wow.
I was just in the Bellamy building, which is where I took the most of my political science classes, giving a talk to the college Republicans. So,
wow, that's
it's nice
sweet.
going back.
What do the young guys feel about you now? Not that you're not a young guy, but it's like you realize you're not a young guy when you go back to your college, and they're like, "Hey, what's up here?"
Yeah, you really do. They look like kids.
I know, exactly.
You're like, are these middle schoolers?
Yeah. Well, no, they're big fans of Peter Schweitzer and all the work we do. So, I don't recognize anybody, but
how about professors? And all
I
that?
have not seen a professor. I think they've moved on or.
Okay.
The kids, although pretty, they're like, "Hey, sign my book," or
yeah.
What's that like to go on your college campus and have somebody walk up want to sign?
Yeah, it's surreal, really. I would not have thought. Like I said, I might have been telling you before the show. I didn't think I'd wanted to go into, I thought I wanted to go into politics. I studied poli-sci. Working with Peter Schweitzer put that notion out of my head. And so I didn't think I'd be doing anything like I'm doing now. Definitely not writing books. And so it's kind of surreal.
Let's talk about your writing books, because, you know, we're in a world, a lot of people have written a book or an ebook, or, you know, it's like
Read a book.
It's like podcast. Somebody, you know, was into knitting. They did one podcast about knitting. Would Colton say that there's like 5 million new podcasts?
I believe so. It's a lot of podcasts.
A lot of competition out there. We need to get better. Contributed to 10 New York Times bestsellers. Ones were 4X New York Times bestsellers. That's not like just something that got stuck somewhere. These are the kind of books that are like on the front shelf, you know, that people go on Fox News quoting, whether the authors are on there or not. These are influential books that literally move the needle of public opinion, that shift whole belief systems. People come across the kind of books that you write and might go from here to here on an issue because the amount of data and information, you know, that you put there. We'll get into the hows and who's, but how does that feel to be a part of something that's so significant in our country in an era where our country is under more attack? The ideas that make America possible are sometimes deemed as evil and bad, and every single moment of our history, you know, is deemed as evil and bad, and there's these agendas coming against it like there's never been, and you're creating these like beacons and pillars out there that are recalibrating people's minds.
It's a blessing, honestly. I mean, it's humbling to hear you say that, because we don't think about that, but you're right. I mean, there's a huge impact from the books we put out. Peter Schweitzer's book, and I'm just blessed to work for Peter because he kind of taught me everything I know about book writing. We basically, the trick is the term is bake the marketing into the book. So many people put out books because you could write the best book in the world, but if nobody reads it, nobody will know. So you have to market it, and you have to get it out there and launch it and have it kind of successfully take off like the Artemis II just did. And we've done that over a dozen times. So the marketing is, you have to put impactful stories. You have to follow the money. You have to put, there's so many books out there, as you mentioned, like Google books, where they just Googled a few things and think that people really just want to hear their thoughts on a particular issue. And even big names, I won't name them, but there's so many big names in conservative politics who've put out books and they totally flop because it's just like nobody's paying for to hear your opinions on things.
They want the facts.
Yeah.
They're tired of
facts
fake
get
news.
shares, opinions get shrugs is a motto.
Good.
Yeah.
What you have a ability to do something that a lot of people that are in conservative media that are doing. Most people are involved in a quick hot takes daily, ricocheting off of every little thing that happens. You guys sort of get a fly above that freight a little bit, and you have longer creation arcs of content, which allows you to, I think, to go much deeper than somebody can go through in a 2-hour production meeting for Fox News or something like that. So it kind of creates a whole separate niche for what you guys
that's
did.
Exactly right. I mean, the thing we say about books is they just have this incredible staying power and lasting power. I mean, we're talking about control oligarchs. I mean, I just did a couple of interviews on major networks 2 weeks ago talking about control oligarchs. It came out 2 years ago, but you really need to be able to plot what's going to be important 2 years ahead. And so we kind of create events out of the book launch, and if it can really take off, then it will stay around for months and years to come. I mean, the Birthright, for example, I mean, Peter's book, The Invisible Coup, was the most recent one we did Winton's book, but The Invisible Coup, we went to the White House. I mean, the president doesn't want to meet with you when you just wrote an article, typically, or you did a really cool tweet thread.
Right, exactly.
But he heard that Peter was launching another book, and he invited us to the White House, and Peter did a great job briefing him on the birthright citizenship situation, the birth tourism. And, we were sitting there, and I won't can't say too much about it, but I'll say what Peter said publicly. Peter's talking about this birth tourism issue, and the president just leans in and he says, can we get that to the team who's arguing the Supreme Court case? And sure enough, I mean, we found, suddenly they were putting out these new briefs, amicus briefs, and a lot of people in Congress helped out with that. Give Senator Schmidt he deserves a shout out from Missouri.
Yep.
And he asked Peter to come testify in front of his committee and all on the birth tourism issue. That was just a couple of weeks ago. And so there were oral arguments happening this past week And they're talking all about the stats that Peter had in his book. And so we're now like 3 or 4 months out from his book, but this is going to be an issue. And even however the Supreme Court comes down, that'll be in June on the issue of birthright citizenship. And can China send 100,000 pregnant Chinese elite mothers birth their babies here and then take them back to China to be raised by the CCP and then 18 years from now be able to vote in our elections? We think the answer is obvious. That can't be allowed. We'll see what the Supreme Court does. But we're going to be talking about this for years to come. I'm sure of it.
And it was just on the news again the other day. We were watching Laura Ingraham, and she brought it up again, and she showed a husband and a wife, and they had like 20-some kids or something like that. And then there was another one that had a
baby factory that they're working
100. Yeah, but they were also looking at abuse in that whole situation. But can you because we did an interview with Peter, we'll put that in the notes below. But can you just, for our audience that's listening, kind of just fill them in? What's going on with China and this birthright?
Yeah, well, we've got this crazy situation where one side of the country, half the country thinks that you should be able to just come to America, have a baby, get a birth certificate, and then suddenly that equals citizenship from people who are non-citizens. So China has completely exploited that, turned it into an industrial scale operation where they are sending military leaders, because why not? They still can retain their Chinese citizenship. Right. They have a baby, and it's like, so Schweitzer called it the Manchurian generation. Upwards of 1 million, perhaps 1.5 million since they really began this practice. And they were advertising at the CCP in their state-run newspapers how to do it, ironically arguing that you have a constitutional right to go get American citizenship, according to the silly Americans. And one of the guys, I mean, you mentioned there was the 36. There's a guy, I think he had over 50 or 100 babies because they're doing surrogacy as well, which is a little more complicated because it's an American mother that a CCP elite, party member will go and pay that, a woman who's kind of down on her luck or needs is $50,000, roughly $70,000 to be a surrogate. One of these guys who just got busted, he said his goal was to have one of these babies become the president of the United States. So like a literal Manchurian candidate.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And a lot of these are going back to China.
And they go back to China.
They are being educated in China. They've got the whole communist thing. And then when it's time to vote, they can come back to the United States.
They can vote from distance.
They can vote from, vote from China. Like Gavin Newsom, I'm sure, whoever would absolutely be shipping the ballots out there.
Yeah. So that's coming up really soon too, where these people, you gave a stat earlier on numbers, but they will be able to vote.
Yeah, they will be able to vote.
And they weren't even raised in our country.
And we'll have no idea because the United States doesn't track this kind of thing. And there's just like no category in the DHS or USCIS.
It's all of our goodness and our policies used against us. I saw
there it is, 100 children. 100 children.
There's I think in 2023 there was 350,000 children born to someone either visiting or here illegally. But they were born in the United States. That was 9% of our total births.
Yeah.
So these things are happening, and they're less diluted by the year because American citizens are being, promoted to hold off a family, go to college, get $250,000 in debt, maybe wait till you're in your 30s to start dating, and maybe 38 or 42 to have your first child, and maybe have one. It's a complete flip of the American tradition of getting, married earlier and having a longer childbearing span. There's a lot of factors that go into that, but obviously that's one, is our whole culture has shifted away to be anti-family versus pro-family. And even within the church, that's kind of become, kind of common. And so for every one of these Chinese citizens, there's less to balance it out from our own birthing production.
Yeah, it's like we're getting a double barrel shotgun. It's like two sides hitting us all at once. One is and I talk about it in Control Gard. The first chapter is really on this overpopulation, this persistent overpopulation myth that the elites in our country have been feeding to young people. Yeah. So the number of young people I talk to, people my age and younger, who say, having kids just isn't for me. It's not good for the planet or whatever it may be. There was actually a memo that I document in the book that came from Planned Parenthood and the Rockefeller Foundation. I know Colton's quick, the Jaffe memo, I think it's like page 8 or so, where they list all of here's how we're going to stop Americans and people in the West in general from having kids. And they have like economic factors and, they say promoting, the LGBT lifestyle. That's one way. Transgender kids, if you snip their ability.
Yeah.
They're not going to have kids. So that's all been part of the plan for a very long time. And the drugs, the castrating drugs for young people, it's crazy. But then in the economic stuff was really sort of depressing. One of them was just 2 words, chronic depression, as if we could just get people really depressed or hopped up on, drugs. It was this memo here was really, you look on a table, I think it's down, maybe it's down, you'll see the table, there it is. You'd have to rotate it, but look for the zoom in on the chronic depression. It was okay, so we'll read some here. On the social side, you've got compulsory education for children, encourage increased homosexuality, educate for family limitation, fertility control agents in the water supply.
Which,
I never found evidence that they did that, but who knows? I mean, they were thinking about it. And then encourage women to work. I mean, that's been a huge one, is just getting women out of the home and into the workplace. Chasing careers, making
If this was the play they drew up on the board, this is kind of the play you saw around on the field.
Yeah. Exactly. For sure. Exactly. That's perfectly put. Chronic depression.
There it is.
Require a women to work and provide few childcare facilities.
What year was this?
I want to say 1973.
Wow.
I don't know. It was maybe 60s or 70s. So this has just been what Rockefeller and Planned Parenthood and those types have been up to for a very long time. But then you've got the migrant problem. I mean, and Colin, maybe you could just pull the birth rate chart. I mean, the birth rate chart just would shock people, where it's just right around the time this type of memo comes out, and it's just nosedives.
Yeah.
And now it's well below replacement
increased
level.
accessibility to abortion.
Yep.
I mean, it's shocking
Putting
all
them
from
at every street corner.
contraceptives.
From 10 different directions. How can we basically start choking out the species?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's just been a shocking nosedive. And then, meantime, our adversaries, China, the radical Islamic world, they say they're going to come in and just outbreed us.
What happens where China, for so many years, it was they could only have one baby, and then I think it's up to 2 now. But what happened to their population? Does anybody ever talk about that?
I mean, it's a crisis in China for sure.
They're breeding them all here in the United States.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the elites, but I talk about it in the book. It was the same people. It was the Rockefeller Foundation. It was Planned Parenthood. I'm forgetting the guy's name, but it was Bill Gates' dad was actually a director at Planned Parenthood. Back at the time when the China one-child policy came about because of, and it's in Control Gargs, I think it's the Club of Rome section, but they bought into it for a period of time. They bought into the Western, the planet's going to die if we have too many kids. So that's when they put in, and I would say that in the mifepristone, that's the abortion pill. There's a section on that in Control Gargs where they were manufacturing that in China. They kind of used China as this testing ground for a lot of their theories, and China for a period of time played ball. So they've kind of, I don't even know that they've fallen out of favor. Bill Gates still has tons of deals there, and the World Economic Forum still has a close relationship. So
when you look at these things happening, maybe it went to where we had this influence on China, but I almost wonder how much their influence on us. Now we're trying to keep up. When you hear leaders speak almost in awe of Chinese surveillance and the things that they can do, you're it's almost like you've created a monster that you're almost envious of. Now we got to hustle to keep up with it, even though it grew out of our ability to control it. It's a little bit like Jurassic Park in a way where, the T-Rex is banging the thing, and it's almost like, hey, we better work hard to keep up with this monster we created.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They are very envious. People like Bill Gates. I mean, you can, during COVID especially, you heard you heard them say things like China's just so efficient at controlling the virus, but they weren't. But they would, Klaus Schwab and so many others would say, the China zero COVID, Fauci, the zero COVID policy, that was the right move, which is they're welding the doors shut on people, and
Trudeau loved that.
So they are very much envious of the raw authoritarianism that China has, but they also like the capitalism. So the state-run capitalism is China's economic model. They want all of the profits. They want to be able to privatize all of the profits into their own pockets, socialize all the losses. We all pay for anything that doesn't make them richer. And then if if we try to protest or disagree, social credit score, lock them in their houses.
Yeah, it's true. Can you talk a little bit? They had up on the screen these cameras. You noticed it in Kansas City, which is you're like, this is the Midwest. What the heck is going on? But
they went up everywhere during COVID.
Yeah, they like everybody's locked down, and then these cameras all went up. Can you talk about that and what are they doing with it?
Well, it's funny because when I was walking around Kansas City, which I wouldn't recommend after certain hours, but so part of it is
we've had a Democrat mayor for all of our lifetime, and we have a man and a woman in senator here with Emmanuel Cleaver, so it's kind of.
Yeah. So part of it's that. I mean, so I started doing research because I'm like, this is a crazy amount of surveillance going on. I mean, you've got these big, like globe size ones, and then every type of camera you can imagine. I was seeing. So I mean, part of it is the real crime corridors. I mean, there's just a crime situation, and so. For insurance purposes, or the businesses they want it. So there's a bunch of private cameras, but then they've all sort of been fused into a grid. So you've got private businesses who have camera. I was researching Kansas City specifically, and so the city put in a bunch. I mean, after whether they wanted body cams on police officers after George Floyd, and so there's just this huge surveillance push during COVID. They want to lock down, and then the real problem of crime. And so you've got this kind of situation where. It's kind of what I'm working on in the next book of surveillance, where things like Palantir and these companies like that, we would like for them to use their awesome powers to, for example, like, you'll be able to find all the criminal, violent criminal migrants, right? And you'll be able to get them out.
Yeah.
It's not for us, is it? I think the jury's out a little bit. I don't know. Like once they're put in and the administration changes, will these companies continue to be MAGA, or will they just be whatever gives them the billion-dollar contracts? I'm not sure, but the surveillance is growing everywhere. I mean, it's obviously not just Kansas City. It was a shocking number here, but I was just in I mean, Tallahassee has them. I mean, pretty much everywhere. Atlanta.
Didn't Ring doorbell
Ring? Something happened with Ring lately.
They now, I think, all government agencies are now they're directly uploaded the Ring data. Is that true?
Ring is Amazon. I mean, that's Jeff Bezos. So he's definitely got some surveillance. And I got an example in the book on Ring where their cameras, a homeowner, just a normal guy. Was accused of issuing a racial slur to the delivery driver. Now, it never happened, but it exposed the fact that they said because his Ring doorbell had captured him saying something that he shouldn't have been saying, they ceased he couldn't get into his Prime Video.
What?
He couldn't order from Amazon anymore. And so it kind of showed you, it's like, wait, so if you're perceived. Now, he was eventually exonerated and full Amazon access restored.
Oh my gosh.
But if you rely on those kinds of things, you can see, I mean, the multinational corporation big enough to give you everything you need is big enough to take everything you have. So, I think social credit score is coming. It's in a way, it's already sort of here.
Yeah.
The wokeness and the DEI and all of that kind of stuff has retreated a bit under the Trump administration, but
didn't go away.
It's not gone. Okay, so we had on Winton Hall just the other day talking about Code Red. Can you talk about AI and what's
You've
going
really
on
also
with
done.
that?
I just want to say that you've done a great job of coaching him up.
Oh yeah.
I hope he doesn't watch this. He'll kill me.
I mean, I was like, man, you can tell he's been working with Seamus. He's so on point. He's such a great researcher.
It's so true. Well, he told me I can't say that AI is a socialism machine, even though we use that in Control Guards. He's like, don't use any of my lines. No, Winton's brilliant. And his book, Code Red, is a must-read for AI. The job losses is thing. I was just looking, a news article came out saying radiologists are done. The biggest New York, the biggest hospital chains in the country are saying we don't need radiologists anymore because AI is going to take them out. Now that reminded me, I was like, man, I think I talked about that. I searched our transcripts because we keep an archive. Flyover conservatives.
Yeah,
we've got a good clip on
back in 2023.
Yeah,
right?
Back in 2023, I said, doctors think they're safe. Well, radiologists are going to be among the first to go.
How did you know that?
Zero Hedge has got an article on it right now as well.
Yeah. Zero Hedge is a great place to get your news. We put some articles out there sometimes, but Microsoft's put out a story saying that radiologists are the x-rays are pretty much, it's just pattern recognition and nothing can recognize the patterns better. So I read that. I'm like, because I've got a doctor friend I mentioned on the show that he's like, AI can't come for doctors. And I was like, well, one by one, once the robots are, the medical malpractice is, one of the largest causes of death in the country. So, They don't need to be perfect. They just need to be better than doctors.
But yeah.
And already, Chat GPT, Grok, that's not AI. It's just a little gadget to interface with some large language model. But I bet if you had a way of surveying people aged 25 to 35, and maybe even up, depending on their access to those tools, if they got a bump on their leg, or they got a thing, or they're wondering why I'm reacting for this, they would probably be more likely and probably trust a search on either one of those large language models than they probably would talking to a doctor. Definitely if it involved, I got to sit and wait in a waiting room full of sick people and then go and talk to him and wait for him to ask chat.
Right.
The same way he passed his biology exam.
Right.
Their faith in the technology is going up in the same way that people would have been reluctant to drive a car. But if you ride in, we rented a Cybertruck recently and we did test drove it. Within a couple of minutes, I'm like, I hate how safe it makes me feel with 12 cameras versus 2 eyes. I don't want to even like it.
Right. I rode in a Cybertruck recently for almost an hour. The driver didn't put his hands on the wheel.
And how did you feel?
I felt totally safe.
We did too.
Like for 2 minutes, I was creeped out.
I was like, I'll never ride in a full self-driving vehicle. And it's like, wait, so I could get work done, or sleep and wake up in DC or wherever.
Because it has the cameras everywhere. So even if you're by a semi and the semi goes by, it's going to kind of move a little bit as the semi moves, because it's got the camera where you can't see all of that.
It's crazy. And Amazon, it's like, you want to hate it, but it's like, I can have something here same day or like by tomorrow morning. I really need this thing. And
you can order something there and it shows up faster than Chinese food.
Yeah. So, so I compared it. It's like slipping into a warm bubble bath of tyranny. So
yes,
it's really hard to
How do you balance
say no to it.
How do you balance it? How do you, don't go completely Amish, and be like, okay, we're going to completely remove ourselves. And how do you not, get to a point where you 100% depend on it and now it's completely taken over?
Yeah, that is the question that we're all having to wrestle with right now.
Well, we're supposed to have the questions. You're
supposed
to have the answers.
I don't have an answer for you. You're going to have to get Winton back on here.
We didn't have Seamus Brunard here to collaborate with our questions. We actually want to know. I want nothing to do with the podcast. How do we do it?
I'm looking at some places on some islands offshore. I might say go full Amish, honestly, because I don't know how you'll be able to unplug from this this system once it's everywhere all around you.
There's an expression of when it came to
get some chickens.
Exactly. We've considered it for sure.
People post online frequently like, have you ever met somebody that didn't get the vaccine that regrets it? And it's like, I've never heard that. I've never seen someone posting like, man, if I could go back, I would have got 3 more. I've never seen it. And I kind of feel that analogy kind of runs parallel a little bit with the Amish thing that comes out just as a comment. We grew up near an Amish community, and it was kind of like, oh, that's kind of quaint, or and maybe you kind of feel bad in a little bit. Then you kind of look along, and you're like, oh man, you're got all these problems, nieces and nephews, cousins, people look in the regular society, can't find a job, can't do this, struggling with like
pornography issues, all these different things.
Have the pornography addiction, they have the depression, the suicide rate. You see the kid that recently grew up in the Amish community, went on his kind of gallop and ended up in LA. And he went on.
I did not see this.
He's been on different podcasts.
He's probably 19 or 20. I don't remember his name, but he ended up. He's met somebody and they're like, you're fascinating. Like, you're not a character.
He was asking about the homeless because he's like, well, they just build a house.
He's so like, why would they want to just live outside? You can one of those build a house. There's a picture of him.
This is legit. He's legit.
And he's on Theo Vaughn and a lot of, and it's almost like interviewing somebody from history.
Yeah.
It's almost like if you could bring somebody from 1850 to here, they would be baffled at some of the things that we struggle with, like explain a treadmill or why you struggle with your weight or something. It's like, why don't you just walk, right?
Right.
And so the contrast was so strong. And I'm bringing this analogy, like, do you ever have anybody regret, the vaccine? I've never heard that. You look at the distinct, the fruit was small. This started in the 1860s. I think they were just like, okay, this is kind of like no more technology. This is kind of enough, and they kind of move on. The fruit, as that continues to grow from where any major city is, and him being in LA just kind of really made it stark. of, you got Skid Row, you got like 50 or 60 square blocks of just homelessness and addiction and needles, and this. And in his mind, he's like, well, nobody has a family, nobody has parents, nobody has a connection, nobody has community. They, and you look at like most parents struggle with like, how much screen time do our kids get? And you're like, what's even on a screen that they need? They need more stick time, and tree time. I almost wonder if in the future, if that wouldn't almost be considered the luxury and looked at anyone else with things with pity.
Yeah. Well, as you were saying that, I was just thinking to myself, like, I've never regretted, going hours and hours and hours without a phone.
Yeah.
And you feel like you can't live without your phone.
You're right.
I mean, you got all kinds of, work needs and
or even if you're like, I drive off and I go to the grocery store, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have my phone. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
What do I do?
And
then somebody has to get a hold of me.
We're not brain surgeons, or nobody's going to need us for something. We don't deliver babies.
So I've never regretted it, and we don't let our kids have any screen time. So no iPads or anything like that. And I'm sure they'll probably come out ahead.
I think they will.
I was just thinking about how I'm going to make sure that my kids practice their handwriting.
Yeah.
Because I think a luxury in soon, if not already, is just handwritten. I mean, it always means a lot when you get a handwritten card.
You're right.
You can
and
read
even
cursive.
learning cursive and being able to read cursive.
Yes.
It's like,
a lot of kids
she wrote this in secret Hebrew code.
What is this?
Right.
What is this like in the future? Like how when kids are little, you spell in front of them. Our granddaughter, she's turned 6. She can't spell in front of her anymore. We're like, hey, what this?
Oh, you're gonna have PIZZ
or whatever.
Like, you said pizza.
I'm like, man, okay, we need a new thing. But the future is like, if you want to keep things secret from kids, you just write it in cursive and hand it to them. You leave it laying around. They're like, I don't know, they're writing in Hebrew again. What is this? These changes taking place. You run a lot of your filter through personal experience and valuing history. You kind of, I've seen some of your tweets. You value actually being on location. I want to bring up one specific because I think we're talking about history and us kind of moving away from, certain trends. About you being in Switzerland, because I've seen this hotel that you went to on like it's on lists. Sometimes they'll show up with like the 10 coolest places you can ever visit, on reels and things like that.
And you actually saw it. You visited it.
Yeah.
It's called it was
Hotel Belvedere.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It was in James Bond Goldfinger.
I didn't know that at the time.
Which it was the dirt road at the time.
Yeah.
You're gonna find the whole story hilarious.
But there's a glacier, that goes through this area, and you went on and visited it, and you took this trip. As you explore the world, you seem like kind of a stop and read the plaques kind of guy. Not just, that's neat. Where's the snack bar? You're kind of like taking it in and then working on content that affects Americans. But you seem to be also stopping and kind of coming up every once in a while for air and be like, hey, where did we come from? Where am I at? Where am I going? And then kind of get back to work. Talk about maybe even this trip a little bit and just the process of history, taking things in, and how that impacts the things you're doing in the moment that actually are affecting history.
Yeah, well, wow, this is I didn't expect this coming, and you're going to find it really funny how that trip came about. So I was still living at home. I was 13 when I went without my family.
13?
13. It was actually supposed to be a punishment, but my parents didn't do enough research. And so they sent me on a missions trip to Egypt. And so the beginning of the Swiss trip began in Egypt. So I spent 2 months about 2 months in an orphanage in Egypt, 6 hours south of Cairo. And we were painting an orphanage. It was actually one of the most life-changing experiences of my life. They're like, we got to get him out of the house for the summer. I don't care where he goes.
Send him to an all-Muslim nation. And talk about Jesus on the corners. We'll see what happens. That'll toughen him up.
It was scary. There was a bombing in the Cairo airport the day. My parents didn't know for hours whether or not we had gotten out of Egypt.
Your parents didn't like you.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he comes home. So Switzerland was actually just the end of that trip, but the Egypt part of it was amazing. Really, everybody came back with an appreciation for. Because you have these starving orphans who have nothing, and they're playing with soccer balls that are deflated and crumpled up duct taped things for soccer balls, and they were happier than most people. Most kids you see in America. No Xbox, no video games, and it was just really, really something to see. And then we did go to Switzerland and. Lake Lucerne, and where Smoke on the Water is apparently the song written about, and that hotel Belvedere. And that was just kind of like, okay, you guys have roughed it through this. We had armed guards with us everywhere. We had in Egypt, we had the calls to prayer, because it was the only Christian orphanage in the entire town. It was called Asut. And so you had like 6 different mosques blaring calls to prayer 6 or 8 times a day or whatever.
Do you think your kids will do these similar trips to New York City in the future?
Yeah, right. I mean, you don't have to go far to see that anymore. Which is, shocking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, New York, Egypt wasn't always that way.
Right.
You know, I mean,
they tried to build one in Florida. Florida said no, but in Texas, I mean, they're making headway in Texas. So
it's kind of big enough they can kind of hide into the legislation and sort of use the laws against it. What was your biggest takeaway from being in primarily Islamic nation at that age? What perspective did that give you, though, coming back to the United States?
Well, it was the orphanage had over 600 orphans. I think it was like the largest orphanage in Egypt, and so
it was Christian.
And it was Christian, which was really amazing.
Yeah.
So it just shows, like, I mean, they're not really doing that, coming into a Christian place and setting up the orphanages for Muslim. So Christianity has really been a service and blessing to the whole world.
Right.
It's really the only religion who goes and does that kind of thing, goes to a place where everybody hates you and still tries to save the children.
Probably really influenced you even for your life, of even the direction of your life and understanding like where you are today and what you do. Pretty remarkable. But the things that we do that lead up to that, God uses every part of it.
Yeah. And I have to, my parents, they gave me the list of places and they let me choose initially. And so I was like, well, the surf camp for the amputees in Australia was like my first put back, and they're like, no, that sounds too much fun. And like the soup kitchen in Dublin, and they're like, we're gonna remove all the like first world countries off the list.
Yep.
So no Australia, no Dublin, and then so it was like Malawi, Burkina Faso, and I'm like, none of these sound very nice. So I chose Egypt for the pyramids mostly, but it ended up being it was a very special trip.
That is really cool.
You never know in life when something is kind of a magic moment, on any kind of event. Everybody's be thankful for every day. We calculated that they have, like 20,000 days old, something like that. We're talking about people we've known that have, passed and different things. I'm like, it's not that someone can die, because everybody is going to die. Like everybody Jesus prayed for got healed, and they're all dead. It's kind of a morbid, thought, but we all sort of live with this idea of, hey, we're going to be around forever. But each day is a massive gift, that we're all given. For me, what's amazing is you make it this many days. I mean, every time you're driving on a highway, somebody's on the other side going the other way, or you could slip on a banana, or, it's like every day it's a magical thing that we live, but you never know what day, you're going to have like that, that I'm sure is a filter, and it's an app that's running in the back of your head a little bit of like, as you're processing the directions of where we're headed. What do you see right now as we kind of wrap this up? My last question for you. Anyway, I could sit here with you till like next Tuesday. So it's like, it barely even scratched the surface. What would you say is that we did a state of the oligarchs the other day with you, virtually. In a minute or two, what's your level of sort of hope, optimism, despair, whatever, for where America is? You see Trump pushing back on so many things. You see some of the Republicans not necessarily even on as much on board. You see him pushing for things that I would say I'd push against. I mean, we saw Melania Trump walking down the walkway with a robot the other day. I'm like, I don't know if that's the best thing for America. But where would you place your assessment based on your life experience, based on your past experience, kind of your future hopes and dreams as a father, and your current circumstances? Where would you place America right now?
Well, man, that's a brilliant question, as all of yours are. I was afraid you were going to ask me another seconds question when you talked about 20,000 days. But well, speaking of, the one thing that unites all of us is that we are going to die.
Yep.
And what unites us and this audience is that we know that the battle's already won and we're going to live with Jesus forever.
Yes.
So, but the thing that is really interesting about that thing that unites us, we're all going to die, is these atheists in power fear that tremendously. These tech guys, the control oligarchs. And so that, I think, is what's driving almost everything that they're doing. I mean, right now, like the AI, they say, oh, it's the productivity or whatever. I think that they believe that they'll be able to extend their lives through AI doctors or life extension, or I mean, worse, transhumanism and uploading their brains to the cloud. And so it is a really challenging time to be raising children, knowing that they're going into, these guys basically, I mean, nobody's getting to vote on. I mean, I think most people look at AI and it's like, wait, you're talking about losing half the jobs here and nobody's going to be able to work. And when can we vote no? I vote no, but we're not getting a chance to do that. So it's just kind of full speed ahead. And it's like, well, we have to beat China or whatever. We've got this arms race. So it's a confusing time to live, to be alive and to be raising kids. But I think that this tension between, I think it's a huge opportunity for, converting people to Christianity and for saying that actually you don't have to fear death. And I still hold out hope that people like Elon Musk, I mean, he says he's spiritually Christian or culturally Christian, not spiritually Christian. But I think they're all searching for answers too. I mean, Peter Thiel, he's a little odd. He claims he is Christian. He's got a lot of talking about the Antichrist right now.
The beast and so forth. Yeah.
He says the Antichrist is anybody opposed to AI.
Oh, man.
It seems like anybody opposed to what you're up to.
Yep.
So I think, that's just really a fascinating time to be alive. I mean, I'm sort of a technophile anyway, so it's like, it's odd for me because it's like I love trying out all the new technologies.
Yeah, sure.
But so using them for good purposes, I mean, like we're using a lot of AI tools for making it easier to follow the money and expose the corruption faster. So I'm excited for the time that we're alive right now.
It is. It's a great time to be alive. And like you said, everybody has an opportunity. So praying for these people, praying for Elon Musk, praying for Peter Thiel, people in positions of influence and leadership, because it's impossible to pray and for something not to happen. So through our prayers, God is moving. So putting people in positions to be able to share the gospel, to plant seeds so God can do the rest. So we were all created by God, and he wants all of us to meet him as our personal Lord and Savior. So definitely a call for us to pray. Okay, so for people that are like, how do I find out more about the book? How do I follow Seamus? Tell them how to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've got a website. I mean, my Twitter is Seamus Bruner, SeamusBruner, SeamusBruner.com. You can go to controligarchsbook.com. That's where the book is. I'm working on another one. It's going to be kind of like the right-wing control oligarchs. So
that's
it will be, I think it will be really interesting. It's not going to be the same kind of like, it's all bad, because I think Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and all these guys have done a lot of good things too. But, we're moving closer to this control type grid situation, and people need to look out. So that'll be out probably 6 months, maybe a year.
It's exciting.
Yep. And so those are the websites. accountabilityinstitute.org is our organization website. And then, of course, follow Peter Schweitzer on Twitter, and peterschweitzer.com, I think, is his website.
If not, it should be.
Yeah.
Well, put your.
Well, it was Winton. By the way, it was Winton who said to me when I was just out of college, buyyourname.com. He's like, you don't think you're going to need it?
Yeah.
You're going to need it. So I bought it then and didn't even launch the website till a couple of years ago.
Smart. It's very, very
Winton
good.
is very smart. Buy code red too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so those
exactly.
we'll have the links to all those below.
Yeah.
Your team of sort of musketeers that you guys have put together is phenomenal. I'd like to be just an invisible ant in the break room, there in Tallahassee when you guys talk or hang out, because you guys do the work and you value truth and you quadruple fact check your own selves as things come out. So I always trust everything that's on one of your Twitter feeds, anything that comes out in your books. You guys have the highest ethical standard there is in America for truth. And people who value truth, this is the source where you need to be looking at it when it comes to news and information. Control Oligarchs. And we'll have your entire link tree in the notes below, whether you're listening to this on Spotify or Rumble or Google or Apple or wherever. The notes section will have all the links to get a hold of Seamus and follow his work. His ideas need to be sticky in your life so that you have better conversations at the water cooler. Seamus, thank you so much for eating some barbecue with us and spending time in Kansas City.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
And thank you, Flyover family, for joining us tonight.
We have so much fun bringing these conversations and learn so much
fun.
Personally. I hope you do as well. I hope you'll share this with others. Again, every reference point we had in the show is in the links down below. Check them out. Share those things. Be a sprinkler of good ideas on those around you. And we'll give a big shout out to our sponsors for today's show, starting with Patriot Mobile. When we found out we could take a percentage of our phone bill that we were paying anyway, we could actually save money, but not be donating to causes that we do shows trying to stop. It was a no-brainer for us. And then you got the best customer service in the world with people that actually speak the same language as you, with real humans, not AI, right here in America, either in Texas or California. pick your accent, and they're there to help you whenever you want. You go to patriotmobile.com/flyover, patriotmobile.com/flyover, and meet some of the best people on the planet.
The other sponsor is WaveWatch. When you go to wavewatch.com/flyover, make sure you use the promo code flyover. Try it. You guys are going to be blown away at how much this can actually help you and actually change your quality of life.
If it sounds kind of crazy to you, just go check it out. Go to wavewatch.com/flyover. Go to their website, watch a couple of videos, look at some of the science, and you're like, maybe there's something to that. And if you've watched this show, you've probably been around long enough to know, like, well, if this was the best thing for me, maybe my doctor would have prescribed it for me a couple of years ago. Probably not. You probably take your health in your own hands. This is a great way to do it. Go there, do your own research. Wavewatch.com/flyover. Get a discount. Use promo code flyover. You will be super glad you did. And they got a guarantee 100% on any product they have as well. So test them out.
That's exactly right. We bless you. We bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. We bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And we bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up.
See you back here again next time, guys. Peace out.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.